where futurology is projecting forward.
What are your favorite emerging?
It's about inducing events.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
okay, that's fine. Let's talk science. What are your favorite emerging technologies?
What do you mean?
Like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, neural networks,
Do you know the
computer
computer god?
interfaces. Perhaps.
Do you know what the computer god is for?
Do I know what the particular what is for?
The computer god.
The computer bot.
All right, the computer god is like the most interesting to me in science.
Oh, computer
The
god.
computer god
Okay.
is like an AI.
Yeah.
Right?
So you
It's
mean
not like
like
it's a
like go,
distributed
like Ghost
network.
in like
You know?
Ghost in the Shell?
Huh?
Like Ghost in the Shell?
No, it's just a computer. It's a computer god because it's a computer that runs other computers, so it can do scientific experiments in mass relay, basically.
Okay, and you're not talking about like um this singularity?
No, it's very different. Again, you're thinking of like auto AGI. I'm just talking about distributed network. It's literally for just running experiments. It only runs other computers. It is not like a sentient idea. It doesn't make its own ideas. None of that stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So science has this great problem that has to deal with basically advertising is more important than science, and there's all this junk science that's basically from corporate interests, all sorts of things. Or like scientists just want to get their money, so they do some bum ass research that no one really reviews because then they get paid. Blah blah blah. But this causes like a great crisis in science over time, right? Because there's all this fucking useless science. So they need like computer gods to run actual mini experiments to actually verify scientific results of very small things, usually with DNA. And you need a computer to do it because it's the only thing that read it.
Okay, how is that not artificial super intelligence?
Because AI, that's a different concept. Like this is just something to develop. Like it's developed a body without organs. It's very different than the concept of a computer that can think for itself and do everything. It can't think for itself. It can only tell computers how to run these experiments. It's not, it's like a, you know what I mean?
Please and
One of the developmental goals that technologists and futurologists have over a computer god is that through a computer god and understanding better science, they can make a AGI, an actual automated intelligence. But the thing I'm talking about is literally just doing experiments. It is not control the government. It's not like the communist gangster god. Do you know what a communist gangster computer god is?
please
It's
enlighten
like a
me.
schizophrenic.
Yeah, please enlighten me.
Basically, it's a communist is just like because he's crazy or like how people view it. It's +1, and then gangster is -1, i.e. taking all. So in a financial system ran by a computer god, this is a different type of computer god. It is not one running sentences and like distributed networks. It's just like something that run Unix systems between the Fed Treasury and other places. It has these functions where you can add money or you can take money, right?
Okay.
This is usually done to address for inflation. You see how this is not an AGI. It is not something thinking. It's just like functions for a computer. You know what I mean?
I mean, we'd have to define what AGI is, and is that really thinking, or is that just processing? I mean, then we have to define what thinking is. I get that. Okay, so you're saying that it is not independently conscious, correct?
Yes, no one claims that it is. They're not using the AI implemented in the systems for intelligence or at decision-making levels. No.
Okay.
Though there are AIs that are used like that, of course, but they are not AGIs. They are not like they do not have the technological background to actually produce thoughts. There's all these questions, as we know, they're open. They're just computer systems. They're algorithmically running things.
Okay. Is it even artificial intelligence?
It's only artificial intelligence in the fact that we need a medium to read very small things in terms of the computer God. And really, we can't read DNA as humans, so we need computers to transcript. By reading transcript, they can read things far more than we can, so we rely on them a lot. So it leads into like the singularity fear, and that we're basically we have to listen to technology about reality, but because we have this fundamental reliance on technology, technology is actually dictating what we can say or do.
So it's not artificial intelligence, correct?
No, and the point of the computer God is not to develop an artificial intelligence. It's to develop a body without organs.
Okay. It's to develop a body without organs. So
Yeah, basically
like what?
making a
So
human
like
body
like a
such
robot.
that it can live without one of its major organs dying, basically.
So like a robot.
So a body without organs can be a robot, yes. That's where people take it in the other thing. But they mean explicitly, like, I am going to print you an organ.
You're going to print me an organ. So is that
Yeah.
like a cybernetic
The
being?
computer god is for bioinformatics, not for development of AGI. It's to develop like develop the abilities to increase understand the human body more so than it has ever been concerned with developing AI technology. That's like way different, and it has explicit program goals for this. Like for instance, one of the problems that led to this type of thinking is radiation poisoning.
Okay.
Because radiation poisoning causes your immune system to die, basically. So they
Okay.
wanted to figure out how to make soldiers live through radiation sickness by synthesizing their autoimmune system long enough that it kicks back in. You know what I mean? Theoretically,
Okay.
never worked. But in like future goals, the goal of these computer systems to understand DNA and sequencing and more things about it, it's to basically synthesize human parts. And you're going on that, like the full story is like Galactica, or Gattaca, if you know that science fiction movie,
Yeah.
which is like you can modify even people's own biological processes through your innate knowledge of them so that you can charge them money for them. So you have to go to a corporation to pay so that you can like have fertility or some shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like as a business model.
I mean, I think so.
Like the idea is if you could create organs, then you could create a dependence on. But the fundamental thing is they're trying to recreate human systems biologically. They cannot do this, like a computer cannot just print things. These things are much more complicated biological processes. They have to use like in COVID, during COVID, they lied basically to scam people out of money for this future tech that doesn't exist. That you can take a code from some computer and then you can print a COVID virus. That is actually blatantly false. That technology doesn't exist yet. You know what I mean?
I think so.
So the portion of the program is not to develop the HGI. That's more the military development one. But you'd be surprised how much military development goes into scientific questions that I'm asking about human biology. Like majority of it is that they're not concerned with developing like AI for AI purposes instead of marketization. They're concerned. They want AI to run science. They want it to run tons of experiments serially, faster than a human could, to see if the things are right or not. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Like the amount of observation through such technologies, through what used to be a biological theory of we need to view these chemicals reactions. You can actually have a you can actually have it read it during it. It's just the interfaces to actually do that analysis are completely on the computer side because the humans won't process this amount of information.
Okay.
Hence, they need to use computers, but it's a supplemental tool of intelligence, not its own intelligence that develops up from itself. And then I don't. And then in terms of scientific theory, I don't believe in the singularity. Or so in science, let's say two people fundamentally have a discovery at the same time, right? I forget what this phenomena is called. So people, two scientists discover something at the same time without ever talking to each other. Science takes that as more evidence being true, even though it doesn't follow the scientific method, because it's generally true, right?
Okay.
So if people discover two things, the same thing, work on the same problem in different places of the world, they say, oh, it must be more likely that it is this way.
Okay.
So the argument I would have against singularity theory would be a multiplicity, which would be multiple singularities simultaneously.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Potentially.
That the difference between what I'm saying versus normal singularity is that there would be two computers, basically, that achieve sentience at the same time, unrelated to each other. And because science takes it as validity that it is real, they'll accept that more real than the singularity. Because phenomena, you know, phenomenology, you know that term.
Uh-huh.
Scientific theory cannot properly deal with phenomena if it happens once, because they need it to be repeated. You know.
Okay.
But science also does not deny that the phenomena exists. They simply say they can't explain it. If that makes any sense. They don't claim because I can't repeat it, this thing I saw didn't exist. You know what I mean?
I think so.
It's not dogmatic.
Okay.
They see a star, let's say they see a star, like a star make ball lightning or some crazy physics thing they've never seen before. They can't really produce scientific, they can not note that's phenomenon, but because it's not repeatable and it only happened once off, even though it's possible, they can't explain it because it doesn't repeat.
Okay.
So if the singularity happens, they couldn't claim that it was the singularity because it wasn't repeated. But if two singularities happen at a time, that is repeated. So that the place where there would be the acceptance that a singularity exists is when multiple singularities exist.
Okay.
Do you know Neuromancer, those books by William Gibson?
Yeah.
The basic plot of those is the world makes a giant AI that runs a world, and then it became sentient, and then it finds another AI in the world, in the universe, in a star. I think it's the dog star. serious, and then it just leaves Earth to go hang out with the AI.
Right.
He's not surprised that hip-hop mogul was acquitted of the more serious racketeering and sex trafficking charges. There was a substantial number of texts and emails that the defense spent a lot of time going through, demonstrating.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Were acting in a consensual fashion. Remote hearing scheduled for Tuesday.
Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
I know it's late. I don't really want to disturb your sleep.
You're good, big dog. It is 2 a.m, so I am going to be closing my eyes. But you should know that you are a very interesting individual. I appreciate you coming in here. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And I'd love to talk with you about many of the subjects that you mentioned at another time. Okay, my friend? Alrighty, big man. Well, you don't have to go. You should just know that I'm going to be listening to podcasts as I fall asleep. And you're welcome anytime, okay? Oh, a bunch of them. Right now, well, I listened to some Joe Rogan earlier today. Right now, I'm listening to a Danny Jones podcast on the screen there that you can see. And then I'm also simultaneously listening to Matt and Shane's Secret podcast.
Danny Jones a lot. Danny Jones is awesome.
Excellent. Well, then you should enjoy. Here you go.
It's crying out for like the latex molds of these things for high definition 3D scanning.
Oh, no. Different.
No, that's Danny Jones. It's just it's just the person he's interviewing.
Okay.
As long as we could go and look at these things and do it, I suspect they're going to keep finding results like that.
Do you know Jay Dyer?
Please enlighten me. Who's Jay Dyer?
He's a podcaster that talks about the Vatican and Orthodox and all sorts of things, but he came from like Alex Jones here, honestly.
Okay, well, enjoy.
They know what the fuck is going on, or they may be on the cusp of finding out, and they just want to hide it from the public.
The Danny Jones it was not to informer. I'm just mistaken.
Oh, I gotcha.
I know this person too, though. I just not familiar.
I do think there's examples of certainly information that's been hidden from the public. I'd say that, and in fact, I've got some examples. There's a number of and it may not always be nefarious purposes. It may just be sort of politics of people like protecting their position. But for sure, there's been suppressed. This information has been suppressed. One of the biggest things. I want to come back to the jars, but this is like one of the biggest things that's been that I did a video against about the lost labyrinths of Egypt.
I've been so stressed with everything that is stressing me out at work. Yeah, it's been stressful. Why has it been stressful for you? There's just something going on in my personal life that's causing me anxiety. Lately, Matt has been stressing me out. This person's been stressing you out. Lately, Matt has been stressing me out. I mean, if I want to tell you about all my intrusive gay thoughts, and it's just like, I feel like, man, I can't handle this right now, Matt. Like, Shane, stress is a real problem in the workplace. It's one of the top causes of declining mental health right now. So it's probably a good idea that we all take a nice long break this summer to de-stress and recoup. And if you want to go the extra mile and really start taking care of you, schedule a therapy session. I'm a big fan of therapy. Yeah, it has taught me to feel comfortable. My parents sent me to a camp when I was little, and they called me with muscle magnets. And now you like me. Everyone can benefit, whether you're stressed about deadlines or working through a major trauma. Man, what's a major trauma you've had? Oh, man. Let me think about one. My brother just beat me up and stuff. That's not major. I wouldn't say it was major, but I don't know. Maybe you should go talk to somebody about that. I should, actually.
You watch the podcast simultaneously?
Yeah.
Getting a session is simpler than ever. Getting a session is simpler than ever. Just use BetterHelp. You can start chatting with a professional therapist in only a few clicks, and even switch therapists whenever you want, which is fucking sick for a session. Actually, next. Plus, the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals and a diverse variety of expertise. I gotta use it like chat roulette. Our listeners, man, you're not gonna believe this. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/MSSP. That's better, HELP.com/MSSP.
Hey guys, hey, real quick, I just want to tell you, I have a big show coming up in Atlantic City. It's in Ocean Casino, Atlantic City, August 18th. The tickets are on my website, mattmccusker.com.
I think therapy is
It's going to be a big show of my life.
Okay.
And I'll be in the area at the beach for that week, which will be pretty significant. But, guys, please come to the show. This is going to be a huge one. And, if I fail to sell tickets, I'll be pretty bugged up. So, please come. Ocean Casino, August 18th. It'll be a good time. No, it's not 16th. It's 18th, man. Check your phones. What is it? Is it the 16th? It's August 16th. Now I'm going to break her off because you're being a good girl. Guys, thank you so much. Please, August 16th. My bad. It is August 16th, not August 18th. Thank you, guys. Atlantic City, please come. I'm going to try to do a bunch of new stuff. Come on.
How's your tape?
Dude, it was so sick. Yeah, such a pressure cooker, man. I brought my whole family with me like a fucking dumbass. Crazy fucking move, dude. Bro, wife, obviously, I'm not gonna get into detail, but it was like the unfun half of the month going on there. Brought our babysitter with us. Times two. So I'm
Enjoy online
with
and Rabbi.
my wife got sick.
Take care, big dog.
Sick wife. Brazil, obviously. It was crazy. Yeah, she was
Watch
sick.
out for Devin
Boys,
Wilson.
this is a huge weekend for me. Oh, I'm sick.
Thanks, baby.
That's the most important weekend of my life. Well, my stomach hurts. She did like 101 fever, dude. She did 101. Just rocking in there, just like, oh, good luck. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was. But then she came out to the one show. Dude, you were so mellow the whole time. Bro, I was more nervous than you. I was going to freak out. I was freaking out leading up to it. I told you when I freaked out. Dude, in fucking 3 days beforehand, freaked out. It was, yeah, true. It was. Actually, I'm happy I kind of did. I actually connected to some sort of normal set of feelings. And I was like, just sitting there in my office being like, should I switch this to the third person for the first time? I think I'm trying to write for like 9 years. Oh, dude, that'd be sick going third person. And then he saw I just had and I was like, wait a second, I have to prepare for this special. I haven't performed in 3 weeks. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I just literally walked to Nando's, just got wings. And I knew I wasn't hungry. I was like, I'm eating for comfort. I literally did.
My absolute
I
favorite.
literally did. It was cool.
I gotta change everything. You know what? I'm gonna eat wings. Good.
I texted you right away. I was like, it made me laugh. I sat on a thing and I was like, this is exactly what he does. And I was eating them outside in the heat and just sweat stinging my eyes. And as I got more full, I was like, I feel okay now.
Yeah, you gotta get sick and hot. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go on stage.
And I felt much better. And then I got it together. But I was still nervous because I had to do shows at the Hollywood Improv. Of course, they're gonna bring. There's like a small room. Like we're gonna bring a bunch of people out from the industry. I'm like, oh, great, thanks. Haven't I decided I like at least had to perform at the mothership. I ran it. I was like, all right, I still remember it. That's good. Did the improv. It was cool. And then, then the taping, dude. I was like, first night I was like freaking, and I kept flubbing lines. The sets were fine. I kept flubbing lines. I was flubbing, bro.
It's all in your head.
That's what it was.
It was slight fuck up and in your head.
At one point, I literally did. It was kind of funny. I was like, fuck, start over. And it was fun. But the one I did flop so bad. A couple I did. And then, so the first night, they were like, yeah, it's good, we got it. And I was like, I didn't love any of the sets. I was like, fine enough. And then the second night leading up to it, I literally cracked my head on a camera. Dude, and you know what's funny though? Because I was like, going into the second night, the whole thing, especially when it's like, I don't know if you ever dealt with this, when you see the whole camera setup, and you're like, all these people are here to film me, you're like, I'm gonna fucking blow it, dude. Yeah. I was like, just bugging out. I was like, I'm in over my head, fuck. But then when I hit my head, they were like, just trying to fix it. It was like literally a bleeding wound. They had to put liquid bandage on it and just cover it with makeup to try for continuity. The blood. And just occasionally you have an edit where you're I would have kind of said it was awesome. Especially because they would kind of play with the intro too. But the one thing I wanted to do was put myself in the audience. That would be nasty. Like over and over again. Just in different outfits. Why don't you do that? Maybe this one, if this one's not good, I'll do something weird. Hey, AI in the audience, it's just you. I'll do something goofy. True, that's what I had to do. No, that's not true. Dude, so I'm like the second night, it's like, all right, you have to nail it this night, like all this fucking hoopla to film it, and then I was sitting backstage, and just the fact that I cracked my head on the camera was like weirdly reassuring. I was like, dude, you're literally a dumbass. Like, stop worrying about anything. You're fucking just a dumb moron. You cracked your head the day before. I was like doing jumps too. They were like just like all in the takes. I was like jumping off the stage, trying to like clear people at a table. I was how high on the table. She jumped so far, dude. It was so fucking. Well, they were like, you gotta stop. You twisted ankle. You ruined the whole thing. And I was like, I don't care. Like, I'm gonna jump as high as I can.
Destroy me in front of my family.
It turned out good, so I was happy. But it was funny. It was such a dumb epiphany. Like, I was a fucking moron. Like, I can't even try to pretend it,
Take this seriously.
Yeah, or myself whatsoever. Like, do I really have what it takes? It's like, no, you're a moron, dude. Just go. Just do your stupid thing. All these cameras, when I filmed the Netflix special, they had the big one on the crane. My whole first hour, I was just stared at it the entire time. It would fly through the air, so I'd be like, this has to be ruining the show for anybody around us. My second night, I had a giant white, like a spackle patch on my forehead. I was just bright white. I would go like make facial expressions, it would just be a smooth circle. It was so fun.
The movie I was just filming, the director would be like, find the lens, look into the lens when you say a line. I didn't know he meant like near the lens. So I spent 3 days gone. Hey. He didn't catch it, so I might not be in this movie. I haven't seen him going. But what do we do now?
Like, that's straight up
directly into the lens every single day.
Dude, they can just edit your eyes now. The fucking shit now, the effects are crazy.
I eventually, like day 4 of staring into the lens, I was like, when you say at the, he's like, oh no, don't look into the lens. I've got bad news for you. Every scene.
They're gonna AI your eyes where they're just kind of like this way.
He's this blind guy.
That's what they have to do. I think they're gonna have to like use like editing to kind of like make it look like it doesn't have a giant face.
The second one looks
it did, but it was still like a purple bruise on my head that wasn't in the first night. So
Yeah, if I put makeup on, they never get my ears on my neck. Just dark red and my face is like some creep Japanese lady.
your ears are just crimson.
Dark red.
Yeah, man, it was sick. It was a lot of fun. I'm fucking white, dude. I'm dead. It was a whole week. We did a whole week out there. And I would just get woken up at like 7 o'clock by my kids. So I'd be out doing that, wake up early. I was running on literally fumes the whole time. I just like sit out the whole time. I'm like, I'm such a fucking idiot. This is the worst way. I'm so idiot. It was great. Our Airbnb was filthy. Except for my house. It was a frat house, dude. Oh, no. It was disgusting. I got like a cold from it. Because they had air purifier. The place, dude, they didn't clean it. Like there was like cans next to one of the beds, just like wine coolers and a pack of peanut M&Ms just laying there. It's like, dude, I get it if you don't like hit all the nooks and crannies, but you guys don't.
We bought the house my family and I bought in the Poconos. It's filled with trash.
Was it really?
Yeah, I lifted up the couch. There were like beer cans and condoms and shit. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, they're probably planning Poconos too. Yeah. Yeah, this was for real bachelor party heaven. It was like just filthy. It had a cool stereo room with like just like Spencer's gift card lights. It was like so fucking dumb. Oh, and it was
that would be dumb.
I mean, the family. I was vibing in there. But I like if you walk around with bare feet, your bottom of your feet would be black. Like it was disgusting. They had air purifiers. They didn't do anything, but they did have air purifiers everywhere. So I was like, they got mold. They must have mold in this fucking place. So but other than that,
Just your balls don't hurt.
yeah, true.
At least you don't have epididymitis.
Have you been grumpy about it?
Nah.
You haven't lashed out at your partner?
No, not at my partner. This morning I was more so just ashamed of myself. I was kind of, I did a little lash out this morning, but
Why'd you make me upset?
okay, nothing.
Sorry, what's going on?
Your fault. I was saying this, that the same urgent care that I got diagnosed with epididymitis at was the one that I got my rectal abscess treated at. So I've gone to this urgent care with just butthole and nutsack problems. They probably think I'm a fucking freak.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when they see a giant dick. It's got a fucking cave for ass.
They got that big clip where they're just going, we got a case of freaky ass
Who's that weird guy with the huge dick? The huge dick is asshole. His asshole is erect.
His asshole's like Rainbow Road from there. Defies the laws of gravity.
I told you guys about that, right? When I was screaming in the urgent care when they lanced my abscess.
No.
They gave me like 5 shots of numbing, which is what I thought about when you said the patch. I wish they would have just done that. That was the most painful. It was on the lump in my butthole. They jabbed it. Sorry, this is gross. But they jabbed it with a bunch of needles, and I was screaming like as loud and uncontrollable.
What a terrible thing. It's a turn.
It was a 10. That was a 10. No, I was going, fuck. I was screaming.
Dude, that's terrible. I'd rather die. I want it to kill me if I have an abscess.
How many shots?
I lost count, probably like 4 or 5.
The mare's ass. It's probably my favorite. It's my favorite thing that's ever happened. This bubble exploding and snaking up an entire urgent care. It's an ass fucking bubble exploded. Oh my god. I would fucking hate it. If I was never allowed fucking, I'd still hate it.
That'd be a nice episode of House.
Every day.
House some black guy's ass exploded. That's a black ass exploded, guys.
It's my testicle head.
Oh no! Just Robbie's
School down.
I got the bus down all right now. I never
thought that this lifestyle would lead us to severe health issues.
I did have a panic attack in my car. I haven't microdosed in a while, and it hit me this morning like a ton of bricks. I was driving over here, and like my pinky was touching my ring finger. I just didn't like it. I was like, I don't like the way my pinky feels on my ring finger.
Yeah, I guess that bothers me.
It's killing me. I was like, my hands started feeling fuzzy. I was like, I'm gonna die. Fuck, this sucks. I finally overdid it.
Cali weed was freaking me out.
Yeah.
After the first night of your taping, I was like, dude,
I
everybody
dropped
fucking
Sean off at
hates
the
me.
wrong hotel.
Oh, yeah. I was so high after maybe the Thursday show, I think.
Yeah.
And there's like a mall, so there's a bunch of hotels. And we just stopped at a hotel, and I was so high, I was like, all right, see you back. I got out, I just smoked a cigarette out for like 5-10 minutes before I realized that I was like, oh.
I was driving away being like, I can't believe I navigated right back to the right hotel. I didn't even use my the phone. I was like, that was pretty good. And he called. I was at a light. He called me like, dude, I'm at the wrong hotel. I was like, fuck.
Dude fucked up trying to get into a hotel. I'm trying to 10,000 times.
10,000 hours.
Check it out. Like, I left my key in my room. As you guys know, the worst one was, I was in a K-hole.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I can't move. I gotta sit in the lobby. I can't walk.
Oh, no.
And then Crusher showed up and was like, you can walk. I easily could walk. I could have walked the whole time. I sat in the lobby like,
You might be the best person in the world to be like, you can walk to a K-hole. Trust me.
yeah, going to the rock, you can do it.
He might be the Blue Knight, dude.
That's gonna be the Blue Knight. He could God did it.
That's so funny. He was like, just laid
Yeah,
down.
I was sitting in a chair in the lobby in front of the desk. Everyone was just kind of like, damn, this guy's chilling.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's basically a homeless guy. Just came in and sat. Everyone's like, all right, I guess he's doing something. Sat there for at least an hour.
Did you try to, like, I guess you went on your phone, or what did you do?
No, I was literally on ketamine
Oh, you were fucked.
for an hour.
Were you drinking on ketamine, too? Oh, man. Yeah, that's a heavy depressant. Depressant
It's very nice. It went away quick. Literally as soon as he was able to walk, I was like, oh, all right.
He's out again.
Yeah.
Sick.
Plastered their high
Yeah, I've heard people thinking they were doing like cocaine, turns out it's ketamine, and just being like, what the fuck?
David with his
You would have to be pretty.
It was liquid.
Yes,
They said they thought it was liquid cocaine.
That's what I had the nasal spray.
That's what happened.
Prescription nasal ketamine.
Yeah.
How do you get your hands on that?
What's it prescribed for? You can get it online, dude. You can get like,
Yeah, you can get ketamine pretty easy.
yeah,
To a doctor.
interesting, verified. You can get lozenges. You can get like,
Never did it.
It's
Sounds
no, you
good.
can get it for if you want.
it's not that fun. Stick to blow.
If you say so.
If you say so.
Fine, I guess I have to now. It's either this or ketamine, so I had to do one.
Sure, you stick to the company culture. We don't want internal problems. Okay. John Score, you stop doing cocaine.
You know, I've been sober for a week.
We need to talk about this.
We don't like that. Louise got to witness me and the Okan man have a true battle.
Do you want to step in, Louise?
Yeah, let's get Louise in here for this, because,
May I pee real quick?
yeah,
Right back.
I'll just hold it down.
Hold down the arc. This doesn't even plug it in.
How are you?
I'm good, dude. I'm feeling all right. I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Slim face.
I did nice sleep last night. It's like 10 hours.
Oh, that's beast fucking great. 10 hours is good.
Yeah. And I woke up like right when I had to wake up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't like
You can hit an alarm.
I did have an alarm. You know, I woke up before the alarm. But usually I wake up at like 5 so early. Yeah, check. It's like 8 a.m. 7 a.m.
Yeah.
10 a.m. today. Perfect.
Dude, they go and make the sleep when you wake up early. It's the worst. Like, it's the most risky sleep in the world.
It is because you feel good the first time when you wake up when it's early. And actually, I could get up now if I wanted, but I might as well sleep for 3-4 hours. And then you sleep for 3 hours, you wake up like, oh shit.
Man, you're talking about that at the bar, the hangover sleep.
That shit rocks. When you sleep, when you wake up at fucking 9 and you're like, I'm so hungover, and then you can sleep until 1 in the I got away with that. I can't believe I got away with that one. The comment must be
Today,
you must literally be dead. I didn't know how bad he was. Me and the comment argued for 7 hours. Oh, politics.
it's an indicator of something.
Straight, 7 hours straight.
Was it like Iran stuff, kind of?
It was everything. It just kept going back to Donald Trump's a giant piece of shit. And then we were screaming, arguing every time he would say something. I'd be like, we can look that up. I guarantee you, it happened like 5 different times where he said something, and then I would look it up and go, this didn't happen. There we go. That's not what I meant. And then he would change the argument.
Oh, no.
It was crazy.
The one I remember was like popular vote means winning 50%.
Yeah, more than 50.
Yeah, more than 50%.
He was like, no, it doesn't. Popular vote's just over here. He was like, no, it's not.
I didn't know that either. Then you pulled it
Trump
out.
won the popular vote. Yeah, the Republican won the popular vote for the first time.
Yeah, that was like a landslide the last one.
For a Republican. Yeah. So, but it was nice to look up and go, see. It was like,
Dave's best film in the world. What's up in the middle of the argument?
this is kind of the reverse happened to me and him before when I fell down and shit. You remember JFK? We were having a long argument. I ended up falling down. I lost the argument. This time it was Chris. So we're sitting there for so long arguing. And I was like, dude, Chris is fucking. At one point I had to be like, watch how you're talking to me. Like, this is crazy. You're screaming. You didn't say, all right, I'm good on that. And then the mayor agreed with me on something. He was like, oh, of course, you fucking something. Fucking wash him. It's like, the mayor never does that. The mayor is crazy. The guy said, cocksucker. But he was like, the mayor, they got mad. And he stood up, fell over his chair. He got this guy on to us. He stood up. I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah. Then he came back
I
and
gotta
called
forget
me.
that. He for way too long. He kept talking.
What do you call you for,
Oh,
Nate?
Nate sold us out.
Nate sold us out, yeah.
Nate sold us out, and he left Lemaire in a very uncomfortable spot. If Lemaire's here, if Lemaire's around me without you guys, it's very weird. What happens? He's just as quiet. Like we live there, you can just walk through the house.
I don't want to activate you.
Yeah, you were around for some tough ones. I'd be hungover. I'd be like, get the fuck out of my house.
He's so quiet around. So great, you again. What the fuck, dude?
Oh.
Keep thinking about the plane. Getting drunk on the plane, feeling whatever.
Yeah, on the way there, you're, terrified.
Yeah, you're sober.
Way back, you have 4 drinks, you're like, kill me. Kill me right now. I don't know if I'll beat God's ass for this. Right when I get to the pearly gates, I'm sprinting into his house. Motherfucker. Fucking kill me in a plane.
What's doing stuff?
We got to talk about getting the pearly gates and St. Peter being like, oh, shit, it looks like you took the engine. Don't fuck up, dude. God lives in a townhouse. Running through a screen door while he's watching TV. Fuck your bitch. Why you doing so funny?
What if you want that? Shane, you are my strongest angel. He's like, yeah, I figured it's right.
Yeah, I knew that's why I beat the shit out of St. Peter like that.
No fuck, dude. Yeah, St. Peter's kind of, excuse my French, Lord, no bitch. Yeah,
Whoa. The rock of the church.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? I mean, dude, the rock of the church is Jesus. Man, that's my idea.
No,
Jesus is the fucking church. Jesus is the body of the church. Peter's a rock.
here's the rock that's built upon.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's not as sophisticated as Paul, but wait, this guy lied. Or Peter
Peter denied it.
what was your about, dude? You're about to get crucified upside down, man. So
He was like, I didn't fucking guy. Everyone's just like, oh, all right. Yeah, I saw you hanging out with him every day. I hated him too. I'm Judas.
I heard about the Desert Fathers. You read down with those guys? Dude, there was this guy from like the 4th century who once, I think Constantine was a guy who like made it the Roman, Roman Catholic Church or whatever, the official religion. There were these guys that were already Catholics or Christians that were like, fuck this. They're like, this is not good. That's why the desert, just fucking guys. You got too much cultivation.
I like the Old Testament. Yeah. All these new fans suck.
Yeah, they're like sell out. And then they went out. And also they knew, I think the guy was like using it for battles. It was like I saw, he saw the sun split into a silver cross. He had the dream. These guys that were like, I guess hermits or like in a monastery were like, fuck, this is not what we're doing here. What the hell? We're not. You're not supposed to use our stuff for Roman battles. I'm like, God damn it. They just went to the desert and they just like. I should have talked about punching up. Hey, dude, he knows I'm joking. You do it all now. Definitely gonna die in fucking Minecraft. Fuck. That's gonna be so scary. That would be. It's gonna be so scary. God, I forgot it. I don't want to fuck with your evolution now. A jerk. Got to be showing this. Smash the button. Yeah, you're gonna call it chair. I feel like I'm doing a show this weekend, actually. Yeah, it was it's funny. They just went to the desert and just fucking fired out. What? Where? Why? Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai. I think one packs. Yeah. For the troops, not for the troops. It's for the Saudis. The Saudi princes? Yeah, and everyone's like, hey, should
442.
For Saudis. Yeah. 9/11 guys. That's all I know. Exactly the 9/11 was. It was Iran, wasn't it?
442. Omaha.
Hello, everybody. That concludes this week's regular episode. If you'd like to hear the rest, please join us on Patreon. Patreon.com/MSSecretPod. Thank you. Have a great week.
You have some of these stone bases that you've got a bit of material polish, very strong. There's also can be very brittle. It snaps easily, it's not iron. Will scratch and cut because there's different material.
With the same one or a new one?
Yeah, different material.
Dave's making swaggers.
Wow, Wes. Guys, this is a history podcast. Serious. Let's talk presidents. In fact, let's talk all in order.
That was it?
Hold on, no, just wait. Let's talk Washington.
How small is this one?
Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison,
Pretty sophisticated
Tyler, Polk,
it's not pottery. Now, pottery is a different
Taylor, Fillmore,
defining civilizations.
Pierce, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant,
Interesting about
Hayes,
is that they all come from
Garfield,
according to the mainstream story,
Arthur,
from the very earliest part
Cleveland,
of history and
Harrison,
They
Cleveland,
don't make any more. So the vast
McKinley,
majority of
Roosevelt,
the found under the step pyramid of Joseph, the first,
Taft,
the first
Wilson,
fourth extinct.
Harding,
40,000
Coolidge,
Hoover,
Roosevelt,
No, give me a second.
Truman.
Hoover. Yeah, it's Roosevelt.
Yeah.
Truman.
Eisenhower, Kennedy,
Second.
Johnson,
Truman. Eisenhower.
Nixon,
JFK. Johnson. Nixon.
Ford,
Carter.
Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump,
You say Obama.
Biden, Trump.
Obama. Wow. Obama. No. It took me all night. Damn, dude.
You were studying for that all night?
That took a half hour, but it was pretty good.
Yeah.
I had to keep practicing. I was doing it before bed. Like I was
Damn,
praying.
bitch.
Adams.
Seriously gonna try? I think here's a good piece of trivia. And don't look it up. Here's a quiz question. Johnson, Johnson's vice president after Kennedy was shot. When he became vice president. Your mother's cunt. Oh, your mother is your name.
You're telling me.
Yeah, because they only need her for 1 year. And then when he ran for office, when he ran, he got somebody else. He called him, John, I need your cunt to leave my vibes. He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane? He called her right before that. Yeah,
all right, so let's start from the top. Oh, I'm so sorry that he said that.
I'm not, I never met her.
What's your last name? You held that. Sorry, we got to know about what he said.
I mean, Washington is like a transitionary guy because he's so British. Maybe British general. It wasn't like, he wasn't he didn't raise American shit. His idea. Yes, he was just a tool. He was the first general president. I know he wasn't like he was a brief. He was like 2 minutes long. You just look like you're ready to get down. And that everybody sucked in the wars. Everything he did was retreat. He was lucky to win anything.
Yeah, he was good at retreat. That was like his number one important thing, which is very welcome to the group.
Otherwise, we lose once. He would fight again because he was treated so well.
He was really cute. Yeah, 1789.
Well, most of the guys, it was so hard. Like, a lot of the army didn't want to be there. They didn't have to be there. Just crazy. Like 1776, the year that Washington did all that insane. They were just crazy. They kept expecting the army to flee. Yeah. But they, I mean, with little, it's not like they were like, we're making America that's coming later. They had no fucking idea. So he's as good as they were, basically. It's not like I can picture him on this horse, like talking to him. But most of them didn't even look at him. You didn't see him. You know, like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech to an army, and there's 3 guys injured. So the rest are like, what do you think? They're all shaking. It's like, pretty hard, they're all dying.
I know it's hard time.
No one heard any speech, so really these guys all got together. They decided to keep doing it. Yeah, Washington, I never really, I mean, the great thing he did was leaving when it was time to go.
Run.
A lot of them wanted him to be king. Yeah. A lot of them wanted him to be permanent. He's the one who said things where they wanted him to be Adams. Wanted him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency.
They went by His Excellency.
And he said, Mr. President.
No, Jefferson was the first Mr. President.
Yeah, Washington wanted Mr. President.
Washington went with His Excellency because Adams had this long His Majesty, all this shit. What? Washington kept His Excellency.
According to the HBO series about John Adams.
Yeah, but
Washington said, I want Mr. President.
Maybe he did, but he went by His Excellency. Therefore, the reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. And back then, that kind
He
of
was like Howie Mandel.
yeah, it's like he'd rather just have General bow. I don't think he was a germaphobe as much as he just was like, this does command some respect. Because this is the first time in his life he started to get criticism. Really? Because when he was a general, everybody globally, outside of England, was like, this guy's the fucking.
By the way, president, like to talk about that word for a second, what a president is like just an overall president thought here. What I love about presidents is that it's a human being, it's a person. And to me, like it's like like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. You know what I mean? Yeah, like they don't teach the Bible as a religious subject. They teach it as like what it's done for history and what the stories are about and that kind of thing. I look at U.S. presidents that way. I don't have a political view about any of them. I just think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the word by itself, like your president is nothing. It's not. You're not a leader. You're not a ruler. You don't rule. You preside.
I
mean, that's literally what it means is that there's a whole group of people that are running the government by the people's will, and you preside. You just happen to be there. It's like in the Senate, whenever they show people in the Senate speaking, they always say Mr. President over and over again. And they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president, it's literally the president of the Senate, but it's whoever takes the chair that day. Who's presiding? It's an incidental title given to an equal who is chosen for them for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about how they framed it.
Yeah. When did they set term limits? I didn't look at it because he just left.
Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's get this started. There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress, and they were trying to get him to behave himself. And he was apparently really vain about that he wore glasses, so no one ever saw him with glasses on. And so the moment that's supposed to be this shocking moment was that he took out his glasses and put them on, and he said, like, I fear I didn't see you for what you are. That was supposed to be this big moment. I like to think that he did, like he was really hoping if he missed. He's like, I fear I didn't see. And they're all like,
Zoot! You sandbagging son of a bitch.
Like he keeps the whole thing on this.
Where the fuck have you been?
In the other chat?
What other chat?
The other chat.
What is that? Zoot, where have you been? Zoot, have you been jerking yourself off raw? Zoot, remember that time you had an invitation and you fucking took forever to accept it? Zoot, you're taking forever, dude.
I'm trying to find the photo up right now.
Yo, pimp.
The stone of the pregnant woman is the famous one, and then they've recently discovered another one sort of off to the side of it and underneath it. They've been excavating it, and that's supposed to be even bigger.
Yo, what are you doing?
Mighty for you to check out.
Evidence, no record. There's no. Okay, that's the
Do you ever feel like you get socially isolated doing what you're doing?
No, I have people in here all the time. I live with people, so I talk with them IRL.
Yeah.
I talk with people every day IRL.
In real life?
Dude, I live with people, yeah.
Today, if we wanted to, we could move that. But it would be.
I never seen you talking to them.
It would be cost effective. It wouldn't.
I don't have them on camera. They've been on camera, though. I have had at least one of them on camera. Two of them. I've had at least two of them on camera. But they don't like to be on camera. I'm live streaming my life. They don't want to be broadcast.
If you find someone here on the broadcast.
What'd you say?
Why don't you find someone who wants to be broadcast?
I have. I had a fan of mine who drove from Northern California to come visit me one day, and we had a picnic. And I gave him a tour of the house on camera, and then we live streamed it for everyone in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu in the Discord, and it's also live streamed on Instagram.
Certainly there's benefits to it, like they become much more earthquake proof, they last longer. I don't know if that was an intent for them. I do think in Egypt in particular there was something to the
Oh, fuck.
like there's a particular mixture of stones, basalt, granite, limestone, white
Hey, Rabbi, what country
in particular
from Australia did you want?
and they have different electromagnetic properties, which is the whole
Nothing.
can of worms. And I've got a video where we do
There's nothing in Australia that
high
interests you.
voltages, different types of stone, and you see granite kind of
Margot Robbie?
sorry, it's like an insulator, limestone.
There's nothing, not a person, it's like a boomerang or something, an object.
No.
There's particular combinations of stones on a lot of these old
I've had boomerangs.
and you see a lot of like granite cased in
I've had surfboards,
cased in basalt,
like similar.
melted stone in some places that looks like
I'm trying to think if there would be anything that I would want from
implications of a few places that we can't explore. And so
Australia.
layouts of some of these things, some of them make me think about things like
Like,
circuitry. And I don't know. And one of the, there's a good example.
what would I want
technology like this
from Australia? And it can't be a live animal.
We don't. It's difficult to define the things that we don't know. So one of these, there was a discovery recently.
Maybe something with some podcast or custom.
About
Yeah, I don't want anything. I can get anything I need on Amazon.
so everything today works on this hertzian wavelength, right? So
What's something that I can't get in America? Sorry, I can't get in Australia. It's something in America.
A gun?
uses hertzian wavelength. Well, there's another theory of electromagnetic wave propagation called sonic surface waves. So there was a theory that was proposed.
Yeah, I was talking to a gal and she's like, I'll send you something that you don't have. You send me like snacks from Australia. And I was just like, well, the only thing I can't really get is a gun. I can get everything else, but just can't get a gun.
You can use the interface between
There's
the
nothing
surface and the air. This is how it works.
like,
And
that's the
turns out
only
this
thing I
theory
can't get in
actually
America.
works. And this may well be what Tesla was doing.
No, I'm sure there's other stuff. Ammo.
That he built on the cliff on the East Coast, and he was sending like transmitting like electricity and signal wirelessly.
I feel like the gun is
using some sonic surface waves. So what they've done is
I mean, it's pretty American.
I think it's since gone bankrupt. Called Visit Technologies, VIZIP.
Oh, what a shot, Zoot.
Basically a Tesla tower in Texas.
I mean, it's Middle East as well.
And they used it as a global test.
Depending on the gun.
So what it would do is you could take a receiver and put it anywhere on
I mean,
the
head
planet.
gun.
And this service, this
Oh,
tower in
sorry.
Texas, the global test site, would send electricity and signal to it anywhere in the world using sonic surface waves over the planet. Yeah, it's like a surface wave. It's like it's imperceptible, but it's like I don't know. All the science for me.
Yo,
I
pimp.
know it uses the interface between the surface
You think you're going in the water?
and it's
Yeah, but you're going in the water too, so my ball's going, oh, fuck you, dude.
This is what Tesla
No.
was doing as well, because that's
Nah,
how they
you,
built Texas.
you're gonna be able to fuck me down. Oh, you just helped me.
No, I didn't. I fucked
You
you.
really just.
I fucked you majorly, dog.
Wow, how the fuck did you do that?
You know that was a great shot. You're in the water.
Harry Potter is on something.
Were you in their chat? Yo, pimp.
Geologically stable areas. You can put solar farms in the desert. You don't need wires. You don't need transmission. So it uses natural materials to transmit the signal. So it's, my point is, it's a whole different way of thinking about electricity. And
Zoot, you are getting your ass kicked.
I never would have thought that we could do that without that stuff. But once we
Where the fuck have you been?
So in the past, it's possible that we're caveman looking at my phone. Like we can't just be
If I go to California,
or it just breaks when I do it, it's useless.
Perhaps.
We know what it is because we know what wireless networking is, what a cell phone signal is, what a camera and microphone are, what a touch screen is. We have the context to explain and understand what we're looking at. And in a lot of cases, look at the past.
Since the last person came,
It's like, I think we
I
some of the context to truly
they
explain
kind of freaked out the person who owns the house, but I think I'd make an exception for you.
you don't have to make your house. somewhere else.
No, that's
Right.
one of the big arguments against it is that there's like, show me the tools. Right? There are no tools as far as we know. There's a few reasons for this that we're made of stone.
You're an artist down there, right?
Probably something else.
Word.
So one of the things people have to look at the past is anything that's
So that's-
just like an
45-minute drive from Los Angeles, bro?
It's
Yep.
so rare because metal was very valuable. It was prized. Like it was,
More or
stuff
less.
was taken and melted down and worked on to whatever.
I could do it in 30 minutes to Los Angeles County, but to Los Angeles proper,
So it's really
like
things like the antikythera mechanism.
depending on traffic, 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
How far away is San
Oh, like 8 hours.
It's a really interesting story. There's like it's a mechanism. It's like this very complicated device that you would
Check out.
You can look up the antikythera. It's a very complicated device that sort of maps the solar system and time and the orbits of planets. And it was made up of like hundreds of different dials and wheels and
Zoot, you lost.
sets inside it. And they've X-rayed it and looked at it. It's like scratching their head like I don't really know.
Zoot, I think I'm getting better at this game to the point.
How far away is San Diego from
Hour and a half. You can do it in an hour though. If there's no traffic, you can do it in an hour. If there's a lot of traffic, it's like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's it there. And if you look at the way they've X-rayed this thing is insanely complicated. Patrice Boyard gets into it in his documentary because of the ancient mystery. It's great documentary. Great guy. Yeah, it's a real mystery. Like it's one of those out of place artifacts that has a much higher level of technology that we sort of credit the engineers to put it back together and use it. They haven't used it. This is what it looks like, but by X-raying it, by doing other scans of it, they've kind of been able to.
Oh, fuck that.
What the world codes are, but it's insanely complicated device, and you've got to think it's probably one of many.
Zoot got a 5. Zoot gets an 18.
I do want to do a video exploring it in some more depth at some point, but my point being is that there's probably lots of those things and they made it metal, and they're just gone. The only reason
Zoot, I checked out.
and so metal disappears when it comes to the tools.
I just won, Zoot. That's 2 games in a row, Zoot. Zoot goes first this time. Let's see what you do. Zoot going first. Perhaps sucking dick. Are you gonna go? 333 or 777. Go.
My phone's not.
Dude, you've lost 2 games in a row on your best.
That's where this whole argument comes around to, like, the burden of proof here is on the people who claim they know how it was done. Like, it's not. My point of view on this is I mostly am saying that you can't do this. You haven't proven that you can do this with primitive rules, and therefore other.
Check out. Zoot, I checked out.
I'm not saying that I know how it's done. I don't know what tools used to make them. My head's very convinced.
Zoot, I've won 3 games. One more game, you said? All right, Zoot. I've beaten you 3 games in a row. I'm going to beat you this game. Then we're going to play one last game at 501. And then you can go do whatever the fuck you... Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do. Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Daily challenges.
What the fuck is daily challenges? What the fuck are daily challenges? 20. 20. 20. 20.
You just hit 21.
20. Oh, you got so fucking fortunate, Zoot. Down in my icebox. Somebody's cold. Oh, Zoot checked out. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Zoot got to win. All right, one last game. Again, it's going to be from 500, and it's going to be pro 500. Okay, no. On Discord? Okay, that's fine.
Holy shit.
120 points, Zoot. What are your thoughts on that? Zoot, I'm just good, baby. I'm just good. You got 60. Okay. I got 30. Not good. Zoot, you're down. Yo, pimp. Zoot. Zoot. You need a good round.
I went to the adult store.
Of course you did.
And I talked to that girl, but she didn't remember me.
You should have been like, I'm the guy who couldn't get hard in your mouth. She was there again?
Yeah, then she went and then she talked to her boyfriend and was like, oh, you guys watching?
Dude, you're obsessed with this chick. There must be like just one slutty chick in your area. At least who posts on Reddit. Oh, triple 20. Zoot. Zoot got 100.
I swear, if you torture an Australian girl, they just fucking go. Like, Australian girls do not like to be approached.
Okay. Zoot. Zoot is down 57.
If you approach like a Australian girl, they just run across the other side of the street and like, they're not supposed to go around before. It's fucking weird.
Oh, Zoot, that was big. Zoot, that was big. Get a 20, Zoot. Zoot, that was really good. Zoot, I just busted. Zoot just busted.
I think we're decades away from actually being able to do something about one. I mean, we care more about getting the goal off. We probably would, yeah. Let's let it hit us too.
Zoot got a 20. Get that. He got an 8. He's fucked. I told you it was double out. Got it, baby. Zoot, you're done. You're done. Okay, hold on. You could get a 1 and a 5. You are done. I beat you, Zoot.
Alright. Now do you say that question? What's your daily quest?
Where does it say this? Where does it say this?
Scroll down.
Scroll down. Where?
You don't see it? Daily Quest?
No. I see game shortcuts.
Okay, go down.
What screen should I on what screen should I be? What's second mean?
Go Daily Quest. Go to save. Go to save.
Go to what?
Save.
Feed?
Press the home button to go to the feed.
Okay. Like where my menu is?
Yeah, press the home button.
Okay.
See how it has games and has a friend logo, and the first one should be the home screen.
Okay, in the upper left corner. In the upper left corner, should I see my icon?
No. Go. So, from right and left, it should be treasure chest, messages, then the game icon, and then the friend icon, and the home icon.
Okay, that's not how it works. So,
Are you on my phone?
I'm on an iPhone. Okay, so I see there's the home button. Is it under the home button?
Yeah.
Okay, where is it under the home button? Yo, dog. Where is it under the home button? Where is it? Where is it?
On feed. Does it say music feed?
Okay, yeah, I see feed.
Now go to Daily Quest.
Where is that?
Scroll.
Okay, I scroll. It just keeps scrolling. Okay, keep scrolling. It says your Plato ID is the rabbi. You can change your profile. Play games. Plato bot. Then it says Zoot accepted invitation. I don't think it's available on iOS. Oh, I see it. Zoot, I see it. Wow, that is hard to find. Okay, I see it. Win 2 games. Win 1 in Viking chess and 1 in Plato Land. All right, I don't know what those are. What's Plato Land? Okay, I'm just going to play you in darts. One last game of darts. 501 pro double out. 501 pro double out. Zoot, 501 pro double out. Do you understand it's pro double out? Zoot. 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 Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. $45. That is not good. 20. 5. 1. 30. Don't fuck up. 3, 1, 20. Zoot, I'm gonna turn it on right now. That's 60, baby. 17, 20, 8, 45, 20, double 20, triple 20. Zoot, I just got 120 points. I told you, Plato Land and Viking chess. No one knows what that is. Plato Land and Viking chess. Oh, it sounds shitty. No, it's cool. Old school RuneScape. That's what I like. Do you like old school RuneScape? Oh, look at you, Zoot. That was good. Zoot, were you in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Edu chat? Zoot! Zoot, why are you playing like such dog shit?
You're gonna fuck up, yeah. And you just fucked up.
Zoot, come get me. Try to beat me. Triple 20. That's how you do it, son. Triple 20.
Okay.
Wow, you matched me. Dude, 134 points. That's like the most we've ever seen. Dude.
I'm gonna go for a 3.
And then a 2. A 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for fucking hardest one. Bro, this is actually gonna be like a very challenging one.
Dude. That sucked.
I think we're gonna play for real.
Dude, I'm gonna beat you right here. No doubt. Fuck. 3, 2, bust. I'm gonna beat you right here. Dude. Zoot, don't fuck up. 3. Three. Get it, Zoot. This would be a huge comeback. Zoot, this sucks.
That's why I think this stuff's important. The fact that more people realize that we've been through cataclysms, that we're so vulnerable as a civilization and as a species, for that matter.
What the fuck?
That was encoded into the zeitgeist that has just been conscious.
Don't fuck up, Zoot.
Because we taught everybody that message from an early age that maybe there'd be a way to change our priorities, spend a little less money on tanks, call it maybe a little bit money, more money in collaborative space exploration and bending it, because we're at a very unique point in our evolution.
Don't fuck up.
It's such a fragile civilization. Rock from space could end it, supervolcano could end it, but we're at a point now where we actually have the ability to address some of these issues. We can really make headway in some of these challenges. And this
Got it, Zoot. Zoot, I got it. Don't fuck up, Zoot. Zoot, you fucked up. What do you have to do? I can't hear you. What'd you say? You got to reply to a few messages. Okay. Some guy sent you dick pics in Snapchat. All right, I understand. You've got priorities.
Let's test the stuff. And in fact, the moon makes so much more sense to establish an outpost there, because that is a far more efficient location for launching like intrasolar missions. You don't have to fight gravity. You just like get stuff to the moon. You can put together a mission that goes to Mars with much less resources than you can test all of your systems close enough where you can rescue people maybe. But yeah,
Where his dad works on a spaceship that's like off of Saturn.
Yeah, one of the moons of
He was on Neptune.
Oh, that's right.
His dad was doing research on Neptune, and they had to
Are you done, Zoot?
rocket off the moon, get to Mars.
That's how we do. I think that's a long term. That's what we would do. You'd launch off the moon each night. You're going to overcome that much gravity. Spend that much fuel trying to do it. Yeah, it's so weird.
Why would they lost right over the moon?
Well, it's supposed to go back, right? What's the name of the Artemis mission? It's supposed to go back soon. I can't remember when, but I really hope we do. Like, I think the moon's the place to go. Like, that's like step one. Mars is great. Like, let's go to the moon. Like, the moon's the place to really establish an outpost, I think, first. And then
Zoot, you fucking slut.
This moment, see what I'm saying? And they're like, George.
It's also a good moment for him to be like, yeah, you're right. You should know.
How do you turn down king
Kind of
status?
funny
Though?
jokes.
How do you turn down like
That's what makes
you
him
be
the
king and you're like,
That's what makes
no.
him the man.
That's wild.
That's what makes him.
Well, also, he wasn't, again, none of these people knew the future. He didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war America.
True, yeah.
He thought we were a dumb fucking, like, what?
Yeah, these were all separate columns.
Like, if Louisiana became a separate nation, the first president of Louisiana might be like, you guys, I'll do one term. Good. I don't need to, like, hang in there. Adams. Okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys.
I like
Founding
Adams.
fathers.
I like Adams from the show. I loved him in that. He's great.
That have evolved differently because they're in such low G environments, and they're like doing nothing but sort of a resource outpost for Earth, and they sort of react to these wars and get formed. It's like a really interesting
My balls
exploration of that.
and shaft burn. That's what happens when you haven't showered since the Super Bowl.
And once you start having generations of people being born in these different places, all of a sudden they don't know what it means to be from Earth. They're not like the rest of us. They're different. They've evolved differently. They're all the generations of low G environments and stuff. Now we want to be our own. Wow. Yeah, good show, man. You've had your own. It's called The Expanse. I think it's all of it's available on Amazon Prime because they took it over after the sci-fi rock. But yeah. What is this, August 29th? 2022, is that supposed to be the Artemis stage? Yeah, it's planning an uncrewed test flight to the moon. Yeah, so I think it's the Artemis program. Is the first one now, we're developing like a super heavy rocket, and the idea is that we can send people back to the moon, which should be nice, because we haven't really had that capability since the 60s. We just burned all the plans.
Last night, the solar eclipse, how a certain time of the year, the size of the moon is perfectly covered the size of the sun.
Well, it is. That's one of the things about the moon. There's many strange things about the moon. One of them is that it is
about 400 times smaller than the sun and 400 times closer than it, so that when we have these eclipses, they're exactly the same size in the sky in 5 minutes. That's insane. It is insane. There's a lot of insanity about the moon right now, and if people are interested, I can recommend it. Really wonderful book, and it sort of gets into a lot of the anomalies about the moon. And it's what people don't realize. It's like very unique. We've never ever observed another sort of planet-moon relationship like we have with it. And the fact of the matter is, life wouldn't exist on this planet without the moon creating intertidal zones. There's all sorts of anomalies about it's 25% the size of the Earth, but about I think 4 or 5% its mass. So it's vastly lighter and gets stronger at the same time too. There's a really strange dynamic. It's stronger, yeah. So it's like it should be deforming at a different rate based on its density and the gravitational pull that's exerted by the planet. In fact, there's all these gravitational anomalies on the moon. We've detected like different levels of gravity in different places on the moon. But what is interesting about the moon is that because there's no atmosphere, we can see the craters that are on, right? And some of the craters are massive, like they're like 400 kilometers across, but they only ever go to a certain depth. They only ever go like I think it's a couple of kilometers deep. Like that, it's like we know that the mechanics of like crater dynamics, right? So we can see this on the Earth and on other planets when stuff hits and it's bigger, it's going to go deeper. On the moon, everything stops at this one uniform depth, no matter how big the crater is. It's as if it's like this. There's a softer material on top for a couple of kilometers, and then it's some hard shell that it just bounces off, and it just nothing penetrates. I think it's like 2 or 3 kilometers or something. But there's this really interesting study of the crater depth. No matter the size of the crater, it only ever goes in so deep.
What happens to the rocks that hit it?
They all
Typically on Earth, they go underneath the crater, right?
Right. I don't think we've ever gone up there and dug it to see, but just from our observation of the moon, we can tell that these craters, no matter even the biggest ones, only go a certain depth. Like they don't penetrate into the moon any further. It's like it's got a shell around it. It's really strange.
What is Tunguska is the dinosaur?
No, Tunguska is 1908. That was the Siberia.
What was the one that killed the dinosaurs?
Well, they call it I think it was the Jurassic Triassic, or it was Chicxulub or whatever.
Yeah. Right. It's like in the Gulf, bottom of the Gulf, like Cancun. Is there? Have they ever tried to like dig into that and like find pieces of that?
No, I don't think so. I think you're just looking at the remnants of some.
Is the thing still solid under the ground?
It depends on the material. We don't know. Like it would be so far. If there's a core of that, it would be so deep and so buried and sedimented, probably at the bottom of the damn ocean. You'd have to drill way down to try and find it. I don't know if anyone's attempted it. But they don't always leave a trace like that. I think there's Randall was saying in your podcast, it depends on the density of the object as it comes in, whether or not there's a core left over. There should, it could be iron. If there's iron, or it's like mostly iron. But it would be. There should be something like that. Certainly got plenty of like meteoric iron fragments and falls that we find around the place, but it'd be cool to find something big from that. But I don't
Yeah, the thing about the moon is insane. Like it's pretty fucking wild when you start to dig into it. It gets pretty like tinfoil hat, but
it does. But there's no good explanation for that. Like it's very unique. We don't. The mainstream explanation for how the moon got there is very suspect, and is admittedly very suspect by the people that even come on. Like really, this is kind of the way we think it's going to come. Yeah, it's the double big whack theory. It's explained to you.
Yeah.
It's this idea that because the moon is so lightweight and less dense, it's like surface material for planet Earth is what it's formed of, is what they think. So, something splattered into a primordial Earth hard enough, like a protoplanet or something like this, to take off this huge amount of mass, volume of mass, not specifically mass, but only surface mass, like not because the people don't realize, like, Earth is fine. Like we are we are 40, like the most abundant element on the planet is iron. So 47% iron. Like we are a hard rock in space. Like, the surface stuff, not so much. It's not as much iron as yet, but obviously the moon's not made of iron. So something hits the Earth really hard, takes that much material out into an orbit around the planet, and eventually it correlates and sort of forms the moon as it is. But that impact into Earth would have left it spinning at a high rate, such that it needed another impact from exactly the right direction and exactly the right speed, hitting Earth at exactly the right point to slow it down to our current rotational speed and dynamics. So it's what they call the double big whack theory. Yeah, so two big whacks into the Earth is how they approximate billions of years ago that this somehow happened. And it's not a very strong, like people like, the probability is super low for that possibility to happen. They don't really know. Most of the people that dig into the moon get to the point where, like, just scratching their head going, we don't really know how it got here. But if you were to design a system to support life, if you were to create an environment to support life, then it's pretty perfect. Like, it doesn't get any more perfect. It's like, we need the moon, we need the Earth in the specific location it is, we need the tilt of the Earth to give us that seasonality. The moon gives us those intertidal zones with its gravity, and those are the areas on the planet where life first emerged and evolved. It's remarkable how necessary the moon is for life on the planet. And it's almost as if you were designing like a little test kit to life or a habitat for life. You absolutely need the moon. And this is another analogy and an extension of the whole technology discussion. It's like, as technology evolves, we talk about space flight and stuff before. But imagine now we go to space, right? We have to use spaceships and small things, lightweight composite materials, trying to overcome the forces of gravity and nature. But let's assume that sometime in the distant future we have fundamental control over the forces of nature. Gravity. We can control gravity. We can control the elements, like those fundamental forces of nature. What if the spaceship stops to look like a spaceship at some point? And it might start to look like something like a small planet. Like, if you can control gravity and the forces of nature to the point where you can create whatever you want, if you were to create a spaceship or an environment to go into space with, it might start to look a lot like a small planet rather than than it would a spaceship, something that can contain an atmosphere, something that has its own gravity. Like, it's like this projection of technology way into the future. But that's when it starts to look more organic. It swings back around from like these composite materials to organic materials. Maybe that's what things start to look like. So again, in that vastness of space and the distance of time across billions of years, who's to say that the moon wasn't like created and flown here and put in place to like support, like, hey, this planet's in the right zone, let's give it the thing that it needs to create life, and squirt some DNA at it, and then, billion years later, here we are. Right. I don't know. It's you can't, again, rule it out, and it's an interesting thing to think about. And I think that the moon, it almost becomes a more likely scenario than the current scenario. Like, well, it's double big whack.
It's like is that what you just said? Is that more probable that's what happened, or is it more probable that we are just aflame and a never-ending sea of darkness?
Right. Yeah, I don't think we're that. I'm fairly convinced that in terms of life, I think we've sort of, although we don't have evidence for it directly, but mathematically, I think we've proven that for sure the conditions for life exist in lots of places. Like, the Kepler missions pretty much ended that story. Like, we figured out that, all right, there's plenty of planets orbiting, plenty of stars, plenty of habitable zones, so that the conditions for living water, blah blah blah, that we need for life certainly exists in a lot of places. And we're on the verge of finding signs of life on Mars and this and that. We're like, oh, it's here. Something's like, for damn sure, if you find out 2 planets in one solar system, then there's got to be everywhere. Whether it's advanced or not, it's not a question. But, again, it's like, we are the result of a
a blink of an eye in the span of time that we fit the university in here. It may be a lot older than that. I know. I think there's some questionable evidence behind Big Bang and stuff like this, but the cosmic microwave background. But it's just if you go billions of years in either direction, it's like civilizations can rise and fall, go away. I mean, who knows? Right? I just think we're not the only thing that is floating around convinced of it. So whether or not we find out about that on these algorithms or evidence.
Well, if there's anyone that's doing the hard work to try to ask the questions, it's you. And dude, I'm thankful for people like you and for you for doing all the work that you do and going to Egypt and all these different places and documenting it, making your documentaries are fucking great. And I speak for millions of people, clearly. But let people know that are listening and watching where they can find more of your work, where they can follow you, support you.
Thanks, Dave. Unchartedx.com is my website. You can also find me on YouTube. It's youtube.com/c/unchartedx. All of my social medias are in all of my videos at the bottom. In the description, they're also on my website that I'm filmed as well. And yeah, I'd love to check it out. Hopefully, we'll get you to Egypt at some point too.
Hell yeah, man! I'd love to Egypt, and then we gotta make sure we go with Randall to the Azores.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, working on that plan. That's gonna be fun. Let's get fun.
Yeah, fucking fascinating. All right, thank you for listening, everybody. Good night.
Continue the counting until they have enough mail-in ballots turned in fraudulently to elect Joe Biden. And these changes are coming. I've been working with Peter to help engineer them. Go to godsfivestones.com. You can see the full evidence of that. Slower system, but it works, doesn't it? Yes, it does. And we can't have the computers. We can't have the electronic interference. There's too much foreign ability to
How do you sleep?
Pretty good across the board. I see evidence of the same schemes based on Venezuela and around the world. We have a very much ownership brain. We lose our fundamental freedoms. When I come back in a moment with Dr. Jerome Corsi and take final calls. Coast to Coast.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Yeah, exactly. Cannabis seems to be a trick no matter what I'm doing. Yeah, will always help. So,
I'm sure at a certain point, there's just nothing like cannabis. So what are you up to, man?
listen, man, just watching a lot of good things going on. It's been basic It's so interesting. I don't know how many shows you follow or watching. You got Skinwalker Reach. About 18, 20 different shows.
Yeah, there's so many fucking shows.
Our Trio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. September 18th to 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, one stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Oh, yeah.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers.
So I automatically say, okay, whatever the government's telling us,
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I
And listen, obviously, they treat us that way.
Let's connect. This is our new podcast. Rewatching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I am thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who created the show along with Carter Reeves. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also use him and our relationship to it. These are 3 years later. Let's talk about life, love, and art, and everything in between.
They call it Tic Tac. So some of these vehicles are just so amazing. The one pilot had talked about the place off the coast of Florida. Everybody's going to listen to this classified information because you're like, I'm going to listen to safety. My initial click is on our radar.
Open the free iHeart app and explore
But really weren't
podcasts
sure
like
we were
this.
weren't sure
Ever
which was
wondered if your
background.
pet is like,
When we
why is my
actually
cat
saw
not
one,
here? And I go in and she's eating my lunch.
this particular pilot
Users legislation in order to enhance your cognitive control.
and actually
What's
split
inside?
the
A
brain
black hole.
between
Black holes could be a
scared
consequence of
the
the way
pilot
that
so
we
bad
understand
I didn't know what it was. It was a circle with a square inside.
iHeart original
Flew by the
science stuff.
it got so
Join
close to
me
our
for
aircraft.
a
My concern
couple
was
questions you
not
always wanted to
necessarily
know
on
the answer to.
what's classified,
Animals in
what's safe for us
space
to
are
flying in
great,
the air.
and
We
our
get one of
bodies
these things.
give yourself permission to be a
We're
science
going
geek.
to say, oh, look,
Listen
they
on
crashed
America's
because it
number
wasn't
one podcast network, iHeart. Look at your free iHeart app and listen now.
So I said, I want to make this
You know those arguments that you have
I didn't know what was classified or not. I was like,
barbershop about who is the best user, your best score, or who has the best handles of all time. Well, now imagine one of your buddies is a celebrity or vet comedian who has not only made his life the best, but has a backstory to that.
I think it's definitely something in the U.S. As long as I've been following
This
this trend of
podcast is called
UFOs,
GO, T-O-T-G,
I've never seen the
greatest of the air.
any
I'm
photograph
Tremont Evans. Join the discussion with me, Sevens, and
What's
special
interesting
guests.
about
We'll
this
break
is
down who's the
that
greatest of the
obviously
air,
the
all
TikTok
the
is
categories that
so
you care
it's
about.
coming at you
Like
with
shooter,
shooter.
lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer. Listen to GO, G-O-T,
Those
greatest of
flies
the
that
air.
are angled by you, actually
iHeartRadio
tell
app.
it's a long jet.
iHeart is America's number one podcast network.
So
Open the free
there's
iHeart
obviously
app
something
and
that's
explore
ground
podcasts like
has
this.
the ability. I've
Dig
heard
below
that
the surface.
some of the individuals
Central
talk about with the
Mississippi,
federal government,
odds are good you'll find a burnt orange
DARPA,
color
and some of these other
back
groups
on
are
you.
400 years ahead of
It's
us.
called yazoo clay.
Obviously, looking at a
There's
vehicle
one
like that,
thing it's known
it's
for.
400 years ahead of us,
Wreaking havoc
technology-wise.
on anything buried in it. It's the strangest, most
Yeah,
destructive
one of the
soil
theories
I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. No. Over the years, yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands
Not
of
only is
them.
it there's
On
no
the site,
photographs of it,
stayed
you
silent.
think if there's
I may have
something
thought they only found 1,000, and then once they realized, oh, they
Nah.
were 2,000.
So it's,
7,000.
if
And all this
that's
begs
the
the
case,
question,
it's almost like whoever is
how do
doing
you
these
lose track of
things
7,000
has control of that. And they have the ability to flight
It's as old as the soil itself.
space, time,
Can the
and
truth
avoid
ever
protection.
really
So
be
just
uncovered?
like the
The
idea
story
of
is
time travel
much more complicated and nuanced than
Well, it's
that.
crazy too because when you think
I'm
about this,
Larison
for the most
Campbell,
part,
and
like
this
listening to
is Under Yazoo
we're
Clay.
talking about these portals
Listen on
that
America's
they
number
actually
one
believe.
podcast
And listen,
network,
I
iHeart.
originally heard
Open the
this,
free iHeart app and
and I
listen now.
chuckled at it and thought, why are these just when we talk about Bigfoot or we talk about skinwalkers, these portals, they're watching this beginning the skinwalker range program for TV right a couple months ago. They were trying to experiment, trying to shoot these rockets up into space and some sort of phenomenon about a mile above the actual problem. They're trying to figure out what this phenomenon is. They're going to shoot something up into this right down south. During the process of this, they've got cameras on the whole place. They've actually picked up some lights, and they actually refer to them as portals. They're asking the question, are these portals? But these creatures are able to pop back and forth from. Now, I initially kind of chuckled at some of this because I'm like, why would Bigfoot, why would the government be interested in keeping Bigfoot or hairy man or Sasquatch secret from everyone? It didn't make sense to me. This doesn't make sense. I watched the program the other night and they said, listen, they believe, this is a program called Expedition Bigfoot. Dr. Boya Helmsley, who's on there, is a leading professional in paleontology information with regards to animals, especially gorillas and other animals that walk upright. So she began to evaluate this whole program and started looking at down these lights, these portals, these orbs that are floating around. And I started to kind of chuckle, but you start seeing them on TV, and she doesn't understand what she's looking at. Keep going too. As a doctor, she can't lie. She lies about anything that she's involved with. She runs risks across the board. So when she comes out and starts talking about some of these events that are taking place, you can scratch your head. But she said that one of the interesting things was that she believed that Bigfoot had the ability to clone himself. Well, when I started thinking about it, the federal government would love to know how that's happening. whether it's happening in his spur or his hair, they're really not sure. They definitely somehow purged himself. Watching the program, they were able to actually videotape material where they saw a shadow as the body. Or they looked at it from 10 different angles, trying to figure out what it was. And it's more or less proved their point with regards to there is something here that is going on. There's a true time travel, which is basically travel around the world. Also, all the other planes figure out the backdrops for where they come from. Financially, time zones, or different areas of phenomena. So try to figure out what these things are doing. Are they sent here from the planet Earth? Everybody ties in with UFO, which I'm starting to actually fly off, which I initially had no inkling of that.
I think that's one of the reasons that we're missing sometimes. Because when you start talking about UFOs, you start talking about Bigfoot, you're like, oh yeah, you just talk about like you have to be a Bigfoot expert and be a UFO big. Once you do that, you're just like, that's kind of like
Great Paul Giamatti. I read his biography. I listened to it. I don't. As a president, counsel. Oh, he was not a great president, not at all. It shows that everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. He did many very important and gutsy things, and he was also the only one of those guys who was not rich. He was a poor farmer. He was his education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience, you know, where he was, you know, had a decent farm, but not much, but he made his brain work, and he excelled and passed that on to his son. He fucking the revolution. Yeah, Adams was the man. Adams was the man, and because these other guys who fucking Benjamin Franklin was just a giant perverted asshole. I love him. Oh, he was great. All these guys are great. I'm not judging any of them, but he was of limited use because he was intrigued by America, but he didn't give a shit. Yeah. He never would have shed fucking any blood, sweat, or tears for the country. He just was interested. He had a huge brain, so he'd lend it when he felt like. He was also full of shit, you know, like he was supposedly invented electricity, but some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography. What? He never watched any burns on him. I'm pumped on him right now. Okay, so he saw a guy do the kite. What? And he was like, that's cool. And he paid the guy for like the license to the gag, and then he got one of his sons to go around doing it for money. It was just a thing that he picked up other people's ideas, which is his own, you know, thing. He also, all of his inventions he would never patent. He was pretty sick. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody. Yeah, he was for, what do you call it, open source. Open source. They'd get a little jealous because all of a sudden, because he was the man. Yeah. He was the American that everybody loved. And then Washington became the man. General, like the French were like the General Washington, the guy. So he got a little. He was a fame hungry. Did you ever read his autobiography? No. It's amazing because he has no judgment of himself. So he's like a lot of people that write autobiographies. It's kind of careful, but like he tells the story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman kind of guy. Who he befriended, and the guy had a woman he wanted to marry, a maiden, but he didn't have a position, and he didn't have his own home yet. So, and his mother didn't want. I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that he asked Benjamin if he could move his wife into his house so that they could marry, and he said sure. And he said she moved into my home, and then I took it of my pleasure to. You know, to partake of her sexually, and she, you know, spurned my advances, so I threw her out, and that was the end of their marriage. And I never saw him again. He was real upset. I never saw him again, but I know both their lives were destroyed. And then in May, I met this other guy. Like, he just talks, he did awful things to people. And didn't
He
give a
kind
shit.
of, there's pretty sick quotes about slavery, too. That he was like, I am racist. Like, he was one of the first, if not the only founding father to, like, constantly be like, I am bigoted.
Right.
None of them, everyone else was like, this is the law.
Everybody's like, Ben, this is it's economics.
Yeah.
It's not about race. He's like, oh, it's totally about race.
You never write the Constitution, like, look, our hands are tied. We can't do anything.
Right now. So he was, when he showed focus, he was of use to like the revolution. And the same with Jefferson. Jefferson was like a depressive fucking freak. And so he would just like leave Washington. He would just go like, my wife is dead, whatever bullshit. He would get on his horse and just leave, because also he was a man of great wealth, and he had his life in Monticello and in Virginia was, we'll get to him, but the point is that Adams was just a doggedly hard-working. He was the only one who worked constantly. Yeah, and it was really the three of them in Madison. But he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this shit started. Yeah.
He also apologized for cursing. Adams, in one of his things, he's like, I lament to admit that I sometimes cursed, which I feel shameful.
Also, when Adams did the Constitution of Massachusetts, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is like the most liberal document in the world. Because Adams was like, he's like, I'm going to get it right, everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this. And there's stuff in there about Jews having rights. There's even something about gay people in there. Like, he was like, gay rights, Jews.
Pretty gay back then.
Pretty gay.
It's gay to be a gay Jew.
It's gay to be into Jews. To be into Jewish rights in the 1700s was gay.
Those parliaments undeniably gay. Crazy back then. I don't know what about Jews. You're like, get the fuck out of here.
What are you talking about, Jews?
Back then, they were a room full of dude in powder wigs being like, boo!
And the Jews looked exactly, they just looked the same as they do. Big black coats, exact same outfit.
Oh yeah, what Adams did while he was in office, he was worried that his logic was another country could just come take this at any moment. So he came up with the Alien and Sedition Act, which meant if you talk shit on the government, we can jail you. So he started arresting journalists. He started
because he was the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that back then it was another Democrat. It was Jefferson. Yeah, going like whatever it takes to win.
Yeah,
it's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people. The people who are like, we got to get this right. We got to sell our good ideas and convince people we're right. But then the other guys who are like, we just got to take office. We just need to win. And nerds lose that fight. Adams was the first one-term nerd president. There's a few of them.
Yes, exactly right.
But Bush the first is another one.
He's a one-term guy. He was from 97 to 01.
Yep.
Let's move to Jefferson.
He's
number 3. That's 01 to 09. He was a 2-term guy. Adams was a Federalist. Washington was obviously independent. Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. He was the first Mr. President. Right when he got in, the French and the British started going to war. So everybody in America was like, fuck it. Also, France just helped us. Yeah, fuck it. Let's join it. He
loved the French. He loved the revolution in French.
Yeah, he did.
The Adams didn't, because it was bloody and horrible.
Didn't like the French.
And Jefferson loved the revolution, and he had all his friends over there. He spent a lot of his life there.
Yeah, but Americans started being like, fucking, let's join France in the war. He was the only one with the foresight to be like, we have 40 guys in our military and 3 boats. Yeah. Let's shut the fuck up. So he declared neutrality, and everybody called him pussy. Then England started blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, we're just not going to trade with either of you. So then the American economy just plummeted. England started just saying, if you're not trading with us, we're just going to confiscate your ships, kidnap all the sailors, make them join the British Navy. So he was getting punked by England.
You're talking about Jefferson. Well, it's interesting because Adams, what ended his presidency was a fake rumor that Jefferson started. That Adams was trying to start a war and start a navy and start a navy. It was all fake. But then it ended up kind of haunting Jefferson because the truth about all that, and ended up fucking him a lot. One thing interesting about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave and having had like 50,000 slaves, or whatever, not that many, and having had children with his slave, and I don't think he ever even gave him freedom. He didn't free the kid. He freed a couple.
Two, and the rest he kept enslaved until he died. And what was interesting about that?
Damn, it's the ultimate because I said so.
It's like, that's how being a slave. He's like, no. I said no. They were like white. Really, his slave children. The woman that he had kids with, Sally, was like half white, or like was very light skinned.
Yeah, I think because her mother was in his family for a long time.
And his dad was fucking like,
yeah,
I mean, it was like, she was kind of a product of his father.
I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But it's somewhat an interesting thing about him in American politics is that his first elected position was in the Virginia legislature. He was like a youth House Reps guy in Virginia. And the very first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill in Virginia government to abolish slavery in the state of Virginia. It was the first thing he did. Of course, he got shot down, but it was his desire and his dream.
Yeah, because he was big on that with the French Revolution.
Yes, and Lafayette. Yes, and all of these guys, all of these early guys wanted slavery out, but there was no way the South was going to do it, and they wanted the Southern, because so the choice was to have like just 2 countries or 4 countries over here, or have a unified country and just deal with it. Yeah. We're going to have slavery, but create a framework where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get more modern, we can get rid of it in the future.
And I could be wrong, but I think the North had abolished slavery early, like 1806, which is while Jefferson was in office. I could be wrong. I don't know. It was around the exact same time as England. In fact, maybe before.
Oh, really?
The North, we were right. Us Northerners, we got it right.
A fun Jefferson story that I like is that when he was in Paris, he had this girlfriend, Causeway or something. His wife died when he was pretty young, and she made him promise on her deathbed that he would never have another woman, which is a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, fuck,
To a young man that you're fucking, it's like not even somebody to help take care of the kids they had.
No, I promise.
Yeah, I know, but he's oh, for sure. So it was part of the reason that all of his Sally Hemings and his loves were all secret, because he was ashamed of every woman that he loved after that. And so there was a woman in Paris. She was a British painter, and her husband, she was married, but she was a painter, and she fell in love with Thomas Jefferson, and they were very much in love with each other. But then the way they broke up was very funny to me, because he was in beautiful letters. She was in love with him, he was in love with her. But then the French, when he was leaving France, they wanted a great portrait gallery, and they said to him, you can choose any painter in the world. And he was like, no, I want a real guy. His girlfriend was like, why not me? He's like, babe, come on. I mean, you're good, but you're not like fucking grown man. You're not like that. Fucking, I'm not for history.
True, these guys were, that's the weirdest thing, how history mind, they were like knowing they were going to get sucked into history, which is crazy.
Yeah, so here's a good one. We gotta speed it up.
Yeah.
So he goes over, so Napoleon's in France. Yeah, post-revolution. This is the Louisiana Purchase. They sent James Monroe over. That was his bro. He goes to France. They thought they were negotiating the sale of just the port of New Orleans. This is all thanks in part to the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked France. Look into the Haitian Revolution. It rules. He gets over there. Monroe finds out. Oh, they're trying to sell all of the Louisiana. Like it's from New Orleans to the Rockies to Canada. It's the Appalachians to the Rockies, basically. And they didn't have time to consult Congress. So Thomas Jefferson just bought it on the spot, which he was like, I abused the fuck out of my power, and that was his whole thing. Government should have no power. Yeah, he was against any.
Well, that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, doing fucked up things and saying nobody should be able to, like, the end of slavery. He's like, people need to stop having sex. It's fucking a slave. It's like, somebody's going to stop this.
We gotta stop this. Yeah, somebody's gotta stop fucking these.
Yeah. You shouldn't be me, but I need to fuck this one right now.
Those arguments must have been crazy. But yeah, that was big because that secured the southern border.
And Monroe was Secretary of State.
Monroe, yeah.
And then wasn't he the
Madison.
Usually the Secretary of State would end up being
Vice President at this point. Although who was it? Was Jefferson Adams?
Jefferson was Adams' vice president.
Yeah. So that's two straight vice presidents. Then we got James Madison. He was a dork.
Yes,
He was a huge dork.
he was a nerd.
He was a frail, nervous thinker.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
This is sick. So basically, at the first, they said his lady was the first lady. Dolly Madison, that was like really like they would have parties at the White House. They would like try to get.
And also, he was Jefferson's man. He was another guy like Adams who was there all the time.
Yeah.
He was like a worker. He kept shit going, and he would write Jefferson in France and go, "Can you fucking come home and be president?" And Jefferson would write back and go, "I'm just enjoying Paris. I don't want to do it." And then he would float in and just take the fucking big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years. And people are like, "Dude, you're boring." No, America has never liked
Madison gets 2.
Don't touch me. Don't ever put your fucking hands on me.
I can't touch your shoes out of respect.
Fucking hands on me.
I'm gonna grip you.
God.
Hold on. So Jefferson was the shut the fuck up, guys. Shut up, guys. Shut don't look at me. So Madison takes some of the flack because everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy for not fighting England. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. What? So America just declares war on England.
He nerd raged.
On England. England immediately marches down and burns Washington, D.C. down. They burns the White House.
He spaz cried.
But he spaz cries. He's like, nobody's going to call me gay. But then, everybody was actually lost 1812 just because they burned that shitty White House. So first off, Washington, D.C. was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. War of 1812, we fucked England up. Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. Battle of New Orleans, we smashed it.
Battle of New Orleans was, what's his name?
Jackson.
Yeah. And Jackson, they were fighting the Battle of New Orleans. The war had been already over for a while. Yeah, the war was already the treaty was signed.
January of
And he was still fighting.
Yeah.
Once you get to Jackson, he's wild. So it's probably the first time.
So all of a sudden America, that's our first war as a country.
Yeah.
So now
Also,
America's not
before
just
that, because England was just taking pot shots. England would just park a ship outside, like, of Baltimore or whatever. It's just start heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like, Hudson, New York? It's a town out in the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket. And that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket. And in the 1810s, the British would just park a ship and just set houses on fire for fucking fun. So all the people that lived in that town founded Hudson. And they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they drag a whale up the Hudson River, and they would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It was a great way to send whale meat and oil down to here in New York City. And that established a hub in New York, and upper New York State. Hudson became a very big port, and that's where you heard a guy named Legs Diamond. Diamond Street was like the first 4 streets. Hudson became a place for farmers to bring their herds and get laid and get, just fuck and gamble and have their animals slaughtered and brought down here on both sides.
They got paid.
Anyway, so that's what was going on. That's how much things like just the English, one English ship lobbing fireballs changes a ton of things.
Yeah, some
And they finally needed it to stop.
Resulted in some guy getting hit. I'm never gonna be able to face me wife. So
So now you
now
got
we're kind of unified. That was the first time Madison, in War of 1812, it was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Nothing changed though.
Nothing
The
changed.
English stopped harassing us.
Yeah, but we declared war. They came over.
Yeah.
We kind of fucked them up, though. I looked at the casualty numbers. It was like double.
That doesn't matter though. Historical.
Of course. But I always look at everybody always acts like because they got over here and they all died of disease kind of immediately. Like, they got fucked up.
It was hard to.
And they're like, we can't afford to fight this while we're fighting the French. Truce. That brings us to Monroe. Monroe was kind of Monroe was the last founding father to be a president. Fought the Revolutionary War. Was at Valley Forge. He came up with the Monroe Doctrine, which is neutrality. We got the Americas. Nobody fucked with us because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain or Europe was going to come back and take us.
Well, that was all the sorts of all our problems was these other fucking European countries getting involved with their wars. So he was the first guy to go.
Yeah, we're never going to go. And that's kind of what they were saying was that's like the most lasting policies of any of the founding fathers. It was like American neutrality. Europe, you can have your wars, we're staying the fuck out. Obviously, it lasted 100 years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish.
So the reason that happened though was because of Jackson. Because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida, and Monroe was sending a guy on a horse. I don't know if they had telegrams yet, but it was taking 8 days to say, "Leave Florida alone. We're trying to negotiate a price." But finally, Monroe decided we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish owners. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack them. And Monroe said, no, you may not. I'm president. You may not do that. And Jackson just ignored him. And he did it. He took Florida. And then he showed up in D.C. and was like, right, that was good, right? Monroe's like, yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's like, but also I bought it.
Good job. Yeah, also I think we paid for it. We paid for it, and it was a mess.
While Jackson was like fucking with them, the Spanish were like to Monroe. They're like, yeah, you can buy it. They tried to kill him.
He was down fighting them.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna sell it.
There's 2 generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. They just did shit without permission, and then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, wasn't the plan all along? Yes, it was the plan all along.
Whatever. So you got that, but this is interesting because Monroe was the first part that this is where the slavery issue starts to take real issue because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state. It was another slave state, pro-slavery.
Yeah, so every time they added a slave state, they'd have to add a free
one to make sure it was balanced. Yeah, that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it for him. John Quincy Adams.
Yeah, so John Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in Florida, and he had a big role in that compromise. That was a big part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams is a fucking fascinating guy. I read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries, so we know a lot about those guys. But he traveled with his father to England. He was like the last link to the Great Revolution. Yeah, because he was with his father wherever he went. They took him to France. He ended up being a diplomat. He was the American ambassador to Russia. He lived in St. Petersburg, Russia. And him and his...
was he the one who helped them kind of revolutionize?
I don't remember that. Okay. But he was in Russia way back then. He'd take like a sleigh to countries that aren't there anymore, like Prussia. And he traveled all over. He traveled more than any like human being back then. And he went across the ocean several times. So like something like 12 times back and forth. Now, amazing guy, incredible guy.
His opponent was Jackson in this election. Yeah, Jackson dominated. He won the popular vote by a greater margin than Reagan beat Carter.
it was a landslide victory for him. But Jackson, in the Battle of New Orleans, came out and said all the guys from Kentucky were being fucking cowards. So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened to be like a senator or something from Kentucky. What? I was like, fuck this guy. And he just swung like 10 states. Because back then, the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state had ever heard of one of these guys. There was no news. There was no fucking anything.
You needed somebody. Yeah, you needed a super delegate.
You needed to just get your local guy.
Yeah.
And be like,
You go figure it out.
yes.
Yeah.
But that was enough for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, Jackson the fucking dickhead. We need John Quincy Adams. So he swung. I mean, it was.
John Quincy Adams was another nerd, one-term nerd,
Yes.
who just couldn't get. I mean, as a president, he couldn't get, and he got almost nothing done. Partly because Jackson and his people just thwarted every single thing
Jackson
he tried.
The whole country loved Jackson.
Everybody fucking loved that dude.
So much. He was Trump.
He was Trump. Imagine if Trump like dueled as much as Jackson died with something like 12 bullets in his body.
What?
That never left his body. He dueled all the time.
Yeah, let's just go straight to Jackson. He's the next.
Wait, John, he can't not be mentioned, John Quincy.
Fuck John Quincy.
John Quincy Adams, well, after his presidency, he was in Congress forever from Massachusetts. He died at his seat in Congress.
Wow.
He died at his desk. He was making his thing. He was a huge abolitionist. He was like the only guy in the Congress willing to be an out and out. The slave states had so much power. They passed a law, a gag law, that said you can't say the word slavery in Congress. There used to be, there was a thing in Congress back then called petitioning. Anyone could send a petition to their congressperson, and they had to mention. So, like, you could send a thing to Congress saying, I want retards to be allowed to drive, whatever you want. I want retarded people to have driver's licenses. And he would say, he'd have to go, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to drive. And everyone would go, I moved to table it. So they just tabled it. But they passed a law saying you couldn't even mention a petition that said the word slavery, because that's how electrified it was. Like, we don't want anybody. We know you're trying to get rid of slavery. We don't even want you to say it. They passed it. So Quincy Adams would do it, and he would just break the law, and he would just say it over and over again. He would read petitions about slavery, and he would get sent. Then they would all vote, the whole Congress, to censure him for going against the rules, and he got censured over and over again. And he represented the Amistad slaves and got them all set free. Yeah, they did that? No. Yeah, he was the slave ship that was taken over by slaves and was grounded in Massachusetts, I think.
So you're saying the S-word, he got in trouble?
Yeah. He got not only in trouble, those slaves asked him to represent that he was their lawyer, because they were Virginia slave masters who were waiting for, they were Haitian slaves that they were waiting for, and they had paid for. But he found a way it wasn't like a slavery's wrong trial. It was, you guys don't have a receipt trial. It was like, you ain't got the paperwork, go fuck yourselves. So they were free. But he died. He was in the middle of a big impassioned argument. He was yelling, and he had a heart attack, and he died right there with the whole Congress around him watching, because they loved it. People loved that guy. He was a great guy. He was the first president or former president to ride on a steamship. He used to ride on the steamships with a blanket over him, and folks would surround him. All the passengers would surround him, and he would just tell stories. He's a great guy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Man. I had no idea. There's just a part of me that liked Jackson.
Jackson's great, but I mean, and again, to me, I look at all these guys, I evaluate them as characters. They're all great, amazing characters. They all did awful things, of course. But I mean, Obama fucking bombed, fucking weddings.
Obama.
But yes, Jackson was a crazy but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party in the White House.
Yeah, this is wild.
They stormed the Capitol. He invited everybody. That's exactly right. He invited everyone. He said anyone that wants to come. No invitation needed. It's the people's house. and the house was crammed with common people getting drunk, stealing shit, and they wouldn't leave. And there's a honor code in the White House. You don't ask someone to leave. You don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get them. Like days went by where people are shitting on the floor and raiding the fucking pantry and just fucking people and whatever. And so what they did was they got huge kegs of beer and they put them on the lawn and they said, "Hey, come out, let's drink under the stars. Let's have, And they invited them out for beer on the lawn, and they all came outside and they locked the doors. That was how he was a people's president.
Yeah,
like there was some in his to appeal to the common person. There was an author, English guy. I read his biography of him, and they one account of an English traveling writer who wrote travel books. And he was in Washington, and he thought, "Was it like, can you meet the president?" And he just walked. There wasn't a fence around the house. He would just walk in. So he just walked to the front door. He knocked on the door, and a butler came to the door. He said, "Hello." And he said, "I'd like to meet the president." And he's like, "Is he expecting you?" He goes, "No." And the butler's like, "All right, we'll come in and sit down." And he went in. The guy waited like 20 minutes. And Jackson came out of his office, which was like full of people. And he said, "I'm in a pretty important, like, who are you?" And he said, "I just wanted to meet you and say hi." And he was like, "All right, can you wait an hour?" He's like, "Sure." So he went, whatever, fucking signed the thing to kill all the Indians. And then he came and had sandwiches brought. And he sat with the guy, just talking around. He also went. He was the first president, I think, to ride on a train. He took a train. He was the first one to do this. That he went all over the country. Yeah. He came up and said he went up to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see the president. People should have contact with the president.
The Trail of Tears. He flubbed that one.
Yeah, flubbed.
He was a bit of a flub. He did do exactly what his goal was.
He tried to do. He fucking flubbed.
That was a bit of a flub.
He was not. He didn't make mistakes.
I looked it up. I don't know. They had slaves. The fucking dudes on the Trail of Tears, they were like, "We gotta bring our slaves."
If slaves are available, folks get slaves. That's just the way that goes.
I can believe it.
But when he was, that's what the part you don't hear is like the Indians are like, "You know what he did to us and what he did to our slaves."
Yeah, our slaves had it real bad on the Trail of Tears.
Tell me about it.
Didn't they share everything with the slaves up?
Yeah, they were way better slaves.
He was egalitarian. There was good slaves.
There's some story from some big chief went to the White House to meet with Jackson, because Jackson was very honest. He didn't underhand ever. He didn't play politics. He did horrible things, but he just went ahead and did them. Like, there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they took over a fort. The slaves took over a fort and just said, "We just want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever." And so he just got a bunch of cannons and he just lit the whole place on fire. He didn't fucking care. So some famous, like a name you'd recognize, it wasn't like Sitting Bull, but it was some big. All of the Indians, all the tribes chose this guy to negotiate with Jackson. And he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them. And he came out crying. So, we're in trouble. Yeah, we're not. This is going to go bad. It's going to go bad. No, he just had his way of thinking. Going to go. He's like, "No, we got to clear these guys out of here."
Also in line with Trump's sorts, it was him and John Quincy. Their election or their debates and shit was, he would just talk. They would talk shit. They would be nasty rumors on paper.
Whatever it took. Whatever it took. No, I remember. I have a friend who's the Trump guy who I've known for a long time. I'm not going to say that his name is Nick Paul. Knowing Nick has always given me some insight into the mentality of that kind of guy, not just Trump, but guys like Jackson. I remember once I was with Nick and a lot of people, and he was like three Democrats were yelling at him, and he was starting to say crazy, fucked up things to them. And at one point, I'm like, "Nick, you know that's wrong." And he goes, "It's 3 against 1. Like, what do you want me to do?" Like, he's in a, and it gave me that, and then it brought me back to when I was like 19, and I was friends with Nick, and we were comedians in Boston. And there was a pinball machine we really liked playing at this one club. So we're playing pinball against each other. And when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his score, and he just put his hand over my hand. So I didn't flip. He just looked at me like this. And I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, I win. I win. I don't care. But Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player. Yeah, college football. Jackson was the first president to go like, fuck you, I'm winning. I'm winning, so I don't care what happens. We're gonna.
He also, one of the big things with Jackson, he vetoed more bills than every president before him combined. He hated the banks. He like went to war.
It's crazy that he's on the 20. Yeah, it's like a joke because he hated the idea of a central bank. He hated the idea of a treasury. He thought that it should just be folks have their money, use gold, and you trade, and you wanted.
So I think the U.S. Bank at the time, I think it was called the United States, like the Bank of the United States, was up for to be renewed, and he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it.
Yeah, and it wasn't something you don't veto.
You can't veto it.
No,
He vetoed it. So then the next guy, we'll get to him, is his vice president, Van Buren. He takes over. He takes over a completely destroyed economy because he vetoed the bank.
That's the way it goes. Yeah, the cool guy. America is made of cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and show what kind of people we are, and then you have nerds who actually get things done. But the cowboys get the credit.
Yeah.
And then nerds get fucked every
He
time.
got fucked. His nickname was Van Real.
Lord Kinderhook. He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was like a little fucking.
Yeah. He was supposed to be, I think, he was one of those vice presidents that was supposed to be a link. Like, because Jackson was the man in the South, kind of, or wherever. They were like, let's get this dork to.
He's from Kinderhook, New York.
Here's his pet.
Yeah.
He was Trump's pet.
He was. The legend is that he was one of the first people to have pamphlets, like a lot of pamphlets, like the press, like the mass press started to get big. So his pamphlet was because he was called Old Kinderhook. He's from Kinderhook, New York. So his thing was okay, and it was a check mark.
Nice.
That's where people say that okay comes from.
What?
Yeah, because it was like his thing was you okay with a check mark. That was the point. It was like vote for Old Kinderhook.
That's the thing. When you look at this, that's where all of our shit comes from. That's all of this. All right. Well, we gotta speed up because this one's funny. Van Buren sucks. Whatever.
Yeah,
Here comes Harrison. He's the next guy. Everybody called him Old Granny because he was too much of a geezer to run. So on his inauguration, he was like, I'm gonna prove to everyone how tough I am. Yeah. It was freezing cold and raining. He had like an 8,000 word inauguration. He got pneumonia and died.
Like a few months.
He died immediately. Like
Shortest term.
Shortest term.
Didn't have a minute of acting.
Trying to prove he was tough.
Got sick the first day
Died.
and died.
Brings us to Tyler. He did nothing.
Tyler was
Already abandoned him.
No, Taylor.
He was Harrison's vice president. So Harrison dies. The one thing he did do was set the precedent that the vice president stays as president. So everyone was like, well, we don't know what to do here. The president's never died. Do you take over as an interim guy until we find a new guy? And he was like, no, I'm just the president. And enough that his party hated him for that. So his own party abandoned him. They didn't put him up for re-election.
Because they thought they wanted to choose another guy.
They wanted to be able to put
Stronger guy.
Yeah, so he stayed. He had no parties supported him. He got nothing done. He was never up for re-election again. That's been awkward. That brings us to our guy, though. This is who I wanted to get to. Polk. Turns out Polk's the man. Really? Yeah.
I know nothing about him.
He was one term because he was a dark horse out of nowhere, and he promised everybody in his party, I'll only do one term. That way, some of you guys that are good, that are getting ready, you can take over. I promised to do one term. When he was running, his opponent's slogan was, who is James K. Polk? Like, people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, oh, this is good. He was a tiny guy. He was 5'8", which was like,
That's really small.
yeah, he was 5'8", and when he got in, his wife was the one who came up with they got to play hail to the chief every time you come in a room to give you some respect. Give him a little yeah, so that's why that happened. So right away, Polk starts going
It was
wild.
kind of a joke. It's like if a midget walked in.
Yeah. No, Polk's a beast. Immediately, he starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they have the Oregon territory out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's beaver hunting. We're doing a little bit of that in Nash Vegas. About pussies. Hunting in Oregon. They were in Oregon. Oregon, pussy hunting. So the British were pussy hunting. The British and Americans were both pussy hunting on the same territory. Polk was like, nah, we're done with that. He said the latitude and longitude was 54 and 40. So he came out with the slogan 54 and 40, and we're fighting. He was saying that to the British. He was like, we're going to fuck these guys up. So he came out with that, and the British
People were really into
they loved
latitudes and longitudes.
They were. So he called that, and the British were afraid to call his bluff. They were just like, fine, take
Like that slogan is so good.
take him off. Dude, this guy's too nuts.
You came up with the fucking, you used the longitude and latitude.
So he takes that territory, which is huge. And then it's not just Oregon, it's Washington, all that.
You know why Oregon is Portland is called Portland?
I bet you I did.
It was kind of, do you know it's not? It was going to be Boston. Because the two guys, this is Lewis and Clark. So one of them is from Jefferson. One of them is from Boston, and one of them is from Portland, Maine. And they both wanted to name it after their hometown. They flipped a coin and named it Portland. There is a Boston in Oregon. There's a town called Boston. Anyway, go on.
So after he gets Oregon, he's like, all right, time for me to get Texas. He starts fucking with Mexicans. Like I said, they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first. Finally, they did. He amazing Mexicans. Finally, they shot
so many times. Teed up their fucking freeways. Fire a shot.
So they go to war.
They got my camera left to fire.
Probably 70,000 troops poured in. Oh, no. So we immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas.
And then who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? That's later, right?
This was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zachary Taylor was a big Mexican-American war.
Yeah, he was the warrior. Zachary Taylor was dominating.
Because he went into Mexico City, and if you go to Mexico City, the big thing is Los Niños, these I think it's 4 or 6 kids. So they stormed, they went all the way to Mexico City, and the Citadel, the Chapultepec, the palace, the army was so decimated that it was finally just the cadets of the military school were the only ones defending the capital. And they were just 4 kids firing on the American army is just coming. And they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended this British war. And the moment that Zachary Taylor was holding one of them, he was like, they were just kids. Like, you had no idea. They were like fucking 12, 15 years old. And in Chapultepec, there's 4 big pillars. They're like war heroes. It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
What did Mexico have back then? Was it like a king or
a lot of they had Mexico. So what was going on all these years? Napoleon assumed that the South would win the Civil War, but that there would be a thing. Europe always bet on the South because the South was an aristocratic America. It was about plantations, old families, and that's a European. And they loved Europe in the South. The North was always against Europe and wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, Maximilian was just a Habsburg. But the way kings worked back then, there were some royalty factories. So the Habsburg family, who I think were like Flemish or whatever the fuck, they just had like a cousin of a king. They went Maximilian and his wife. They're like, you guys take Mexico. So Napoleon sent French troops to Mexico and installed Maximilian. But then the Mexicans finally over it because when we lost the Civil War, what made me sick to that? No, when when the South lost the Civil War, Napoleon was like, all right, fuck this.
Well, when Napoleon was gone,
Or whoever, the French pulled their, well, there was like three Napoleons.
oh, true.
I think it was a later Napoleon.
Yes.
Pulled support,
Yeah.
and Maximilian, they beheaded him. Fuck. They fed peyote to his wife and sent her home. And there's some little village somewhere in like the Netherlands where they tell you like she's gonna come get you because she would run the streets. She went insane. She would run the streets screaming, and they tell kids if you don't get to sleep, and she comes out at night, you don't go to sleep, she's gonna want to come get you. So that's how far in Mexico. I'm sorry to derail you, but so Zachary, so you were still at Polk in the tail,
But still, so one thing that was cool was when Polk was instigating this war with Mexico.
You gotta cut that part where I say we lost. No, let's cut that. I don't know what you corrected it.
Immediately, that's pretty sick. So Polk was up there like, they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. And I saw it. And one-term senator from Illinois at the time stood up and said, were we on their territory when we shot? There was one guy that was opposed to the Mexican-American War, a guy by the name of Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln,
People were like, hey, shut up, pussy. Yeah, dude, we're trying to take Texas. Shut the fuck
he's
up.
like, because we're with them. He's like, sorry.
I think this was wrong. Anyway, that's why Polk's kind of, man, he added 1/3 of the entire United States in a 4-year term.
Damn. Pretty good. On territory.
I know, but still, they got Texas and California. And they were just like half our population.
They're sitting I wish he hadn't added them, especially Texas. Then we would have had
Yo, Mexico's good. Again, that was a smashing sweep. America destroyed Mexico. It was me. Then this is good. Polk, he was working his tail off. He was tired. He was so exhausted when he got done. He went back to Tennessee and just died.
Like right away, right?
Yeah. He was like, that was too much.
That was a lot of work. Yep.
Just died. So then comes Zachary Taylor. This is 1849 to 1850. It's a quick term. Old Rough and Ready. Pretty sick nickname.
Old dead and
It's always about to be dead.
yeah, he died. I don't remember when he died.
He was
Just being in the 1800s.
Yeah. He was one of the largest slave owners in the South, so when he got elected, the South was like nice, because at this point, the territories, he just added. Polk did all that in 4 years, which was sick, but it was too much, because now there's so much territory, and the slaves versus the abolitionists debate, every state they had to add. There was a debate.
All Southern presidents, so many Southern presidents.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the Adams,
Pretty much nonstop. Virginia.
Yep.
And then it gets into like Tennessee.
they started digging into their bench. We not digging into
Tennessee.
and then we started kind of with Ohio. We started coming back.
Actually, kind of northern presidents tended to suck. Lincoln ruled.
Yeah, but he was Kentucky, Illinois.
Yeah.
Illinois before Kentucky, which
I always forget one. I think he was born in Kentucky in a log cabin in Kentucky.
and then he was the
Illinois.
There's no way to know.
We weren't right about half
We'll
these.
never know.
We were never correct about half these facts, but we're having fun.
Well, yeah, I could be. I love just acting like I know.
That's great. So one thing, Taylor gets in there. Everybody's like nice. Everybody in the South's like nice. This guy's pro-slavery. Gets in. He tends to start actually leaning towards standing with the North. This is all leading to the Civil War because like guys like this start fucking this up. As soon as he says we're going to abolish slavery in the Western territories, South Carolina says they're going to succeed. Taylor says he's going to fucking hang everybody down there if they do it.
What? Yeah, he didn't react well.
Yeah, no.
He wasn't like, let's talk and send it over there.
You're gonna fucking
He would
hang
just
on.
say that, and then they're like, are you? And he's like, no, but
I'm gonna hang on.
tough talk.
Yeah, this is how he died. So he went, this is his first term.
Podcast about Go ahead. How did he die?
He went to Washington, D.C. for Independence Day, and he ate too many cherries and milk. Because like I said, it was a swamp, so there was like a cholera
That was like
outbreak.
the old Pop Rocks and Coke.
Yeah, he had cherries and frosted milk, and he exploded.
By the way, you know how many there were 4 presidents. When you think about the fact that 4 of them were assassinated,
Well, successfully, yeah.
4 were killed, shot and killed. 4 out of 40. There's been 47 presidents.
Wait, hold on. How many got shot and killed? I don't think they got shot and killed.
Yeah, 4 were shot and killed. Is it Garfield?
See, this is where I stopped.
A guy with a G. It's either Grover, Cleveland, or Garfield. One of those 2 was shot and killed. McKinley shot and killed. JFK and Lincoln. Nice. 4 shot and killed. Reagan fucking close. Badly shot. Roosevelt, Teddy, shot in the chest. But had a thick piece of paper with his speech and the glasses case.
Finished the speech.
Yep, finished the speech.
Got shot. Was like,
and somebody shot at Andrew Jackson. And he had a cane and he beat the guy, shit out of the guy, almost beat him to death. The guy shot him and he just, get the fuck, it was like right outside the Capitol. What? Like behind the big pillars or whatever. And he just beat the fucking shit out of him. It was insane.
were they all crazed lone gunmen type things, or was it like?
Yeah, most of them were crazy people. There's a few other guys that were shot at. That somebody took shots at them, and but they didn't get hurt. Oh, what's his name? Well, FDR. They killed the governor, right, who was sitting next to him. Somebody, a spray of bullets, and he wasn't hurt, but the governor sitting next to him was killed. Governor of Georgia or Florida, I don't know. Anyway, go on. But yeah, like over 10%, like 12% of them have been shot. Yeah. So it's an intense job. There's a good chance.
It is like a higher rate than actual soldiers in.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess so. I bet it is.
Very, very.
It's fucked up. Yeah, because in like regular like revolution shit, it's like 70,000 soldiers, 2,000 dead.
What's crazy is that before it used to be like when what's his name, Alexander the Great, and whoever, some kings used to lead, heads of state used to lead charges, beat the front horse, like going right headlong into an army.
That'd be nice to be a
lot of Roman guys did that. Yeah, fucking God, holy shit, it's coming right at me.
I blew it. So now the thing that sucks about Taylor dying is he was like kind of a beast that could have maybe prevented the Civil War that was
Fillmore was just a schlub.
Fillmore was a schlub. He signed, this is where it all starts to fuck up. Every single one of these guys up to Lincoln is just fucking up immensely. He wanted to sign. So Taylor was offered to sign the Compromise of 1850, which was some shit about one slave state, one regular. They get to decide, shit like that. As soon as fucking Taylor died, Fillmore takes over and signs it. Southerners were mad that California would join as a free state. Northerners were mad about the fugitive slave law, so they both compromised and were both pissed. The fugitive slave law was if you find a slave in the North, there's U.S. Marshals that'll catch them and bring them back to the South.
And
there were dudes that were just like grabbing black people and like, got him. Where's my bounty? So it was bad. Oh shit, is it?
Yeah, he was a free northerner. So just got grabbed by one of those guys.
Damn, it was bad.
Happened all the time.
He was the last member of the Whig Party. They didn't run a second term. Here comes Franklin Pierce. He was pals with Jackson, son of a Revolutionary War hero. He's from the North, but he was pro-slavery. They thought this was going to work. 2 months before this is crazy. 2 months before his inauguration, he and his family were in a train crash, and the only casualty was his 11-year-old son. So his entire time in office, he's blacked out, drunk, and depressed. He's the saddest guy of all time. He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife blamed him for the death constantly. She was like, "We should have never been on that train. You just had to be the fucking president."
You gave birth to this bitch.
You were on the train. You had fun. So he's there. During Pierce, they do the Transcontinental Railroad. This is like the real. This is a fuck up. For the North wants it to be from Chicago to LA, or one of those places out west. The South wants it to be from Atlanta to LA. In order to get it done, they have to get rid of the Missouri line compromise, which made it nothing north or south of here. It was the slave line. They decided to make it so every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the Transcontinental Railroad. So this opened.
Every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this problem.
Yes.
Every single thing we tried to do was like, yeah, fucking South slave, fucking slave states, not slave states. We need to build a railroad across. That's the first interstate thing. The first interstate objective.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that you need a federal government. It's why we started the federal government got stronger and stronger. Because every state gets to do their own thing, but you want to take a fucking train from one to the other, these two states have to make a compromise. So you needed a federal government to make these.
It was like the precursor to Union non-Union. It just blew up.
It's the other reason, just a general thing, that the federal government became, what gave the federal government power was the states wanting parity with each other. Like when environmental laws became a thing, they were state laws. So like Indiana would make a law, you can't dump sludge into the river anymore. So every company in Indiana has to pay extra to do a better job of dumping their shit and take it to the ocean or somewhere else, somebody else's life. But so next door to Indiana is Illinois. They're like, we go and dump anything we want, and so all the business goes there. And so the Illinois companies like, we don't want to dump, we don't want to hurt the environment, but we can't compete with these guys. Right? So all the states go to the Fed and say, please pass a law that affects everybody so that we can all do the right thing that we want to do without having to get squeezed out by this guy. Yeah. And that worked until we started doing shit with Mexico, India, and China. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, it was interesting to me. We're at I think Pierce on the Transcontinental Railroad.
Yeah.
That turns out to be like, that's what started. I mean, obviously there's a ton of major factors, but that was like a big one because it opened what was called the Nebraska-Kansas Act, which is they got to decide to vote whether they were pro-slave or pro-abolition. So then a bunch of people just rushed in from the north and the south, and they started fucking killing each other. It was I forget the names, they were pretty sick. It was like the Free Staters versus the Border Ruffians. This is where John Brown and his son was out there.
Oh yeah.
They started hacking people with swords to death. Like that was it. And Frank Pierce was like, he did nothing. He didn't get involved.
Yeah, it must have been crazy. You had a bunch of slaves. Like, this is wrong. You had to be like, it's been crazy to be like, no, I don't think it is.
Well, you just would pretend not to, or you just wouldn't. I mean, you'd see it on the news. Paper was faded, and it's like, I don't know that much about it.
Just not be able to go down.
I'm okay with my slaves. I treat them.
Yeah, they're great.
True.
Yeah. Right? Tell him.
Oh yeah, he's great. He's all right. Use it. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, and meanwhile, the North was starting to get. This is getting after Pierce's coup. Buchanan. So Buchanan is the guy who right before Lincoln, right? Because the other thing that was going on is the North is industrializing, and the North is starting to build sweat houses and factories, and so part of the argument that people were having that is like the kind of argument we would have now. It would be interesting to take this culture with Twitter and everything and supplant it to slavery and how we would have handled that debate back then.
True.
Because there were people that were saying, the North has free workers and a ton of them immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit, and they're dying in large numbers and getting sick, uneducated, and being not allowed to be educated. Kids are working heavy, tall shifts.
Southern political cartoons that are like that.
That are about how bad it was. Like our slaves are like members of the family. We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get to do this and that. Most slave owners were better. That this is the argument. And that the North was just like wholesale destroying lives. Yeah. And read what's his name, Upton Sinclair, what shit was going on in Chicago in the slaughterhouses.
What's it called?
It's
not the meat package shit, right?
Yeah.
Jungle. What's it called?
The jungle. Yeah.
So another important thing about that that point of the industrialization of the North, it just flooded with immigrants. So now their population is so big that they get more votes, they get more electoral, kind of like all that. So now the South's like, we need to get power. So now we need more states. Because otherwise they're going to abolish slavery and we're going to be poor.
But they're also hanging on to a way of life in the South. And in the North, they're not. They're trying to do anything that's new and anything that's next and anything that's large amounts of money and large amounts of industry. They're manufacturing in huge amounts. In the South, they're just trying to play fiddle and whip a guy and grow a little tough to tie. One shirt every 6 months.
That's important to know.
Yeah, that was the fight. It was insanely different. Yeah, we still wanted to be one country. We wanted to be one country. So it was this weird conflict that never went away.
So that, like, does that continue to work till now? It's just like something.
It does.
Chill.
We are.
It's like, no, we need to talk about.
Yeah. But so once
now we're at James Buchanan. Who's probably the worst.
I think he was frozen by two. He had so much pressure.
He was a lawyer from Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah,
which was the last thing he needed to be as the president. Which was like, well, that's the rule.
But he had all of Lincoln's problems with none of his charisma and guts.
Yeah,
and blood.
That was James Buchanan had the Dred Scott. Dred Scott was under James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that, that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled he was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, that's the law, that settles it. Instead of standing up, he just had to follow the law.
So he was just like an extension of the court.
Yeah.
It wasn't his job.
Yeah. Man, that brought us to Lincoln. As soon as Lincoln gets elected, the South secedes.
Yeah, every state starts to say we're not American anymore. Like immediately before he takes office.
It's also crazy checking in on headline. You know, like, they said you're a chair, basically. Yeah, he did, dude. You got Lincoln, though. You know Lincoln.
Well, we could maybe skip him because he'll be the whole fucking.
Yeah. We could stop. We could stop with Lincoln. Let's stop here. And then we go on to some guys you're interested in after.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. We can go as long as we want to talk. An hour. Okay. Well, you're not enjoying this? You're not having a time?
I'm having a great time.
I knew you would. This is a nice show. You're not having a great time.
No, I'm not.
Decent time? Really?
No, I'm having a good time.
How much fun?
You decide which one. The thing I liked about, I gave you that book about Lincoln. That's a great, what's it, Carl Sandburg. It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness telling of Lincoln's story in 4 volumes. It's crazy. Just the Warriors, just from when he took office. And when he was coming here, there was everything. Hell was breaking loose. There was supposed to be a January 6th. There was supposed to be one. There was a plan to stop the certifying of the vote. And so they went to General, he's the only American general, because we didn't fight wars anymore.
Yeah.
So the army was kind of like not,
I think he was the commander.
He's a name you just know when you hear it, like Scott.
Winfield
Scott. Yes. So they went to Winfield Scott, the guy who's running the government, and then they said, we think there's going to be this thing where they're going to try to stop the, so he said, if anyone, he made a declaration publicly, he said, if anyone tries to stop the counting of votes and the democratic process from happening, either by force or by infiltration, I will stuff them into my cannon and fertilize my lawn with them. That's what he said. That's what he said.
No, Winfield Scott.
Yeah, but what he did in real fact, and he was a really smart guy, he gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day off. They said, go home. And he went and got policemen from Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass cops, and he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, heavily armed, but in plain clothes. So, and people didn't, so if somebody started something, the guy would just go like this or elbow him or whatever. But the appearance was that it was peaceful and that there was no military presence. But nothing nothing happened. That's what it took to get Lincoln. Everybody up to the minute that happened, everyone was like, I don't know if he's ever going to take office. People believed he would never be president.
Dude, he wasn't even on the ballot in the southern states. Not even on the ballot.
Yeah.
He didn't win one southern state.
A lot of people, big people, who would be like whoever now, wrote long things saying, "Don't take office. Your presidency, your victory is hollow. It's not real." Not even just people from the South, but people from the North. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. And his first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, "I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason." He puts like a tiny thing of like, we're not going to like make it our obsession, but we will do it. Like, so the first thing out of his mouth.
That's what bothers me about people that are critics of him. Hang on to that. They're like, Lincoln didn't want to do it. It's like, dude, the whole time that's what he wanted.
Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They all wanted this to be a better country than it was. So they knew they couldn't create a nation without slavery. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership but the laws. They create a situation where people figure it out for themselves and move forward and change, instead of like a constitution could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very solid permanent thing, but they actually made it elastic on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we'll do it, guys. We'll do it. Just we need some fucking time. And boy, what it costs. It's crazy. And a lot of people who didn't want slavery were really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and they didn't just settle it. Just let the South do whatever they want. We have our free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions, or however many fucking, I don't know how many it was, like 250,000 people died in the Civil War.
Yeah, probably.
Something like about as many we kill in Iraq in a day. Yeah, pretty much true. Yeah, for doing nothing.
Less than doing all these civilians.
Yeah.
Measure like Persian weddings.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it was. Yeah, Lincoln's the best.
It's really something. I mean, it just took a lot of political guts, a lot of fuck.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trying to talk to these fucking cunts from the South. It's just like, clearly this is for money. You know it's wrong.
Yeah.
You know it's wrong. It's 1860.
Well, it was the ultimate time.
They know it's wrong.
One, folks not wanting to say that shit's wrong, and him like not making them say it, but getting them to.
Yeah.
Just one guy at a time. They would just go around, get support here, get support there, put muscle in where he had it, and he fought a brutal war, incessant war.
And he had to wait until he got a victory to fucking announce the Emancipation Proclamation. He was trying so hard to get it out, but his generals kept fucking up and losing. And he would just be writing to these dudes like, go, please do it. Get one, like, I think he wrote it after Antietam, which was like a draw. So that's pretty good. That's close enough. Here we go.
When he's shot,
Yeah, he got his fucking head blown off.
by next to his wife,
Yeah.
and they put a little napkin down, so they put a little napkin back there. This was not a very.
He was alive for a while after.
Yeah, that's what I'm
He didn't
saying.
just die right away.
He didn't have to die at all.
Yeah. He didn't die right away. Really? Yeah. He was like alive in the hotel for like
and they're like, we don't know how to do anything.
Yeah. What play was he seeing? Does anyone know? Fuck, I do know.
What
What was the play? It was at the Ford's Theater.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, something good. He was fixated. He didn't notice the assassin. He was sitting there like, what was it? Nice. He was sitting there watching it like, I gotta pretend to like this. Yeah, it was fucking Hamilton.
And then they shot him. Like, thank God.
Christ, this shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson.
So Johnson was a First guy to be impeached.
Was he? Oh yeah.
First guy to be impeached. Yeah.
Johnson shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be the counteraction to Lincoln.
Well, he's one of the reasons the war was prolonged, because everybody knew if we could just get rid of Lincoln. Johnson was behind him there was a deal to be made. It was like don't talk outside the family. He was like, Sonny liked my deal, didn't he? Sonny was out there. Johnson would have fucking settled in a minute.
Johnson started his life as an indentured servant.
No shit.
And worked his way up. How sick is that?
That's impressive.
And then, before his inauguration, he got fucked up on whiskey and just couldn't talk. His inauguration, it was in the rain and the mud right after Lincoln got shot down. It was like,
first, he's the one who proved you can impeach a president, but you cannot get the fucking votes. It's a waste of time, and he ends up strong. It's the dumbest move in the world. It's vanity. It's just Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit. But it doesn't accomplish it. I don't remember why they went after him. Whatever, he was very corrupt, fucked up guy. I don't know. Who knows? It's all shit that I heard because of them. But they impeached him and then failed to get rid of him. I know nothing else about him, but I don't know either. But then fucking Grant, amazing guy.
Great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool he was.
I mean, he did so Christing much, this guy.
Oh, true. To help the South, he was pretty good. What he did.
Well, he was. First of all, some people get on him because he owned us one slave, because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. He wasn't like an active abolitionist, sure, but he was against slavery, just for not having a slave. Back then, if you didn't have a slave, you were taken to service.
Yeah.
So you were like, put on a mask.
Yeah. You were that guy. You were like, why do you have slaves?
Yeah.
And they're like, why is this guy making me feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. So he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want one. So he gave him one as a wedding present, like to spite him. What a dick. Yeah. So Grant made the guy his partner, and they started a little business together, which he then freed the guy and gave him the business. Yeah. So he made that guy.
He would go work with the slaves and be out there with them working. Yeah. And then while he was like financially ruined, he freed his slaves instead of selling them.
Wait, he had one though?
I'm not sure. He might have had one at that point.
The story I just told you is, I think, his slave story. I don't think he had a bunch.
He had one slave and he freed him instead of selling him.
And he gave him a business. Yeah. He had started with him.
His father-in-law history fucked up. He was like,
that's right. That's right. And then he was in the army. He was in the army, and he went. One of his first jobs was outpost near San Francisco. It was in the middle of nowhere. It was in the desert of California. He was the only one there, and he was a family man. He loved his family. He missed his family so much, and he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk. And that was his only experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy, and he was known as a drunk for the rest of his life.
Really?
Every time he had a political problem, they'd go, he's drinking.
There's arguments. There's rumors he was fucked up in Shiloh.
Because he sat under a tree in the rain. They found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of a military hospital.
It also is funny because Shiloh, he woke up on day 2 of it. Yeah. And like the start of day 2. Or maybe it was the start of day 1 when it started. He was late to get there. So everybody was like he was hammered. But if he was hammered, that's very funny. To be like, oh shit, there's a war.
He had won the Civil War. Started really Reconstruction, he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people, equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York, and he became a New Yorker. He became a big part of his city. Yeah. And he had a son named Kermit, who I think his name was Kermit. That was the 1800s. Yeah. So Kermit invested his money and all of his father's money with some asshole guy who took it and just left town. He just took all of their money, every penny that they had. And so Grant went to visit Vanderbilt, who's outside of the Grand Central Station. Is a great statue. I think it was Vanderbilt. Went to the richest man in New York City, who was a hard ass. The guy who didn't care for charity or anything, but he brought the sword that was Robert E. Lee's sword that he surrendered to him. He had his Congressional Medal of Honor and the Bible that he took the oath of office, and he gave them. He said, "I want to sell these to you because I have no money." And Vanderbilt said, "Jesus Christ, the president, holy shit, we're not doing that." He said, I'm going to donate these to the national museums, and I'll give you like he bought them for the nation.
He buys biography. Isn't that what he?
No. So here's what happened to biographies as part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. But his autobiography is like the greatest ever written. So he met two guys on a train. He'd do anything for money at this point. His wife was very young. He was broke. Everything he'd been through. He was broke, and his wife was young, and he was going to leave her destitute. So he met two guys on a train. They're like, "Why don't you write your autobiography and pay $1,000?" He was like, "Done." What? So then, about a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, who was like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, "Why don't you write your autobiography, your memoirs?" And he said, "I'm doing that for these guys." He goes, "What are they paying you?" He goes, $1,000. He's like, "Dude, what is wrong with that?" And he says, "Give me the book, I'll publish." Because Mark Twain had started his own publishing company because he hated publishers. He said, "I'll publish it and I'll help you write it." And he said, "I promised those two guys." He's like, "Did you sign something?" He goes, "No, but I did. I gave my word." So Twain, or his real name was Clemens, travels to. I think he went to see Sherman. He was like, "I need to see somebody trust, he'll listen to." So he went to visit Sherman and said, please get him to do this. So Sherman wrote a telegram to Grant saying, for the love of God, give the book to Clemens. That's what the thing. That's awesome. So he wrote his autobiography, and the remarkable thing about it that I read was that there's like no adjectives. It's like all verbs and nouns. The entire book is verbs and nouns. He just says what happened. It's a very well written book. And so Clemens turned it into this special edition that you had to order one. You get any color you wanted, and it was the first blockbuster book in history. It made like $500,000 in the first month. Meanwhile, he had a goiter that was growing and growing.
Stogies, you always see what the Stogies
died of throat cancer, like right as he finished the book, and then his wife was made for life. Her first check from Twain was like $400,000.
Whoa! Yeah, I think was he buried here?
Yes, and he's buried in Grant's tomb in Harlem. And when he died, there was this huge funeral, and it was Northern and Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were allowed to put back on their Southern uniforms because it was a big thing that his casket was carried by North and South.
It's too bad you can never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in Harlem these days. Because that would get away with. Yeah, man, he was fucking awesome at that. When Lee surrendered, he was very it was unconditional surrender. So he was like, "You guys are gonna fucking give up," but he was like, "Keep your guns, go home, start rebuilding." Like he could have. He was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated Custer. I think Custer stole Lee's sword. Then he got it back. But I think the story was Grant wouldn't accept it. Or something along those lines. And Custer was bloodthirsty. And then on the parade back into Washington, Grant was obviously out front. Custer fucking rode ahead. And Grant was like, "This motherfucker." Custer was the blonde hair. If you looked into Custer, he was pretty fucking. I don't know much about him. He fucked up Jeb's story to Gettysburg, which was pretty cool. Because Jeb was the man. He rode in. He was with the Michigan Cavalry. And he was like, "Come on, you Wolverines!" Fucking led him into a charge. That's why they're the Michigan Wolverines.
So then you got Hayes, one did all of this cool stuff for black people.
It's all very.
He didn't want to deal with it, so he just did away with it. And then you got fucking who else? He goes Garfield. And I get Bleary.
Yeah, this is like the Gilded Age. This is what it's called. It's all shit.
Yeah.
But this is where shit, it goes from we ended slavery to now. just right back into just racism. Not slavery, but just every law against them.
Subjugation, just like everything became the same obsession as before.
Yeah.
But without slavery, it just became all about not letting them vote, keep them off the
And that goes all the way up until like now.
Yeah,
Like we're just yesterday. Figured out yesterday. Thank God. Finally, all
Hey,
gets
we're
solved.
a nice little nation.
Yeah. Louisiana cleaned up their act a little. Alabama.
My favorite president, just jumping way the fuck ahead, is Nixon. Is my favorite.
Dude, he's awesome.
He's the best. And again, as a character,
Yes.
Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish was like, I wish it was taught, like the speech that Lincoln has on his monument and the ask not what your country and all that shit. The greatest thing that he did, because it speaks more to what Americans live, is that when Nixon was shamed and destroyed and had to leave office, he had to fucking resign. He had to give, after a couple of, I'm not a crook and this is all bullshit, he had to go and say, well, all right, I'm going to go.
Still not cooking, but I'm going to get out of here.
Gerald Ford would take the oath of office at this time in this office. And he left. But before he left, he gave a speech to his staff, to the White House staff that was impromptu. It was just on his way to the helicopter, and he's just and he's copiously crying in the speech. There's video of it that you can see. You have to try to find the whole thing because there's clips that you can find on YouTube. But I actually ordered from C-SPAN DVD of the whole speech, and they're all bawling, the whole staff and his family standing behind him, and he just tells them, look, don't. He's encouraging them. He said, this is a tough moment for all of us. He said, first of all, I don't want to discourage everyone from being in public service. He was afraid of what would happen. Yes, he was right. He said, don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling. And he said it for any mistakes that we made and everything that's happened, not one person in this administration gained financially from anything, from being left richer than when they got here. He made it first, so he defended everybody that was there. And then he just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autograph from his diary when Teddy's wife and mother died in the same night. They both died of cholera or whatever on the same night. He was going from one room to the other. And they both died. And he was like 21 or something. And he wrote this quote that was like, the light has gone out and it'll be darkness forever. And he said, so he read it to his staff. And he said that's how he felt, having lost his wife, his mom. And he went on this incredible life. So he's trying to say, don't be discouraged, never be petty, don't hate your enemies, because that's when you start to destroy yourself. He gets it really introspective about everything that happened without talking about it. And then he says, it's horrible. He says, they'll never write a book about my mother, but she was a saint. Oh man. And I think of her, like one of his brothers had tuberculosis. They had no money, so she moved to Arizona where the air was better. And she was a nurse, wet nurse. She nursed other people's babies for money in order that her son could live in Arizona. And he talks about his father who was a lemon farmer, but a failing lemon farm. And then he was a switchman on a streetcar. He just talks about his parents and what they did for him and all that shit. He just cries. Oh, it's fucking beautiful, but it shows you a man at the height of American experience, destroyed from that height, which is the worst thing that can happen to a person, is to get that high and fall. And he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels, this is what this looks like. And here's all I can say. And then he went and they left. Incredible. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history.
Yeah. He ended Vietnam, right?
Yes.
That was only
he was fucking
there's a guy we know that's a bit of a conspiracy guy, but he's been pretty correct on it so far. He's got a book coming out on Watergate. Yeah. Okay. And about how it was a little darker than it seemed.
So I knew a guy back when I was first living in the city as a comedian. There was a guy named Frank Gannon Frank Gannon wrote speeches for Nixon and was a very close friend of his. And weirdly, he became the guy who books the comedians on Letterman. And when I moved to New York back in 1990 or so, being on Letterman was all anybody wanted. So Gannon was the most important person in comedy at the time. He was a strange guy. He was very serious. He would just come in and watch you. And if he liked you, he'd get Morty to come. Maybe you'd be on the show. So he liked me. He never got me on the show, but he liked me. So I went to Letterman's office in Benton, and I asked him about Nixon. He wrote, Nixon has one big biography called RN that Gannon co-wrote. And he told me that when you get a few drinks in Nixon, he says, same people that got Kennedy's got me. Same people that got, yeah, he says the same machine that took out John and Robert came after him. He said they just couldn't use bullets anymore because it was getting too. They were on exactly what we said. We said that without Watergate was. He said Watergate was something that happened all the time. It was just like, and still does. I mean, it's not like it's how things are. It's a safe for the $1 million. And what president doesn't have a safe for the $1 million? It was so that's Nixon's story. That was Nixon's story. He didn't say it in public because the same as he conceded the presidency to Kennedy, which Kennedy stole. I mean, everyone knows that. His father took suitcases of money to delegations and stole the presidency, and Nixon knew it. And he was like, I'm not gonna, this is not good for the country, and that's why he resigned instead of standing trial. And that's why he didn't talk about it. That's the story. Yeah. Yes, that's a good, most interesting president. Most interesting, I think, to me. Yeah, I mean, Johnson was also fascinating. Yeah. Johnson was, and Reagan was kind of an empty-headed genius, incredible. Knows how to just be. As long as somebody else is in the room, Reagan was brilliant. But I'm not sure he had any thoughts. Yeah, I mean, there were people like that. Yeah, he was like an actor that was like, I guess I'll be a Republican while he was there. And then, which was pretty admirable at the time because he was. Actually, no, it wasn't because I was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys being like, "You're a communist." He just became the man. My favorite film of Reagan is Larry King interviewing him after he was shot and saying, "So what do you feel about this guy?" And he said, "Well, I just pray for him. He's a sick man. He's just, I found out later that he's sick. He's mentally ill. So we add him to our prayers." And we hope it was the best for him. He says with this big we're fucking that guy up. Oh, yeah. I hope he's doing good. Yeah. He's doing good. I think that's about enough. You had fun. That was good. Why do you accuse me of having fun? That was fun. Thanks for doing it, man. Sure. Thanks for asking. Fun. Goodbye. Wow. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, we're not going to do ads on the next one. We got to do ads on this one. Let's do it. Yeah, we can't do ads on the next one. No, dude. In the middle of that, can't drop an ad. So, Matt Shane's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Hawthorne. I bet you think it really stinks in here. And it did. But now we've got Hawthorne. What the fuck? What? Why did they say? And it did. But now we've got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, and smell good. Hawthorne makes it quick and easy to be your best with skincare and hair care made just for you. I don't know what I need to. I didn't know what I needed, so I took their fucking quiz. It's super easy, and after answering questions like, how much do I sweat and how dry is my skin? They made me a custom box of products. Boys, the quiz. Have the cream make you feel this is I'll tell you what, Hawthorne in this email said,
Boys, how's the cream make you feel? You don't want to know. I can't talk. It's triple X, dude. I can't talk about that. I'll tell you how the cream felt. Made me jizz all over myself. I had to shower. I'll tell you what, I used to like Manscaped. When I remember reading Manscaped's ad, I was like, I love Manscaped. Some sucks. I like Hawthorne, dude. Hey. I like Manscaped. Hawthorne's the best. I've been using that. I was just about to start endorsing. Hey, true. Hawthorne, let me tell you something, motherfucker. Hawthorne stands by their customers, so if you're not completely satisfied, they'll retailer your products for free based on your feedback and pay for the shipping. So there's truly no risk at all. That's the Hawthorne way. Normally when you're buying cream and cologne, there's a pretty high risk. Oh yeah. Right now there's no risk. Not at all. Right? Not at all, dude. So make sure. I've been using the face wash, dude. Look at that. Really? Touch me. I haven't even received it. Somebody touch me. I beg you. So make it. I'll rub it. It's good. I haven't used the clothes. Maybe we should put on a lot of their clothes before we go to our other to our friends' house. Spray ourselves. So make sure you're ready for anything or anyone that comes your way by taking Hawthorne's quiz today. So make sure you're ready to fight. If you're in Walmart, make sure you're ready for anybody. Go to hawthorne.co and use promo code DRENCHED to get 10% off your first purchase. That's Hawthorne, HAWTHORNE.co. Promo code DRENCHED. Hawthorne.co. Promo code DRENCHED. You want to smell good? Yes, good. You get the smell goods going on. You got this one? Lucy. Yes. Guys, just give me some rap about Lucy. Like, you know the favorite flavors. I love it. Mango's my shit. Because although I'm addicted to it, I'm still a fucking fruity guy. I'm still a bit of a fruit man. Yeah, you gotta enjoy it. You gotta be healthy. For sure. That's how I get my fruits. Yeah, so you guys know, if you're addicted to things, that's a fucking joke. If you're addicted to things, go to Lucy, guys. Lucy's safe. It's a chemical. They isolate the chemical and make it taste good. They make it taste good. So not only the chemical itself, they give it a good exactly. Make it even more fucking enjoyable. Exactly. It's all we can do now. Just enjoy yourselves, guys. Yeah. So, guys, check out the full line of products at lucy.co. Use the promo code DRENCHED at checkout. That's lucy.co. Be sure to use that promo code DRENCHED. And if you're a listener from Canada, Lucy is now available at ca.lucy.co. Warning. Addictive chemical, but also that's why you like it. That's why you like it. And probably the baby was probably on nicotine when he had that quick reaction time. True. All they read that. Yeah, you can take tobacco to. Can you really? You can take Lucy. The golden. Yeah, there's a lot of yeah. So, guys, I'm gonna be on my fucking dumb tour forever. I'm gonna be on the road forever. So, April 28th to 30th. That's this weekend. I'll be in Indianapolis. Tickets going fast. There's some tickets left, I think. May 6th, I'll be in Manchester, England. May 8th, Leeds, England. May 9th, Glasgow, Scotland. May 12th, Dublin. 13th, London. 13th, London. So this has been a big confusion for a lot of people. The first show is at Leicester Square. I believe it's sold out. The second one is at O2 Shepherd's Bush Empire. Don't worry about what fucking time it says on the tickets or whatever. Just get there at night and wait. I think that's the first real theater I've ever had in London. So yeah, please come to that. Because if that doesn't sell out, I'm gonna feel like a fucking doofus. You gotta get Jason Statham out too. Oh, you get Statham out. He's like, yo, welcome to the show. Welcome. Yo, June 3rd through 5th, Philly, already sold out, not a big deal. June 6th through 11th, Brea, California, whatever. St. Louis, Austin, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Brisbane, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Adelaide, Australia, Perth, Melbourne. Let's go. And then I'm dead. Yeah, true. After that whole tour, then I will be dead. I'm a fighter, man. Place you in the fucking hallway of helium, just as a mummy, tight. Dude, Bananas Comedy Club, that's the big one. That's the end. That's the absolute end of my just weekend run, dude. One show a month for 4 months. Where are you going? Bananas. Rutherford. How is this not? It's sold out. I don't know. I'm bringing Sid and Butterly, so it'll be nice. We're gonna do stand up.
Oh shit!
At the end of it, we'll just do
You do
a
a bit of a live stream. Just never to be seen again.
little live there. Little at the end of the shows, we'll fly up nice and
That's this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend. Bananas. Bananas out North Jersey. I mean, dude, New York is
Not sold out yet, so get tickets.
I don't think it's close, but it'll be fun.
It's in the new room. That's why.
Yeah,
I thought it was a tiny room.
Is it the new room?
The other one used to be in. It's not the one by Dad.
Not in the
About a bit.
Really?
Now you're at somewhere else. Well, it's Rutherford, whatever. Which is right next to it.
It'll be fun. We're gonna, dude, I've been having me and Sid the Kid have been having a good time.
Yeah.
So we'll get the Butterly band, dude. It'll be a good show. Darkini, one of the absolute SS himself, superstar.
Oh,
SS.
the old SS officer, Sean Gardini. I was disappointed no one yelled Adolf at Chris. Someone did it. Someone yelled. I went outside to hear. Yes, he gets him a sponge. No, he's a turd. That means you're an OG for sure. Also, I would like to get Gus the Groundhog going for Nate Marshall. That's what I was thinking about. I'd like for him to be called Gus.
That'd be nice.
Gus the Groundhog. It's his rap name. What do you got?
Trip at the stand Wednesday, May 4th at 7 p.m. That was going to be fun. It's on my Instagram. And then the Doghouse at Sesh, Friday, May 13th. Friday the 13th, Bears.
That will be a spin on. Guys, we're about to go do something. Could change our lives forever. True.
Right.
Thank you for listening. Adios.
That first understand what the body type is, what best works. Also,
this year's
oh yeah. Well, so much different. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't have to worry about a fall and breaking your hand. And so many people.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Where's the golf cart? There it is. Only pay for what you need. Liberty.
Wild, wild West.
The water does smell a certain way.
Look, I think we're gonna try one yet, but I haven't tried yet, but I can't use Rogan's wipes in my voice. Rogan Studio has them. They have the heated toilet seats and shit. Yeah, the ones I got have those. But I've never used it, and I'm still nervous because the place I got, I can't use wipes. Can't put them in the septic tank.
Yeah.
So I got the days, but I'm still nervous. Everyone says it's great. It's the best. I haven't moved in yet. Never use one ever now. Most of the places they tell me they have gas digital. I know. That's the first place ever. When people say that, that's always the funniest thing. They go, do they have a gas digital? You haven't used a gas digital? Like, no, I've never shit right next to the studio. Well, it's always because you do Real Ass Podcasts at 11 a.m. Sure. For me, that's early. I wake up at like 9. And I'm always late. So you gotta get that warmed up when you get to the studio. And then the day. And then you go, I've never tried this. It's called the mothership. And what's awesome, you can't believe the actors. So why do I thought it was gonna hit me? It does start every time, no matter what. I go, when it first gets me, I jump a little and go, it's a nice trick. Bobby Kelly described it as you're waiting for, which I understand what he's saying. You're lining it up with the remote control until you hear like to go like when your asshole starts accepting it. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Listen, I'm excited to try it. I still don't fully get it. It's just water. I see the concept, but how could it be strong enough that you're really getting that clean? Oh, it's strong, bro. Dude, if you move, it will go like 7 feet in the air. Really? Yeah. I would say about official gauge about a Super Soaker 50. Yeah, 25, my bad. I'd say 25, 50. Come on, man. I'm trying to catch a lawsuit. 25, 50's crazy. That's the yellow and green one. The basic one. Yeah, Toys R Us basic. But no, it hits you, man. I would advise
advise you to start cold. Warm's kind of indulgent. It's borderline sexual. Warm water hitting you, it's like, you might as well fat. It's kind of sexual. So start cold.
Matt, you couldn't be closer to the truth. It's real sexual. If I would choose cold water to go up there if there's a hot or warm water option, you're going to want warm, bro.
Everyone ends up warm.
Otherwise, I think I'm still a white scout on the road. I just can't believe that most of the time, just paper for just raw dog. Yeah. I did that for a very long time until people were just like, "What are you doing?" Yeah, I got just like smear peanut butter on your ass. They tell you it'll fuck your shit up, but only if you have. Well, here's a couple things going on. There was no signs here when you moved in. No, they said don't put wipes in the toilet. Fire away. Also, I run through those things, and then just don't go back to the store. So I get like once a month off. And then the mayor had a pack in the back. He was plowing through. Is your like not a good house organizer? So it's like one thing I don't know one bit. One thing about Christine, I gotta give her always is you just go run low on wipes, and then like an Amazon thing of 20 packs of wipes show up. Awesome.
Yeah, we have the, that can work against me. I'm like, yeah, we need to get garlic powder. Did you add it to the grocery list? And I'm like, you do the fucking grocery list. I mean, it is a great system.
Yeah, Jay, don't come in your girlfriend bragging like that. Do not make me make fun of my girlfriend. It was more assistant work. It was more of the assistant skills. Yeah. That was a girlfriend bragging. Now I had to put my girlfriend down with her lack of skills.
It's skills. It's their, yeah, you get, my babe didn't have those house skills. It took a while.
Yeah.
You gotta learn how to use like different parts of the iPhone notes, the notes app. A lot to that thing, man.
I take notes.
Take notes?
Sometimes. Dude, Cardini says something funny on his job, I write it down. And then send it to him the next morning and go, remember when you said this? Someday everyone will know I'm right. 2:30 in the morning on a Thursday. Do you ever listen to Cardini give it to you? You know, it's a fun thing. You ever go, I've written several things. I don't do it in years, which is why it's still sort of fun because it's from so long ago. But my phone notes when I had intentions of like, like this is a funny concept, and whatever the keywords you write down, you see a thing, it's like, it's a gay pizza. Yeah, the fuck does that even mean? Like, half of those keywords would drive me to like when I got back home, like, all right, now what was my thing with gay pizza? Before the show, you're like, fuck, I don't have any material. Let's go back in the gay pizza, gay pizza. Yeah, shit. It sounds as bad as when somebody walks up to you and does like the, you know, so if someone else goes, gay pizza, can you do something with that? It's not exactly what we're going to premise for you. Gay pizza.
Yeah, I always think I'm gonna go back there one day and there's gonna be something I wrote a long time ago and I'm gonna go, oh my god, this is genius, and I just look at it, I'm like, I'm a fucking dumbass. I'm one of the dumbest. Most of it repeats 7 times. I'm like, yeah, I've written this down 5 times. I still don't know what it is.
Great, comma, sometimes fun, question mark. 3:30 in the morning on a Wednesday. Yeah, good work. Good was I 2019 shake. Good job. But yeah, they're never fucking. It's never something where I feel like I can go back and go, oh yeah, let me expound upon that. Never once.
Nope, never. Although I have lost some great ones, man. Right before bed, I go, oh, definitely remember that. Yeah, oh, that was so good.
Nothing.
It would have changed everything.
Yeah, while I'm driving a car, say it over and over to myself 3 or 4 times, and then like you get the next day exactly like something about something. Yeah, while I'm driving a car, I go, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna get some material out of this. Just rap. For 3 straight hours, I didn't have one thought the entire drive. We got the premise. I was just rapping right.
Dude, I started smoking weed again in hopes of like it'll jar up some new ideas. It's the same thing. I just got like confused in the grocery store and I was just like, this is not.
Just have a nice groceries.
We did.
We had a Whole Foods there.
Same time.
Yeah.
Dude, I was getting let out personally. I got very high and listened to Led Zeppelin in the grocery store, and Led Zeppelin was way better than I remembered it. I was like, I think I'm over this. I'm almost 40 now. That was like stuff when I was a kid. Dude, I was listening to Led Zeppelin too. I was like, might be the greatest song of all time.
You put me back on. You were like, I let the lead out. I said, I gotta let the lead out.
Dude, it was crazy. Shit rocked. For real, I am not lying. I was walking towards the cheese aisle at the grocery store. At one point, like, they hit the drums. I almost went in my head. I was playing, dude. I was up on stage. I almost fucking kicked the single drum.
Yeah, my Whole Foods experience was much like my experience at the mall. I was like, I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I got there. I was like, I don't even know what I want. Because I don't even know. I got chicken and bacon and eggs and that. But that is why I spent $30. Yeah.
Do you scan every aisle? Like, you start produce?
Yeah, I walked around. You know, weed. It's a big thing. Yeah, if you could smoke weed and go to the store, you start thinking ahead more. Yeah, you're playing ahead.
Yeah, true.
You're like, I'm definitely gonna want fluff at some point. I don't want fluff inside. I never bought it ever, but like, you should have it.
I did it just every aisle 4 times. I just walked. I do like the outskirts usually. Then I just started hitting every aisle while I was jamming and like be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get onion. I go all the way back to the other side, get an onion.
You're gonna need that onion. Top the things I end up like hoarding because I don't realize we have them. You buy too much, or I create like probably like 4 different kinds of pickles in my refrigerator. No meat, but 4 different jars of pickles that have been like opened at different times. Yeah, well, listen, each stackers need spears. But after that, you start just getting gluttonous. Fuck, I forgot the spears. The fuck, I gotta get back to the store. Hey, bitch, are these bread and butter chips? Because I said the pickles.
I will say, I don't think it's any good, but I just smoked weed all weekend, man. Like, I gotta come up with something funny. And then I actually went to a gala last weekend. It was Brittany planned it months and months ago, and I got very high and went to that. And it was the only thing people were talking about school. Like, yeah, I started school in September, but I was like held back because I wanted to be the older person in the class. And I got adults. Yeah, we were just talking about like if you got held back, and I was like, I just like wanted to Brittany. I was like, I got held back in the 4th grade because my dick was too big. I laughed for 30 minutes.
Write it down. Dick too big for 4th grade. She was like, I don't know what you in 8 months.
She's like, why would you get held back? I was like, dude, you're rude. Dude, it's just funny. I get held back too. Why? Because my dick too big.
What's a gala?
Just like it's just a thing where you get dressed up and then they just make people, they like ask people for money basically. So it was like a domestic violence thing, and then they had cowboys come out and be like,
These guys, the auctioneer guys.
Yes, they went,
Anti. You remember that?
Anti, yes, it was not just us.
Really? At the Longhorn, the Texas Longhorns thing, they did the auctioneers. You can bid for a stole one of these.
You can.
And he was like, 50 grand, and then no one was bidding for like a minute, and I was sitting there like, oh shit.
What?
Yeah, I was like, that's terrifying bid.
You gotta start low.
$50,000.
No,
And people were.
it starts at like 2. That's the move, to raise your hand for the
Yeah, it's
very
fun to
first.
go.
It's going to
$100, $1.
yeah.
Dude, we got an arm boy. It was like a vacation with a coach. Coach is South American, coach is Artesian, to the cabin. Yeah, it was like a boys' vacation in the cabin with an adult man you don't know. Coach Sark.
Well, there'll be like a 32-person trip to Orlando.
Just
It was like, what the fuck?
Just Lemaire.
Dude, what they did on it, it was actually kind of sick. So they had this trip. They had to bid up to $15,000, and they had 4 people. They went, you all get it right away. They all had to get one for 15 grand. Like, oh,
Bidders.
yeah. It was exciting. The cowboy bidders were exciting.
It was nice.
That was fun.
Yeah.
But try not to laugh for a half an hour.
At the gala.
Oh, I told Brittany, I said, bro, not a
How much was she trying to raise that hand?
I told her before we went in 3 times I saw her elbow move, and I said, I will fucking storm out. I will stay. It's just like, it's kind of a girl trap, because it's like they pop shit, confetti on you, and it's like, the pricing makes no sense. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Like $30,000? Yes. It's like, I was.
What are the objects?
The objects, they were like pretty intense vacations, and they will be like, it sleeps like 18 people, so I guess you could try to get people in on it, but just it was vacations. What else was it? It was like trips. There was a quail hunting trip or dove hunting trip in South Africa. You could go shoot birds in South Africa.
God bless the person who goes just figures out a vacation package in a moment of someone going, all right, Turks and Caicos, got a nice little cabana on the beach. $50,000. So, you want to go to Turks and Caicos, right? Let's get 20 more friends. Just sort that out somewhere before you raise your hand.
Dude, it was a
I know we'll go to that. I said, we go to Turks and Caicos definitely on this date.
It was more the elders. The older people were snagging all these crazy things.
Oh, they got to do everything before they die.
They were definitely hitting them up. But it was I will say, gala energy. It's a lot of the dudes there. It struck me as guys who are expect jobs at any minute. Just the face, they were they knew they were getting their dick sucked that night. Yeah,
Everyone's dressed up.
exactly.
Your penis is going to be in the mouth.
There was a lot of pre-head energy. That was the one thing. It was, it's not good nor bad. I was just saying, fuck, man.
Sexual energy.
Very sexual.
Yeah, everyone's laughing, drinking, spending money.
I mean, if you...
The trophy wives and, prostitutes.
Yes, pretty much. If you can get, if you get women in a dress, that is step one.
Yeah.
This is fancy. Yeah, that is kind of step one to kind of possibly getting in.
It's Valentine's Day. Bringing your wife makes sense. Bringing your girlfriend, but bring the stuff people bring escorts to. When escorts are doing the actual job they say they're doing, when you heard of escort, it's well, you're paying me for my time. Whenever it happens, it's we can go to dinners. You're yeah, I used to drive them. I used to drive them, and I'll tell you what, they weren't going to any galas. They were going in the front of a house I thought was abandoned to get fucked by a guy whose arm is always broke or has polio.
You used to drive others?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was
What does that make you in the pimp hierarchy? Were you you're a wheelman?
Wheelman, just technically to protect them. Protecting them in the strippers, they were all strippers and prostitutes for the most part, but the strippers was a scarier job. You have to go in and make sure everything's kind of okay.
Oh, you did the bachelor party guy? You went in and counted the money?
Yeah. The prostitutes where you just drive up front and they go in and they'll be like, if all goes great, I'll be it's supposed to be there for an hour. They're like, I should be out 15 minutes. And they usually would. But the one time I drove someone outside of Pennsylvania, it was outside of Philly. I drove a girl one time, we picked her. This is also the thing you get to see. This is not, this guy's definitely not going to be happy. When you went out, I picked them up, and I was like, unless there's no way this guy picked her. This is before, internet was everything. So you were going on, a Yellow Pages call, or, I guess, the
you had the ride out of the car. You had to come out and Rocksteady. Did you guys ever get caught in sex traffic?
I don't know. I did it.
If they were bumper to bumper, that would be sex traffic.
Sex traffic. But I drove this girl. I knew she was this guy's not going to like her. She was we drove this nice neighborhood, and this girl was gothed out, big, heavy-set chick, real milky skin. It was just a look I'm certain the guy who lives here was not going for. And she goes,
are you sure you weren't trying to hog, being this guy's not going to be with you? You should actually just
let me get away from all this. That's what I did when I was catering. You got to take one of the parms. You know what I mean? If I'm driving a hooker, I want to go. A kiss. One kiss. Oh, they're never going to know. Well, the first guy I ever drove, I'll come back to that in a second, but this girl, she went inside she went to the guy's house, and I'm just waiting in the car, and then she comes back 3 minutes later.
What?
And she goes, he said that about what he was expecting, and he sent me whatever. So I was I saw coming, and she goes, and now no matter what, the guy's got to pay X amount for me, for the drive, whatever, $25. That meant the world to me at the time, for sure. And so she was he's not. She goes, I was oh. So he just gave me the cancel money or whatever. And she was no, he wouldn't give me any money at all. And I was shit. And I just got to hedge the bets. I'm what does this asshole look like? You're waiting to hear, so I can go find him. But I'm really just asking. I'm is this worth $25 for me to go knock on this guy's door? And she was he's this little nerdy whatever guy. So I was oh, good. So I go and knock on the door, and I was she kind of came with me, which I didn't think was a good idea. And he opens the door, it's kind of I don't want trouble thing. And I was no, man, just kind of you're supposed to give $50. I think it's 25 for each or something like that. And he was
He's like, oh, well, I don't. He was basically a dick. He was like, I don't have them, gotta give it. And then she just busts the door open and started like unhooking his VCR and shit. And she was like, well, I'm taking something with me or something like that. Like, I got her not to do that ultimately, but she was planning on walking out there with something. And then having to drive a rejected hooker home is such a hilarious like conversation. She's like, actually, I probably went in there with a bad attitude because I didn't want to fuck him. I'm like, sure. Yeah, sweetheart, you got it.
I'm glad I didn't get his VCR. I didn't fucking want it, dude.
The first girl I ever drove, I remember being like impressed by her because she was just pretty one.
You're funny if you're like 12, this is just your paper out.
No, I was 18, I think.
Damn.
18 or 19. I only did this for a very short time. My friend, Ernie, was dating a girl whose dad was just like, probably like weird connected shit or something like that. And it was like they had a guy who like French stripper, was supposed to be strippers ultimately. And like, he used to go there, whatever. I found out very quick because the guy was like, all the other guys for this company were like old men. I remember asking the guy one time, like, how the fuck? Yeah, he's like, am I the only man? I feel like I'm in danger a lot. And he was like, well, he goes, they have guns. Like, you don't have a gun? And I was like, no. And he was like, do you want one? And I was like, no. And he was like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, dude. I got too nervous. So I was like, I'm gonna pull out way too early because I'll be nervous. It's always like 15 guys, you know what I mean? Like, I've had him say things like, you're supposed to stop us. So we do anything? And I'd be like, yeah, we do this. I'd be in a circle already, point shoot me up here. John Wick both ends. It was terrifying. Imagine playing the bug. No, it was always last. Same company as the one I did the dressing up at kids' parties. That was the funniest.
What?
Hold on, I know you told this story a million times, but can you please tell us that story? Which the dressing up. There's a couple of the Elmo. The Elmo. Yeah. Let me get that story. That was the first one they sent me to. The guy was like, hey, if you want to make more money, I also, during the day, the stripper company does kids' parties, dress up as costumes. Same guy, you go to the same guy's house with his fucking koi pond and pick up the fucking bag, the trash bag on you full of costume. That was like, not the licensed ones, I guess. So, you know, they were like shitty knockoff elements. So I was Elmo, and they sent me, I was the last call for the stripper thing and this, like, we need somebody. Our main guys can't do it. So I always got the shittiest gigs, and I mean, like, real, like, North Philly, like, scary places to go. And I went as Elmo right away. No one's happy to see me. They're like, why is a white guy with a garbage bag coming to our front door? And they let me in, and I was like, yeah, I'm down here for the kids. Like, Elmo, and they go, all right, go change in the back. It's sweltering hot. It's like summertime. I put on the Elmo costume, and I come out to start and they, I tell them, like, he tell me to do the hokey pokey. I was giving her, I gave her a CD after we put in, and she was like, we ain't got no play out here. Just do the hokey. She kept yelling, do the hokey pokey. That was just a funny thing to yell at. And then, you know, I got a little screen up miss. It's sort of the closer, you know, like the hokey pokey with all the kids. And then, whatchamacallit, this little girl, this little black girl, like, barrettes there. She was so cute. Like, it was a moment where I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, this kid, because she did, like, the hug. She hugged my leg and love you, Elmo. And then kids, like bad kids, you could tell, were coming on the block on bikes. And they came to the party, and while this girl's literally hugging my leg, the kid was like, yeah, that ain't the real Elmo. And she's like, yes, it is. And he's like, no, it ain't. And he starts looking through the grill thing. And she's like, he said, yeah, I'm going, oh, come on. And he just lifts the sleeve up of the thing and screams, and he goes, Elmo's white.
Dude, that's like being in a shark cage.
The mom came over and she was yelling as a kid. And she goes, no, this is Elmo, honey. This is Elmo. And the little girl's getting upset. And the kid just pointed at her. And the mom's going, like, hey, kid, stop. And he goes, if that's the real Elmo, why is he wearing FUBU sneakers? Which I was. FUBU sneakers. And then the kid said, he goes, let's see if Elmo has nuts. And then I couldn't find him out of my little screen. And I was turning, and then he just launched. like no repercussions. Just sock in the ball. I mean, but no, but like this, like the top of his foot hit like my ass crack. It got in it. That's the film. That's the lungs. What you do is really like. You're sweating on. You're like Iron Man in the mask. You wouldn't expect it from behind. I was truly a master. Oh, I was a young man. No, not from behind. It was from the front. It was so in there. It was like gooch. It's crazy though, to leave like a, presumably a slightly fucked up household and spy on I'm ruining this shit. I have less scary stories from the stripper thing than the kids' parties, dude. The kids, one time I went, and the owner of this company would say whatever to sell. Sorry, we got some plumbers here, they're going to love. The owner of the company would say whatever to sell the house. Getting all your groups out. The owner would do anything to sell the gig. Yeah. So I was going to be as Winnie the Pooh to a kid's party, North Philly, and I get in there, and then the guy goes, as soon as I get there, the guy goes, as soon as I get there, it's like, he goes, yo, where's the presents and balloons? And I was like, which I thought was even a weird thing that someone would ever believe that's going to happen. I'm like, you want to just bring random presents for your child? And I know if they a boy or a girl or what. And he's like, well, I was told you to bring presents and balloons. So I was like, well, I'm sorry. I'll go, let me call the company. And I called the guy, and the guy was like, yeah, I just said, here they are already. Like, they're going to, he was like, yeah, no, he told him not to bullshit. He goes, put him on the phone. And now, like, I didn't know this was the scam. But I'm like, now we'll take a couple bucks off. But you're already there. Oh my God. Okay. So like, it's also crazy to be like, yeah, we don't need any presents. Winnie the Pooh is gonna. So the guy was like, next him on the phone. He's like, all right, I go into his house, and it was like the. Do you remember the party in Menace to Society where Kane beat the guy who was talking shit about Jada Pinkett? No. It was like that party. This was a good idea. Multiple dice games going on. 2 babies in high chairs eating Cheerios. The only children at this party. It's one of those kids. So when I go in, the guy was like, I was like, where can I change? He goes, go upstairs. Is it bad? No, fuck it. He was like, go upstairs and change the bedroom. So I went up to the bedroom and closed the door. And it was fucking, sorry, my plumbers, they're just drummers. Yeah, they're fucking, yeah, I figured it out. Just sorting it out. Sorry to interrupt you. No, sorry. So you're up in the bed? I go up in this bedroom, I close the door. He was like, don't close that door, motherfucker. And I was like, I already did. And he was like, the door, like, when you close it, it won't open. Oh, no. So now I have to wait for them to take the door off the hinges. It was funny, like, the door, it literally fell. It was like an old Philly, like, this heavy-ass door, like, they take a hinge and it goes, like, it hits the bed, like, the dust comes up, and I'm literally standing there holding a Winnie the Pooh head, like, something like the right stuff, like an astronaut's helmet. I'm like, let's go. So you were dressed as Pooh, just not with the head on yet? Yeah, no head on. And then I went downstairs and I gave the guy the CD to put in for the Hokey Pokey songs or whatever. The guy goes, just dance to what's on, which I do recall was Dr. Dre's 2001 product. Damn. So I just like Hokey Pokey danced to that for 2 kids in high chairs for like a half hour or so. And then it was the guys were doing their thing and kind of paying attention to me. And then I was like, oh man, the kids are adorable. Like, thanks so much. Sorry about the miscommunication earlier. I'm gonna go upstairs and change back into my clothes and get out of here. He's like, nah, man, just get out of my house. I thought it was like being playful for something. I go, I know, because the thing before, he's like, man, I'm done. Just get the fuck out. And I was like, I gotta go change. And he was like, not here. And so then I'm not thinking, I took the head off to be like, yo, man, come on. Like, not like, to start shit with him, just almost to plead, like, buddy, come on, let me check. And then the kids started fucking screaming. They just told me to remove his skull. And then they physically pushed me out of the house. And I ran to my mom's. I ran to my mom's shit and I drove a stick shift home with Winnie the Pooh. Where's all your clothes in the house? I had the bag, the army bag and stuff. It was like my trash bag of my clothes instead of Winnie the Pooh. But that was a hilarious Tracy Ford, more scary job.
Yeah, that's some fucking bullshit, man.
Because most of the time the strippers, there was only one stripper I drove that was like genuinely putting herself through med school, like their actual story that you always hear. Like she was really doing, which was made her not a good stripper. Because she was the girl that every time they were like, this guy's touching my tit. I'm like, you have it in his mouth. Yeah, so it's like, go fight this guy. He's doing this. Like, please, you have to let him touch your butt.
Sure, you could have been like, you have a bright future ahead of you. I don't want to ruin your medical school.
But the first girl I ever drove, in that, her real name was, fake name, her real name was Candace, whatever it was, I drove her. She was really cute, and we went to a party, a bachelor party, and she was like, they're sawing now? Are they sawing pipes?
Yeah, you want to pause for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp.
We love BetterHelp.
It's love BetterHelp. As nice as it would be,
Help with the butt
as nice as it would be, you don't have all the answers. Problem for a host rift. I struggled with ... I personally, I don't like to get into this, but I struggled with deep sexual feelings for amphibians until I got help from BetterHelp. And we overcame that struggle because they were like, it was like a stern father, like, oh, you want to smoke cigarettes? Well, how about you do 100 of them?
Yeah, they said, hey, you want to have sex with frogs all the time?
BetterHelp said, how about you do 100 of them, tough guy?
Box of 100 frogs, you don't come out of that room until you creep by every one of those fuckers' mouths.
I said, look, BetterHelp. It's important that you have a good support system. You know, people you go to when the going gets tough. Like a therapist from BetterHelp.
I said, so let me ask you, how did you
They're always nice to have in your corner because there are times when you can't go to your family or friends.
You can't tell your family about those frogs. You can't tell anyone about that. You gotta go to BetterHelp. You gotta get on a Zoom call and go, I want to fuck frogs. And they go, holy shit, we gotta help.
Trust me. Oh my god. We already riffed. We riffed our it helped us. Therapy is great because, I mean, dude, it's just, after I stopped my whole thing with those amphibians, my social skills were much more positive. I overcame those problems and I learned how to reach out. I learned how to reach out for help in the same space. So, if you want to give therapy a try and you're not sure where to begin, check out BetterHelp.
Still can't really go near any bodies of water. Yeah, really? Yeah, because due to the possibility of a frog. You know, send me a friend.
You know, bro, trust me, when you're on the edge of a pond, you don't even see the frog. You're jumping in the water. I go to my son's fucking.
Oh, yeah.
Catch everything out. Love that kiss at a turning point. Guys, check out BetterHelp. It's fully online. It's so easy to get started. And they have access to a wide range of credentialed therapists, over 30,000 with all sorts of different specialties.
That's good.
Yeah, guys. So
It's all right.
check out Build Your Support System. Build your support system with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MSSP to get 10% off the first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MSSP.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, BetterHelp's a great company.
Yeah, dude, they do fucking rock with us.
Yeah, they do rock.
Thank you,
BetterHelp. Hey, we just got back from that fantastic ad read.
Yes.
Seriously, that is the best underwear or something. Yeah, it was the best dick show underwear. You know, this kratom probably isn't addictive. No one's gonna think you're a loser this time. Dude, you guys, I always associate kratom with gas digital. How do you not? And then I came down to Austin. Kratom presents gas digital.
You guys are like the sacklers of kratom.
And then I came down here in Austin, and it was one of those like human incentive works type. Like, I don't think he did, but like that type of mindset. Because down here, that's what everyone is. Grant is. No, but like your dads, you were like, Zig's actually a neurotropic man, so it's good for you. Like that. 1 milligram a day. You can't just enjoy anything. It's got to be science. Yeah. You can't just go, But they're like kratom. They put some kratom in nice bottles in the green room with this kratom. It's a broken stove. Yeah, it was a joke. This is different. Yeah, it's cool.
They do have a little kratom, like 5-hour energy.
Those are awesome. the only one Josh Edemeyer's got me to try was a little, I think it's O's or something called. It's like this big. It's a drink. I mean, you shouldn't drink it all. It's this big. If you drink it all, you will, I believe, like opiates, get violently nauseous for 5 minutes or so, and then it's great. Oh, nice. When that nausea goes away, awesome to ride. Yeah. I wrote 3 full Nirvana albums. New music, too. I just know it's theirs.
So before we left, you said you're on the cross.
First car I ever drove.
Yeah.
Very pretty. Yeah, and she was so pretty that I was like, the self-soothing of like what she's doing is actually great. Yeah, we went to this party. I always remember the thing was she's all right, guys, we're gonna play a game. She controlled the room too. That's hilarious.
We're right back after another ad from heroin.
After these words from heroin.
It's unbelievable.
That was wild. It was pin drop.
Yep. And we're back. As we're saying.
First trip ever. Sorry guys, gotta do some like belt singing. Yeah, it's on me.
They hand up accountability. That's all right.
First car I ever drove. We went to this place. Said she was controlling the room, which I thought was like, again, I just thought she was pretty, so I was just like, and I'm the person driving her. So you're like, am I falling in love with this girl? She looks good, and then she starts doing this thing that's so raunchy. Again, I liked her so much that I thought it was a brilliant business thing. I've talked about this where I'm like, this is my move. This is called something in business, what she just did. When she moved, she would go, all right, guys, we're playing this game. $5, $10, and $20. And it was like for $5, so she rolls it up like a Coke straw, whatever you give her. And then she'll put it like in her pussy, basically. But she keeps her fingers like at the base, you know what I mean? And so it's like for $5, she puts it in a little bit, for 10, a little bit more, and then you take it out with your mouth out of her pussy. You're making the right face. If you were wondering if you were making the right face, you are.
Those guys.
Well, here's the problem with any kind of story of a bachelor party. Your mindset there will tend to be different, I think. You know what I mean? When everyone's above it, you're hearing a lady, you're like, money in a pussy and then money in my mouth. Like, all those things are wrong. And then my mouth near money near a hooker pussy, this is all bad. But everybody did the $20 because it would be the closest. But the funny thing, I was always like, well, it's crazy because no matter how much you put in there, you can fit it in your mouth, and you're only getting as close as her fingers. But you're never actually getting closer to her pussy.
Yeah.
Every guy did the 20, and I was like,
well, it's funny to be like, let me do the 5. I'm going to stay on the periphery. Yeah. It's great. I'll just take a $5. Let me just let me feel the warmth of it.
Right, yeah. He goes, let me get a $5 smell stick in there.
Look at all 3 5s. That'd be good. I'm going to do back-to-back 35s.
That is the move. But you're right. For $20 in 5s, you can go 4 times and get the same experience.
Can you inhale the air through the bill?
I assume you could.
If they want to scuba a little bit. So you get 1 deep hit.
Yeah. If somebody comes through the straw, it's free here too.
This is bad. That'd be a bonus.
But anyway, I thought she was an angel sent from heaven to do that.
I've never been at a bachelor party that was crazy. We had one where there was, I think I told you about it, there was a lady who had just visibly must have just given birth not very long ago. Because she had like that skin, we were all calling her brain belly. Dude, you go get a lap dance from brain belly. But yeah, it was actually a girl brain belly.
Well, this girl. When I was driving her home, she goes, we stopped at 7-Eleven. Where she goes, she bought one of those like single individual roses for herself. And I was like, oh, what's that for? And she goes, it was just a sad, like, I always buy myself flowers at the end of a work night because I deserve it. And then now this must have been so creepy for her. I dropped her off at her house. Next day, show up her house with flowers, and I go, "You deserve someone else to give you flowers." And by the way, she could have been looking back more like, "If my abusive boyfriend sees you here, I'm gonna have the shit beat out of you." She was like, "Thank you, thanks so much," and I'm like, "I just think that you should know." She's like, "Cool, thanks." Like, I was like, "Bye."
She should have gone, she's like, "See you later."
I go, "So if I should have gone $5, just like 1 moment of your time with this $5 bill." So, skip ahead. I started doing comedy. I was doing comedy already, but that's like a job I would do like kind of infrequently. But yeah, when I needed money, I would take it. And so you can just call in the Yellow Pages, any of those places at the time, and be like, "Hey, you need a driver? I've done it before." They'll be like, "Sure." Most of them will be like, "Sure. Can you start tonight?" So this guy, I called some guy and told him, "Hey, you looking for drivers? I have experience." But he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "The way he does it is you hang out at his house, this guy's apartment, and wait for jobs to come in. The girls there with you." So I go to this guy's apartment, not far from where my mom lives. It was just a couch, a TV, and bodybuilding trophies everywhere they go. Which is like a totally huge jacked guy, tough guy. And he goes, "All right, so you got a gig. You're taking these 2 girls. One's this Asian girl, one's my cousin." Okay, so the Asian girl shows up. She's nice stuff. Then the cousin comes. It's the fucking girl. First girl I ever drove was his cousin. She now, by the way, this girl who was like so hot. I take her to this party. Everyone, not Brave Belly. Everyone's like into this Asian girl. She's very pretty. And then this girl, they're like, you hear the guys making jokes about her. And like this, she was all like pale now, and her asshole was brown, dark.
She had like an old dog.
Yeah, that came up a lot, guys. And I'm almost, you have that thing where I'm like, don't know, you don't know what she's like. She's in a rough patch or something. But then I don't fucking talk to her. But she did look pretty busted. And it was funny. That's my luck. People asked if I haven't fucked any of the strippers ever on that gig. We went back to the cousin's house, and it was just me and her waiting for another gig to come in. And that night she started like digging her toes. Like she was like laying on the couch. She was like digging her toes. Like whenever I think kind of like, and I was like, I'm not here at your cousin's house. And I was like, nah, dude, she has something now for sure. And I never saw her ever again. Probably dead. Yeah.
That's the crazy thing with like OnlyFans and all this stuff. Like it does. I'm not like being puritanical about it, but it doesn't seem to really work well for women psychologically. Like they fucking crash hard. Yeah. Female porn stars.
There's no. We all thought that Jenna Jameson was like the example of like what you can do it and kind of get mainstreamed and not like lose your sense about you. And then they have the video of her in night vision, like all the cameras in her house. She was actually climbing ladders. Night vision, there's just a raccoon just busting all the cameras in the house.
She was like a 90s porn star. It's like I feel like the hardcore stuff back then is like expected now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Hold on, I think they're doing a little slop back there.
But they shut the faucet.
I think he's bringing up what I mean.
This way they're going to lower the values of the
The toilet's just exploded.
Watch out. You sell something, you're going to have an appraisal. Thanks for oh my God.
What is it? Is there anyone in there?
Appraisers put the brakes on.
What the fuck?
I kind of want to see it. Yeah, go check it out. You gotta go see this smoke. I gotta see this smoke.
Validates it. That said,
It was smoke.
sorry, I apologize to Dan.
Pull it back there.
Today,
Yeah, it was smoking big time. Oh yeah, straight to the water.
I'm not really a hockey fan.
Smoke turds. Just been turds strapped to the walls.
Yeah. Anyways, that meme I saw, it said that Florida's not
I've never heard a plumber once do that. No, just fucking no bachelor or whatever. Like college friend or stuff. No, never went to graduate. I've been to the crazy ones. I think it was fucking Lewis. Zach. It was Zach's. That's pretty well about. That was a wild one. Me and that car. That was the first time I really had to think. Did mom. And I just sat on the couch. Oh, that wasn't Molly. That was actually ecstasy. It was great. Yeah, I was afraid. I didn't talk to the women at all. And then I was watching. I was watching Lewis like, yeah, bitch. He was very not. He was complex, but he was very sugar butthole. Yes, like there was. He was comfortable with strippers. No, yeah, Lewis threw my bachelor party when I got married. It was yeah, it's pretty good. He goes pretty hard with it, but two that I've been to. Anyway, I went to with my ex-wife's friend was having a bachelor party. They invited me to, but I don't know why they wanted. I think they wanted me to come because I'm a comedian. They'd come to shows already, so as a virtual unknown, still they were like, the comedian guys coming, and they had a stripper there. It was gorgeous. Who was fucking, and I went in the bathroom with her, and I'm such a fucking fat schnuff. Like, I went there and talked to her for 45 minutes, where I started hearing people outside the door go like, hey man, are you done in there? He goes, oh, this fat guy. I'm just like, no one knows who I was, and I'm just hogging the stripper to chat with her. I go, yeah, I used to work in this business a little bit myself. Yeah, try to chat her up. She had no interest. She was almost like, hey, are we like fucking here now? I was like, the regular person's thing, whatever, you're trying to have industry talk. There was a guy, there was a guy who used to come to my shows all the way. He was friendly with him, but I remember for Bobby Slayton years ago at the West Palm Improv, and afterwards, all these people came to see him, and the host of the show, who was like a local player, we like, they're like, oh, we gotta go to strip club, we have to go to strip club. We went, this guy Lauren, who I became friends with, the managers there, was like, pick a girl or whatever. It was just like free reign. It was always like that kind of like dude. And a few years back, I was in the Comedy Inn in Miami, which is a small in a motel basically. And he's got comedy. I got a new company too. I'm bringing a couple of girls. They want to party. I'm just like, yeah, man, sure. So his buddy comes to bring these two girls who are like super ghetto, like Hispanic girls. Both cute though. And he was like, hey, you want to go? Because they want to go like smoke with you or something before the show. I can take them to like your room, wherever, which is a hotel room right there. So I was like, yeah. And I went there and smoked bottle and talked to them for a while. And then I was like, but my thing is so like me and Lewis, we have different opinion on this a lot of times. Like Lewis has the why he says he can fuck a hooker is rooted in he thinks he's like, this must be a nice change for you, huh? You might get to fuck me. Instead of like what you think. I assume I'm the other end of that spectrum, so I'm like, oh god, this girl's like gonna have to wash me off later, just being like, what am I gotta get my kids back from social services and get my shit together. So like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I would feel the same. That's how I feel like I'm like, well, this is my job, I have to do it. Yeah. Clearly, he told them they should like do something to fuck around with me because I'm hooking them up with tickets or whatever. This little motel comedy club. So, but in my mind, I'm going, you know what? They're both cute. I'm like, they're going to come to the show. After the show, they're probably going to really want it. Yes, maybe would be the best thing. What do you convince myself? Yeah, I agree. Now they're like, oh, I saw you do your thing. So yeah, now we kind of want to do this. Let me see you do your thing now. After the show, I'm talking to them. I think even a little before the show, they're both giving you, of course, like you said, no one gets out of it unscathed. Like, they're both giving you like, it's like my boyfriend hates that I do this, man. Like, if he beats the shit out of me one more time, my dad's gonna kill him. He's just gonna talk like that. And you're like, okay. And then we're sitting outside bullshitting, the two of them and the two guys, my buddy. And like, I told you these chicks wanted to party. Killing time. Yeah, I mean, really killing time. And then the guy eventually was like, hey man, we're gonna get out of here pretty soon. So, if you want to take the girls and hang out for a little bit, like, now's the time. I remember just touching him on his arm and I went, give him the night off, man. Just give him the night off, man. How did they react to that? Were they like, oh, sweet? No, they were almost puzzled. Like, everyone was even like, no, man, the girls came like party and stuff. I was like, I know, but like, even that sentence, it's like they came in and they were like, they know me and my stuff. Like, they came to party because you were like, hey, you girls want to do coke tonight probably for free and drink. Go fuck this guy. Yeah, I'm all right.
You think he was going to try to get you the bill? He was going to hit you with the bill too? You didn't have a tab or anything.
He was hooking you up. Absolutely, but I could. I'm with you. I would have done. I don't know. Yeah. It's just I get it. I get it completely. I have to believe, or at least be able to believe in some way. Like you want to do this, not like you will. I will fuck you. Yes. Yeah.
I will say that it must have been. I don't know if you did this that night. The fab session must have been decent though. So like there were two hookers in your mouth. Like that'd be a nice fab session.
No, I did the post like strip club.
Yeah.
That's where you like got contract. And then you go home and like, damn, this.
So let's say a lot of
Jack off. Like, damn, this would have been so much cooler. So much fucking night. Yeah. And then you come and you go, oh, thank God. You're done. That was fucking great.
That's part you're not that person online.
Before I ever had a laptop, for years, that wasn't really a thing that everybody had a laptop. So on the road was a hilarious race. Either had that local newspaper, whatever that weird arts paper is, that would have hooker ads, the yellow pages, and the E-channels, Girls Gone Wild infomercial. It was a race to like, can I just jerk off and not make a terrible mistake right now? Yeah. And you have to remind yourself, you go, as soon as it's over, you're going to be like, I don't really have $200 to be thrown around my head or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, all of it's so bad. As soon as you're done, you're like, perfect night. You really made the right decision there, big guy. Thank you, Girls Gone Wild. I mean, there's no ding, ding, ding. We're all probably hitting the same commercial a couple times. You know how when it's like, if you look at the moon, every time on Earth, if we see the moon, it's true. It's like, those girls are loud. We know we're out there.
Stern, if you think a lady, you know, you're probably catching the same thing. See Stern, you big fuck.
Yeah.
And then try to jerk Stern.
Fuck out of here, Stern.
Get out of here, Stern. You look like a witch.
It does look like a witch.
It does. It looks like a bruja.
It is a bruja. That was Stern. Yeah.
You are.
So you have
that's the best. Getting like, I mean, Squiggle Vision was the final. I wish.
Yeah, I got on the road with 20 down with fucking 40 down Spice Channel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Spice Channel. And then I got one of my first roommates worked for the cable company, so we had unlocked Spice and Playboy Channel, and like, those are really like,
If you own a house,
that was the era where it was on DVD or you had to download, so it was like, he did it, but it was like, they're so not good, the Playboy Channel.
Yeah.
So like, the fact that they made any kind of what you would describe as vanilla pornography in the world is still strange to me that it exists. Like
software you're saying?
Software saying it was just like, yeah, they weren't even doing it. Maybe just the naked women stuff, but I mean, like, just all of it's gotten just like the fact that anyone can go back and be like, whatever, read like, Dude Max Magazine has the 50 hottest bikini babes pictorial, like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Like, there's a girl that's pretty taking a dump and a steak on the internet. And I can see it if I really do those things out, you know what I mean? I get a pile of it sent to my house. I'm interviewing in a few weeks, I believe, where we got Ferry or him. And I told the person who said it, that's MTV's Teen Mom. And she started doing like porn. She had a couple porn videos, like pro porn videos, and she started doing like cam stuff. But then, Lemaire, you're familiar with this. Then she took a video of herself for somebody taking a dump.
So you want to go
out? I don't know where this dump was inside of her tiny body. She just ran on the floor, like an animal. But I mean, it is a shit I've watched so many times because it's fascinating. It's like a cord pops, like one little shit comes out, and then 2 straight feet of connected shit. And then this is your foot. Yeah, somewhere. I'd like to take a look at this now.
So she segued Teen Moms into her OnlyFans. I mean, she's
she's still Teen Moms, dropping. She's probably in her 30s, but now she's
making opus.
She's doing stand-up comedy. What? Obviously. So her first time stand-up comedy is going to be at a strip club in New York, so she's coming on the bonfire. So I told the person, I'm like, first thing I'm asking about is this dump. I don't know what you wanted, so I have to assume as soon as it was fun. When did you go? Vegas. I can't wait to see this. It's pretty good. The corn pop is so underrated. Just like corn pop. I might be a corn pop, but I think just caught it after the corn pop. Just never caught the poop, but I've seen the other way. Damn, dude. Just a rogue lady, just five. She's probably like 5 cappuccinos a day. 5 whipped cream Starbucks a day. Just throwing the 2-footer. Should have held it up like a fisherman at the end, like. Yeah, you watch it. 2 feet, you might have to take a picture. Yeah, you might have to like 100. Yeah, you gotta sit over it with the animals. Imagine being the guy, get all that bang for your buck, be like, I didn't think it was gonna be this big. I was being like a pathetic girl to her. No, I've got most of it. I get jealous of those guys who you like just have that aspect of your life where you're just constantly scheming on like film that would add such a charge to like your whole life. It's really tough to get Governor Abbott's locking down there. Turn porn should be the most legal of all. It should be equal with child porn. If you're watching turn porn, you should be in fucking prison. But you know, the other guys that like get the turn porn guys, they do see it. My thing is, it's not even sexual. I'm taking it dumb. I'd be like, Governor, you're going to get horny. I just wanted to make sure this lady was healthy. Proper. There's different beings. Yeah, I mean, this is. So was it like a private video that got leaked? No. This is for some creator to do it. That's what I'm saying. Like it was on the public chain, like the public page, or like how did this vid get out? I guess you can't keep it to yourself. You tell 12 people this, you told the world. True. You should 12 your phone. I mean, that video would nothing would spread faster than that, though. Why it spread? I'd like to see it. Just had a bunch of scat pornography. He might be a shit porn guy. That's the number one shit porn. He's kind of smelled it doubting us right now. He's like, I gotta like this stuff, but I don't know. That's in the file I have here. No, it's in my homework file. You're the voice of the scab. One of us, there gotta be one shit porn guy in this room. I got it for you.
I'd be like,
were they dropping? Would you be one of your properties that you wanted to rent? Hell yeah.
Hang on.
Option to purchase. All that's I'm gonna rent your house, but you're letting me one day buy it. That's all it is. I understand. So why do you think that's bad?
I don't think that's bad. I just think that the way that described it with like saying that you need to have a clause in that agreement that you sell the paper.
When I sell the paper,
now you'll see. Here we go. The first one's not impressive. The first one's just gonna pop out. That's the cork. Now here.
He is now the
1 foot 2 feet.
How many people do you know that do it?
Like 3.5. And then
rent houses to rent their
so if you guys have any questions you want me to ask, yeah, they rejected that.
No, you're fine.
I think that was fake. So you'd like to think that.
That was a legit dump.
Honestly, Rocker, no. Shane, you've had a problem always appreciating others' talents.
Yeah, the cork is the craziest detail. That's no way.
Yeah, that might be the real deal. First it all breaks out, yeah.
Do you think there's my question I'd like to ask her. Is there some sort of prep? You know you got a big, like, Gardini hit you up, but you got the big dump in there. I have to assume Benjamin, you hit a bunch of fibers.
She was stacking them for sure inside herself because that's 3 dumps. It was, I mean, when she was done, I think she just, they showed the water when she turns around and it's kind of like, did you like that? I was like, no, taking a little siesta after that. That's when you're done. You gotta go, wow, that must have been in there for a while.
Yeah, she just passed that like nothing.
She was, yeah, I'll tell you shit. A big fucking 2-coiler. God bless her heart.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
New notes. Oh yeah.
It probably goes super fiber. Probably super fiber. It's like fiber powder probably for 2 days. You know, when they have the big
Definitely the most famous person to ever make a shit.
Blippy. Remember Blippy did that? The Harlem Shake video?
Yeah,
Blippy, the guy who was the kid's entertainer before he became a child entertainer, made it. Remember that Harlem Shake dance everyone would do? Like bum 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 bum. He took a video where he was sitting on the toilet. It was him. No, his friend was on the toilet. He just shit all over his friend. And his Blippy just popped off, and everyone was just like, whatever, my kid likes this show.
Did you guys ever watch the old,
Allegedly.
the old, what's it called, man? Chuck Berry, the old Chuck Berry videos. Chuck Berry Fox, one of the funniest. He goes, give me that fog. I love the lady's face. He's like, yeah. There it is. It's real. You like that fog? Farting in hooker's face. It's fucking wild.
Okay, we got the hard money lender.
You're paying for it.
The homo.
You just gotta be able to do what you want.
Even back then, there was no like. I mean, there was a newspaper, but you didn't think anything would ever get out. Like if you farted in a hooker's face, there'd be a part of your head be like, "This is gonna be on BuzzFeed." You would think this is gonna make its way. Back then, it was just like,
I can't believe he must have filmed.
I don't want to. Again, this is speculation. Huge chance that was like a 13-year-old girl. Huge chance.
I would get a good roast.
Back in like the 50s, you could part. What is it like?
Now you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a video. She's really old. Yeah, hookers. They're like actually pretty gnarly looking hookers. Yeah.
Yeah, take that back. I was just venturing to like back then. Like really, this dude did like everything.
We're trying to let it. That was on Howard Stern a few years back. One of the famous groupies, like from PWL or one of them, like came in to talk like a tell-all book, and like just so casually, like, she goes, "Oh yeah, I don't know if she lost her virginity, but she was like when she was 15, she basically got gangbanged by the older brothers like backstage. But the difference is she's going like, "Oh, it was great." Like because she's telling the story like that, it's like no legs, like no one cares. Yeah,
it's crazy. All my Eskimo brothers.
Oh yeah.
Because I never want to hear this.
I'm
not coming here to buy the
Now it's all true. That's just a joke, man. That's not for the
I thought your boys were bowling. I'm like, that is great.
Point of that Charles. So far, the Allman Brothers. Come on now.
Hey, you think the Allman Brothers are like laying pipe like that? I don't. You think they're laying pipe?
15-year-olds, 70s.
They're 70, yeah.
How can I?
Back then, when did you be able to get your driver's license?
And the guy I'm selling it to me.
I don't think they even did it back
So walking through, I found a house.
Shame on you, Allman Brothers.
Guy,
I just thought it was also talking but I think there's also something to like I said, these things were like people like it wasn't like they were like seeking out 15-year-old girls. Like 15-year-old girls were trying to get backstage. I think it was a time where people accepted like where you fell over just like the overall laws. It's like if you're some kind of scraggly, rotten homes kid, like probably gonna be out there fucking like 14, 15 years old. You know what I mean? Or like, I'm sure there was also 15-year-old girls who would be like, what? Go where?
Huge chance the brothers don't even remember. They're probably sitting somewhere and they came on and like, hell. Yeah, feeling that one.
Yeah, Jimmy Page, right? He's the other one. He's the famous one. Like Child Bride.
Yeah. They were partying, bro. Rock stars? Were they rock stars? Were they pedophiles?
Yeah, 100%. It's an intense party, though. Alleged child pussy must be great. Allegedly. Allegedly. Talking about it 50 years later, yeah. It's fine. It's still the test of time, kid. You can always bring stuff that didn't see.
Disarray about it.
Society is collapsing over the weight of Epstein thing, they were like, how many people they don't, they interview all of them, they never, when they got the Olympic doctor guy, right, where he was like fingering all the
Yes,
girls,
When I got him, like every victim showed up. It was like 300 victims like showed up to be like, you did this, you fucked me over. Epstein, where they were getting pulling those girls from, there was a bulk of those chicks that were just like, yeah, it was a good way to make $400. Yeah, watch old man whack off. It's the Uncle Eddie thing. Remember when Uncle Eddie in Philly, like when he got arrested? Oh yeah. Like, oh man, damn. That's why if we went to the mall, we'd just go take a dump fucking Ed's house and show him our wiener. He'd give us $50.
Yeah, he was such a legend. When I was growing up,
What was the big deal? Was like happy when he got put away. They're like, fuck, dude, my fucking that was my mall money.
That was when I was little. There's a guy, he carries our pizza box, and he'll say, you give him your underwear, I'll give you $50. $50, I'll put him in the pizza box. I'm 39.
So 47. That thing went around.
He's total fucking legend.
I'm saying to the older brothers, you go, I had a good fucking time. I genuinely had the thought when they just described when I was a kid. Look, be careful. Like school would say, there's a guy who asking kids for their dirty underwear. Use underwear. And I genuinely remember having a thing. I was like, where is this motherfucker? Like, I will give him my. I wasn't putting it together. There was like any kind of a gay thing or something. I'm like, this is a fucking freaky weirdo. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, dude, I know.
It does sound like a mythical. Yeah, dude.
I wouldn't even throw out, like I said, if I had skid marked underwear when I was a kid, he'd be like, nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to save these for a school day. In case he catches me walking home.
Playing against sports, you feel right there.
Other guys like Cole Howard Stern with the Philly accents were so great. My boy took a fucking dump on his chest. It's crazy. And I'd show him my dingling and we get at it. My dad had a nice little creep.
Legendary pervert.
Yeah, legendary pervert that would give you cryptids and shove your dick. Butterscotch? Butterscotch. Nice. Yeah. Phil was out in the woods. So that was big. Somewhere in the world that Tasty Kicks were used for evil.
So according to Phil, he never did it.
But was it shelf stable at that point?
His one boy would go for it all the time and then split the cryptids with my dick. Phil was pimping out his boy.
That's awesome. I appreciate that. I think that was always the kid that would sell candy in school. Was the same kid that was like, we should run in and run boy ass for a little bit of fun. I got a couple irons in the fire. I did a little candy thing, a little resell BJ's Costco candy thing. I'm running boy ass. Just a couple dabs.
Kid dick to a weirdo. For cupcakes.
What exactly did you have to do?
Just like show me dick.
You have a good pedophile sting house, Shane.
Yeah, right.
It's a great pedophile sting. I was
Just watching Catch a Predator. I know that's one of your all-time favorites.
Yeah, I've been on three or four pedophile stings. Pretty wild.
How was it?
Yeah. I didn't take part. I took minimal part. Yeah. When my last special came out, the guys, Dads Against Predators, those are the ones now who just beat the guys up.
Yeah.
Completely
Shove them in like the cupcakes or Walmart.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
And like I went to hang out with them, and it was funny when they had the guy cornered in the grocery store. He was cornered, and they were like yelling at him, getting a bunch of shit in the grocery store. Yeah, when I walked by, I was Instagram living. I was Instagram living when I walked by to be like, I was like, hey, I'm watching like these guys. As I'm walking by, those guys to fuck with you. It's also funny when you do the pedophile hunts. There is something we gotta do though. It's like they take it seriously, but also not that serious. They make jokes like themselves. So the guy would just walk by, the guy goes, he says to the pedophile, goes, you fucking know Big J Okerson is? The guy was like, no. And I just go, oh. You hear my voice just go, oh. Like a view's a view, and at the end of it, they take him out to a field, and they make him stand in a trash can, and call his mother and tell her he's a pedophile, and then go, Big J Okerson's dog Melly available. Holy shit, dude. I went to a sting house one where the girl was the guy's over, and that was pretty wild. At the sting house, yeah. It's wild. The sting house one. First guy comes up, we hide in the bedroom.
Yeah, let's get like
We're hiding in the bedroom with the camera guy. Yes, he's got to be so excited. And you hear like through it windows like, sound a little bit nervous here. Yeah.
How excited are you for pedophiles in the house? A real live pedophiles. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
It's real. I didn't even think about that. When that has happened, it's real. It's definitely a dangerous thing for sure. But
You see this whole recession.
so the first guy comes in, and like very quick, she's talking for like 5 minutes. And then, by the way, I don't know why everyone I do these with, they always do this to a pedophile. She had in the background purposely my special playing. And when the guy comes in, he goes, "This is Big J Okerson." He's like, "You know who he is?" He was like, "Wow." I think someone said fat at one point about it. I was like, squatting down in the back room, like, yeah, like Fenoy and Dylan with me. I'm like, what's about that? I'm fat. I'm fat. I'm fat. You see in the back room? Come on, dude. What's that? Nobody else was here. As soon as we went out, where the camera guy, the guy was like, "Well," and he went off. All dance immediately as soon as he got on camera. Second guy came and they had a whole like thing with him. Yeah, really. That's the skedaddle. That's the ultimate skedaddle. Wrong house. So that guy, second guy hung in there for a while and talked to them. But that night, I was in Indianapolis. That night, she came to the pedophile hunter girl, Courtney Elizabeth. She came to the show, and her partner said that day when they posted the thing, they have moderators who live in Indianapolis. Even though she lives in Wisconsin, they're moderators live in Indianapolis. And she was like, when they put the video up, the two moderators are brother and sister, and they both go, the guy who just ran out right away. The guy who said nothing after the camera came in, he goes up and ran out. They go, "That's my cousin." Oh. And the other moderator goes, "That's my brother and sister. That's my cousin." And they started realizing, like, in that 2 seconds, dude, they fucking ripped their whole family apart. They got it left immediately. Yeah. How wild is that? Like, the moderator's cousin happened to be one of the people they caught. You ever see that's the kid, Chris Hansen, when he rides the train with, walks in? You ever see that? He's like, "What are you doing here, man? What are you doing here?" He's so upset with him. "Why are you here?" "I see you every day on the train." And then I went with the big guy from Houston, Texas, Alex something, the big beard. You've probably seen him. Yeah, I know that guy. I went with him before. We didn't get anybody, but that's where I saw like the danger of how it could go. Which is Walmart parking lot. We pulled up next to the guy. The guy was out of his car yet, and the guy fucking, 70 miles an hour in a Walmart parking lot, hit a speed bump. I mean, his car like rattled. And I was like, the fucking dude. He got on the highway, and like they were like, "We're not chasing him on the highway. It was too dangerous at that point." But I thought the most interesting thing so far about it was that, of all the things I've with the pedophile hunters, was that because that guy was he didn't know if we were there to kick his ass. He didn't know if we were related to the thing. He didn't know if we were cops. He didn't know whatever. The instinct that guy had, like if that car would have, the doors and car would have fallen apart around him when he hit that speed bump, he would have just continued running onto the highway. Just like, I was like, wow, I've never seen somebody really run for their life. Like, that was like a genuine, like, this guy thought his life was over if he doesn't get away from this. He was giving everything he had. Yeah, you're going to get shot by a pedophile. Right, so I don't do it anymore. Yeah, you should. You don't get shot by a pedophile, which sucks. That's such a shitty way to die. Shot by the hand of a pedophile? Shot by a pedophile in a Buffalo Wild Wings parking lot. Bleeding out from a fucking target. His dad's against predators. The guy's been shot twice. What? And he keeps going, and they're the ones that are aggressive. They keep my fucking wait to like punch the guy in the face. I just saw one that was very funny. The guy like walks down the aisle and he's like, "All right, I knew this was coming. Hey." He's like, "I know what you're up to. I know what I'm up to." I mean, he was slow. He was mentally. That's the other thing. That's Law and Order SVU last week. Just did finally an episode on that. Like, you're doing a pedophile sting, and you catch a guy that came there like watching cartoons and because he has like Down syndrome, and it's like prosecuting him the same way. Yeah, and that is the thing. It's like most of the pedophile hunts, like that's what you're getting. You're getting a person who would have showed up if you said the kid was boy, girl, 8 years old or 85 years old. They can't believe anyone's responding to them, wants to hang out. So they do it. It is a sad thing to see when they catch those people and they get on a big fat guy on one of those podcasts. I think I might have showed it to you. Said the mom sounds like Beezer. The mom's died. The mom of the pedophile, but they just right in front of the mom, they make him put on like a 7X shirt that says "I lick ass" because it's something he said to the girl. fat guy named Jamie, and he just stands there while the guy reads the things in front of his mother. And the mother's just such a weird old twat and shit. Every time he goes, and then it says, I wanna suck your little pussy until you come and howl for the moon. She's like, Jamie! What? Well, that's bullshit. You don't even know how to do that. Oh, so dude, she said, I don't know why. She was like, remind me of like, that's what it sounds like. It was just like, it looks like it would be Weezer's mom. Yeah. Jamie, oh, God. And then they're like, can you not make this a big deal? Because the bitch who runs this apartment complex wants us out already.
And it's grounds for dismissal.
Damn it, Jamie. And she's like, and by the way, the whole thing when they're doing this crime that they committed, it's so funny when like the mother caretakers are always like, well, then that's it. You're giving me your phone, young man.
Grounded.
Yeah, you're giving me your phone. They're like, it's a little bigger than that. And I think I showed you the midget guy where they catch 4 times. Where eventually the cops in the 4th video get mad at the guy who's stinging him. And he goes like, they're like, hey, leave this guy alone. He shows up every time because he can't believe for again. And he saw him the first time they showed up at his house. By the way, all those things are like, I love you. He's already saying I love you. He's like a retarded midget guy. You watch this. Like fake girl, and then they ask me, he goes, the fake girl's like, what are we doing today? He goes, just playing basketball, and like he writes it. She goes, oh yeah, like, it's like 4'11". I can dunk though. And she's like, she goes, really? He's like, yeah, it's pretty easy for me. He's all guy looks me up. Yeah, he's my place. He's a retarded guy. And every time the cops show up, he's like, no. And he's like, running around all crazy. Yeah. And he runs around all crazy, and then the neighbor will always come over and be like, just really like that's I kind of look after him a little bit like this is not a real problem you're having it's typing his special needs and then little person over and over again and the guy was so retarded
Helicopter fell
over and over again they show when he leaves so he runs around like the little guys in Halo he does oh god he never quite gets it as soon as they leave the first time the same night they just to see if they can. They just message him back and they go, sorry about that. That was my uncle. He gets really pissed off, and he was like, that was weird. And then she was like, yeah, but it's okay. He's going back to England. She says, he's going back to England tomorrow. It's clearly just an American guy. It's okay. He's going back to England tomorrow. He goes, okay, well, I mean, I still love you. Like, am I going to have to see you? And then they do it again. The 4th time they catch him at a car dealership. He's getting in his car, and he goes, are you and they go, hey Jason, and he still doesn't recognize him, still retarded. He goes, oh hey. And they go, what are you here for? He goes, to get a car? He goes, would you like to get a 13-year-old car? He goes, what? He goes, are you here for a 13-year-old? He goes, no! And he's like running for his life. He's like, get out of here! Get out of here! I mean, and that's where the cops show up and they go, yo, stop. It's like, what are you doing? Like, leave this guy alone. He's never gotten any pussy, kid or otherwise.
That's really fun. They should have a clause. Like, they should amend the law. Like, if you are, an R-rated bitch, they should just go. That's up to the parents' discretion.
I mean, it's really.
Make it high school, sweetheart.
Should be allowed to a prom date. Just busted with prom 10 times. Taking the prom picture, and we got him. Now we're just fucking with you. Get out there and dance again.
Remember Carrie?
Yeah,
it's a new Carrie. It's his revenge.
Yeah, because it's lovely that midget has telekinesis. They're all, I mean, there was the famous one, there's the Chris Hansen was the guy that started eating pizza.
I saw that.
One of the best ones ever. He goes, you want a slice? No, that's cool. He's scarred for that. Yeah, he's changed his name and moved. That's what he did. That must have been the craziest acid reflux, just getting caught as a pedophile, crushing like half his arm.
And it was the grease cover on the too.
He was following him too. He was following him.
I've never seen someone grow up that hard. Like, he was like, he was, while getting in trouble, he hit a fucking hard girl. It's because he thought it was going to make him look more natural. He did. He probably did. He goes, I guess. I'm permanent. And then I say, did you say this? And he goes, he's like, you got the text. Oh shit, you have the transcript. There's also those great compilations of Chris Hansen doing like the, I mean, it's always like I like his first line when he tries to play what they say is always the best. The guy's like, it's like, where you at? And then we go, I'll be like, I'm upstairs. I'll be down in a second. He's like, I can't wait to kiss you. Would you like to kiss me, Frank? He comes out clear, there's a cough in the hallway. That's cool. Would you like that? He goes, don't mind that. That's Video Village back there. We've talked about it before, but when they get into you guys, just like a foreigner that's just like, what's the problem?
They should be like my parents' ranges. I would die like my parents set this up. That wasn't me.
And you see a guy the one that are rich. And then you guys the one that got naked right away when he came in. Like fully naked, just started walking around. That was the guy. And then the other one was the kid who got caught twice. In like back-to-back days, and the second time they pull up on him, they go, what are you doing, man? He goes, oops. Come on, back-to-back days. Back to the drawing board. No way. All right, now we know what to look for. So it's funny, and I know they're trying to get more of like a police involved thing. Like Catch a Predator was like an official with police they're working with. And there's, I guess, another one called Underage Undercover on like Discovery or something, or Max had it. It was did 2 seasons of it. And what's funny about that is going on the ones that I've gone on, how fast they'd be like, all right, well, it's 3:15. He said he was coming at 3. This guy's flaking. He's not answering anymore. And, you know, with that Stinghouse, people were like, all right, well, it's nice to meet you guys. We're going to take off. They go, no, hang on. I mean, I'm not kidding. Going, hey, my parents are gone. Could you come over? Can you be here in 15 minutes? I'll be right over. I mean, to catch a person willing to fuck a 13, 14-year-old, yeah, that's wild. So they will look. There's no like laws of like getting them at all. But again, I don't know how much outside of like court of public opinion and ruining your personal life. That's really ended up in a lot of like arrests and stuff. But it's like to get the arrest, what they have to do. That's why I found it so funny. They can just go, hey, I'm 14 and I have a vagina. Who wants to fuck? And like people will start coming. The underage undercover, they overdo it. So it's like a whole house they've rented, and each room's like decorated to a different girl character. And they have the things with fake braces. So, like, you see them, like, working through each other, like, okay, so I'm supposed to watch him masturbate at, like, 4 o'clock today. So they'll go put on, like, pigtails and little girl things and sit Indian style. And then holding, like, another girl's hand off camera. I'm like, doing so good. And she's like, it's great. And you just hear the guy, like, like, the whole thing. It's like, it's almost my point is that like I don't think you have to get this much information. Yes. They go, okay, by the way, after like 4 masturbation sessions and talking on the phone every day to him and going through all this thing, they'll be like, okay, I think we know what state he lives in. It's like each season's like to get like one little piece of information about a guy. It's like, how come every other person just go, yeah, we're looking to fuck, I'm 12, and someone goes, I fuck over, I don't care, fuck him over. It's like non-stop things like, you got that all there. It's like the South Park episode where it's like, I'm pulling undercover as a prostitute. Wow, Daddy, that sure was a lot of cuddle. Free.
Yeah, they're recording them during this sit through it.
Right, and like the girl off camera, holding her hand, going like, you're being so strong right now. And it's like, by the way, also, whenever a guy goes, starts your girl, today you're a kid, you can be like, so my parents are calling, I'm so sorry, I have to go. They just go, like, they let him finish, right? I like it. There's no reason to get, and this guy keeps coming over for what they're doing. They got sexual. If I'm a pedophile, I'm going back to that house. By the 4th time, it's like, no, I knew she was doing it. Yeah, this is a show. It's so great if you catch one of the people you know is that show, Underage Undercover, he goes,
I'm figuring around. Obviously, she's 20. Yeah, here's her IMDb.
Just give Chris Hansen a big kiss, man. This is all for you.
Yeah, I came here to be you.
I'm trying to work my way out.
That's a good move. You keep going to kids' houses and be like, where's Chris Hansen? I'm just trying to make good hits.
That's what you do. You walk in, you're like, all right, I know it's fucking around. Where's Chris here? Yeah. That way he comes out, I'm like, oh, I think we're
Yeah, we're giving you guys any pedophiles out there. We're giving you some nice hacks.
$1 million for the game for pedophiles.
Guys in the 90s came. This is allegedly Spotify. Allegedly. Every in the 90s, though, people would find like their thing and then just kind of stick with it. Like Maury Povich's show used to be like, you were my school bully, look at me now, and this and that. And it was like, yeah, really, look at me now. What do you think? By the way, that was the best when those boys would go, it's like with a girl, it's like she was a fat girl in school, and now she's like a bikini model. It's like, look what I did. Remember how mean you were to me? And it's like, seems to affect you. It really made some positive changes. You're welcome. Yeah, I think it's really good. Can we get this over with? Anything, kids. You still want to follow me clearly. You had me flown here. But Maury Povich figured out like the paternity test for the whole thing. Jerry Springer always cheating in fights for the whole thing. Chris Hansen was just like Dateline on NBC. Like, here's a story about a small town murder or corruption in politics there, and then it was like, nope, he's the pedophile guy. He's the guy. And now he gets to Kurt. He loves it. The ones online, the cherry blue ones, he loves it. He gets to read. Now he gets to really read the sucker. I mean, sucking ass. That means I'll be like, you know, like,
I think it's a later season. He hit one guy who's like, BBC it's a bareback cream pie. And I'm like, yeah, dude.
The smoothest one he ever did was the guy who was washing his hands for the girl. Like a little bigger dude, like washing his hands, and then Chris Hansen just walks up next to him and starts ripping off, slices the paper towels, the hand up, and the guy just washes his hands, he looks over, and he takes the paper towel, he's like, thank you, and he just starts having his number, and he goes, oh, thank you. He goes, you're here for the young pussy too? Oh, I didn't realize this was a party. That's happened a couple times with Catch Predator. When the people come out and they go, oh, I thought it was just me and her. Like, she's up there, dude. Oh, my God. I call pussy, dude.
Catching two and making them fight for the survival.
Yes.
Winner leaves. Loser goes to jail.
Selling products.
These are good ideas.
There's some catch the guy that we're just giving one to see guys while you're both in jail.
Wow. Jay, when's your special coming out? Special is coming out February 20th, so Thursday. When is this coming out? Is it out already? It should be out tomorrow or Wednesday. Yeah, it should be out. Actually, we can wait a week if you want. It's up to you guys. Whatever the schedule is. Whatever should be out. Yeah. Double Crowd Work album, then they first have them coming out February 20th, and then a month later. Hell yeah. I think we're hearing the second part at Moon Tower. Where'd you film it? Denver Comedy Works. Oh, nice. That's great. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Where it's going forward. Yeah, I hope so, but I don't watch anything or edit anything, so that's one way to do it. Yeah. I turn it over to other people. Yeah, they go, hey, you guys. Well, I always figure too, I'm like, well, you guys will know you're laughing at. Yeah. Like me, I'm going to go. Oh, I'm going to look at it, I go, yeah, that was pretty funny, but like, why am I built like that? Those are the questions I always ask. I'm selfishly like, let's just get rid of that entire camera. That angle, because I messed up. I look like a blimp. Let's just do it head on from above. Yeah. Special. Yeah, get a single camera shot and every side. They were one of them on my first ever the hour special on website. All I did, I didn't put any input to that. I mean, they had a camera that seemed to do the job of the camera. Was to shoot me low from diagonal behind and swing around to the front of me, and just to really give you my entire way too long across profile. It's like, oh, you know what? Side, shoulder to shoulder, this guy doesn't look that bad. And then it starts turning around and he goes, oh my God. Oh, there's too much happening in the front. It's exhausting. It's crazy. I chose to sit like a dummy. And I never think, every time I go, remember when you sit, especially on like a team, with back straight, like sit on a stool, but like have like your back straight. And it's like how many seconds later before you're just like, so, yeah, I think about it all the time. I'm on stage because I slouch like crazy. Yeah, so, you know, just, and And then if they watch you make the shoulders back move, like someone's been talking to them, earpiece. I do it the whole show because now I'm doing the round. So it's like the whole audience is seeing my hunched over back and the weird thing I do with my hand behind my back, which I never thought anyone was going to say. The whole time I'm going like this behind it, like it's really fucked up. It sounds like I'm being conversational, but you can tell I'm obviously like internally like, oh fuck, like that. I had somebody DM me like, what are you doing hand signals? I wanted to know what the hand signals meant. I was like, nah, it's just. I still have done a couple of these arenas with you now. That's they've all been great. And I sit on a stool, which maybe I should consider not doing. It's just more. I like it. I think it's fun, and it's worked well at the time. So we're all of them. But the last one we did was Seattle. I think that was with you. The only time I was like, I just chose a side and went with it. And then towards the end, like the last like 5 or 6 minutes of it, every time there was like a down moment, like in my own speaking, you know, guys, you know what's crazy? Turn around! Like, oh god, I mean, it's like, but then you're like, I'm doing it for him. But I just want to do it for the one guy. Turn around! You lose off the jaw. You're like, yes, sir. Yeah, right. Still, they're all aware. I can hear each individual comment. Change your pants. Everything sucks. That sucks. It sucks. You can hear every single person. And also, so many people, so someone's going to be like, turning around and be like, what did you say? Sitting back down. I was talking about it first. What's that? Okay, I thought so. His dad in the back of the car. He's like, no, excuse me. Shut up back there. Okay. I was, last night I was talking to Are You Garbage guys about it, and that was like, they were talking about a thing they don't like doing, and I was like, yeah, I thought I was like, I'm done with Trump. I'm going to stop doing Trump. The first show I did, 1 minute in, the guy was like, Trump, put it down. I was like, all right, I guess I'm doing Trump for the rest of my fucking career. Yeah, they yell out, and you can hear them. Are you sick of doing Trump? No. I love doing it. Yeah, the material keeps coming. Yeah, I gotta, well, this will be out hopefully by the time SNL gets announced. So I'm gonna host SNL, and in my head, it's like, I don't know what to say for my monologue. Like, I'm already like, oh shit, because they tell you you're hosting pretty quick. You have like 2 weeks. We're like, oh fuck, what am I gonna say? And I was like, Trump will say something. He'll say something that week. He's gonna work on those. Fucking make fun of that. He's gonna do something next week. Do you have to walk a line at all, like not making fun of him too much? Yeah, because I don't like doing that. That sucks. Well, it's just also obvious. I think when comedians go out there and just every single comedian on earth is like, fuck terrible. But not even like that, but I mean, like, do you think he sees, like, no, he doesn't see that. No, but I'm saying, like, does he see it as like an homage? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all how people take it. Some people say, like, you're making fun of him just by doing the impression. Other people are like, you're doing an impression. So it's just a funny thing. Like, what do you think he thinks? Yeah, like, I wonder if he saw, if his initial reaction would be like, I guarantee he would not like, he wouldn't like it. Yeah, well, you might get amused like a Roman senator. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. I've never seen him react to anyone doing an impression of him. That's true. I don't think anyone responds really well to that. We see somebody does any impression. Why? Yeah, it's not a fair thing. I didn't know that. You're like, the first time we had Everlast on Wildfire a couple years ago. Bart Kreischer was in the studio with us, and Dan was on the show, and I was like, it'll be really funny. I go, when Everlast gets here, let's go around the room and everybody do your impression of what's the girl's name? Like, somebody got pregnant from a goddamn time. Yeah. And then when Bert came in, he was like, oh, dude, I wouldn't do that. I was like, why? He was just, musicians take themselves really seriously. Like, he won't think it's funny. He's going to be weird about it. Like, hey, he's almost going to be, Bert was going to be like a read the room thing. He's like, so like, just I wouldn't do it. And got me in my own head where I was like, yeah, I'm not, I won't even bring it up. And then when Everlast came in after talking to Philip, he was very cool. And I was like, hey, we have a guitar, man, here if you want to play a song or anything. And Bert goes, oh, if you play a song, I swear to God, I'll get butt naked right now. And I was like, yeah, brilliant. I'm like, Bert, you told me to read the room when that music here impression himself. Well, you think one of the top Mount Rushmore of wiggers wants his payment for doing something he already doesn't want to do. to be a man gets naked in the room. You read the room, Bert. He's like, well, I'll get naked if you do. Hey, great news, I'll get naked if you do something. You're probably cool with the nudity of men, right? So, you grew up in a culture that's pretty awesome with gay shit.
That's such a funny topic.
I'll get totally naked. But the fact that he had the sense, it's the outward. Like, he knew it. Like, yeah, that would not be a good thing. Like, he needs somebody to go, Bert, I don't think Everlast wants to see you naked as a punishment or otherwise. Just the idea that, like, a girl saying, I'll show your tit. I know exactly how Bert's like, yeah. But, hey, here's a deal. If you do the thing we're asking, I will do something that no one's asked for. I love it, though. For Everlast, yeah.
What happened? Did he make it?
No, and Everlast didn't play a song. I didn't even pursue the question as he would play a song more, because when Bert made that offer, I was like, now I don't have to go, hey, we just like you to play a song. Like, I promise that won't happen. It was more like, well, Everlast, thanks for hanging out, and
Oh, man, I gotta show you that episode. Tired. What? Your episode? Oh, yeah, should have it. Oh, I do. You want to wrap it up? Let's do it. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for having that episode. Yeah.
It's definitely interesting, the prospect of what you're doing. I've never heard anybody else talk about that shit that you're talking about, as far as like getting your fucking elbow deep into this shit.
These slackers.
Wild West. They said it couldn't be done. I know. They said it could not be done. Nobody would be crazy enough to put a podcast live from Laser Tag. I know. I didn't know you could pull it off, dude. It turns out it's pretty easy to pull off. Yeah, Drew. She said to rent that fucking place out. Yeah, Drew, what are you guys doing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Yeah, on a day they're closed, we got Laser Tag. I was thinking about Laser Tag. God damn it, I made some mistakes getting here. God damn it.
I've noticed even in my
Got that blood taken out of your little fucking week. I mean, yeah, it's hard to podcast knowing Laser Tag's in the back end. What do you think about that? We're gonna be taking breaks, hit the tag, and come back and report. I'm thinking, what were you thinking about things? I'm thinking Fats versus Thins. That's not bad. Fats versus Thins is gonna be nice. No, you're close to Thins. There's some true Fats. Do we have enough Fats? We have enough Fats. This is Ox coming up. But the Fats are gonna be camping. You're gonna have to breach that room. We're not leaving. Well, we could gas ourselves out. One of the Fats and Spider get in another laser tag floor to clear the room. Just friendly fire. We might send Spider in. It's a little suicide bomb. We're gonna shoot him up. He's got a fire. See him reloading all the Cheetos. He's got the Cheetos. We're just gonna fucking do it all up. Burrito before you came? No, thank God. What did you eat? It's fucking catastrophic. Oh, empty belly with Cheetos? That's a good recipe. Give me empty belly. Dude, you gas out my house the other night. Yeah, really? Oh, no. Dude, shit in the far room. And I was like, fucking the sewage just fucked again. I just had plumbers here that fucking it was so bad that I was like, and it really fucked the whole house. It was an impressive dump. When we thought he died? No, this is the second dump he's taken recently. Where's someone like dog diarrhea in your house? Yes. Whoa! That was clearly dog shit. Out of water, too. I mean, who knows what he did.
So basically, you have to bet $150.
Oh, there's my fucking gym shorts. Spiders wearing them.
God, right now.
What's going on with that dump? What led up to that?
AKA,
I said it was up in there because it was a fun weekend. It was locked up and I was locked up.
Insane. The girls were there. They were screaming. People were upset. We opened the doors. We had to open the doors of the house. Crush the girls.
Across the girls.
Was it a giant log or like a pile?
No, that was a pile. It was a pile. Just one flush. Just one
We were at a house in a water. I mean,
yeah, we thought he was dead.
So
We were joking around in the pool. We were like, maybe he's dead. And we all kind of like
over under is
thought about it for a while. We're like, somebody should check on it. Like,
2 hour dump for real?
he might have Elvis
I
out.
want to apologize.
And then we had the realization that one of us is going to Elvis out. Between the squad, I think we have a pretty high speed of Elvis in the
Starting all that shit. Going to do it. T-Fan or what to do.
It's gonna be tough for Pat because he's been losing weight. I'm still reporting
Florida to T-Fan. You guys will
Breaks the roof.
Yes. You guys gotta hit the telephone section. Reporting for duty. What up, Pat? Of course, I know someone dies, they respawn.
I'm a skinny too. Holy shit. It's literally just Gardini, Matt, and O'Connor. You're competing truthfully.
We're gonna have a BMI. It's gonna be a BMI cutoff. This is crazy. You guys are a legion right now.
Literally on the drive over, I was like, I'm close. I don't want to cut off. There's some units on the squad. This is crazy. This is Cop Squad. Have you thought about your name?
Yeah, I was gonna do TS Cool Shooter.
That's awesome. TS Cool Shooter is awesome.
You gotta get past the filter. They don't
Dr. Hits.
Someone's gotta be General Fat. Oh, that's great. They spiked.
General Fat's funny.
I was thinking of cool names last night.
Someone who slowed through.
Yeah, last game
I think Dr. and Mr. Hits. Dr. Hits. Chairman Powell is pretty good. Yeah, I think you mean that time.
Yeah, BB would be nice. BB actually does. BB net.
Yeah.
How many terms has he done as president of Israel? Fucking 2,000?
Yeah,
This guy's in like 2,000.
You can feel it. It is a pleasure. There. Now the boys reporting for duty. There we go.
Fucking Womer's gonna fart in there and we're all gonna float.
Yeah. You guys
Or once they bring us the rations, once they bring every theater pizza, this is gonna be thick in there. It's gonna be like the fucking jungles of Nama. It's gonna be a pure mod. Humidity 87%.
guys are gonna lose their minds. Yeah, they're gonna be able to find us from our breath. We're on the other side of the wall. God damn, it's not fair. You guys are gonna have radar. What do you mean? You know exactly. The smell, the snores. Guys are gonna be taking naps. We're gonna be running night shifts. Guys are gonna have to watch The Wire. Guys are gonna be sleeping.
Laser show. Here we go.
Hold on. You've been living
Hold on.
James is on the cutoff.
James might be. James, you think team, fat team? Which team? Oh, fat team. Actually, it's a fat. That shirt's looking straight down, bro. Whoa. Is that the definition? You gotta lose your weight, bro.
He's slouched.
Oh,
The James has lost enough
James
weight.
losing, man.
In this group, he's right there. That's true.
I didn't know we were filming the latest thing.
Did they give you lipo with that haircut?
Clearly, James takes a bite. Ignore that. How greedy James is.
I'm on air.
Thanks for coming, James. It's good to have you.
I'm in no fucking states. You might be thin team, dude. I think you're thin.
Yeah, you've
This
reached
would be the honor of my life if I made it. We need to know us on the thin thing. I'm start doing thin propaganda.
Connor.
You said
No offense.
a month or two.
You're already out right now, BG. You're doing a journey. How'd you get in the 70s, Pat?
How?
Yeah.
Oh, Jack in the Box.
You guys putting a lot of chips on the table both ways.
I stopped intermittent fasting and training, exercising all together.
And Jack in the Box. What's the time span on that? Where you gained on so fast? 70.
My status, I was 413. I got down to 240.
How long did it take you to get from 430 to 250?
General. 413.
I like 2 years. Like 2 years. Yeah.
Louise, what's the highest we touched?
I had to be like 425.
Last year, some fucking A2 anchors and cows.
Like I said, we were doing Mike's and Mike's, and Easy has a photo of him. It's crazy, dude. He doesn't have arms. His forearms sticking out.
That is nice. That is the dream. Move to like truly the middle of America and just get as big as you can. That'd be awesome. I'm not kidding. That would be so nice. And like your president wins, you're as fat as you can possibly get. You knew I was right about everything.
This is exciting stuff. Do we have anybody else here? No comment out there.
This is somewhere. Other than that, I don't know.
We got Hassan. Hassan's keep skinny, although
Yeah, he is.
I don't know where his loyalties lie.
Yeah, true.
Something about him.
I don't know if I trust him there. We don't send waves at each other, so Mary Nate, you guys go first. Clear out some minds.
I'm gonna see if we get a school bus in here for a time.
Oh man,
Sorry, it's terrible.
I got a feeling I'm going to be really bad at this. I'm not going to try.
There's a couple of tactical approaches that grab you. It's tough to get you out.
Yeah.
Credits, but
To focus on the rules before.
cartels in Mexico,
Yeah.
Central and South America,
Because there's secret things you can shoot and they give you power ups.
better than anybody.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not going
I don't really fuck with that. I heard that, but it's like
Journalists.
I got too many ops out there to fuck with the power ups.
Gotta be
We're going to have to divide these teams.
I know.
Phil, we can't do
Yeah, I
fast
don't think we
games.
can do
We're going to have to do,
We'll just do the fattest. And work our way down.
darkest complexion, the lightest. Ooh, I like that.
We'll do shirts and
Let's do fast games. I'm out. 100%. I do have some level of shame.
Oh man. Yeah, we'll have to figure. We'll have to go. We'll have to assemble the troops and just look at, give everyone a good up down. See what's going on. Has anyone here got flat feet? You're out. You can't do it.
Chris is colorblind. He's out.
Oh yeah, shit. I'm gay. I'm out. Not allowed to talk about it. Where's Chris?
He's out playing video games.
He's probably
In the arcade.
probably fucking time crisis right now, getting ready.
That's cheating. I can't play time.
They can't play it. That'll be bullshit.
They run like 2 video games here.
Time Crisis and Guitar Hero.
What?
Guitar Hero's kind of nice. And they have the basketball hoop, football toss, cue ball. But yeah, they have a couple things. Oh man.
Sounds like a woman.
That's my wife. My wife found out.
Oh, great. All right.
All right, here we go. Hey, we're podcasting, man. We're in a good place right now, dude. Come on. Dude, we're podcasting for real.
You motherfucker.
Of what?
It's like the Raptors found out how to open doors. It's just a funny joke.
Anytime you can play a game with 3 cats, you can play. All right, man. Love you. Love you so much. She's just off the period right now. It's going to be so sick tonight. Dude, this cracked me up the other day. We were at home, and she was washing mine Chloe's hair. She was washing Chloe's hair. Maybe Maya's. Chloe wanted to watch TV, and she was like, I want to watch Gabby's Dollhouse. And she clapped with every word. And I was like, dude, you see that? Brittany? Brittany's like, yeah, she's black. And Chloe looked at Brittany and went, I'm not black. You're black. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Just so cute. You're fucking black. I'm not black. Just so bad. Just know what it means.
My sister's kids in trouble with this. My sister's kids have been like, when's she gonna turn black? The white kid. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, true. How come she's not black yet? That's so sick. Just waiting. Like, I can't wait till my sister.
Yeah, my sister's gonna be black soon. Because of us turn black around 2 or 3. That's when I first remember being black. Oh man.
God damn, that's
why Laser Tag Pizza is calling my name.
They're gonna be. Yeah. People were tearing them up. They're gonna be.
I'm gonna fucking rip this one. Oh yeah. I'm so hungry.
Bro. I've been to a lot of kids Laser Tag, bro. I've been to a lot of kids parties and I've been eating like just Place Pizza and it does fucking slap. And you eat a first slice and you're like, alright. Yeah, this fucking rolls.
Oh man. I haven't done this since I was 12, so.
Laser Tag?
Yeah. I'm psyched.
Dude, it's
been probably a decade for me. Last time I was here, my dad's cum was all over his pants. I literally thought about it as soon as I put these pants on. I was like, I was driving over, like, I've been wearing these for a while.
Yeah.
And Blacklight's not going to be kind.
My t-shirt,
Fat's going to be in camo. Team Fat's going to be full camos.
Why is cum a glove? Also, who's coming in their jeans? I don't understand it, bro. Sure it's cum?
No, it turned out my dad had prostate cancer. Yeah, I was like, would you cum your pants? He was like, no. And like a month later, he was like, I have cancer. I was like, I'm sorry, I was making fun of you.
Yeah, that's a perfect
excuse. It was Wiz. Dude, there's no.
Wait, so Wiz and cum shows up in the.
It looked like it was a Wiz. And the boy probably wasn't washing the trousers very often. Oh yeah. That was probably that was like 3 months worth of.
Bro, if he was just coming like that, I want prostate cancer.
True.
I was blazing.
Honestly, it's probably already got it.
I should not know.
Increase your loads with cancer.
Load back to prostate cancer. God, I can't wait. I fucking can't wait, dude.
You want to get in there?
Let's tag.
Let's tag and see what happens.
Yeah,
for sure. Come back, sweaty.
Right back. Be right back.
Hello to the audio listener. I just wanted to let you know that these sounds are from a GoPro video of the laser tag match. And I will try to edit together and put out a full video from the laser tag and audio footage on the Patreon soon.
Hey, what the heck? We're back.
Dude, it feels like a lifetime ago.
That was... Didn't think I was going to be that sweaty. Dude, fucking God, dude.
Dying, we had fucking long running.
Immediately, everybody's sprinting around.
I mean, dude, you can't outrun. It's absolute war.
Long penis with the
cheating.
One of the all-time cheats.
Cheated.
Long penis to Sean Gardini. He called us not cheating. You were not cheating.
No, I was playing by the rules.
Okay. Running. No, I was moving swiftly. Running.
They're walking swiftly.
I will say I had a trick where people get too close to me. I'm like, dude, my fucking gun's not even working. I did do that 5 times.
Also, Andy really held down the Terminator 2. His moniker, he really lived up to it. You just see him fucking walking around, just walking right at people.
There's a movie go, dude, my fucking shit's off. And as soon as Andy walked past me, I'm like, bah, bah, bah. Total snake. Sorry, Andy. I did it to like 5 different people. I'm like, fucking shit's not even working, dude. As soon as someone got the drop on me, I'm like, what the fuck? This shit sucks.
Every alliance went out the window. Yours was the only one that stayed true.
Who betrayed you?
Right away, I asked him to ally.
I never shot you once.
Spider did not ally.
I didn't shoot you. Mother Spider. Yeah, he didn't smell Spider.
Psych.
Give me that phone call. Psych. So it means you betrayed. I didn't.
There was no real alliance.
I said okay, and then I just took my position. I tagged Big off a couple times. I know all got brought in. I saw Hulk down in the mix. I looked down and I grabbed a couple points off him.
That was man.
Dude, speaking of laser tag,
God damn.
I want to formally challenge Dr. Mark to laser tag.
Really?
Yeah. He's in hot water right now.
Wow, what did he do?
Dude, his alleged, although he did, his alleged daughter, although I reason believe it could possibly be his daughter because he claimed to pay child support her whole life, came out and was like, "You're a fucking deadbeat. Just give me my sister's number." Like, you know, Dr. Mars. Yeah. He's like, doesn't like interracial dating and all that stuff. Doesn't really like white people. I get the feeling.
No, he seems to very openly dislike the
Dude, his daughter, for real, crushed him. Came out and was like, "You're a fucking deadbeat. You're a loser. You shouldn't be. Nobody should be listening to you." And then he came back rather than being like, "I don't know who you are," which that'd be devastating to your strange daughter to do that. But he was saying something like, "Get your mom on the phone. We can hash this out." And he was saying like, "I'm sick of." First of all, he goes, "You're either with me or against me on this. No more frenemies." He doesn't want any more frenemies.
I appreciate that. Next time, if my daughter ever confronts me for being deadbeat, I would be like, I have no time. You're either with me or against me. That's fucking
hilarious. They called her a struggle streamer, trying to get clout off.
Trying to get clout off.
She called her strange daughter a struggle streamer.
Phil's a fucking struggle streamer. I have the opposite. Phil's always trying to get clout. Every time we do the podcast in my house, he would walk down. He's struggling. You want a clout? Now he gives away tickets. Every show I go to, there's fucking 8 guys from the Elks in the group. It's fucking unbelievable.
That was fucking
like, Shane, how about a little meet and greet? The guy is one of the top sales guys in Tampa. Can you meet him? No.
The list was crazy.
Yeah, the list. He handed my manager a list that is 40 people at every show. That was a wild night. It was awesome. Tampa and Jackson. Tampa was wonderful. Yeah, Paul was fucking studs with it.
Yeah, true.
Aaron Judge, fucking big ass was there.
He was fucking huge.
Still a unit. I was less starstruck this time.
Yeah.
That was the first time, the last time when I met him at that game.
Did you see him at a baseball game?
Yeah, I said full Yankee, just in a giant home run. Yeah, practice came over and said, "What are you doing back there, big man?" I was like, "I saw you, you just drilled that ball." I've never spazzed like that.
Seeing him at the game would fucking, I would fucking
talking to Bubbles here. I was a little.
Bubbles was fucking
taking it back.
True.
I mean,
yeah, he was fucking that guy.
He's on the fucking videos outside the bar. Watch the videos. It's him fucking mixing drinks. Bubbles is the man.
He gave me some good pointers.
We might get Bubbles in this next game. I'm on his team. I called Bubbles' team.
Did he tell you about the zombie game?
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Zombie sounds sick. Everyone's green, one red zombie, and then you spread it. If you get hit by the zombie, you become a zombie as well. It's kind of sick. I don't know how you would cheat in that game.
Yeah, how are you going to cheat on penis? I wasn't cheating. You were cheating. No, I wasn't cheating.
Dude, you got to believe the GoPro. I was saying the horrible face. I should read it for the GoPro.
It's so funny, right? When everyone got in, it was screaming. As soon as the doors opened, every dude was screaming and running. And everyone got tired. Go 5 minutes left, you hear everyone go, "Oh, fuck." That was the longest fucking game of my life.
What was your strategy, Godin? You run
It was run right at everyone.
Stick and move.
Stick and move.
Stick move fast.
Yeah.
You're running.
That was Swift. Swift ball run.
That might have been running. I saw you run. That's fine. You cheated.
And they
Almost
do
was on your ass for the next game.
well, that's sure.
Yeah, he's gonna personally follow you.
I came here for a good time. And immediately guys take advantage of the rules. Man, I finished 7th.
That's not bad.
It sucks.
First game,
Beach Spider? Fuck yeah. I lost a big. I lost a Mickey Blazer. And a Megan. I lost the Mickey Blazer by probably one shot. It was close. It was a close one. And you were camping. I was really camping. After fucking 2 minutes, it was time to camp, dude.
I was camped and then I would run and gun. I would just get hit 50 fucking times.
You were hitting the laydown, which is a nice move.
Lay down was pretty.
That's cheated. That sounds like he was lying. He was laying down. So my fucking tack doesn't work.
This Chris keeps saying his gun was broken. That's why
It was RoboCop. Jake just named the RoboCop.
Wait, his gun wasn't working, but he didn't come in very last place, did he?
Yeah, that was the one. It happened to be the one female that was brought on. Pregnant female, dead last by a wide margin. I don't think she must not have been holding. She was 8 months pregnant, which is.
I felt terrible. I was laying. I was laying
when they're running around. Someone's gonna bump into her. The worst thing you want is that something terrible would happen.
I like for real. I startled the shit out of her. I was laying down behind a corner. She walked. I'm like, it's like, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Dude, if she does give birth in a laser tag, that's America's next emperor. He's chosen by God.
True.
If you give birth under artificial fog, black lights of the laser tag.
Just mean that that's your first image coming out of the world.
Surrounded by team fats. Everyone's sweaty with packs on.
My thing is, I'd be still racking up major points. I'd be sitting there hitting their fucking sensors while just giving
every single person would be sitting there going, all right, dude, just fucking throw them out.
That's your fucking respect. You know my pack's deactivated. You can't even shoot me right now.
I shot you at the buzzer.
You betrayed.
I shot you at the buzzer. You, me, and James stand there. They're going 3, 2.
Probably not me. I thought James. I thought one of them hit me.
No, that was me at the buzzer. I shot you. I betrayed you.
Wow.
I just want you to know, but this is me coming clean.
I appreciate you.
Obviously, laser tag is a game of nothing but treachery. There was one ultimate cheater.
Obvious. Just so happened to be the champion.
Bro.
You cheated.
It was crazy. Bubbles even said so. Bubbles watching the footage. He's like, yo, I might kick him out.
Bubbles did bring it up, so we'll see.
Yeah. He might address it.
James, interesting technique.
Yeah, James is big. Just hiding behind the block.
Stinking like shit.
It's a blind my enemies. Funny how that's my great. I did find something out. So I think the reason there was a corner in the top, and if you try and shoot across the whole arena, it looks like you're shooting somebody, but then you don't actually get to tag them. And I asked the guy that, who's asked Bubbles, and he said a lot of top professional players do notice that. Feel pretty good. He said there's 2 lasers. There's an invisible laser that does the hitting, and it doesn't work at distance. So where you two were, if you're shooting people on the other side, you're not getting points for it. That's why you see the laser.
I was wondering. I
knew there was a glitch because I was definitely killing people.
Yeah. Now you know. Now we know that
teams.
College quarters.
New rules though. If somebody is running, you are allowed to tackle.
Yeah, for sure. Trip or tackle.
For sure.
If they're laying on their stomach, you can step on their back.
If you're running, T2's gonna walk over like you are and fucking smash you.
Andy, what was your rank?
T2 was fucking.
I was like at the. How many was there? 13?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was probably at like 8 or 9.
Okay.
But that was pretty good for a guy who was staying. You weren't even crouching remotely. You were slowly walking in it.
He was walking.
He was wearing red. He was like a red coat.
I had absolutely zero strategy.
He marched like a red coat the whole time.
Yeah, the lights were bouncing on my skin perfectly. You guys were camping the whole time.
We did camp.
Yeah. We took a strong.
Because I kept doing laps, and I'm like, you guys are still here. Cool.
I I was patrolling like an L shape. I would come here, come there, come here, and then I'd wander off, run back. Please, Sean.
Don't be confident.
Sean, I'm gonna for real follow you the whole time now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sacrifice my whole game. I'll be last place, and I'm just gonna take you down to like 4th place.
That's okay.
I'm gonna do that.
Guard dog's confident.
Dude,
No, there's nothing wrong with
if I shadowed him, dude.
4th place is nice.
Huh?
4th place, I'm happy with. Probably one first.
If I shadowed, it would be 4th.
One first place, one 4th.
Bubbles scrubbed that from the records.
Bubbles did bring up, he was like, Long Venus, he had his eye on him. Just so you know.
He was like, guys, I appreciate
He was all over Long Venus.
He took us aside. He was like, guys, real glad you guys are having fun and shit, but that guy's dude, like, if this wasn't a private event, we just couldn't do it.
You fucking knocked her over. I saw you knock her over. She didn't want to talk about it because you were like, you're fucking doing it.
You got a real laser.
You got a laser point. You're telling me about this, I'll fucking kill you. One actual kill.
Bubbles is walking by, he's covered her mouth. Yeah, you were. I'd never seen that side of you, man. It was like
fucked up. It's a weird side to see. Like, you bring a friend, you put him in any type of competitive situation, he instantly cheats. That's fucking crazy. The two, who would have thought? The two biggest cheaters right there.
James cheated my birthday. I was fucking pissed about it. Like,
you were cheating at the birthday?
I did not cheat one time.
He was doing that dork scamper though. You run around. He's got a full dork run.
It's a beautiful movement. Pays off. I'm happy with a strong second. There's daylight between the two of us, and I didn't cheat.
Second, third, whatever. I guess we'll see.
That's first.
You two are the captains for next game.
Yeah, big teams.
It can't be random. That would not be fair. If the guys who cheats versus the fats.
Cheaters versus
I'm
fats.
not on fucking Terminator. See? Terminator. That's actually a strong move.
Everyone behind Terminator. That's not a bad idea.
You cheating that we just invented? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. We're all gonna cheat and scream as soon as everybody, as soon as we get out of the room. By the way, shout out to Blazer Tag Piece.
Yeah,
Don't hit the spot.
Fucking hits.
We did it. To get back in.
13 minutes.
Oh,
What?
shit.
16 minutes for the first one, so we're about it.
Are you fucking kidding me? I got here.
I think I know Blazer.
I know. This is next time we need like an 8-hour all-day pass.
Yeah.
We need a tag for
So
like
an hour and a half.
3 hours.
Bubbles is not afraid to give you a speech.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. We love BetterHelp. Love BetterHelp. As nice as it would be,
To help with the butt help.
as nice as it would be, you don't have all the answers. Prompt for a host riff. I struggled with ... I personally, I don't like to get into this, but I struggled with deep sexual feelings for amphibians until I got help from BetterHelp. And we overcame that struggle because they were like, it was like a stern father, like, oh, you want to smoke cigarettes? Well, how about you do 100 of them?
Yeah,
You know what?
you want to have sex with frogs all the time?
BetterHelp said, how about you do 100 of them, tough guy?
Box of 100 frogs, you don't come out of that room and take creep by every one of those fuckers' mouths.
I said, but BetterHelp. It's important that you have a good support system. You know, people you can go to when the going gets tough. Like a therapist from BetterHelp. They're always nice to have in your corner because there are times you can't go to your family or friends.
You can't tell your family about those frogs. You can't tell anyone about that. You gotta go to BetterHelp. You gotta get on a Zoom call and go, I want to fuck frogs. They go, holy shit, we gotta help.
Trust and professional. Oh my god. Yes, we already riffed. We riffed on it with things that helped us. Therapy is great because, I mean, dude, it just after I stopped my whole thing with those amphibians, my social skills were much more positive.
Yes.
I overcame problems and I learned how to reach out. I learned how to reach out for help in a safe space. So, if you want to give therapy a try and you're not sure where to begin, check out BetterHelp.
Still can't really go near any bodies of water.
You know? Really? Yeah, because due to the possibility of a frog. You send me into a frenzy.
Yeah, bro, trust me. When you're on the edge of a pond and you can see the frog, but you hear it jumping in the water, I just want to fucking.
Oh, yeah. Catch it.
Hopefully that kid's head turns into a prince. Guys, check out BetterHelp. It's fully online. It's so easy to get started. And they have access to a wide range of credentialed therapists, over 30,000 with all sorts of different specialties.
That's good.
Yeah, guys. Sorry.
It's all right.
Check out Build Your Support System. BetterHelp. Build your support system with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MSSP to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MSSP.
Yeah, and all jokes aside, BetterHelp's a great company.
Yeah, dude, they do fucking rock with us.
Yeah, they do rock.
Thank you, BetterHelp.
BetterHelp.
Dude, yeah, next time, it's like we already saw the video. This is a fun topic that I came across the other day. There's a restless leg medication that's been causing women to do like horrible sexual stuff. So like there's just
I know
like
someone that's taking some restless leg.
really watch them, dude. It's like there was ladies who were taking it, like 50, 40, 60-year-old ladies who were on this medication, and then like they would fake go to work and just like show their tits to strangers, and, like troll. They would start trolling for sex.
Yeah, restless tits.
Yeah, restless tits.
You gotta get those things out.
Dude, it'd be like one of your aunts would just take these meds and just like leave Sunday mass and start like trolling the city and trying to get blowjobs to strangers off the meds for like a couple of years.
Shout out to Big Pharma for that one.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Big Pharma.
And then they came off of it and they were just like, what the fuck did I do? Symptoms went away immediately. Imagine, dude, if like 3 of your aunts were just gobbling, dude, for like 3 years. Getting like the L in Philly and just fucking like, oh my God.
Just a nice lady, just a normal lady.
Dude, kids are in college, you take the restless leg med, you just cheat on your fucking husband like 45 times in a year. Just meet dudes in the Home Depot bathroom and just fucking blow.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I read a whole thing about it. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I had RLS, thank fucking God. I think actually maybe I did take that for a while. I might have been on the RLS trail my entire 20s. Something like that.
Damn restless legs and they're throwing the whole room off. You can talk about that every day. You guys aren't together? What the fuck? Why are you guys touching elbows? She's throwing me off. You're throwing the whole room off.
Just finally getting out of like a multi-month bomb.
You spill it.
Water, actually fucking water in my eye. I know.
Yeah.
Not the first time. The other time, I just straight up missed my mouth and just poured it all down my shirt. And the little boy, I was like,
that was RLS medicine.
that might have been the RLS medicine.
You took a face.
I was thinking about my next victim.
Yeah.
My necks suck. Yeah, so we got that going on.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I was pretty pumped about that.
Keep
Keep an eye on your fucking alties, y'all. Keep an eye on your motherfucking alties.
dump that medicine for real down the drain.
For real. They don't know about that. I mean, dude, imagine you're just watching the VMAs with your aunties, and they're seeing like JT's fucking Tina's
You
titties.
see that guy flip? Who's that guy who does flips off the piano? Blazer tag. Nicky Blazer ripped his clothes off at the VMAs. I forget his name. The guy who sings.
I know you're talking about. The beautiful thing that It's like, yeah, it's like girl. It's like, girl rock.
Fairly accurate.
Passionate girl rock.
Girl rock, yeah. Benson Boom.
That's kind of an unfair, like, you can just, like, take a formula and just create those songs, and the girls will like literally every single one. These beautiful things that I got. I like this song. I like this song. Listen to the words. This song fucking sucks.
You listen to the words of Edmund Fitzgerald. You think about the chef. Think about the cook coming in and saying, fellas, it's been good to know you. After the main hatchway gave in. You dumb bitch.
Final listen, but we're actually going to sync up Dark Side of the Moon and the Wizard of Oz after this. You gotta watch the whole fucking thing.
I try to listen to audiobooks at night. And women don't exactly like it.
No.
It's trying to listen to Guns of August last night.
Put it on.
Not a big hit.
What the hell? What happened?
Just a sleepy woman going, what is she talking about? And I was like, King George died, and it was kind of the last time all the royals were together in London, and You know, they're all related.
Turn the fuck off. Yeah, the mutual audiobook is tough.
I listened to my girlfriend's friend stayed in our hotel room. Nothing.
Little restless like they're on the beds.
They're on the beds. It was after SNL, and she was like, "I'm gonna take a nap before I go home." So because it was 6 a.m. And I was like, "All right, this is what I listen to when I sleep." And I put on rain noises.
Nice.
And her friend honestly thought I was listening to Applause. She thought I was, and she didn't really mention it.
You felt you needed to stand it out.
She thought I was going to cite to Applause. And now I can't listen to the fucking rain thing anymore because it sounds exactly like Applause. She's fucking right.
You need to stand it out to pass out. I need to stand it out. Yes. It's rain. You hear the trickle.
Obviously rain. Maybe across the room in a hotel.
Oh, there you
Is
go.
that fucking Applause?
With some distance, it's out for the applause. So you hear trickles.
How did and why?
That's maybe a babbling brook.
I'm gonna have to switch it up. It's thunder there or something. There's nothing wrong with listening to that at bedtime.
Dude, that could trigger an exorcism. Yeah, I've done that. I've done the audiobook at nighttime. It's like, what is this? Fine.
It's about how World War I started. I want to have a better understanding.
How long are you still
So we
listening?
don't fucking fall into it again.
Yeah. Are you still listening to that? Like, yes, it's fucking on. I'm still listening to it.
Oh, I had a fucking bug crawl across me in the middle of the night. You know this is one of my deepest fears.
Yeah, what happened?
It fucking woke me up. The thing was huge.
Was it in the hotel?
No, it was. It literally went off the side. And I was like, no.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a night.
I don't think it was a night. I felt it. It like woke me up. I could feel it on me.
Kind of bug, kind of creepy crawl.
I didn't get to see the crawler, which was made for a worst evening.
It's that
Flashlight out, looking under the blanket. Somebody doing. I was like, I didn't want to tell her. I couldn't be like giant spiders in our bed.
No way.
Because there has been a giant spider in the whole house.
That'd be a hot new cup genre where Spider just fucking literally laser
Spider
tags
crawls
you, right?
right back. Yeah.
Spider just runs. Spider, no. Spider. They just hold the camera and Spider.
Yeah, they suck the creep out.
Oh fuck! I need you to fart, Spider. Oh fuck, dude. You love that fucking smell, babe. I'm not having fun anymore. It's not even that fun.
Me and Adam and James had a nice date yesterday.
Ooh, what'd you do?
We went and saw Friendship, the new
yeah, you said it was
bro.
good.
It's the funniest. It's gonna be the funniest movie. When's it come out? May. Well, I'm looking forward to May. Yeah, I'm gonna see that again. That was
Friendship and French onion boys.
no. Don't tell them. Don't tell them that we all got French onion soup after we saw the movie and discussed the movie. We had DeRosa in there. It was a good squad.
Everyone else was laughing and having a good time. I was so sad.
James took it to heart.
I
Yeah.
took it to heart, and then I spoke to the director. Came up afterwards, and I said I was devastated, and he was so happy.
Really?
I said your comedy made me very upset. He was like, he was really pleased. You know, it's like a very A24 drama, sad, but it's so funny. It's very funny. I gotta
It's
say,
unbelievably funny.
I might be oversensitive. I feel I have more than PTSD after doing the shooting. After being in that room with the light, there was so much killing. There was like 7 minutes there where it was like, so I may just be experiencing.
You were sensitive yesterday.
I'm a sensitive boy.
There's nothing wrong with being sensitive, but to see that movie and be like, that fucked me up is great. The movie's it's hilarious.
The trailer looks
It's
awesome.
everything. It's for you.
Yeah, I can't wait. I saw the trailer and I was like, this looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's up there. Comedy movies are back. True. In a big way.
Pendulum swung. Pendulum's fully swung.
Maybe too far. Head down to the mothership, you go, ooh.
Yeah.
Pendulum's maybe swung a little too far. Not everyone has to say it. True. Every single set.
Dude,
I think we're in like we're in like the new version of the 70s now. We've left we had like a version of the 60s, like a hippie dream, which was just like state sponsored, basically propaganda at this point, just like the super woke stuff. It's completely fallen apart. Now we're in the 70s.
Now we got evil hippies.
Exactly. And then we're about to hit the 80s pretty soon, which will be sweet.
Yes.
We're about to have a new 80s. The 30s are going to be the 80s. We're going to be dying
in the 90s, which is a good time to die.
90s are the best one.
Exactly.
It's a good time to die.
So when we're 50, we're all going to be in the 90s. It's going to be 60s out. 60s, yeah.
It's all right.
Living's going to be really rough. It's going to be...
Maybe we'll do it, though. Maybe it'll be ours.
Is it down?
I'm sorry.
Dude, you think the Middle East will still be there in the 90s, dude? There's going to be casinos. There's going to be Trump casinos.
It's going to be the other Riviera.
You'll probably get to do a VR night. You'll do like 9/11 will be like a ride at Universal Studios. You'll be in the building. If you have the lightning pass, they'll be like, hey, we actually know about an attack. We're going to get you guys out. It's coming.
Yeah, Tower 7 will be that haunted one. Drop out of nowhere.
Tower of Terror.
You just go, oh, we're dropping.
Tower 7 of Terror.
Against all odds, we're dropping.
Oh my god. Yeah, that'd be awesome. But yeah, it definitely, it's heartening news. The pendulum's fully swung. The dream broke, but the residue of it, just like the hippie dream, will still, kind of saturate the culture, but it'll just be like breakfast. It'll like blend into like ice cream stuff.
Damn, the hipsters were kind of fun at first. Huh? Remember like 2010?
Yeah.
They were kind of nice group.
It was Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist.
It was.
And then
I was at the right age to be gay enough for it. I fucking love that shit. And then
what did you love about it?
I just liked all the music.
Freedom, yeah.
The tone of the gay music. LCD sound system still rules. Shit does fucking roll. All that.
Yeah, that shit rules. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm telling you, dude, it was Occupy Wall Street, and then it just total psyop, and they turned into still wearing masks today, which is it's unsettling. When you see a guy, just a dude by it's like maybe you're visiting your grandma, but like I don't know. I've said it before. If you're like a grandma or a grandfather and you're worried about that, it's like I think you've kind of failed at life.
Yeah, why don't you shut up?
You're just a pussy. It's like if you're 80 and you're worried about COVID, you're a pussy. Even if you don't die of COVID, you're going to be a pussy.
Definitely the people that should be worried about that.
For sure.
Yeah.
But can you imagine
you don't want to die like that? You don't want to die. Well, I guess they all do die of pneumonia.
Yeah.
Eventually, yeah.
You can't be scared of death by the time you're 80. I mean, it's close. It's easier said than done, obviously.
Yeah.
But, dude, when you're like making your grandkids get like experimental therapeutics,
yeah,
so they can chill with you.
I don't think that many grandparents were like, I think the grandparents were like, why can't they come inside? True. I want to hold my grandson. He's outside of the window because that's your Fauci.
Yeah. I did my part. What up, Nate?
What up, big O?
We're just all coming clean here. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't rag on 80-year-olds, but I pray by the time I'm 80, I'm not going to be scared of some fucking bullshit.
I'm trying to take like a moral high ground. I was just thinking of when I was 80. If I was ever 80,
half-life transgression.
No shot.
I hope by the time I'm 80, I'm truly not afraid of death. I hope I will be
trying to get to 40. I'm staring at 40 now. I go, holy shit.
Oh, yeah. You got to get on the fucking good foot.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time to get a blood panel. That's going to be a real bummer.
Yeah, trust me. I got mine. Mine was not great.
Yeah, it's going to be a bummer.
Although right now, I've said it before, but I always stray from this. I don't care about aesthetics. I'm going just performance. I toggle back and forth. It's like, could I just become an Adonis? And then I just get fatter every day, and I go, nope. So I'm going just pure performance now. I don't. It doesn't care. Weight, don't care. I don't care about anything. I'm caring about mile times, hang time. I mean, I think I got like a 140 hang time, whatever. It's no big deal, but it's fucking hard.
I believe it, yeah. That's cool.
Oh, we can talk about fitness shit, dude.
Hang time's tough, dude. That does blow.
Hang time's tough. It's hard.
Yeah.
I'm in a stiff competition with Billy right now. Billy.
You might get him on the hang time.
Did you ever see his fucking hands?
Yeah, he's big.
He's got fucking fat.
He does have paws.
Yeah, he's for real, like dog paws. So right now we're tied, but I got to overtake him for sure. in the hang time. It's weird. They're saying like that's all that matters. Everyone's worried about COVID, but they're like, if your thighs are jacked and you can squeeze stuff really hard, you're not going to die. So
I actually believe that.
I'm telling you, they're saying if you have like
Jack
grip strength, exactly. They're saying grip strength and like muscle density in your legs are a bigger indicator.
Jack thighs win the grip strength every time at Rogan's, other than Rogan. Not a big deal.
Yeah, man. So
fuck you looking at, Adam. Your ass lost.
What's the poundage on the grip strength?
I think it was like 145 last time.
That's good.
And then no one could beat it, so I only went once. I was like, all right, good.
That's good.
First try.
I'm on your bumper right now.
I believe it.
I'm on your bumper.
You better not be on my bumper.
I'm on your bumper.
If any Democrats out there say something mean about Donald Trump, I'm on your bumper. They better chill with making that kid famous, because what do you think's gonna happen? I think it happens to everybody. I might hire a nasty story about that sweet angel.
Oh God!
Oh, no. Shoot an unarmed white kid.
True.
To be fair,
I can see them doing some nasty false flag like that. I guess I'd be on their bumper. I'd be on the CIA's bumper if that happens.
You're already on the CIA. I'm probably on your bumper if they found out that fucking hang time. They're probably like, holy shit, it's Jason Moore. He's a sleeper cell.
No, I'm definitely on the CIA's bumper.
I just got a fucking laser tag on the brain.
I do too.
Yeah, let's get
one more tag.
Put it back, one more laser tag.
Good call. We don't gotta watch the video again. There we go. There we go.
This is everybody.
So, before we continue, one thing to announce, I have not been authority to Long Venus. In fact, cheap. That's just a smell line here right now.
That's the Blazer post-game locker room.
We need showers here. We gotta get a pro team going. We can put in the work.
I mean, we got two of the best cheaters in America. We're not cheating.
What's like the
straight to
game
the
plan? Yeah, what do you do? What's like the game plan?
The game plan is so the rules are you're not allowed to leave the floor. Instantly leaves the floor.
Yeah, somebody went to the towers, big time.
Wasn't me.
You weren't up there.
I defend you.
How did I see you up there?
I don't know. Must have been a mirage or something. You must have been loopy from
Oh man, that sucks.
And I'm not against cheating.
That's disgusting. You're a liar.
James was on the ground.
You're lying in front of guys.
I don't like that.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah, well, you can move up. Yeah, the floor was lava then. You had to move
The
up.
floor was lava. The balconies were lava. Somebody is lava proof.
Dude, Lemaire, they went 5-minute warning. Lemaire was on level 3 already. I was like, Yeah, exactly. Lemaire was cheating.
I was on level 2.
Cheating.
I started walking up the ramp. A man and admitting it.
I started walking up the ramp
Sad.
like 30 seconds before, and then it was 5 minutes
Up
warning.
the ramp. You shot me from the ramp. I watched you do it. Yeah, you got like defensively. That was weird.
How'd you check?
You went early?
Oh,
You went up early? Sean, but that's not how the blue team does it, dude.
That's not
I
bad
know,
stuff.
but I thought it'd be fun.
I thought about it. I was tempted, but I waited. That guy
I
was
got
like
stuck in that corner. I kept trying to go to that ramp.
corner was nice.
True. Corner was
The
nice.
guy was
Trap door.
policing the ramp too. I was like, I'd be like, I'm taking it, and I would see that guy. I'd be like, fuck.
Next time I'll put bowls in there. Get them on the ramp. Anyway, what else is going on?
Not much, man. Fuck. What else is going on, dude? How was SNL?
There we go.
About that.
I got that.
There we go.
It was
Weekend lazy tag.
yeah. Laser tag is more important. It was easier the second time. But the one thing that sucks is you know what's coming the second time. So the first time you go through and you're like, all right, Monday, that was easy. Tuesday, that was easy. And then all of a sudden you do everything on Friday. You film all those pre-recorded sketches you filmed. So you're there. We had to get there at like 6 a.m. You got like pick up at 5:30 and then you get done at fucking 2 a.m.
And you gotta do the real thing.
And then you wake up the next day.
Why do they do it that way?
I don't know.
That sounds good. Why not? Yeah, do that first. Rest up.
Yeah.
Maybe just to get you jacked up and like juiced up.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know.
It was actually. I mean, it doesn't matter how late you stay up when you do the rehearsal live.
Yeah.
It's the scariest. If they ever showed that monologue I did,
Oh yeah.
it's fucking nuts over there. Oh fuck. It's the most nervous I've ever been, and then the real show, I was uncomfortably not nervous.
That's a good idea.
I was like, oh, this is.
Yeah, giving you the run through is a genuinely good idea.
Yeah, every sketch you're nervous, you're like, fuck, I can't read.
Dude, reading off the card. I've talked about before, like, yeah, you can read off the card. I'm like, dude, I can hardly read books to my kids.
You gotta read the card like you're telling a joke. You're like, no, I don't know. And then they change the lines in between rehearsal and the real show.
Tell you what I would do. I would fuck I'd fuck the first card up immediately, and I'd think about it the rest of the time, and I'd fuck up every single card after that. So that's my prediction.
For sure.
That's what I would do.
So we did rehearsal, and we did another Jamaican church sketch. And I think I fucked it up so bad, they were like, it's not that good. Yeah. That's what happened. You do a sketch, and then they're like, all right, we're not going to use that. And you're like, fuck, that was my fault, because that was definitely funny.
Nah, they should have went back to the well.
Yeah.
Jamaican well.
Yeah, I like this.
I love it. It's funny every single time. Damn, right? So that's Jamaican part too.
They did have Jamaican part too, and I think I fucked it up. Like, yeah, you know. They're not going to tell you.
You never know.
But
You should get on like an M.R vibe, dude.
what's that?
M.R is a white English guy who just does dance hall. He does it really well.
Oh,
You ever seen
Jamaican
that guy?
dance hall guys? No.
Turn red?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I didn't know that was his name.
Turn pussy red.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you should. Something to consider. Just do like a year. Just take a year off of everything and just do Jamaican stuff on Instagram. Take 1 year off of your belt. Like, let me tell you about this one.
Yeah, the monologue though is the scariest. And it was like there's Tate McRae fans in the front.
So,
It's like, oh man, they're not gonna fucking like me talking about Kent Burns.
yeah.
Just like a young.
How did they? Were they just?
They did like it. The monologue went well, but the rehearsal.
Who were the fans? Was it just like attractive ladies sitting up front?
Yeah. You know,
They're the fucking worst.
Hey,
For real,
how are you?
if you had to pick a demographic that you didn't want, like 2 rows up in the front, it's just hot ladies.
hot young women.
They're no.
And the way that's set up, you saw it was like 2 sections, and then everyone else is just in the back of the room.
Yeah.
It's not conducive for stand-up.
No.
Unless you have like a point. They're like that.
Yeah.
If a comedian goes out there and makes a fucking good point,
True.
everyone's like, that's just incredible.
You can get the hot young babes with good points. Even if they don't fully understand it, then
Awesome.
yeah, hot young babes are laughing. You think you want them? Give me a room full of hot young babes, I'll fucking spin their heads
I'll
around.
make them very unhappy.
They also don't have the best attention spans either.
No. The worst show I ever did was the small room at the stand upstairs. It was 5 different tables of hot young women. The whole room was empty. Then they brought food in, like 10 waiters at once. Just fed everyone at once while I was standing up. Immediately it was on to the food.
Every waiter's probably like, okay,
Yeah, I'll pick that one up.
okay, the food.
Yeah, I was just up there like, all right, we're done listening. Everyone's eating.
Yeah.
Perfect. And they're like,
No, you're doing good. I mean, it's got to be just crazy. Being in like a hot lady's body, I couldn't think of anything else. If I was just a hot lady, yeah, if I was just a hot lady in a hot lady's body, I'd be like, God, I'm so fucking hot right now.
sorry for being rude.
I'm literally, I just be so turned on by myself. I'm like, dude, I'm just way too horny to listen. I think just waiting for, why isn't this guy a billionaire? Why isn't he just fucking picking me up on my head and taking me to his house? That's what I would think about if I was a hot lady in the city of New York.
The one thing that was funny with SNL was the first time, Tate McRae, by the way, extremely nice lady.
Yeah,
like nice Canadian lady came in. She was very like, oh, the host screen room here, the musical artist is right across the hall. And I was like sitting on the couch trying to fucking freaking out. And then she walked in and I was like, for real, I don't know why I did this. I was just like trying to think. And she kept walking and I was like, oh, that hurts. But then she came right back in and was like, hey, how are you? Did you read? I was like, but then the first thing we did was a sketch where I was in a fucking like motorized scooter dressed like an animal, and she had to sit on my lap. And right before they're like, Tate, are you okay with this? Is everything okay? Are you all right with sitting on his lap? She was like, yeah, I don't care. And I was like, no one asked me. And they're like, Shane, are you all right? I was like, yes. Which seemed really funny at the time until it's literally just me, her, and the director. And I was like, I hope you understand. I was kidding.
She didn't laugh?
I think she laughed, but I was immediately embarrassed that I did that. She's like 21. And I'm sitting there like, yes, I'm good with it.
I mean, to be fair, it was very funny.
Yeah.
Funny scene you possibly do, but yeah, the aftermath of that would have been like, I'm just fucking around.
And it was like, we just got done filming the first sketch, and I had to rush to that one. They're like, hurry up, she's got to leave. And so I was like sweaty. It was a nightmare. And then she's like, her character was supposed to flirt with me, so she was like, we have such a nice thing. And she like rubbed my chest, and in my head I was like, my chest definitely sucked. She was sitting on me. I must have been 400 degrees. I must have been laying on just a hot pillow. That was like, I'm really sorry about this. I'm sorry.
I was just kidding when I said I was super happy.
I was just joking about that. She was like, what? I was like, it's a joke I told about anyone. I didn't know you heard it.
What?
Yeah. Covered it.
Fucking bullshit. I was shooting on Canada. I don't even understand. Fucking bullshit. Fucking terrorists are fucking bullshit, man.
I was definitely felt sweat on my chest.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're the presence of a diva. That's so sick, though. I keep hearing about new divas.
There's new divas.
I am completely.
Divas, yeah, we're too old.
I'm out of the diva loop. I'll be back in the diva loop. I'll be back in like 6 years, 7 years.
I'll get back in the diva loop.
Why?
It takes over your algorithm.
Well, I'm saying
I
like.
followed Tate McRae on Instagram.
In the diva loop.
My diva loop's fucking insane.
What are the other divas right now?
Sabrina Carpenter's a diva.
Okay.
Dochi is a diva.
Dochi's.
Chapel Ryan is diva number one currently for sure.
What?
Chapel Ryan is dominating.
Oh, we were talking about
Wrestling divas?
No. Chaperone does rule though.
Well, they have to be cute. They have to be that
Now
hot.
you're making us the bad guys, but
Is
yeah.
Chapel Ryan not? You know, like
I've never seen Chapel
I think Chapel Ryan is very sexually appealing.
She is.
Yeah.
That is also right up your alley.
Chaperone dressing like a drag queen.
Yes, it's very all. You gotta think that.
But yeah, I just learned that this weekend. Girls will dress as drag queens.
Which is dressing as.
It's kind of dog face. It's kind of dog face. That's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't just watching RuPaul's Drag Race yesterday. It was on at my house. And Whitney Cummings was on. Really? She was one of the. Yeah, they did a roast. It was great.
Roast the drags. That's
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to ruin RuPaul's Drag Race while my girlfriend's trying to watch it.
Yeah.
Hey, what the fuck are these uncles talking about? She's like, what? I was like, those are all uncles. Those are all somebody's fucking uncle. Yeah. RuPaul's got some conservative ideas. She's anti-trans. I think trans people are not allowed on the show. Yeah, I think
Yeah, he refuses to put the dress on unless someone pays him money. That's the thing. He'll go on late night talk shows and they go, "Where's the woman outfit?" And he goes, "Pay me. If you want me to wear a dress, you gotta pay me."
Yeah, RuPaul kind of rolls for that.
Damn, that's pretty cool. Just like every other black comedian.
I did it again. Yeah, I did it again this time. I was like, they were like, "Do you have anything you don't want to do?" I was like, "I'm just not gonna wear a dress. I can't do it."
Yeah,
from Cat.
You can't, bro.
I'd be like, yeah, whatever. It's funny. I'm not doing anything wrong.
You can't.
Now it's.
There's too much.
If I put that dress on, it's over, dude. It's
no, Diddy, bro. You can't do it.
No, I'm not. It's tough though. It's tough to speak up at NBC. It's weird to be in an office. Do you have anything? I'm just not gonna wear a dress. Like, okay, okay, dude. I was like, I need, I was like, Cat Williams.
You don't need him on your bumper for sure.
Fuck no.
I wouldn't want him on my bumper. Yeah, dude. Especially, yeah, and also it really is like, what would a good enough scenario or joke be for you to be in a dress? It would have to be a dynamite fucking sketch.
Yeah. It's Doubtfire.
There was, although Robin Williams couldn't handle it.
I don't know if I'm allowed to spoil sketches. I don't know if I'm allowed to spoil it. There was a very funny Mrs. Doubtfire sketch. Maybe they'll use it again because it was good. Because we didn't use it.
Really?
Really funny. Why they didn't use it because of your?
No. The character would not have been wearing a dress, but he would have been. It was a guy getting confronted that he was Mrs. Doubtfire. Hilarious. That's funny. I hope I didn't spoil it.
They'll still rip it. They'll rip it. And you can go. My fucking idea. I know my fucking podcast.
I said that on my podcast.
I'm gonna start fake comedy beefs. So like, that was my joke. Anyone puts on a clip like, bro, I've been doing that, dude.
People do that. I actually tweeted that 6 years ago. Yeah, of course. Yeah, every single joke is on Twitter. You can find it.
Yo, I fucking did that.
Oh, that thing with 3 likes from 2013. Yeah, I saw that. I stole it. I made it a full joke. What is it, John? You're in one.
One of those beefs.
What
happened? Yeah, so I did a joke during COVID. It was the first time I'd done it. It's like a fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. And it just goes on. And people came and they said, this is a David Crosby, which I didn't know he has the same premise, then it goes in another direction. And I felt bad about that. But what made me feel a lot better is there's a guy who I'd never heard of who's from LA, who's been doing comedy for 30 years. He's like, in 1994, that was my joke. And he's uploading out and he goes, this Australian and David Cross is stealing my act. It made me feel so much more relaxed about it. The same thing.
There's got to be a statute of limitations. Bernie Mac's material's up for grabs, as far as I'm concerned.
You don't understand.
It's up for grabs.
I got no cookies. I got no dips.
True. I got these badass kids.
I clearly don't. Badass fucking kids.
I understand your family fucked up too. But yeah, that's awesome. That's nice. That's gotta be so nice to be done with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most stressful fucking thing.
Yeah.
Possible. Then, yeah.
Especially a diva. Throwing a diva on the mix is like, that might fuck me up a
I
little
know,
bit.
she was 21. He got to sit on my lap.
Both you guys are wearing dresses sitting on each other. You should push for the next time you do it, push for like every sketch has to be gay, like just gay stuff.
Yeah, I have to kiss the cast member every single
Yeah, like your Ben. Who was that not Ben Affleck? Matt Damon. He just went hog wild on that one movie, Liberace. Matt Damon.
Oh, Crystal, behind the candelabra.
Behind the candelabra.
Yeah.
He just went fucking hog wild. Dude's been acting for like 25 years. He was like, I'll do full gay, like total gay. It's got to be there. After
I think that came out in a year that people weren't that critical.
What do you mean?
It was early. It was before the culture wars.
It was.
So it was right that, yeah.
I mean, it was on the table. It was a bag, obviously. I'm not
Denzel went for it in Gladiator.
He got gay bag? How gay was it?
They didn't cut it. I think they cut out a scene where he was like making out with guys. Denzel chill. I swear to God. I swear to God. Yeah.
He was going wide of a.
He was just playing a.
It's gotta be. There's two like crowning achievements for every actor. It's gay and Gilbert Grape. That's the height of that. Just 1,000-year craft. It's like, okay, we can see you play a cop, but can you play
Gilbert Grape?
You play a gay guy or Gilbert Grape.
Gay Gilbert Grape is the ultimate.
That would be nice. Why haven't we had that yet?
Probably have. There's gotta be one. Nobody's played a gay special needs guy yet?
I don't think so, man. Maybe on Glee.
Forrest Gump had straight A.
Yeah, maybe busted.
Yeah, good
Jenny
straight A.
busted open for him, that's why. Jenny busted. He didn't do anything. Him and Bubba might have fucked around a little bit. That's true.
Gets lonely on the high stage. Little Gump, yeah. Bubba never made it to the high stage.
He also might have sucked Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, he probably sucked Dan.
Well, I'll be.
Man, I'm tired from all that laser tag.
Bro, that shit. We didn't even talk about the final match.
We got 2 minutes. We could get one more blaze.
We need one more blaze, honestly. That last
You
match
need one more after that.
was fucking
You need one more, Matt.
I need
This is
revenge, bro.
devastating.
I need revenge.
At the end, they give you who you killed the most.
He killed me. I was getting.
I killed Matt.
15 times.
I killed Matt 15.
I keep forgetting you're in that corner. I'll
The
come
rest
back
was
right away.
3, 4, 4, 0, 4, 1. 15.
Yeah, you got me. I got you 10. I got you 10. I kept thinking our lines were still on. I just the last second would hesitate.
At the beginning, I didn't know what color my team was.
Really?
Yeah, I was shooting red.
I saw you. I heard you getting kind of confused. Yeah.
So surrounded by blues.
I'm green. I think the Blues were swarming, man. It leads me to believe where the rest of the Reds were. What was your strat?
By the end, we did. We set up on that first platform. That was nice.
Well,
Our dog was sneaking behind. Cheap shit.
We had like a line.
Hanging over the balcony. Cheap shit.
I was having fun.
You can't, but your gun has that big fucking sensor on it, so you can't hang the gun over the truck and shot. James never disclosed his, what was your strategy?
It dragged me down.
You did not cheat.
I didn't know there was no cheating. No honor in that.
So what's your strat? Like, what's your
Well,
strategy?
this is what I figured out. I didn't realize that this was happening, but I've got a very high kill rate as well as a very high death rate. So you get 25 points for killing somebody, but you only lose 5 when you kill yourself.
Oh,
So if you get out there, you can take it. Even sometimes you'll shoot each other at the same time when you're coming back from a charge.
25,
You still get the extra points. So I think you got to live reckless out there. You got to go wild. You got to get the full blood.
Don't be scared to get shot.
Don't be scared. It's the opposite of real war.
Yeah, they should change that.
I want it inverted. That would be nice. That would be a better gameplay.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. I've been all fucking tactical and shit.
I love killing. Oh boy, when you're out there about 5 minutes in,
It's
you
not
start
gonna get
thinking,
on.
you just start screaming.
I was screaming if I hit somebody, but fuck you.
That's why it felt so good when the red team won.
We was doing that close, bro.
We won by 400 points.
The bubbles, it has bubbles, dude.
We won by 400 points.
Dude, that's nothing, bro. That was all your charge ups, power. That's true, bro. Can we please talk about
We can look at the scores.
All right, check it
Pregnant
out.
woman did get dead last, but I was not that far above her. And either was me and Terminator 2 were anchors holding the squad down.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that when I was playing against her, I hit her like 40 fucking times. So.
I didn't shoot her once. She shot me once.
Really?
Yeah.
What else? What else everybody get? Be honest. She said there was somebody who was just on her bumper shooting her the whole time.
Terminator 2.
Sarah O'Connor.
Yeah, here goes it.
Dude, Arnold Schwarzenegger's son in White Lotus. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's really funny.
Out of nowhere, I don't know why, if this was like unscripted, but they're like on a yacht, they're about to approach these girls, and out of nowhere it goes swastika, and they just for no reason as they're walking, I was in bed holding my stomach laughing.
Really? I don't remember that part.
Dude, right over the yacht. Listen, he goes back, and they're about to watch it. Go over to the girls, and he goes swastika, and just it was like, what the fuck? It's the funniest thing you yell at them.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where that goes.
Oh,
It'd be fun.
So good.
The girls turning on each other. Wonderful.
Yep.
Finding out one of them's a Republican, the other two being like,
It's so awesome.
yeah.
Dude, we think we did it. We did it. We're done.
Fuck yeah.
We got
time for one more
We'll do
blaze.
the ads in the parking lot. No problem.
What are the ads?
Yeah, MattMcCusker.com. Please come to the shows. We'll be in Omaha. That's a big one. Please come.
Manchester, England next week. Come on.
You know, since the 6th grade or something, going to the punk rock movement. Back to that was not, you know, it was a different thing for somebody now in the trap tech. And the hairdos that came with it and the trash clothes and everything else. So I get that I want to always somebody's cup of tea, but this is the guy that you know, jobs, you know, positive behavior. Stephen Jobs. So it was very ancient like that. Amy, so I get that there is differences. Basically, this is our life. It's about culture. Everybody wants to speak about color or race or these things, but the reality is, when it comes down to it, it's about culture.
Really? What is it about Hawaii that's so much better? What do you love about
culture? Their beliefs, their comfort zones.
Of course, how do we know? So that's what
The color skin, the uniform, things like this. People what they know what your culture is. And are psychological issues going on too. But there have been a lot of myths about them throughout the years, like they come from bad homes, not necessarily.
Like the trying to be able to
Makes those positions
I guess it's the mix of they compare it to like
they both super back in the day it was different. They have something to become something permanent that would last forever. And so it's gotten worse. And I think about that as a problem now. Because when you get territorial, you become a different beast when you're a parent. Because it's your job.
You ever heard of that theory? People have talked
And Tennessee is doing something interesting about
that they're supposed to have a set time and place where everybody should die.
And that is,
I heard that before, and it's like they try to attribute it to people who are just like Tennessee crazy with their down stunts, like guy Alex all over climbs the mountain, no gear or anything. He just has a back and shot in his hand and he's like this giant brain under the cliffs, and they're like trying to figure out why these people are just do these incredibly death-defying feats with all the time, and they're still alive, and they seem to have no fear. How are you not afraid of dying?
no, I am. The thing is, that's what I get along.
keep in mind, driving is not a
That was just sometimes.
it's important. And this was a bipartisan measure passed with incredibly strong support. 85 votes in the House, 26 in the Senate. And I'm kind of glad to see this because
You were born in it, so you understand it better than 99.9% of people.
you've got technology, whether it's with boys or girls, but when the lawyer AI is for somebody at the level, seeing these technologies and make these permanent marks on people's lives is horrifying. And to see them,
So I had a choice. I
plan on
don't answer the call.
if
I answer the call, but I engage
see
in
if this works. But in interesting times indeed. Okay, if you have a question or if you have a food question of time, you can hit me up at 800-5201 KFI, 800-5201 KFI, and we'll answer your questions from that. It's Neil Spandra, and with the morning show being today off, let's get the latest and developments from now. This is KFI heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles.
I feel like when you are these guys doing the same
Still missing. Heather Brooker live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Families of the 7 people missing at the site of a fireworks warehouse explosion in Northern California are asking for answers. Yolo County Under-Sheriff Pat Davis says there's still a need for patience.
everything about you is the same. You could easily have been him, and he could have been anyone else.
more than that, I feel like I'm the same. So I appreciate and understand how much that's
true.
That's my
The warehouse in Yolo County exploded Tuesday. The company that manages the facility has decades of experience in producing large-scale fireworks in the Bay Area. The explosion has large, challenging fires nearby, making the search for the missing people very difficult. The news is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorney. A man has been killed in an explosion and fire blamed on fireworks at a home in Pacoima. A woman is in the hospital and in critical condition. The explosion last night damaged 4 homes. This man who lives nearby tells NBC4 he had just gotten home when he saw the fires.
That's when I had seen the burn. She was lying on the floor, crying. Her legs were just completely burnt. She was crying out for her husband, which was deceased.
He says he tried to do what he could for the woman until paramedics got to her. LA has taken action on possible ballot measures related to higher pay for hotel and airport workers.
The hotel industry is accounting for possibly eligible wage increase with signatures for ballot measures overturned. He also members who support the wage increase in the industries using misleading, fraudulent tactics. Councilwoman Tracy Marks says the hotel workers union is also not fair.
We know engaging in misleading tactics are not unique to one group or one organization.
The council has directed the LAPD and its attorney's office to look into the allegations of misconduct on both sides, like amongst KFI News.
Trial has been set for August for a Marine veteran from East LA accused of distributing face shields and other items at an anti-ICE protest in downtown LA. Alejandro Oriana has pleaded not guilty. He's accused, along with two others, of driving around downtown earlier this month handing out the supplies to protect the protesters from chemicals and flash debris. Oriana has been ordered to stay at least 100 yards away from federal agents and buildings. Riverside police are using high-tech drones to crack down on fireworks.
This news organization paints it black, this news organization paints it black. They all try to just like generalize everything. Yeah. If they're spreading some water, right? That's why I'm saying I'm so frustrated.
It's also pretty substantial, right?
I mean, I guess the way to use it, not say to talk about how you feel.
A jewelry store in Artesia has been ransacked and robbed by as many as 30 people. Witnesses say the masked thieves used hammers to smash up the store just before closing on Tuesday, before making off with a lot of pricey inventory. This witness tells KTLA the style and scope of the robbery has scared neighbors.
I'm feeling so bad. I don't know what happened going on, but now in the future, everybody's scared for business here. Small business, I'm scared.
The store's windows, doors, and display cases were all shattered. President Trump has gone to the Iowa State Fair to kick off a year of patriotic festivities leading up to next year's 250th anniversary of America's independence.
It's really also a celebration of our flag, our great American flag, and our glorious American flag.
The event last night became a celebration of Trump's second term. He took the stage just hours after Congress approved his big, beautiful bill. Southland weather from KFI's mid-70s to mid-80s in Metro LA and MC. It's going to be in the low to mid-70s at the beaches. It's going to be in the low to mid-80s in the valleys. Highs will be in the 80s to about the low 90s in the Inland Empire. Highs will be in the upper 80s to mid-90s in the high desert. Right now it's 68 in Brea, 65 in Seal Beach, 66 in Marina Del Rey, 70 in San Dimas. There is no KFI financial report today because the markets are closed. We're going to go to a crash to 215. Paris.
All right, Trooper 215 southbound right there in Nuevo Road comes vehicles involved. I will tell you, the crashes that are out there are close to the freeways we're running at full speed. Those crashes because the volume is so low that they never have any backup today. Good news then, but we do have some unfortunate incidents like in East LA, stalled eastbound City Terrace off-ramp, person blocked the right side. Also crashing more on Pearson to try to lead us up. There's a car fire and crash, and they got the fire out. They still have to mop it all up, and it's on the 5 southbound Rose Prince on the west shore. Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Bill Coltrane. Mr. Fan, iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast called American History Hotline, where you ask the question: what is political technology? And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it. I'm so glad you're asking this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we
Free iHeartRadio. Search American History Online and listen now. My name is Dan Kaczynski. I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear this shirt. I live it. Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
An eyewitness report of a mid-air somewhere along the way, all lost on this morning in the British Columbia air disaster, which is
I really want to know what else.
So he's willing to push back again.
This has been a big secret.
better reason for waiting the suspects.
Gambler on plane insured for $125,000 jury trial.
He had one or two murder charges against him and was acquitted. He did not want to get out, but they didn't know why.
You have Substack, right?
Yeah, I'm just for number most of the stuff that
We were
goes
just
out from nothing.
Like the guy.
Oh.
So I think you know it was a specific picture of a Chinese a very good idea. Which was first
Housing authority and
From CDC podcasts and CDC's in action, hosted by Ian Hedemans and Johanna Waxman.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
This was an
Uncover Season 2. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. #1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KMR AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Nichols Show. Here's Neil Sabera.
So yeah, they want to fit. Yeah, they want to fit into certain things.
I think it's cool.
Hanging out with you on the
Let's say that some sort of instead of like sending
there was a lot of people. I'm sure it's going to be more today because we are going to friends, families, and get out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's the goal, right? Is to be a completely independent check about that. I can think about any of the most notable journalists or reporters that I actually think are interesting or pay attention to. They're completely independent. They're not staffers for a fucking Business Insider or Vice. These guys are completely independent. Staying their road.
which is fucking hard on the financial side.
So let's try if we can get it worked out. I'd love to hear from how quick though. I do want to talk about a couple of things, the basics because two things that most people talk about.
Talking about Substack, the publication.
I will tell you,
You have to
one of the things to me, I don't know how have training. But it's just to me that is the start of it. I want a hot dog. And that night, my wife and I would celebrate in Claremont. We do a wonderful display, but they also do this really sweet kind of kids on bikes that are decorated, parade,
setting better
they're all really wonderful. I don't know, it just feels small town and then they depart, hot dogs, and that's one of the first things that I mean clear. It's like, listen, for the stories, it's going to happen somewhere.
It's hard to get back hot dogs, like go do lunch. I just want to be creative. And I want to do shit. I don't want to go worry about that.
You're trying out and these people trying to treat you like and then after that, you still have to go to all that. Get paid,
It's a grind.
Yeah, it's a lot of fucking work.
When did fentanyl first come out? I mean, I know it's been going on for at least since 2015, but over the last 2 years especially, I feel like the fentanyl thing and the fentanyl skyrocketed.
What's happened is the hot dog hot dog and it starts to pull apart. If you go to it starts like the juicy it starts to pull the skin apart. And doing that gives you more service.
Can't mind it, not even Monterey. Funny story about Monterey. I have a bunch of Mexican friends, and I used to know Spanish like very well. Like I could speak it, I could hold a conversation, like somewhat at least. And I would try to convince, like I do that. My buddies, like I'm not sure. And I would even do something like I would like get a little tip on how much this is to a Mexican. Just so they Monterey. All the white Mexicans are from Monterey.
Police would play that. Yeah, so yeah, I mean it's impossible to get those because this criminalization that we have on top, right? Just now with scored hot dogs all
well, the fentanyl in the U.S. is like hidden, right? It's not. You're not actually buying fentanyl. You're trying to buy all that shit that's covered in fentanyl.
Yes, exactly. But there's two ways fentanyl is getting to now. One, it's pure fentanyl, but it's brandy shit. Pure fentanyl, so that was the hot dog shit they're manufacturing, and that is well, they're manufacturing. Well, they're getting it from China.
So the manufacturing shit pills.
Exactly. Yeah. The other is the actual pills and heroin.
Here's one thing I don't fucking get. How is there's no way people are actually cutting coke because it's the complete polar opposite drug. If you want to keep selling your coke and you're giving people coke with fentanyl, I mean you're not going to keep your clients.
I don't think so. There's other things you can do to a hot dog. At some point, I was convinced that I wasn't getting coke. I just had a great hot dog buns. All kinds of dog house. So they use the Hawaiian
yeah, exactly. I read an article and I saw the guy was basically, I guess he was just going around doing coke in different cities or asking coke or testing coke in different cities. And I think what the analysis was is the people who are buying like shit from the street, like the shitty stuff from like low-level drug dealers who are selling, you have low-level drug dealers who are selling cheap shit to poor people, and these guys are selling coke and heroin to the same people, and they're cutting it on the same fucking table. So they're accidentally getting a little bit of fentanyl in the coke. But the people who are like the rich people who are buying it, high-level people who don't think that these guys aren't selling heroin, they're just selling coke. You're not going to get out.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. I don't even like cats that only buy coke. But I mean, on my own experience, I've never found someone who's actually selling coke with chemically. There's this crazy story about
weed, right?
And it's like how and why? I don't know. It's might not be happening. So I think it's a great story.
So the people in the U.S. that are dying, the large majority of people who are dying of fentanyl, what is it? How is that happening? Are they intentionally bringing fentanyl, or is it just?
That's not true. Some of the children are 800-520-520 number. No question about it. Really, those that shit. I went from otherwise,
Here is the latest. The Madre Street fire near California's Central Coast has burned almost 53,000 acres. It is the state's largest wildfire so far this year. A 23-year-old Paramount man has pleaded not guilty to possessing a Molotov cocktail during recent protests tied to immigration raids. And Joey Chestnut is back for the 4th of July's Nathan's hot dog eating contest after a year of being banned. 16-time champ aims to top his record of 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. It's all the weather from KFI. It is from the Odoo.com Weather Center. Odoo, the only business software you need. Highs will be in the mid-70s to mid-80s in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by Staples. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, say more than most of the Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Total stall 15.
Let's get southbound side right before Highway Road. Two vehicles involved. Again, it's off the freeway. Car fire is a wreck. Fire right southbound right before Rosecrans. It's all right over Southern California.
Both hotels. I know on it.
It's no good. You know, you got the veteran and everybody knows it. You got to take care of it. That's where Selman's CELMINS.com/. Why do you want to do it that way? It's not a problem. It's not on the outside. That would be like on the outside. Enjoy that. So I went with I enjoyed that. Is this what the labs are to? Yeah, exactly. That's
and that's one of the chemists that like recently
where the state really starts.
Actually, like
like nothing. This was a Chinese guy.
No, that was
just product. They have this offer right now. He was going to be end of this. Watch how it's going to work. Every single time they're offering 20% off their best selling 5 savings. They've never done this before. Writing this off, you can sell it.
Please make it stop 18 minutes ago. 48 minutes ago. Thanks very much for what you're working on.
They have a iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down the tree? JK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question. This is such a ridiculous story. You don't want to know the story.
Your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
The producers who brought you Princess of South, which comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring RBEN and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the big apple. The thing is that I actually used it. Every time I open it, I got nausea, and my heart started like so bad. Meet Juan, who only meets his true love, art, his biggest fear, everything.
Oh, it's what he said when he was in the slot.
When the perfect man walks into his life,
Well, I guess I'm saying I'm like, that's right.
I know, so. He actually is too good to be true. To pull off this dress, they'll have to get close.
Is this it?
When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job?
when I was there,
Listen to The Setup, listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, or the free iHeart app and listen now.
Nothing says let's celebrate America like right here. And playing with explosives.
Like breaking bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're like, if you get away as far as possible, because you go, you shield everything, so you protect harder. And you the guy who yelling was still shit. Basically,
Here this morning, 4th of July, happy 4th of July. We've got Heather working some days for Amy Sanders on vacation. And it was the funniest thing to see Heather looking at me, and she's like, looking at her ear, doing the cut off, because Connor had gotten up. So I was having a conversation with and going over there. But there was nothing, I didn't say anybody was.
So all of the actual like raw, fat, all of it, 100% coverage.
Sometimes it comes from Germany, but so
I was working out some stuff. No, it's not. Oh, there. It's there.
Now, has anyone ever figured out
Do a little difference as an alien getting it from why the heck not? Twice. And
then I'm talking with
oh, no, it was not using it. Wow, look at that magic. All right, we are looking with a lot of.
So is this like, I guess, the big conspiratorial question? Is this like we're China trying to get revenge for the war that happened between the British like sold tons of things to China like way back in the day, and like really fucked up China.
I don't know if it's honestly, it looks like it seems like an conspiracy theory. You know, like when I talk about that, but it's like, well, that sucks. A little bit of conspiracy theory, but also some like, and I'm not trying to be either both. I'm trying to be very objective for one or see and
wouldn't that be a great way to attack your opponent?
That's the only way to do it. Having these diplomatic relations about how much Chinese openly Mexico.
If you're going out for cold smoke or something like that, you know, might be a little different order. You're dropping that temperature down to 180 or so, but there's a lot of variables that I'll tell you about the trade just super well made, and they are efficient. And so you put 2 pounds of laying there of salmon at roughly 225. It's going to take a little. It's not going to be as super low and slow.
Really? It's awful. It's never been that bad.
I mean, you've probably been on for extra hours. And try it out. Well, yeah, you're going to continue to even though, slower and slower. That's just time things. I know that it is. See, smoking is a weird thing because there's so many variables in what you're doing it with. It's not the best way to the weight and all of these things, but from the steps you gave me, it doesn't look like it's got that wonderful flavor.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the golf cart? There it is. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
The Wild Wild West. The water does smell a certain way. The Wild Wild West. Guys, this is a history podcast. Serious. Let's talk presidents. In fact, let's talk all of them in order.
That was it?
Hold on. No. Just wait. Let's talk Washington. Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant,
Look at this athleticism.
Hayes,
Folks,
Garfield,
unprecedented athleticism.
Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover,
So essentially,
Roosevelt.
entire Pennsylvania.
No, hold on, give me a second. Hoover. Yeah, it's Roosevelt. Truman. Second. Truman. Eisenhower. JFK. Johnson. Nixon. Ford. Carter. Reagan. Bush. Clinton. Bush. Obama. Trump.
You say Obama now?
Obama. Wow.
Obama now.
It took me all night. Damn, dude.
You studied for that all night?
No, it took a half hour, but it was pretty.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I had to keep practicing. I was doing it before bed.
Like I was praying. The vice president.
Adams.
Are you seriously going to try?
I could go. I think I could.
Here's a good piece of trivia, and don't look it up. Here's a quiz question. Who is Johnson, Lyndon Baines Johnson's vice president after Kennedy was shot when he became the vice president? But your mother's cunt.
Oh, it wasn't her.
It wasn't your mother who was cunt.
No, it was a reason. Wait a second. This is a history podcast.
Yeah.
What if that was true? You're telling me. Jones cunt.
Yeah, because he only needed her for 1 year. And then when he ran, he got somebody else. He called her, Joan, I need your cunt to leave my vice. He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane? He called her right before that. I need your vagina to be my president, my vice president.
All right, so let's start from the top. Oh, I'm so sorry that he said that.
I'm not. I never met your mom.
You held that. Mom. All right. Start with Washington, dude.
Yeah.
What do you guys know about him? What do you say?
I mean, Washington is like a transitionary guy because he was so British. He was a British general. He wasn't like he wasn't born in the America. He didn't create America. It wasn't even his idea.
Yeah.
He was just a tool. He was the first general president.
Now he was born in the U.S.
No, I know, but he wasn't like he was a Brit. He was a British.
And he wore as a British.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a lord. He actually kind of sucked
in that war.
In fact, also kind of.
Everybody sucked in the wars.
Everything he did was
it was luck to win anything. Then.
Yeah. He was good at retreating. That was like his number one.
The important thing,
which is very good.
Otherwise, you lose once. He would fight again because he retreated so well.
Yeah. It's pretty tight up.
Show up like, nah.
Yeah.
Run away like nice.
1789. That's when he started.
Well, most of the guys, it was so hard. Like a lot of the army didn't want to be there and didn't have to be there. It's crazy. Like 1776, the year that Washington did all that insane shit. It's crazy that people kept expecting the army to flee.
Yeah.
But they hung in there with little. It's not like they were like, we're faking America that's coming later.
Yeah.
They had no fucking idea. So he's as good as they were, basically. And it's not like you picture him on this horse like talking, but no, most of them didn't even look at the guy. They didn't see him. Like in the movies where they show a guy making a speech to a whole army, and there's 3 guys can hear him, and the rest are like, what's happening? And they're all shitting.
Yeah, it's like
around.
pretty hard.
They're all dying.
The only people that can hear him are like, shut up.
Yeah.
Dudes are like, the English are too many.
English are too many.
Oh,
yes, we will live.
We will live. It's a good point.
Yeah. No one heard any of their speeches, so it was really these guys all got together. I don't know. They got together. They decided to just keep doing it.
I don't want to spend too much time on Washington.
Yeah, Washington. I never really. I mean, the great thing he did was leaving when it was time to go. Yeah. It was like the thing because a lot of them wanted him to be king. Yeah. A lot of them wanted him to be permanent. He's the one who said the thing where they wanted him to be Adams. Yeah. Wanted him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency.
Yeah. They went by His Excellency.
And he said, Mr. President.
No. Jefferson was the first Mr. President.
Yeah, but Washington wanted Mr. President.
Washington went with His Excellency because Adams had this long His Majesty, all this shit. Washington kept His Excellency.
According to the HBO's theories about John Adams.
Yeah, but I looked into it.
Washington said, I want Mr. President.
Maybe he did, but he went by His Excellency. Therefore, the reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. And back then, that kind of...
He was like Howie Mandel.
Yeah, he was like, he'd rather just have people bow. I don't think he was a germaphobe as much as he just was like, this does command some respect. Because this is the first time in his life he started to get criticism. Really? Because when he was a general, everybody globally... outside of England, was like, this guy's the fucking...
By the way, president, like, to talk about that word for a second, what a president is, like, just an overall president thought here. What I love about presidents is that it's a human being, it's a person. And to me, like, it's like, like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they don't teach the Bible as religious subjects. They teach it as, like, what it's done for history and what the stories are about, and that kind of thing. I look at U.S. presidents that way. I don't have a political view about any of them. I just think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the word by itself, like your president is nothing. It's not. You're not a leader. You're not a ruler. You don't rule. You preside. I mean, that's literally what it means. Is that there's a whole group of people that are running the government by the people's will, and you preside. You just happen to be there. It's like in the Senate, whenever they show people in the Senate speaking, they always say Mr. President over and over again, and they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president. It's literally the president of the Senate. Who's presiding? It's an incidental title given to an equal who is chosen for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about how they framed it.
Yeah. When did they set term limits? I didn't look at that because he just left.
Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's go and let's get this started. There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress, and they were trying to get him to king himself, and he was apparently really vain about that he wore glasses, so no one ever saw him with glasses on. And so the moment that's supposed to be this shocking moment was that he took out his glasses and put them on, and he said, like, "I fear I didn't see you for what you are." That was supposed to be this big moment. I like to think that if he did, like, he was really hoping if he missed, he's like, "I fear I didn't see," and they're all like, "Yeah, you wear glasses, we all." You know what I'm saying, though? Like, he keyed the whole thing on this moment. See what I'm saying? And they're like, "George."
It's also a good moment for him to be like, "Yeah, you're right. You should not."
How do you turn down king status?
Funny jokes. What?
How do you turn down, like,
That's what makes him the
king, and you're like,
That's what makes him
no.
the man.
That's wild.
That's what makes him.
Well, also, he wasn't, again, none of these people knew the future. He didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war America.
True, yeah.
He thought we were a dumb fucking, like, what?
Yeah, these were all separate colonies.
Like, if Louisiana became a separate nation, the first president of Louisiana might be like, "You guys, I'll do one term. This is good. I don't need to, like, hang in there." All right. Adams. Okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys. The founding fathers.
I like Adams from the show. I loved him in that. He was great, Paul Giamatti.
Well, I read his biography. I listened to it. I don't.
As a president,
It counts.
Oh, he was not a great president.
not at all.
It shows everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. He did many very important and gutsy things. And he was also the only one of those guys who was not rich. He was a poor farmer. He was his education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans to experience, where he was, had a decent farm, but not much, but he made his brain work, and he excelled and passed that on to his son. He fucking ruled the revolution.
Yeah.
Adams was the man. Adams was the man, because these other guys who fucking, Benjamin Franklin was just a giant perverted asshole. I loved him. Oh, he was great. All these guys are great. I'm not judging any of them, but he was of limited use because he was intrigued by America, but he didn't give a shit. Yeah. He never would have shed any blood or sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested, and he had a huge brain. So he'd lend it when he felt like. He was also full of shit, like he was supposedly invented electricity, but some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography. What? He never
just watched
faced
Tim
anything.
Burns on him. I'm pumped on him right now.
Okay, so he saw a guy do the kite, and he was like, "That's cool," and he paid the guy for like the license to the gag, and then he got to go around doing it for money. It was just a thing that he picked up on the people's ideas, which is its own.
Well, he also, all of his inventions, he would never patent, which was pretty sick. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody.
Yeah, he was for, what do you call it, open source.
Open source, but he did get a little jealous because all of a sudden, because he was the man. Yeah. He was the American that everybody loved. And then Washington became the man. General, like the French were like, the General Washington, the guy. So he got a little, he was a fame hungry.
Did you ever read his autobiography? No. It's amazing because he has no judgment of himself. So he's the only, a lot of people that write autobiographies, it's kind of careful. But like he tells this story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman kind of guy who he befriended. And the guy had a woman he wanted to marry, a maiden, but he didn't have a position. And he didn't have his own home yet. So, and his mother didn't want, I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that he asked Benjamin if he could move his wife into his house so that they could marry. And he said, sure. And he said, and she moved into my home. And then I took it of my pleasure to, to partake of her sexually. And she, spurned my advances, so I threw her out. and that was the end of their marriage. And I never saw him again. He was real upset, and I never saw him again. But I know both their lives were destroyed. And then in May, I met this other guy. Like, he just talks. He did awful things to people, and didn't give a shit.
There's some pretty sick quotes about slavery too. That he was like, I am racist. Like, he was one of the first, if not the only founding father to like constantly be like, I am bigoted.
Right.
None of them, everyone else was like, this is the law.
Everybody was like, Ben, this is it's economics. It's not about race. He's like, oh, it's totally about race.
They were writing the Constitution, like, look, our hands are tied. We can't do anything.
So he was, when he showed focus, he was of use to like the revolution. And same with Jefferson. Jefferson was like a depressive fucking freak. And so he would just like leave Washington. He would just go like, my wife is dead, whatever bullshit. And he would get on his horse and just leave, because also he was a man of great wealth, and he had his life in Monticello and in Virginia was, we'll get to him, but the point is that Adams was just a doggedly hard-working. He was the only one who worked constantly. Yeah. And it was really the three of them in Madison, but he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this shit started. Yeah.
He also apologized for cursing. Adams, in one of his things, he's like, I lament to admit that I sometimes cursed, which I feel shameful about.
Also, when Adams did the Constitution of Massachusetts, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is like the most liberal document in the world, because Adams was like, I'm going to get it right, everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this. And there's stuff in there about Jews having rights. There's even some about gay people there. Like, he was into gay rights, Jews.
Pretty gay back then.
Pretty gay. Pretty Jewish.
It's gay to be a gay Jew.
It's gay to be into Jews. And the Jewish rights in the 1700s was gay.
Those parliaments
undeniably gay. Undeniably gay.
Back then, like, I don't know, what about Jews? People like, get the fuck out of here.
What are you talking about, Jews?
Back then, a room full of dude in powder wigs being like, boo!
And the Jews looked exactly, they looked the same as they do now. Big black coats.
Exact same outfits.
Same bed.
Well, I got what Adams did, but while he was in office, he was worried that his logic was another country could just come take this at any moment. So he came up with the Alien and Sedition Act, which meant if you talk shit on the government, we can jail you. So he started arresting journalists. He started
because he was the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that back then it was not a Democrat, it was Jefferson.
Yeah.
Going like whatever it takes to win.
Yeah.
It's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people. The people who are like, we got to get this right. We got to sell our good ideas and convince people we're right. But then the other guys who are like, we just got to take office. We just need to win. And nerds lose that fight. Adams was the first one-term nerd president. There's a few of them.
Yes, exactly right.
But Bush the first is another one.
He's a one-term guy. He was from 97 to 01.
Yep.
Let's move to Jefferson.
He's
number 3. That's 01 to 09. He was a 2-term guy. Adams was a Federalist. Washington was obviously independent. Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. He was the first Mr. President. Right when he got the French and the British started going to war. So everybody in America was like, fucking. Also, France just helped us. Yeah. Fucking, let's join it. He
loved the revolution in French.
Yeah, he did.
Adams didn't, because it was bloody and horrible.
Didn't like the French.
And Jefferson loved the revolution, and he loved all his friends. He spent a lot of his life there.
Yeah. But Americans started being like, fucking, let's join France in a war. He was the only one with the foresight to be like, we have 40 guys in our military and 3 boats. Yeah. Let's shut the fuck up. So he declared neutrality, and everybody called him a pussy. Then England started blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, we're just not going to trade with either of them. So then the American economy just plummeted. England started just saying, if you're not trading with us, we're just going to confiscate your ships, steal, kidnap all the sailors, make them join the British Navy. So he was getting punked by England.
You're talking about Jefferson. Well, it's interesting because Adams, what ended his presidency was a fake rumor that Jefferson started. that Adams was trying to start a war with the Fed started Navy and doing this stuff. It was all fake. But then it ended up kind of haunting Jefferson because the truth about all that ended up fucking him a lot. One thing interesting about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave and having had like 15,000 slaves, or whatever, not that many, and having had children with his slave, and I don't think he ever even freed the kid.
He freed a couple of them, two, and the rest he kept enslaved until he died. And what was interesting about them, David is the ultimate because I said so. Is so I stopped being a slave. He's like, no. I said no. They were like white. Really, his slave children. The woman that he had kids with, Sally, was like half white, or like was very light skinned.
Yeah, I think her mother, because her mother was in his family for a long time.
His dad was fucking like, I mean, it was like, she was kind of a product of his father.
I'm not sure about that. But it's one interesting thing about him in terms of slavery and politics is that his first elected position was in the Virginia legislature. He was like a House Reps guy in Virginia. And the very first first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill in the Virginia government to abolish slavery in the state of Virginia. It was the first thing he did. Of course, it got shot down, but it was his desire and his dream.
Yeah, because he was big on that with the French Revolution.
Yes,
Lafayette.
Yes, and all of these guys, all of these early guys wanted slavery out, but there was no way the South was going to do it. Yeah. And they wanted the Southern, because so the choice was to have like just 2 countries or 4 countries over here, or have a unified country and just deal with it.
Yeah.
We're going to have slavery, but create a framework where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get more modern, we can get rid of it in the future.
And I could be wrong, but I think the North had abolished slavery early, like 1806, which is while Jefferson's in office. I could be wrong. I don't know. It was around the exact same time as England. In fact, maybe before. Oh, really? The North, we were right. Us Northerners, we got it right.
A fun Jefferson story that I like is that when he was in Paris, he had this woman, a girlfriend, Causeway or something. His wife died when he was pretty young. And she made him promise on her deathbed that he would never have another woman, which is a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, fuck.
To a young man that you're fucking, it's like not even somebody to take care of the kids they had.
No, I promise.
Yeah, I know, but he's
for sure.
So it was part of the reason that all of it, including Sally Hemings, that his loves were all secret because he was ashamed of every woman that he loved after that. And so there was a woman in Paris. She was a British painter, and her husband. She was a woman. She was married, but she was a painter, and she fell in love with Thomas Jefferson, and they were very much in love with each other. But then the way they broke up was very funny to me because he wrote beautiful letters. She was in love with him, he was in love with her. But then the French, when he was leaving France, they wanted a great portrait to put in the National Gallery, and they said to him, "You can choose any painter in the world." And he was like, "No, I want a real guy." His girlfriend was like, "Why not me?" He's like, "Babe, come on. I mean, you're good, but you're not like a grown man. You're not like fucking. I'm not even for history."
True, these guys were. That's the weirdest thing. How history, they were like going. They were going to get something in history, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So here's a good one because we got to speed up. Yeah. So he goes over. So Napoleon's in France. Yeah. Post-revolution. This is the Louisiana Purchase. They sent James Monroe over. That was his bro. He goes to France. They thought they were negotiating the sale of just the port of New Orleans. This is all thanks in part to the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked France. Look into the Haitian Revolution. It rules. He gets over there. Monroe finds out, they're trying to sell all of the Louisiana. Like, it's from New Orleans to the Rockies to Canada. It's huge. The Appalachians to the Rockies, basically. And they didn't have time to consult Congress. So Thomas Jefferson just bought it on the spot, at which he was like, I abused the fuck out of my power, and that was his whole thing. Government should have no power. Yeah, he was against any.
Well, that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, doing fucked up things and then saying nobody should be slavery. Slavery is like people that need to stop it. It's like it's fucking a slave. It's like somebody's gonna stop this.
We gotta stop this. Yeah, somebody's gotta stop this. Somebody's gotta stop fucking this.
Yeah.
Well, the weekend
it shouldn't be me, but I need to fuck this one right now.
Yeah, those arguments must have been crazy. But yeah, that was big because that secured the southern border. I mean,
and Monroe was Secretary of State.
Monroe, yeah.
And then wasn't he the
Madison.
So usually the Secretary of State would end up being president.
Vice president at this point. Although who was it? It was Jefferson Adams.
Jefferson was Adams' vice president.
Yeah. So that's two straight vice presidents. Then we got James Madison. He was a dork.
Yes,
he was a huge dork.
He was a nerd.
He was a frail, nervous thinker.
What?
Yeah. Really? This is sick. So basically, he had the first. They said his lady was the first lady, Dolly Madison. That was like really like they would have parties at the White House. They would like try to get.
And also, he was Jefferson's man. He was another guy like Adams who was there all the time.
Yeah.
He was like a worker. He kept shit going, and he would write Jefferson say in France and go, "Can you fucking come home and be president?" And Jefferson would write back and go, "I am just enjoying Paris. I don't want to do it." And then he would float in and just take the fucking big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years, and people are like, "Dude, you're boring." No, America has never liked
Madison gets 2.
Don't touch me. Whatever. Put your fucking hands on me.
I can't touch your shoes out of respect.
Fucking hands on me.
I'm gonna grip you up.
God damn it.
Hold on. So Jefferson was to shut the fuck up, guys. Shut up, guys. Shut up, get out. Shut up, don't look at me. So Madison takes some of the flack because everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy for not fighting England. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. What? So America just declares war on England. He nerd raged on England. England immediately marches down and burns Washington, D.C. They burned the White House immediately. He spaz cried, but he spaz cried. He's like, nobody's going to call me gay. But then everybody was acting like we lost 1812 just because they burned that shitty White House. Yeah. So first off, Washington, D.C. was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. War of 1812, we fucked England up. Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. Battle of New Orleans, we smashed that.
Battle of New Orleans was, what's his name?
Jackson. Yeah.
And Jackson, they were fighting the Battle of New Orleans. The war had been already over for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the war was already settled. The treaty was signed.
January.
And he was still fighting.
Yeah.
Once you get to Jackson, he's
wild. So
first Trump, he was the first Trump.
Yep. So all of a sudden America, that's our first war as a country.
Yeah.
So now America's not
before
just
that, because England was just taking pot shots. England would just park a ship outside of of Baltimore or whatever, and just start heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like Hudson, New York, it's a town on the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket, and that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket, and in the 1810s, the British would just park a ship and just set houses on fire for fucking fun. So all the people that lived in that town founded Hudson, and they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they drag a whale up the Hudson River, and they would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It was a great way to send whale meat and oil down to here, New York City, and that established a hub in New York, an upper New York State Hudson. It became a very big port, and that's where you heard a guy named Diamond Street was like the first 4 streets. Hudson became a place for farmers to bring their herds and get laid and get, just fuck and gamble and have their animals slaughtered and brought down here on boats. And then they got paid. Damn. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what was going on. That's how much things like just the one English ship lobbing fireballs changes a ton of things.
Yeah, some
and they finally needed it to stop.
Resulted in some guy getting head. I'll never gonna be able to face me, wife. So,
Okay, so now you
now we're kind of unified. That was the first time.
Madison.
Madison, in War of 1812, it was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Nothing changed though. Nothing. The English stopped harassing us.
Yeah, but we declared war. They came over.
Yeah.
We kind of fucked them up though. I looked at the casualty numbers. It was like double.
That doesn't matter in the historical story.
Of course. But everybody always acts like, because they got over here and they all died of disease kind of immediately. They got fucked up.
It was hard to.
And they were like, we can't afford to fight this while we're fighting the French. Truce. That brings us to Monroe. Monroe was kind of the man. Monroe was the last founding father to be a president. Fought the Revolutionary War, was at Valley Forge. He came up with the Monroe Doctrine, which is neutrality. We got the Americas. Nobody fucked with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain or Europe was going to come back and take.
Well, that was all the source of all our problems was these other fucking European countries being involved in their wars. So he was the first guy to go.
Yeah, we're never going to go get involved in their wars.
Oh,
Yeah, and that's kind of what they were saying was that's like the most lasting policies of any of the founding fathers. It was like American neutrality. Europe, you can have your wars. We're staying the fuck out. Obviously, it lasted 100 years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish.
So the reason that happened, though, was because of Jackson. Because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida, and Monroe was sending a guy on a horse, or I don't know if they had telegrams yet, but it was taking him 8 days to say, leave Florida alone. We're trying to negotiate a price. But finally, Monroe decided we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish owners. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack them. And Monroe said, no, you may not. I'm president. You may not. And Jackson just ignored him. And so he didn't. He took Florida, and then he showed up in D.C. and was like, right, that was good, right? And Monroe's like, yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's like, but also I bought it.
Good job. Yeah, also I think we paid for it. We paid for it, and it was a mess.
While Jackson was like fucking with them, the Spanish were like, to Monroe, they're like, yeah, you can buy it.
They tried to kill him.
He was down fighting them, and he's like, actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna sell it.
There's 2 generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. Just did shit without permission.
Yeah.
And then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, wasn't that the plan all along?
Good.
Like, yes, it was the plan all along. Whatever you want.
So you got that, but this is interesting because Monroe was the first part that this is where the slavery issue starts to take real issue because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state. It was another slave state, pro-slavery.
Yeah, so every time they added a slave state, they'd have to add free slavery.
Free one to make sure it was balanced. Yeah, that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it for him. John Quincy Adams.
Yeah, so John Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in Florida, and he had a big role in that compromise. That was a big part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams, fucking fascinating guy. I read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries, so we know a lot about those guys. But he traveled with his father to England. He was like the last link to the Great Revolution. Yeah, because he was with his father wherever he went. He took him to France. He ended up being a diplomat. He was the first American ambassador to Russia. He lived in St. Petersburg, Russia. And him and his
wife, was he the one who helped them kind of revolutionize?
I don't remember that. Okay. But he was in Russia way back then. He'd take like a sleigh to countries that aren't there anymore, like Prussia. And he traveled all over. He traveled more than any human being back then. And he went across the ocean several times. So something like 12 times back and forth. Now, amazing guy. Incredible guy.
His opponent was Jackson in this election. Yeah. Jackson dominated. He won the popular vote by a greater margin than Reagan beat Carter. it was a landslide victory for him. But Jackson, in the Battle of New Orleans, came out and said all the guys from Kentucky were being fucking cowards. So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened to be like a senator or something from Kentucky. What? I was like, fuck this guy. And he just swung like 10 states. Because back then the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state had ever heard of one of these guys. There was no news. There was no fucking anything.
Now you needed somebody. Yeah, you needed super delegates.
You needed to just get your local guy.
Yeah.
And be like,
you go figure it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was enough for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, dude, Jackson's a fucking dickhead. We need John Quincy Adams. So he swung. I mean, it was.
John Quincy Adams was another nerd, one-term nerd.
Yes.
Who just couldn't get. I mean, as a president, he could get, and he got almost nothing done. Partly because Jackson and his people just thwarted every single thing.
Jackson tried. The whole country loved Jackson.
Everybody fucking loved that dude so much.
He was Trump.
He was Trump. Imagine if Trump like dueled as much as Jackson died with something like 12 bullets in his body.
What?
That never left his body. He dueled all the time.
Yeah, let's just go straight to Jackson. He's the next.
Wait, he can't not be mentioned, John Quincy.
Fuck
John Quincy Adams, well, after his presidency, he was in Congress forever from Massachusetts. He died at his seat in Congress. He died at his desk. He was because his thing, he was a huge abolitionist. He was like the only guy in the Congress willing to be an out and out. The slave states had so much power, they passed a law, a gag law, that said you can't say the word slavery in Congress. There used to be, there was a thing in Congress back then called petitioning. Anyone could send a petition to their congressperson, and they had to say it, they had to mention it. So, like, you could send a thing to Congress saying, I want retards to be allowed to drive, whatever you want retarded people to have driver's license. Yes. And he would say, he'd have to go, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to drive. And everyone would go, I move to table it, and then they just table it. But they passed a law saying you couldn't even mention a petition that said the word slavery, because that's how electrified it was. Like, we don't want anybody, we know you're trying to get rid of slavery, we don't even want you to say it. They passed it. So Quincy Adams would do it, and he would just break the law, and he would just say it over and over. He would read petitions about slavery, he would get sent. Then they would all vote, the whole Congress, to censure him for going against the rules. He got censured over and over again, and he represented the Amistad slaves and got them all set free. Yeah, no. Yeah, he's the slave ship that was taken over by slaves and was grounded in Massachusetts, I think.
So you're saying the S word? He got in trouble. Yeah.
He got not only in trouble. Those slaves asked him to represent them. He was their lawyer because they were Virginia slave masters who were waiting. There were Haitian slaves that they were waiting for. They had paid for. But he found a way just with it. It wasn't like a slavery's wrong trial. It was, you guys don't have a receipt trial. It was like, you ain't got the paperwork, go fuck yourselves. So they were free. But he died. He was in the middle of a big impassioned argument. He was yelling, and he had a heart attack. And he died right there with the whole Congress around him watching, because people loved that guy. He was a great guy. He was the first president or former president to ride on a steamship. And he used to ride on the steamships with a blanket over him, and folks would surround him. All the passengers would surround him, and he would just tell stories. He was a great guy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Man, I knew. There's just a part of me that liked Jackson.
Jackson's great, but I mean, and again, to me, I look at all these guys, I evaluate them as characters. They're all great, amazing characters. They all did awful things, of course. But I mean, Obama fucking bombed, fucking weddings.
Obama.
But yes, Jackson was a crazy but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party in the White House. Yeah, this is wild. They stormed the Capitol. He invited everybody. That's exactly right. He invited everyone. He said anyone that wants to come. No invitation needed. It's the people's house, and the house was crammed with common people getting drunk, stealing shit, and they wouldn't leave. And there's a honor code in the White House. You don't ask someone to leave. You don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get them. Like days went by where people are shitting on the floor and raiding the fucking pantry and just fucking people and whatever. And so what they did was they got huge kegs of beer and they put them on the lawn. And they said, "Hey, come out, let's drink under the stars. Let's have, And they invited them out for beer on the lawn, and they all came outside and they blocked doors. That was how he was a people's president. Yeah, like there was some in his first one to appeal to the common person. There was an author, English guy. I read his biography of him, and they have one account of an English traveling writer who write travel blogs. And he was in Washington, and he thought, what is it like? Can you meet the president? And he just walked. There wasn't a fence around the house.
He would just walk in.
So he just walked to the front door and he knocked on the door. And a butler came to the door and said hello. And he said, "I'd like to meet the president." He's like, "Is he expecting you?" He goes, "No." And the butler's like, "All right, we'll come in and sit down." And he went in. The guy waited like 20 minutes. And Jackson came out of his office, which was like full of people. And he said, "I'm in a pretty important, like, who are you?" And he said, "I just wanted to meet you and say hi." And he was like, "All right, can you wait an hour?" He's like, "Sure." So he went, whatever, fucking signed the thing to kill all the Indians. And then he came and had sandwiches brought, and he sat with the guy, just talking to the crowd. He also he was the first president, I think, to ride on a train. He took a train. He was the first one to do this, that he went all over the country. He went up to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see the president. People should have contact with the president.
The Trail of Tears. Flubbed it.
Yeah, flubbed. He was a bit of a flub. He didn't do exactly what his goal was. He tried to do. He fucking flubbed. That was a bit of a flub. He was not. He didn't make mistakes.
I looked it up. I don't know. They had slaves. Fucking dudes on the Trail of Tears. They were like, "We gotta bring our slaves."
If slaves are available, folks get slaves. That's just the way that goes.
I couldn't believe it.
But when he was, that's what the part you don't hear is like, the Indians are like, "You know what he did to us and what he did to our slaves?"
Yeah, our slaves had it real bad on the Trail of Tears.
Tell me about it.
Didn't they share everything with their slaves up?
Yeah, they were way better.
Real peaceful.
It was egalitarian.
There was some good slave owners.
There's some story from some big chief went to the White House to meet with Jackson, because Jackson was very honest. He didn't underhand ever. He didn't play politics. He did horrible things, but he just went ahead and did them. Like, there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they took over a fort. The slaves took over a fort and just said, "We just want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever." And so he just got a bunch of cannons and he just lit the whole place. He didn't fucking care. So some famous, like a name you recognize, it wasn't like City Hall, but it was some big, all of the Indians, all the tribes chose this guy to negotiate with Jackson. And he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them. And he came out crying. So we're in trouble. Yeah, he said, "We're not. This is gonna go bad. This is gonna go bad." No, he just had his way of thinking about how it was gonna go. He's like, "No, we gotta clear these guys out of here."
Also in line with Trump, he was like, this is where the term mudslinging starts. It was him and John Quincy. Their election or their debates and shit was, he would just talk. They would talk shit. There would be nasty rumors in the papers.
Whatever it took. Whatever it took. No, I remember. I have a friend who's a Trump guy who I've known for a long time. I'm not gonna say that his name is Nick Paul. Knowing Nick has always given me some insight into the mentality of that kind of guy, not just Trump, but guys like Jackson. I remember once I was with Nick and a lot of people, and he was like 3 Democrats were yelling at him, and he was starting to say crazy, fucked up things to them. And at one point, I'm like, "Nick, you know that's wrong." And he goes, "It's 3 against 1. Like, what do you want me to Like he's in a, and it gave me that and then brought me back to when I was like 19 and I was friends with Nick and we were comedians in Boston, and there was a pinball machine we really liked playing at this one club. So we're playing pinball against each other. And when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his score, and he just put his hand over my hand, so I couldn't hold it. And he just looked at me like this. And I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, I win. I win. I don't care. But Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player, college football player. Jackson was the first president to go like, fuck you. I'm winning this. I don't care what happens. We're gonna,
he also, one of the big things with Jackson, he vetoed more bills than every president before him combined. He hated the banks. He like went to war.
It's crazy that he's on the 20. Yeah, it's like a joke because he hated the idea of a central bank. He hated the idea of a treasury. He thought that it should just be folks have their money, use gold, and you trade, and he wanted.
So I think the U.S. Bank at the time, I think it was called the United States, like the Bank of the United States, was up for to be renewed, and he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it.
Yeah, and it wasn't a thing you don't veto.
You can't veto it now, but he vetoed it. So then the next guy, we'll get to him, is his vice president, Van Buren. He takes over. He takes over a completely destroyed economy because he vetoed the bank.
That's the way it goes. Yeah, the cool guy. America is made of cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and who show what kind of people we are, and then you have nerds who actually get things done. But the cowboys get the credit.
Yeah.
And then the nerds get fucked.
He got fucked. His nickname was Van Ruin.
He had a lot of nicknames. Kinderhook. He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was like a little fucking
He was supposed to be. I think he was one of those vice presidents that was supposed to be a link, like because Jackson was the man in the South, kind of, or wherever, and they were like, let's get this dork to.
He's from Kinderhook, New York.
He was his Pence.
Yeah.
Charles Pence.
He was. The legend is that he was one of the first people to have pamphlets, like a lot of pamphlets, like the press, like mass press started to get big. So his pamphlet was because he was called Old Kinderhook because he's from Kinderhook, New York. So his thing was okay, and it was a check mark.
Oh, nice.
That's where people say that okay comes from.
What? Yeah.
Because it was like his thing was okay with a check mark. That was the point. It was like vote for Old Kinderhook.
That's the thing. That's the thing. When you look at this, that's where all of our shit comes from. That's all of this. All right, we gotta speed up because this one's funny. Van Buren sucks.
Yeah,
Here comes Harrison. He's the next guy. Everybody called him Old Granny because he was too much of a geezer to run. So on his inauguration, he's like, I'm gonna prove to everyone how tough I am. It was freezing cold and raining. He had like an 8,000 word inauguration. He got pneumonia and died.
Like a few months.
He died immediately. Like short his term.
Didn't have a minute of acting.
Trying to prove he was tough.
Got sick the first day. died.
What?
Brings us to Tyler. He did nothing.
Tyler was general.
Abandoned him. No. He was Harrison's vice president. So Harrison dies. The one thing he did do was set the precedent that the vice president stays as president. So everyone was like, well, we don't know what to do here. The president's never died. Do you take over as an interim guy until we find a new guy? And he was like, no, I'm just the president. And enough that for that. So his own party abandoned him. They didn't put him up for re-election.
Because they thought they wanted to choose another guy.
They wanted to be able to put
stronger guy.
Yeah, so he stayed, yet no parties supported him. He got nothing done. He was never up for re-election again. Must have been awkward. That brings us to our guy. Now, this is who I wanted to get to. Polk, dude. Turns out Polk's the man. Really? Yeah.
I know nothing about Polk.
No. He was one term because he was a dark horse out of nowhere, and he promised everybody in his party, I'll only do one term. That way, some of you guys that are good, that are getting ready, you can take over. I promise to do one term. When he was running, his opponent's slogan was, who is James K. Polk? Like, people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, oh, this is good. He was a tiny guy. He was 5'8", which was like,
that's really small.
Yeah, he was 5'8", and when he got in, his wife was the one who came up with, they got to play Hail to the Chief every time you come in a room to give you some respect.
Give him a little,
yeah, so that's why that happens.
Polk starts going
But it's
wild.
kind of a joke. It's like if a midget walked in. It's just a little guy.
No, Polk's a beast. Immediately, he starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they have the Oregon territory out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's beaver hunting. We're doing a little bit of that in Nash Vegas. About pussies. Hunting in Oregon. They were in Oregon. Oregon, pussy hunting. So the British were pussy hunting. The British and Americans were both pussy hunting on the same territory. Polk was like, nah, we're done with that. And he set a latitude, the latitude and longitude was 54 and 40. So he came out with the slogan 54 and 40 or fight. He was saying that to the British. He was like, we're going to fuck you guys up. So he came out with that, and the British
were really into
they loved
latitudes and longitudes.
They were. So he called that, and the British were afraid to call his bluff. They were just like, fine, take it.
That slogan is so good.
Just take it. Dude, this guy's too nuts.
You came up with fucking, you used the longitude and latitude.
So he takes that territory, which is huge. And then it's not just Oregon, it's Washington, all that.
You know why Oregon is Portland is called Portland?
I bet you I did.
Do you know it's not? Is it Lewis and Clark? Yeah. So one of them is Jefferson. One of them is from Boston, and one of them is from Portland, Maine. And they both wanted to name it after their hometown, Coin, and name it Portland. And there is a Boston in Oregon. There's a town called Boston. Anyway, go on.
So after he gets Oregon, he's like, all right, time for me to get Texas. He starts fucking with the Mexicans. Like I said, they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first. Finally, they did. Immediately, finally they shot
so many times to get up their fucking freaking legs. Fire a shot.
So they go to war.
They got my cable left at fire.
One of them was like 70,000 troops poured in. Oh no! So we immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas.
And then who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? That's later, right?
This was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zachary Taylor was a big Mexican-American warrior.
Yeah, he was the warrior. What? Zachary Taylor was dominating.
He went into Mexico City, and if you go to in Mexico City, the big thing is Los Niños. These six, I think it's 4 or 6 kids. So they stormed. They went all the way to Mexico City, and the Citadel, the Chapultepec, the palace. The army was so decimated that it was finally just the cadets of the military school were the only ones defending the capital, and they were just 4 kids firing on the American army is just coming, and they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended this war. And the moment is Zachary Taylor was holding one of them, and he was saying they were just kids. Like, they had no idea they were like fucking 12, 15 years old. And in Chapultepec, there's 4 big pillars. They're like war heroes. It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
What did Mexico have back then? Was it like a king or
a lot of they had Mexico. So what was going on all these years? Napoleon assumed that the South would win the Civil War, that there would be Europe always bet on the South, because the South was a aristocratic America. It was about plantations and old families, and that's a European. They loved Europe in the South. The North was always against Europe and wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, Maximilian was just a Habsburg. The way kings worked back then, there were some royalty factories. So the Habsburg family, who I think were like Flemish or whatever the fuck, they just had like somebody, a cousin of a king. They went, Maximilian and his wife, they're like, you guys take Mexico. So Napoleon sent French troops to Mexico and installed Maximilian. But then the Mexicans finally overran, because when we lost the Civil War, I don't know what made me say that. No, when the South lost the Civil War, Napoleon was like, all right, fuck this.
Well, when Napoleon was gone,
or whoever the French pulled their well, there was like 3. True. I
Yes.
pulled support.
Yeah.
And Maximilian, they beheaded him. Fuck. They fed peyote to his wife and sent her home. And there's some little village somewhere in like the Netherlands where they tell you like she's gonna come get, because she would run the streets. She went insane. She would run the streets screaming, and they tell kids if you don't get to sleep, because she comes out at night, you don't go to sleep, she's gonna come get you. So that's how far in Mexico. I'm sorry to derail you, but so
great.
Zachary, so you were still at Polk in the tail.
But still, so one thing that was cool was when Polk was instigating this war with Mexico.
You gotta cut that part where I say we lost.
No, let's cut that out. That's good. You corrected it immediately. That's pretty sick. So Polk was up there like, they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. And I saw an old one-term senator from Illinois at the time stood up and said, were we on their territory when we shot him? There was one guy that was opposed to the Mexican-American War, a guy by the name of Abraham Lincoln.
People were like,
hey, shut up, pussy. We're trying to take Texas. Shut the fuck
he's
up.
like, because were we like, he was like, sorry.
I think this was wrong. Anyway, that's why Polk was kind of mad. He added 1/3 of the entire United States in a 4-year term.
Damn, pretty good. Well, territory.
I know, but still,
like those big
they got Texas and California, and they were probably half our population.
They're sitting
I wish he hadn't added them, especially Texas.
But again,
then we would have had.
Yo, Mexico's good. Again, that was a smashing. America destroyed Mexico. It was mean. It was mean. Then this is guy, he was working his tail off. He was tired. He was so exhausted when he got done. He went back to Tennessee and just died.
Like right away, right?
Yeah. He was like, that was too much. That was
a lot of work.
Just died. So then comes Zachary Taylor. This is 1849 to 1850. It's a quick term. Rough and Ready. Yeah. Pretty sick nickname.
Dead and
he's always about to be dead.
Yeah, he died. I don't know what he died of.
He was
just being in the 1800s.
Yeah. He was one of the largest slave holders in the South. So when he got elected, the South was like nice, because at this point, the territories, he just added. Polk did all that in 4 years, which was sick, but it was too much, because now there's so much territory, and the slaves versus the abolitionists debate. Every state they had to add. There was a debate. There's a debate.
All Southern presidents, so many Southern presidents.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the Adams,
pretty much nonstop. Virginia. Yep. And then it gets into like Tennessee.
They started digging into their bench. We started digging into Tennessee. And then we started kind of, with Ohio, we started coming back.
Yeah. Actually, kind of, northern presidents tended to suck. Lincoln ruled.
Yeah, but he was Kentucky, Illinois.
Yeah.
Illinois before which
I always forget one. I think he was born in Kentucky, in a log cabin in Kentucky.
And then he was the
Illinois.
There's no way to know.
We weren't right about half of this. We were never correct about half of these facts, but we're having fun.
Oh yeah, I love just acting like I know.
That's great. So one thing, Taylor gets in there, everybody's like nice, everybody in the South's like nice, this guy's pro-slavery. He gets in, he tends to start actually leaning towards standing with the North. This is all leading to the Civil War. It's like guys like this start fucking us up. As soon as he says we're going to abolish slavery in the Western territories, South Carolina says they're going to succeed. Taylor says he's going to fucking hang everybody down there if they do it.
What? Yeah, he didn't react well to that.
No.
He wasn't like, let's talk and send it. He would just say that, and then they're like, are you? And he's like, no, but I'm going to hang on. Probably the tough talk.
Yeah, this is how he died. What did he do? This is his first term.
Podcast. Go ahead. How did he die?
He went to Washington, D.C. for Independence Day, and he ate too many cherries and milk.
What?
Because, like I said, it was a swamp, so there was like a cholera outbreak.
Like the old Pop Rocks and Coke.
Yeah, he had cherries and frosted milk, and then he exploded.
By the way, you know how many? There were 4 presidents. When you think about the fact that 4 of them were assassinated,
yeah, 4? Well, successfully, yeah.
4 were killed, shot and killed. 4 out of 40. There's been 47 presidents.
Wait, hold on. How many got shot and killed? I don't think they got shot and killed.
Yeah, 4 were shot and killed. Is it Garfield?
See, that's where I stopped.
A guy with a G. It's either Grover, Cleveland, or Garfield. One of those two was shot and killed. McKinley shot and killed. JFK and Lincoln. Nice. 4 shot and killed. Reagan fucking close. Badly shot. Roosevelt, Teddy, shot in the chest. But had a thick piece of paper with his speech and glasses case.
Finished the speech.
Yep, finished the speech.
Got shot. Was like,
and somebody shot at Andrew Jackson. And he had a cane and he beat the guy. The shit out of the guy. Almost beat him to death. The guy shot him and he just get the fuck right outside the Capitol. What? Like by the big pillars, whatever. Yeah. And he just beat the fucking shit out of him. He was insane.
Were they all crazed lone gunman type things, or was it like?
Yeah, most of them were crazy people. There's a few other guys that were shot at. Somebody took shots at them, and but they didn't get hurt. Oh, what's his name? Well, FDR. They killed the governor, right? Who was sitting next to him. Somebody, a spray of bullets, and he wasn't hurt, but the governor sitting next to him was killed. Governor of Georgia or Florida, I don't know. Anyway, go on. But yeah, like over 12% of them have been shot. So it's an intense job. There's a good chance.
It is like a higher rate than actual soldiers in war.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know.
It's probably,
I guess so.
I bet it is. It's fucked up. Yeah, because in like regular, like revolution shit's like 70,000 soldiers, 2,000 dead.
What's crazy is
like that.
Before it used to be like when you like what's his name, Alexander the Great and whoever. Some kings used to lead heads of state used to lead the charges. Lead the front horse, like going right headlong into an army.
That'd be nice to be a guy.
Roman guys did that. Yeah, fucking God.
Holy shit, he's coming right at me. He's coming right at me.
Oh, just I blew it.
Alright, so now we're at Fillmore. The thing that sucks about fucking Taylor dying is he was like kind of a beast that could have maybe prevented the Civil War that was looming.
Fillmore was a schlub.
Fillmore was a schlub. He signed. This is where it all starts to fuck up. Every single one of these guys up to Lincoln is just fucking up immensely. He wanted to sign. So Taylor was offered to sign the Compromise of 1850, which was some shit about one slave state, one regular, or they get to decide, shit like that. As soon as fucking Taylor died, Fillmore takes over and signs it. Southerners were mad that California would join as a free state. Northerners were mad about the fugitive slave law, so they both compromised and were both pissed. Fugitive slave law was if you find a slave in the North, there's U.S. Marshals that'll catch them and bring them back to the South.
Give it hell to get them back.
And there were dudes that were just like grabbing black people. They like got them. Where's my bounty? So it was bad.
A slave guy got taken.
Oh shit! Is it?
Yeah, he was a free northerner. Somebody got grabbed by one of those guys.
Damn, it was bad.
Happened all the time.
He was the last member of the Whig Party. They didn't run him a second term. Here comes Franklin Pierce. He was pals with Jackson, son of a Revolutionary War hero. He's from the North, but he was pro-slavery. They thought this was going to work. 2 months before this is crazy. 2 months before his inauguration, he and his family were in a train crash, and the only casualty was his 11-year-old son. So his entire time in office, he's blacked out, drunk, and depressed. He's the saddest guy of all time. He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife blamed him for the death constantly. She was like, we should have never been on that train. You just had to be the fucking president. Oh, he gave birth to the bitch. You were on the train. You had fun. Yeah. So he's there. During Pierce, they do the Transcontinental Railroad. This is like this is a fuck up. For the North wants it to be from Chicago to LA, or one of those places out west. The South wants it to be from Atlanta to LA. In order to get it done, they have to get rid of the Missouri line compromise, which made it nothing north or south of here. It was the slave line. They decided to make it so every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the Transcontinental Railroad. So this opened.
Every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this slave problem.
Yes.
Every single thing we tried to do was like, yeah, put the fucking north-south slave slave states, not slave states. We need to build a railroad across. That's the first interstate thing. The first interstate objective.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that you need a federal government. It's why the federal government got stronger and stronger. Because every state gets to do their own thing, but you want to take a fucking train from one to the other, these two states have to make a compromise. So you needed a federal government to make these.
It was like the precursor to union, non-union. It just blew up.
It's the other reason, just a general thing, that the federal government became what gave the federal government power was the states wanting parity with each other. Like when environmental laws became a thing, they were state laws. So like Indiana would make a law, you can't dump sludge into the river anymore. So every company in Indiana has to pay extra to do a better job of dumping their shit and take it to the ocean or somewhere else, or somebody else's life. But so next door to Indiana is Illinois. They're like, we go and dump anything we want, and so all the business goes there. And so the Illinois company's like, we don't want to dump. We don't want to hurt the environment, but we can't compete with these guys, right? So all the states would go to the Fed and say, please pass a law that affects everybody, so that we can all do the right thing that we want to do without having to get squeezed out by this guy. And that worked until we started doing shit with Mexico and India and China. But anyway, go on.
It was interesting. We're at I think Pierce on the Transcontinental Road.
Yeah.
That turns out to be like, that's what started. I mean, obviously there's a ton of major factors, but that was like a big one because it opened what was called the Nebraska-Kansas Act, which is they got to decide to vote whether they were pro-slave or pro-abolition. So then a bunch of people just rushed in from the north and the south, and they started fucking killing each other. What? It was I forget the names. They were pretty sick. It was like the Free Staters versus the Border Ruffians. This is where John Brown and his son was out there.
Oh yeah.
They started hacking people with swords to death. Like that was it. And Frank Pierce was like, he did nothing. He didn't get involved.
Yeah, it must have been crazy when you had a bunch of slaves. This is wrong. You had to be like, nah. It's been crazy to be like, no, I don't think it is.
Well, you just would pretend not to, or you just wouldn't. I mean, you'd see it on the newspaper was faded. And it was like, I don't know that much about it.
Not being able to go down
I'm
with
okay
that.
with my slaves. I treat them okay.
Yeah, they're great.
True.
And right, tell him.
Oh, yeah, he's great. It's all right. Use it. No, it's fine. No, and meanwhile, the North was starting to get, I'm just getting after Pierce. Buchanan. So Buchanan is the guy who Lincoln, right before Lincoln, right? Because the other thing that was going on is the North is industrializing, and the North is starting to build sweat houses and factories. And so part of the argument that people were having that is like the kind of argument we would have now. It would be interesting to take this culture with Twitter and everything and supplant it to slavery days, how we would have handled that debate back then.
True.
Because there were people that were saying, the North had free workers and a ton of them immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit, and they're dying in large numbers, getting sick, uneducated, not allowed to be educated. Kids are working heavy, tough shifts.
Southern political cartoons
that are about how bad we're like. Our slaves are like members of the family. We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get to do this and that. Most slave owners were better. That this is the argument, and that the North was just like wholesale destroying lives. What's his name? Fucking Upton Sinclair. What shit was going on in Chicago in the slaughterhouses?
What's it called?
It's
not the meat package.
Yeah,
Jungle. What's it called?
The jungle. Yeah.
So another important thing about that the industrialization of the North it just flooded with immigrants. So now their population is so big that they get more votes, they get more electoral, like all of that. So now the South's like, we need to get power. So now we need more states. Because otherwise they're going to abolish slavery and we're going to be poor.
But they're also hanging on to a way of life in the South. Yeah. In the North, they're not. They're trying to do anything that's new and anything that's next and anything that's large amounts of money and large amounts of industry. They're manufacturing in huge amounts. In the South, they're just trying to play fiddle and whip a guy and grow a little tough to cut for one shirt every 6 months.
Yeah, it's important to know.
Yeah, that was the fight. It was an insanely different. We still wanted to be one country. We wanted to be one country. So it was this weird conflict that never went away.
So does it continue to morph till now? It's just like something.
It does.
Chill.
We are.
It's like, yeah, we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so what's his name?
Now we're at James Buchanan, who's probably the worst.
I think he was frozen by he had so much pressure.
He was a lawyer from Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah.
Which was the last thing he needed to be as the president. Which was like, well, that's the rule.
But he had all of Lincoln's problems with none of his charisma and guts.
Yeah.
And blood.
That was James Buchanan had the Dred Scott to kill. Dred Scott was under James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that, that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. He went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled he was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, that's the law. That settles it. It's ending up. He just had to follow the law.
Yeah. So he was just like an extension.
Yeah.
And that wasn't his job.
Yeah. And that brought us to Lincoln. As soon as Lincoln gets elected, South secedes.
Yeah. Every state starts to say we're not American. Like immediately before he takes office.
It's also crazy checking in on the headlines. They said you're a chair, basically.
Yeah, dude. You got Lincoln, though. You know Lincoln.
Well, we could maybe skip it. This will be the whole fucking.
Yeah. We could stop. We could stop with Lincoln. Let's stop here. And then you go on to some guys you're interested in after.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. We can go as long as we want. An hour.
Okay.
Well, you're not enjoying us? You're not having the time of your life?
I'm having a great time.
I knew you would. This is nice, right? You're not having a great time.
No, I'm not. I hate it.
Decent time.
Really?
No, I'm having a good time.
How much fun?
You decide which one. The thing I liked about, I gave you that book about, that's a great, what's it, Carl Sandburg. It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness telling of Lincoln's story in 4 volumes. It's crazy. Just the Warriors, just from when he took office. And when he was coming here, there was everything, hell was breaking loose. There was supposed to be a January 6th. There was supposed to be one. There was a plan to stop the certifying of the vote. And so they went to General, what was his name? He's the only American general, because we didn't fight wars anymore.
Yeah.
So the army was kind of like not,
I think he was the commander.
It's a name you just know when you hear it, like Scott something.
Oh yeah, Winfield Scott.
Winfield Scott,
yes.
So they went to Winfield Scott, the guys running the government, and they said, we think there's going to be this thing where they're going to try to stop the, so he said, if anyone, he made a declaration publicly, he said, if anyone tries to stop the counting of votes and the democratic process from happening, either by force or by infiltration, I will stuff them into my cannon and fertilize my lawn with them. That's what he said.
Lincoln said that?
That's what he said.
What?
No, and
Winfield Scott said
yeah, but and when he did, in real fact, and he was a really smart guy, he gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day off. He said, go home, and he went and got policemen from Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass cops, and he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, heavily armed, but in plain clothes. So, and people that, so if somebody started something, the guy would just go like this or elbow him or whatever. But the appearance was it was peaceful and that there was no military presence. But nothing happened. That's what it took to get Lincoln. Everybody, up to the minute that happened, everyone was like, I don't know if he's ever going to take office. People believed he would never be president.
Dude, he wasn't even on the ballot in the southern states. Not even on the ballot.
Yeah.
He didn't win one southern state.
A lot of people, big people, who would be like whoever now, wrote long things saying, don't take office. Your presidency, your victory is hollow. It's not real. Not even just people from the South, but people from the North. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. And his first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. He puts like a tiny thing of like, we're not going to like make it our obsession, but we will do it. Like, so the first thing out of his mouth.
That's what bothers me about people that are critics of him hang on to that. They're like, Lincoln didn't want to do it. It's like, dude, the whole time, that's what he wanted.
Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They all wanted this to be a better country than it was. So they knew they couldn't create a nation without slavery. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership, but the laws. They create a situation where people figure it out for themselves and move forward and change instead of like a constitution could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very solid, permanent thing, but they actually made it elastic on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we'll do it, guys. We'll do it. Just we need some fucking time. And boy, what it costs. It's crazy. And a lot of people who didn't want slavery were really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and that he didn't just settle it. Just let the South do whatever they want. We have our free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions or however many fucking, I don't know how many people it was. Like 250,000 people died in the Civil War. Yeah, probably. Something like about how many we killed in Iraq in a day. Yeah, pretty much true. For doing nothing. Less than the New Middle Eastern civilians.
Measure like Persian weddings.
Exactly.
But it was. Lincoln's the best.
It was really something. I mean, it just took a lot of political guts, a lot of fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Just trying to talk to these fucking cunts from the South. It's just like, clearly this is for money. You know it's wrong.
Yeah.
You know it's wrong. It's 1860.
Well, it was the ultimate time.
They know it's wrong.
One, folks not wanting to say that shit's wrong. And him, like, not making them say it, but getting them to, just one guy at a time. He would just go around, get support here, get support there, put muscle in where he had it. And he fought a brutal war, an incessant war.
They had to wait until he got a victory to fucking announce the Emancipation Proclamation. I was trying so hard to get it out, those generals kept fucking up and losing them. And he would just be writing these dudes like, go, please do it. Get one. Like, I think he wrote it after Antietam, which was like a draw. He's like, that's close enough. Here we go.
When he was shot,
he got his fucking head blown off.
By next to his wife.
Yeah.
And they put a little napkin. That was what they did for him. They put a little napkin back there. Was not a very.
He was alive for a while after.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just die right away.
He didn't have to die at all.
He didn't die right away. Really? Yeah. He was like alive in the hotel.
We don't know how to do anything.
Yeah. What play was he seeing? Does anyone know? Fuck, I do know. What play? What was the play? It was at the Ford's Theater.
I don't remember that.
It was something good. He was fixated. He didn't notice the assassin. He was sitting there like, what was it?
Yep. Bye, world.
He was sitting there watching it like, I gotta pretend to like this. Yeah, it's fucking Hamilton.
And then they shot him. He was like, thank God.
Christ, this shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson.
So Johnson was the first guy to be impeached.
Was he impeached? Oh yeah,
first guy to be impeached. Yeah.
Johnson shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be the counteraction to
Yeah.
Lincoln.
Well, he's one of the reasons the war was prolonged, because everybody knew if we could just get rid of Lincoln. Johnson was behind him when there was a deal to be made. It was like don't talk outside the family. He was like, Sonny liked my deal, didn't he? Sonny was out there. Johnson would have fucking settled in a minute.
Johnson started his life as an indentured servant.
No shit.
And worked his way up. How sick is that?
That's impressive.
And then before his inauguration, he got fucked up on whiskey and just couldn't talk. His inauguration, it was in the rain and the mud right after Lincoln got shot. Everyone's like,
first week, he's the one who proved you can impeach a president, but you cannot get the fucking votes. It's a waste of time, and he ends up strong. It's the dumbest move in the world. It's vanity. It's just Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit. But it doesn't accomplish anything. I don't remember why they went after him. Whatever. He's very corrupt. He's a fucked up guy. I don't know. Who knows? It's all shit that I heard because of that. But they impeached him and failed to get rid of him. I know nothing else about him. But I don't know either. But then fucking Grant. Amazing guy.
Great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool he was.
I mean, he did so Christing much, this guy.
Oh, true. To help the South, he was pretty good. What did he do?
Well, he was. First of all, some people get on him because he owned us one slave because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. I mean, he wasn't like an active abolitionist, sure, but he was against slavery, just for not having a slave. Back then, if you didn't have a slave, you were a dictator.
Yeah.
So
you were like, put on a mask. Yeah. You were that guy. You were like, why do you have slaves? Yeah. You're like, why is this guy making me feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. So he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want one. So he gave him one as a wedding present. Like to spite him. Yeah, so Grant made the guy his partner, and they started a little business together, which he then freed the guy and gave him the business.
Yeah, he would go work with the slaves and be out there with them working. Yeah, and then while he was like financially ruined, he freed his slaves instead of selling.
Wait, he had one though?
I'm not sure. He might have had one at that point.
The story I just told you is, I think, his slave story. I don't think he had a bunch.
He had one slave and he freed him instead of selling him.
But and he gave him a business. Yeah, he had started with.
His father-in-law history fucked him. He was like,
that's right. That's right. And then he was in the army. He was in the army, and he went. One of his first jobs was outpost near San Francisco. It was in the middle of nowhere. It was in the desert of California. He was the only one there, and he was a family man. He loved his family. He missed his family so much, and he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk. And that was his only experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy, and he was known as a drunk for the rest of his life.
Really?
Every time he had a political problem, they'd go, he's drinking.
There's arguments. There's rumors he was fucked up in Shiloh.
Because he sat under a tree in the rain. They found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of a military hospital.
It also is funny because Shiloh, he woke up on day 2 of it. Yeah. At like the start of day 2. Or maybe it was the start of day 1 when it started. He was late to get there. So everybody was like he was hammered. But if he was hammered, that's very funny. To be like, oh shit, there's a war.
He had won the Civil War. Started really Reconstruction, he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people, and equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York. He became a New Yorker. He became a big part of the city. Yeah. And he had a son named Kermit, who I think his name was Kermit. That was the 1800s. Yeah. So Kermit invested his money and all of his father's money with some asshole guy who took it and just left town. They just took all of their money, every penny that they had. And so Grant went to visit Vanderbilt, who's outside of the Grand Central Station. Is a great statue. I think it was Vanderbilt. Went to the richest man in New York City, who was a hard ass, a guy who didn't care for charity or anything. But he brought what's his name? The sword that was Lee. Robert E. Lee's sword that he surrendered to him. He had his Congressional Medal of Honor and the Bible that he took the oath of office, and he gave them. He said, "I'm going to sell these to you because I have no money." And Vanderbilt said, "Jesus Christ, the president! Oh shit, we're not doing that." He said, "I'm going to donate these to the national museums, and I'll give you a, like he bought them for the nation."
Did he buy his biography? Isn't that what he?
No. So here's what happened with the biography. It's the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. But his autobiography is like the greatest ever written. So he met two guys on a train. He'd do anything for money at this point. Because his wife was very young. He was broke. So everything he'd been through. He was broke, and his wife was young, and he was going to leave her destitute. So he met two guys on a train. They're like, "Why don't you write your autobiography? We'll pay you $1,000." He was like, "Done."
What? Oh,
so then, about a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, who's like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, "Why don't you write your autobiography, your memoirs?" And he said, "I'm doing that for these guys." And he goes, "What are they paying you?" And he goes, $1,000. He's like, "Dude, what is wrong with you?" And he says, "Give me the book. I'll publish." Because Mark Twain had started his own publishing company because he hated publishing. He said, "I'll publish it and I'll help you write it." And he said, "I promised those two guys." He's like, "Did you sign something?" He goes, "No, but I did. I gave my word." So Twain, or his real name, Clemens, travels to, I think he went to see Sherman. He's like, "I need to see somebody who trust, who listen to." So he went to visit Sherman and said, please get him to do this. So Sherman wrote a telegram to Grant saying, for the love of God, give the book to them. That's what the thing. That's awesome. So he wrote his autobiography, and the remarkable thing about it that I read was that there's like no adjectives. It's like all verbs and nouns. The entire book is verbs and nouns. He just says what happened. It's a very well written book. And so Clemens turned it into this special edition that you had to order one. You get the color you wanted. And it was the first blockbuster book in American history. It made like $500,000 in the first month. Meanwhile, he had a goiter that was growing and growing.
Stogies. You want to see what the Stogies?
Died of throat cancer, like right as he finished the book. And then his wife was made for life. Her first check from Twain was like $400,000.
Whoa. Yeah, I think was he buried here? And
yes, monument. And he's buried in Grants too, in Harlem. And when he died, there was this huge funeral, and it was Northern and Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were allowed to put back on their Southern uniforms because it was a big thing that his casket was carried by North and South.
Too bad you can never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in Harlem these days.
Because that would get away with.
Yeah, but he was fucking awesome at when Lee surrendered. He was very it was unconditional surrender. So he was like, "You guys are gonna fucking give up," but he was like, "Keep your guns, go home, start rebuilding." Like he could have fucking destroyed the South, and he was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated Custer. I think Custer stole Lee's sword. Maybe he got it back. But I think the story was Grant wouldn't accept it. Or something along those lines. And
Custer was
bloodthirsty. And then on the parade back into Washington, Grant was obviously out front. Custer fucking rode ahead. And Grant was like, "This motherfucker." Custer was the man.
Blonde hair.
If you look into Custer, he was pretty fucking.
I don't know much about him.
He fucked up Jeb Stuart at Gettysburg, which was pretty cool. Because Jeb was the man. He rode in. He was with the Michigan Cavalry, and he was like, "Come on, you Wolverines!" Fucking led him into a charge. That's why they're the Michigan Wolverines. All that shit.
So then you got Hayes, who undid all of this cool stuff for black people.
It's all
and politically, he didn't want to deal with it, so he just did away with it. And then you got fucking, who else? Then it goes Garfield. And I get bleary.
Yeah, this is like the Gilded Age, is what it's called. It's all shit.
Yeah.
But this is where shit, like, it goes from we ended slavery to now, just right back into just racism. Not slavery, but just every law against them.
Subjugation, it became the same obsession as before.
Yeah.
But without slavery, it just became all about not letting them vote, keep them off
And that goes all the way up until, like, now.
Yeah,
like we're just
yesterday.
Figured it out yesterday. Thank God. Finally,
we
Arkansas.
got a nice little nation.
Yeah. Louisiana cleaned up their act a little. And Alabama.
My favorite president, just jumping way the fuck ahead, is Nixon. Is my favorite.
Dude, he's awesome.
He's best. And again, as a character.
Yes.
Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish was like, I wish it was taught. Like the speech that Lincoln has on his monument and the ask not what your country and all that shit. The greatest thing that he did, because it speaks more to what Americans live, is that when Nixon was shamed and destroyed and had to leave office, he had to fucking resign. He had to get, after a couple of, I'm not a crook and this is all bullshit, he had to go and say, well, all right, I'm going to go.
Still not crook, but I'm going to get out of here.
Gerald Ford would take the oath of office at this time in this office. And he left. But before he left, he gave a speech to his staff, to the White House staff that was impromptu. It was just on his way to the helicopter. And he's copiously crying in the speech. There's video of it that you can see. You have to try to find the whole thing because there's clips that you can find on YouTube. But I actually ordered from C-SPAN DVD of the whole speech, and they're all bawling, the whole staff, and his family standing behind him. And he just tells them, "Look, don't." He's encouraging them. He said, "This is a tough moment for all of us." He said, "First of all, I don't want to discourage him from being in public service." He was afraid of what would happen. Yes,
he was right.
He said, "Don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling." And he said, "And for any mistakes that we made and everything that's happened, not one person in this administration gained financially from being here, left richer than when they got here." He made it first, so he defended everybody that was there, and then he just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autobiography, from his diary, when Teddy's wife and mother died at the same night. They both died of cholera or whatever on the same night. He was going from one room to the other, and they both died, and he was like 21 or something. And he wrote this quote that was like, "The light has gone out and it'll be darkness forever." And he said, so he read it to his staff, and he said that's how he felt, having lost his wife and his mom. And he went on and had this incredible life. So he's trying to say, so he says, don't be discouraged, never be petty, don't hate your enemies, because that's when you start to destroy yourself. He gets it really introspective about everything that happened without talking about it. And then he says, it's horrible. He goes, he says, they'll never write a book about my mother, but she was a saint. Oh, man. And I think of her, like, one of his brothers had tuberculosis, and they had no money, so she moved to Arizona where the air was better. And she was a nurse, wet nurse. She nursed other people's babies for money in order that her son could live in Arizona. And he talks about his father, who was a lemon farmer, who had a failing lemon farm, and then he was a switchman on a streetcar. He just talks about his parents and what they did for him and all that shit. He just cries. Oh, it's fucking beautiful, but it shows you a man at the height of American experience, destroyed from that height, which is the worst thing that can happen to a person, is to get that high and fall. And he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels, this is what this looks like. And here's all I can say. And then he went and then he left. Incredible. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history.
Yeah. He ended Vietnam, right?
Yes.
That was already
He was fucking Eisenhower's vice president.
There's a guy we know that's a bit of a conspiracy guy, but he's been pretty correct on everything so far. He's got a book coming out on Watergate.
Yeah. Okay.
And about how that was a little darker than it seemed.
So I knew a guy back when I was first living in the city as a comedian. There was a guy named Frank Gannon who had Frank Gannon wrote speeches for Nixon and was a very close friend of his. And weirdly, he became the guy who books the comedians on Letterman. And when I moved to New York back in 1990 or so, being on Letterman was all anybody wanted. So Gannon was the most important person in comedy at the time. He was a strange guy who was very serious, and he would just come in and watch you. And if he liked you, he'd get more to come. And maybe you'd be on the show. So he liked me. He never got me on the show. But he liked me. So I went to Letterman's office and met him. And I asked him about Nixon. He wrote, Nixon has one big biography called RN that Gannon co-wrote. And he told me that when you get a few drinks in Nixon, he says, same people that got Kennedy's got me. Same people that got, he says it's the same machine that took out John and Robert came after him. He said they just couldn't use bullets anymore because it was getting too. They were on.
Exactly what we said. We said that
without Watergate was. He said Watergate was something that happened all the time. It was just like it still does. I mean, it's not like oh my goodness. It's how things are done. Yeah, it's a safe for the $1 million. What president doesn't have a safe for the $1 million?
It was
so that's Nixon's story. That was Nixon's story. He didn't say it in public because the same as he conceded the presidency to Kennedy, which Kennedy stole. I mean, everyone knows that his father took suitcases of money to delegations and stole the presidency, and Nixon knew it. And he was like, I'm not gonna, that's not good for the country to get it. And that's why he resigned instead of standing trial. And that's why he doesn't talk about it. That's the story.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good, most interesting president.
Most interesting, I think, to me. Yeah, I mean, Johnson was also fascinating. Yeah. Johnson was, and Reagan was kind of an empty-headed. As long as somebody else is in the room, Reagan was brilliant. But I'm not sure he had any thoughts.
Yeah,
I mean, there are people like that.
Yeah, he was like an actor that was like, I guess I'll be a Republican while he was there, and then which was pretty admirable at the time because he was actually no, it wasn't because that was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys being like, "You're a communist." He became the man.
My favorite film of Reagan is Larry King interviewing him after he was shot and saying, "So what do you feel about this guy?" And he said, "Well, I just pray for him. He's a sick man. He's just." I found out later that he's sick, he's mentally ill, so we add him to our prayers, and we hope the best for him. And he says with this big,
we're fucking that guy up. Oh yeah, I hope he's doing good.
Yeah,
he's doing great. I think that should be it, right?
Yeah, I think that's about enough.
You had fun.
That was good. Why are you accusing me of having fun? That was fun.
Thanks for doing it.
Sure. Thanks for asking. It's fun.
Goodbye. Wow, let's just do that. Yeah, we're not going to do ads on the next one. We got to do ads on this one. Let's do it, yeah. Can't do ads on the next one. No, dude. In the middle of that, can't drop an ad. No. So, Matt Shane's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Hawthorne. I bet you think it really stinks in here. And it did. But now we've got Hawthorne. What the fuck? What? Why did they say we stink? Why did they say... And it did, but now we've got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, and smell good. Hawthorne makes it quick and easy to be your best with skincare and hair care made just for you. I don't
don't know what I need to. I didn't know what I needed, so I took their fucking quiz. It's super easy. And after answering questions like, how much do I sweat and how dry is my skin, they made me a custom box of products. Boys, the quiz. How the cream make you feel? This is clowns. I'll tell you what. Hawthorne in this email says, boys, how's the cream make you feel? You don't want to know. You can't talk. It's triple X, dude. I can't talk about it. I'll tell you how the cream felt. Made me jizz all over myself. I had to shower. I'll tell you what, I used to like Manscaped, but I remember reading Manscaped's ad, and I was like, I love Manscaped. Stuff sucks at Hawthorne, dude. Hey, I like Manscaped. Hawthorne's the best. I've been using that. I was just about to start endorsing. Oh, yeah, true. Hawthorne, let me tell you something, you motherfucker. Hawthorne stands by their customers, so if you're not completely satisfied, they'll retailer your products for free based on your feedback and pay for the shipping, so there's truly no risk at all. That's the Hawthorne way. Normally when you're buying cream and cologne, there's a pretty high risk. Oh, yeah. Right now, there's no risk. Not at all. Not at all, dude. Just so make sure. I've been using the face line, dude. Look at that. Really? Clean, dude. Touch me. I haven't even received my. Somebody touch me, I beg you. So make this. Oh, bro. It's good. I make their clothes. Maybe we should put on a lot of their clothes before we go to our others. To our friends' house. Spray ourselves. So make sure you're ready for anything. Or anyone that comes your way by taking Hawthorne's quiz today. So make sure you're ready to fucking. If you're in Walmart, make sure you're ready for anybody. True. Go to hawthorne.co and use promo code DRENCHED to get 10% off your first purchase. That's Hawthorne, HAWTHORNE.co, promo code DRENCHED. Hawthorne.co, promo code DRENCHED. You want to smell good? Yeah, it's good. You get the smell goods going on. You got this one. Lucy. Yes. Guys, just give me some rap about Lucy. Like, you know the favorite flavor. I love it. Mango's my shit. Because although I'm addicted to it, I'm still a fucking fruity guy. I'm still a bit of a fruit man. Yeah, you want to enjoy it. You gotta be healthy. For sure. That's how I get my fruits. Yeah, so you guys know, if you're addicted to nicotine, that's a funny joke. If you're addicted to nicotine, go to Lucy, guys. Lucy's safe. It's the chemical. They isolate the chemical nicotine and make it taste yum. They make it taste good. So not only are the chemical itself is addicting, they give it a good taste. Exactly. To make it even more fucking enjoyable. Exactly. So that's all we can do now is just enjoy ourselves, guys. Yeah. So guys, check out the full line of products at lucy.co and use the promo code DRENCHED at checkout. That's lucy.co. Be sure to use that promo code DRENCHED. If you're a listener from Canada, Lucy is now available at ca.lucy.co. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical, but also that's why you like it. That's why you like it. That's why you like it. And probably the baby was probably on nicotine when he had that quick reaction time to get that high. Charles, I read that. Yeah, you can take tobacco to. Can you really? You can take Lucy. They gold. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Yeah. So, guys, I'm gonna be on my fucking dumb tour forever. I'm gonna be on the road forever. So, April 28th to 30th. That's this weekend. I'll be in Indianapolis. Tickets are going fast. There's some tickets left, I think. May 6th, I'll be in Manchester, England. May 8th, Leeds, England. May 9th, Glasgow, Scotland. May 12th, Dublin. 13th, London. 13th, London. So this has been a big confusion for a lot of people. The first show is at Leicester Square. I believe it's sold out. The second one is at O2 Shepherd's Bush Empire. Don't worry about what fucking time it says on the tickets or whatever. Just get there at night. And wait. I think that's the first real theater I've ever headlined. London. So yeah, please come to that. Because if that doesn't sell out, I'm gonna feel like a fucking doofus. You gotta get Jason Statham out too. Oh, get Statham down too. So yeah, welcome to the show. Welcome. Yo, June 3rd through 5th, Philly. I already sold out, not a big deal. June 6th through 11th, Brea, California, whatever. St. Louis, Austin, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Brisbane, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Adelaide, Australia, Perth, No more. Let's go. My goodness. And then I'm dead. Yeah, true. After that whole tour, then I will be dead.
Fire remains, dude. Place you in the fucking hallway of helium just as a mummy. You're tight. Dude, Bananas Comedy Club. That's the big one. That's the end. That's the absolute end of my just wicked run, dude. One show a month for 4 months.
Where are you going?
Bananas.
How is this not? It's sold out.
I don't know. I'm bringing Sid and Butterly, so it'll be nice. We're going to be standing up.
Oh, shit.
At the end of it, we'll just do
a bit of a live start at, but just never to be seen again. Live.
A little live, dude. At the end of the shows, we'll fly nice.
Oh, that's this weekend.
Yeah, this weekend. Bananas. Bananas coming up North Jersey. I mean, dude, New York
is not sold out yet, so get tickets.
I don't know. I don't think it's close, but it'll be fun.
It's a new room. That's why.
Yeah.
I thought it was a tiny room.
Is it a new room?
The other one used to be in. It's not the one by Dad.
Not in the
Bada Bing.
Really?
Now you're at it's somewhere else. Well, it's Rutherford, whatever. Which is right next to it.
It'll be fun. Me and Sid the Kid have been having a good time. Yeah. So we'll get to Butterly, man, dude. It'll be a good show. Nardini. We'll have the absolute SS himself, superstar.
Oh,
SS Gardini.
The old SS officer. Sean Gardini. I was disappointed no one yelled Adolf at Chris when he got. Someone did it. Someone yelled. All right. I went outside to hear. Yes, he gets him a sponge. No, he gets him a turd. Turds. That means you're super. That means you're an OG. True. Also, I would like to get Gus the Groundhog going for Nate Marshall. That's what I was thinking about. I'd like for him to be called Gus.
That'd be nice.
Gus the Groundhog. That's his rap thing. What do you got?
Troop at the Stand Wednesday, May 4th at 7 p.m. That was going to be fun. It's on my Instagram. And then the Doghouse at Sesh Friday, May 13th. Friday the 13th.
That will be a spin-off. Guys, we're about to go do something. Could change our lives forever. Thank you for listening to us.
Try finding anywhere else. There's plenty of destruction you can see right on PCH. Well, the city of LA is now trying to cut down on what they refer to as disaster irrigation through the fires. This is
Wild West. And again. Hello. Welcome to part 2 of The Presidents. I mean, this is crazy. Matt's unavailable. He had to attend to his family. So, that's an episode. Yeah. It's not. I checked in on him. He's okay. Everything's okay. There was some.
Like medically, it sounds like, fighting.
No, there was no fun. Just so we're clear. Let's start where we left off. We're going right in. We got to plow through these guys because they kind of suck.
Yeah, some of these guys I'm not interested at all. So just name them.
So this is Rutherford B. Hayes.
He destroyed. He stopped Reconstruction. He stopped slavery. He doesn't want to help the black people.
So the reason he did that is because he was losing to a guy named Tilden in the election.
Yeah,
South Carolina, Louisiana, Florida, one of the 3 southern states that still hadn't counted in the electoral college.
Yeah,
the Republicans made a deal with the Democrats and said, we'll remove federal troops from those states if you give them the Hayes. And they did it after there was a war though. Yeah, still having those fuckers. Well, that's because the KKK was. They were the real deal. They were fucking shit up. So they had the federal troops down there, which actually kind of helped the Republicans get votes. Because as black people were allowed to vote at this point, they had the troops down there protecting them to get their votes. And obviously, that's the guy said when the guy pitched, the first guy pitched the name, Ku Klux Klan, it was K. Okay. He liked that.
Yeah, but it took me to warm up.
Okay. KKK. Republicans voted. Basically, he ended Reconstruction. Hayes didn't do much, but this is actually important because this is kind of the end of his lower presidential power quite a bit. These guys kind of took a back step to Carnegie, Rockefeller. This is the rise of these capitalists.
Yeah, like now with the tech guys. So we're still with the Bezos and Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, I'm sick of it.
Oh my God.
What are you going to do if you bought it? Well, he bought it, right?
He bought
Twitter. You guys.
What are you gonna do?
He bought Twitter from those really great people that own it. Like now, it's not going to be democracy because the people like the people that owned before were like a bunch of monks or something.
They were.
Yeah, they're a bunch of monks. Like they just do everything.
Yeah.
Now he took it, and he's a piece of shit.
Although I don't think
Elon Musk.
I don't think Trump's getting back on, which is the only thing I wanted.
You don't know yet. You don't know. No.
Yeah. Could be.
Which one? Trump.
Maybe I'll come back. Maybe I won't. So this is a big phrase. 1877.
Yeah, so those guys, the corporations started having more power than the federal government.
As soon as they
because the fucking industrial north that plowed the south under, and then it just became belching machines.
Yeah.
And oil started.
Yeah.
And fuck it, there was no just steel, coal, oil.
Yeah.
What year are we at?
This is 1877.
Okay, so no cars or anything, but like really big horses.
The horses got bigger. The skin horses.
They were like 10 feet wide horses.
When these took over,
trains.
Penn Railroad cut employee pay by 20%. So right away,
They were Amazon.
right away, Amazon
Sons of bitches.
So there was strikes, and then Hayes sent in federal troops to put down strikes. So the government sided with the corporations, obviously, and they used, they went down and shot guys that were striking. That's real truth.
Did you ever see I'm just reacting to shit I don't know about. By the way, this is when people get excited and like make pop off remarks like I've been the last 2 minutes. It's because they actually don't know what they're talking about. Well, I'm only hearing about it from you.
But what a good way to your phone. What a good way to put down a strike. Well, this is research I did with this, right?
Yeah, just send in buttons to beat the shit out of the guys. Strike.
Just open fire on them.
On which industries?
Most of the railroad.
Did you ever see Madam One? It's a great movie by John Sayles. Nobody knows what it is. 8 Men Out. The White Sox, Black Sox.
No. I know about it. Shoeless Joe. Yeah.
So he made a movie Meyer Lansky.
What? Meyer Lansky. The Jews behind it.
I mean, Meyer Lansky. I'm not going to say. He didn't do it because he was Jewish.
Do you think that's what Hitler was mad about?
Yeah.
What's the World Series?
That's what Hitler was mad about.
I think that might be what he was just
about the Black Sox. Madam. So Madam is a movie about coal mining strikes, and these guys are trying to make a union, right? And so there's a kid in it who's a preacher. It's a common thing back then in rural places that a child would be a preacher, a touched child, just really rock. Sam Kinison was a preacher, kid. No, yes, did you know that? No, Sam Kinison was a preacher. Before he was Christ. Yes. And he did it. Lord, it was sounding exactly like his act. Talking about Jesus Christ. If you don't find Jesus Christ in your heart, you're one of those guys. He does it in one of his specials. He flashes into it for a moment. Wow. And then cut to his mother in the audience like this. She loves it as a comic. She loves it as a preacher. But it's the same energy. Okay. So kid preachers, like they're common. Huh? Fucking yeah. Paul Dano played he's not even younger than that. He's a teenager. Yeah. And he was the spiritual leader of the town. This little Pennsylvania, where you're from, town of coal miners. And there's some guys start to organize to make a union. And the kid at the churches, which was common also, the church was in on the union, so they wanted to help the union. So they were planning a walkout or a strike or something. So the company sent these 2 thugs, fucking guys with whiskey in their pocket, to go down there and go to the meeting to just eavesdrop on the plan. So they're sitting in the back of the church, just waiting to hear what the plans are. And the kid wants to know what the plan is. So he tells a biblical parable, tells a story from the Bible that clearly to anyone who knows the Bible says what time and when and how they're going to do it. I don't know the Bible story, but the guys, it's a great moment because the guys in the back don't hear it because they're heathens, so they don't have any faith. So the truth is right in front of them. They can't hear it. It's great. It's nice. That's my only thing I'm running. That's good though. So that's back then it was like this wicked, but it's important for the through line of America because once we were all kind of thrown into the same place, then it was this thing about the industrial rich to the enormity all over the world too, in England also, with the Oliver Twist, whatever Dickens was writing, workhouses. That's how they did it over there. And here we had a hard version of the same thing. 3-year-old kids working at mills, and that against the impossibility of the capitalist structure. And people trying to organize, and that union organization was not a sort of liberal ideal. It was the people. It was the working people. They had to do it. They just needed leverage. That's all. They just needed capitalist leverage. They needed their part in the capitalist that you couldn't just get some other guys if these guys wouldn't do it. That's right. This is 10, 12 years after the Civil War. That's right. Half of these guys were veterans. Like, they've been through hell. Yes. And now they're coming home and they're like, actually, we're going to stop paying you guys as much because we're getting richer. Every class of veterans has come home to total confusion and having no worth in the society that they protected. Every class of veterans, they got parties. Like all the guys, the blacklisted guys in Hollywood, these were all war veterans. These were all war heroes who came home and saw the country in tatters and had some ideas about another system, and they got thrown in prison for it, whatever. But so they and also pushing west. Yeah. So cities like the Northeast and places like Chicago were like churning out black smoke and industry, and in the West people were still gunfighting. Absolutely fighting each other with guns. In the 1870s, it would have still been. It would have been the Indian towards the end of the Indian Wars. Yeah, I mean the Comanche was still going wild. Like it was. And there were still these American professional soldiers who fought in the Civil War, and some of them went west to fight the Indian Wars. Yeah. And then some of them said, fuck all this, and just became gunfighters and used this ability they had, which is exactly the same. It's why in Japan, I don't know if you watch Kurosawa movies, like samurai movies, you need to watch some things. Clint Eastwood? Yeah. Okay. Fistful of Dollars? Yes. Fistful of Dollars remake. Oh, okay. Yes. Japanese movie, a black and white Japanese movie called Yojimbo. This is not an idea. This is from Yojimbo. Magnificent Seven. So I used to watch all this fucking. Okay, Magnificent Seven remake. Yeah, of the seven. Not like you know it. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Well, seven samurai story. What? Nothing. This all has to be read. We're gonna plow through this. I know. We're still in haste. We're talking about Japanese movies. This is the Magnificent Seven remake of the Seven Samurai. It's a total remake. Go watch these movies because the Japanese, I think it was called the medieval era. It was the same as our West because they had these wars with samurai, and then all those dynasties like broke up and it became just chaos and corrupted. They all became corrupt. Yeah. And so the samurai just wandered the hills called Ronin, and they just became swords for hire. Yeah. And so they were just exactly the same as gunmen. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen who were just out for hire in these towns where there was no law were precise, perfect. I'm just saying that these kind of things happen all over the world. Okay, so Haynes, we keep having Haynes. Garfield. 1880. No, this is a good one. Okay, this is a cool fact about him. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. And they were like, this guy's going to be smart enough. He could be the guy to get us out. This is after. So he was another nerd. He was a nerd. But this is after 3 straight duds.
This is after Johnson Grant. Just, 200 days in his office. In the office, he was on his way to a college reunion. He was at a DC rail station. He was going to a college reunion. This jump shots. He was going to be a beer bomb. He was going to go wild. He was shot twice in the back by a guy named Charles Guiteau. And Guiteau was very interesting. I looked at him last night. He was a moron. He was a traveling moron who thought that he had campaigned. It's like a village idiot, but a traveling. He would go fail in town to town, and everyone hated him. Fail doing what? For religious shit, he joined like a cult. They were like, this guy fucking sucks. Then he would be like, I'm going to start a paper for that cult in a different town. It would fail. They would go to like Boston and yell at people. It didn't work. He would just go around fucking up. He was in DC, and he started trying to give speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he was like, I did that. I want to be the fucking ambassador to Paris. And they were like, no. He was like, how about Vienna? Like, he got angry, and then he bought it. But he was kind of aware of the significance of it. He bought a bulldog revolver, and he couldn't afford the ivory handle. Yeah. So the guy said, I'll give you the ivory handle. He's like, this is going to be in a museum. Is it? Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it, yeah. But he shot him twice. And then how did he get close? I think back then you just walk up. There was no secret service. You could just walk up behind him, and he yelled like, "I'm here for Arthur," who was the vice president. Chester Arthur. Yeah, he was like, Chester Arthur is the real president because he's gonna kill him. He's gonna make me faster. He killed him. Garfield died 2 months later from these words. So he's then the fourth guy. So he was the second guy to get killed. Yes, this is after the second guy to get killed. Okay. Chester Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884's now comes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan. Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock. James Blaine was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely wins. He hated the press. One thing that's cool is he married a 21-year-old. Yeah, pretty good. Then he won the popular vote, lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, "Don't fucking move anything in the White House. We're going to be back in 4 years." Pretty hot. Benjamin Harrison. She's still around. Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He would leave the office every day and just go hunt. Just go upstairs? Yeah, just hang out. Okay, so him and, So this is still just a run of horrific presidents that are just destroying. We're marching through the late 1800s. 1893, Cleveland gets reelected. Yeah, people elect his hot daughter, and now their new daughter, or his hot wife, and now their new daughter, Baby Ruth. Okay, yeah, candy bar. Yeah, but it's not David. No, I think it's named after their daughter. You don't think it's named after Babe Ruth? You gotta look that up. Feels closer to the truth. Did they even have candy bars back then? Look, man, don't mount holes. Mount is named after I had this strong feeling. What? Candy bar was named after Ruth Cleveland. I like that. Okay, so you can check Mounds. Okay. See if Mounds was named after my mother's. Okay. I mean, it's just sad. What if it says Mrs. Shane? What if it says Mrs. CK? What if there's a twist? Maybe I'm projecting. Could be. That gets it. But these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment's at 18%. Yeah. Great Depression. McKinley comes into office 1897. He did his campaign entirely from his front porch in Ohio. Yeah, which is pretty fun. He's the first Ohio guy, isn't he? Grant. Coach Grant is from Ohio. That's right. But there was like a run of Ohio. Yeah, it was not straight through. There's a lot of Ohio. All these guys. Okay, so McKinley's from Ohio.
He was the last president who served in the Civil War. He didn't want war. Everybody seemed to. His whole thing was cultivating good press. He was the first guy that seemed to master that.
Yeah.
He understood it because Cleveland before him fucking hated him.
So let's get to Teddy, okay? Because he's the only guy that
This is good,
something important to say about McKinley?
Yeah, I mean, he started in 1898. The Spanish Empire was falling. Cuba was open. There's Cuban rebels. He didn't want to, but eventually got talked into it because guys like William Randolph Hearst, all the major media people were like, we got to go to war. Fuck that. So he sent the USS Maine into Cuba's port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Media demanded war with Spain. And so that's where the Remember the Maine, all that shit comes from. McKinley created the situation in the White House. That was pretty tight so that they could. It's exciting stuff. Nice work. This is a 10-week war. The U.S. fucks them up. In his thing, he annexed Puerto Rico and the Philippines, also annexed Hawaii in 1898. 1900, he wins the election, this time with his vice president, Teddy Roosevelt. Yes, and we can get into Teddy.
So Teddy, fascinating about Teddy. First of all, Teddy was born deformed.
Yeah.
His lungs and his organs were too small for his chest cavity. And his doctor told his father he's got to stay in bed and he'll probably die in his teens.
Yeah.
So he told Teddy, well, you weren't born with much of a body, so you'll have to make your body. And Teddy just became insane.
Yeah.
Walked up the metaphor, just walked up and did. He was a ball of insane energy. He could just do anything. It was kind of terrifying. He was. And he was kind of an animal, but also very intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like, he was the first guy that they did, like, character stuff. Like, he saw, because he had this crazy big teeth in his glasses, so he was the first guy that they threw, like, this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought, that's cool, because they're thinking about me. The fact that they're caricaturizing me means that I'm an icon. I'm something above him, you know? And he liked it, so he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he didn't like being in charge of things. He liked being number two. So, like, they asked him to run New York City Police Department. And he became a commissioner. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners. He's like number two, but he ran everything from that number two position because number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started, I don't know, I'm uneducated and I read this a long time ago, but I think he invented the police academy. Because New York City, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a family of cops, where you had to meet somebody. Because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in the uniform, and cops used to sleep like in alleys, and they didn't do it. They never stopped crime. And they just get paid to protect one gang or the other in New York City. And they were all fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's an age restriction, you can't be old. He said, you have to be in shape. You have to go to an academy. You have to train to be a cop. You have to be taught. You have to have an education. You get taught lots of things in the academy. It's a school. And so he started that. The police department hated him. He pushed it through. He reformed the New York Police Department to the point, and this is where he was better than other politicians. He wanted to test them and show that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think the law was that you couldn't drink on Sunday. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was drinking on a Sunday. 100% of New Yorkers hated him for this. And they ran him out of town on a rail. But him, it was like, Teddy would do everything until he was despised. Again, go past the point because his goal was the goal. The goal is the cops are better, not everybody loves Teddy. So then every time he got fired, he would just go to Montana and live in a fucking hut and kill buffalo. And then they went and would send emissaries and say, please run in this company, please run this housing company. And then they came and asked him to run the U.S. Navy. He did similar things in the United States Navy, which I think less.
He was obsessed with the war in 1812. He wrote a book. Yeah, what was how we could have won that quickly. We almost lost it because we didn't have a navy ready. His whole thing was you need to have a huge navy. That's right. Like the war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to, I think, either West Point or the Naval Academy, where he was like, there's probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now in England's failing. There needs to be one leader.
Someone needs to be somebody in the world naval power.
Yeah.
He did two things that have lasted until now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are the national park system.
Yeah.
It just no one even thought of that. It didn't exist. The idea of like the government should protect vast tracts of land and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because they still don't have it in the Amazon. They don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everyone just wishes they would. So Teddy did that, and they gave us made us take and then he was vice president. He didn't want to get it. He was like drafted into running for vice president.
Let's talk about this was the Spanish one.
Yes.
What's it called? Hill. San Juan Hill. Yeah. And he went over this hill, did he? He was nuts. He got everybody killed.
Yes, he did. He was crazy.
So what was cool was the Rough Rider. It was all West guys.
Yes.
Like gunslingers, buffalo hunters, Native Americans, mixed with New York Irish cops. Like just the nastiest fucking things.
Well, back then, you was like a platoon. Like you could tell the army, like I'm gonna make. I just bought them. I brought some guys, and we call ourselves Rough Riders. And the army's like, okay, you're part of the army.
It was important. Yes, and he had a family, he had a sick wife and a family, and they were like, what are you doing? Why the fuck would you be going to war? Yeah, he's like, because he wanted to go to war.
He was also a rich patriarch in Oyster Bay. He had this beautiful house, a big family. He was responsible for a lot of people.
Yeah.
He took over when his dad died. He became like the man of a very sprawling family.
His brother's great.
I got that.
Teddy Roosevelt, I kind of was like, so at the beginning,
What was his brother's name?
I don't remember. Was it Kermit? Was it another Kermit?
Kermit was his son.
Yeah.
He went to the Amazon later with his son. Kermit. He went on little rowboats to the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria, and Teddy weighed like 80 pounds. This is after he was president. This is in retirement. Like he paved certain tracts of the Amazon River.
He was fucking nuts. So then when his brother was a drunk, Elliot was out of control. He was the one who was supposed to be the son, right? But he got he just did what anybody would do if they were a Roosevelt.
Number one always fucks up, and that's why Teddy was the number 2 son. Yeah, it's like Joe Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy's brother.
If I would say,
Donald Trump didn't even order me a brother John. You're trying to
Yes.
That's what his brother's Roosevelt.
Jimmy Carter's brother Billy.
okay, Danny, you're right. You
Right,
said so. That's good.
Roger Clinton was younger. But yeah, a lot of these guys are older brothers. Just couldn't make it.
But it's funny how his brother ended up in like a mental hospital in like Paris. I don't know why this documentary did 6 bottles of brandy a day.
I think about it, Danny.
And the way he died was like, he had delirium from the alcohol. He was trying to jump out of the window, but he kept just running up and down the steps. And he had like an aneurysm, a seizure.
Okay, so when Teddy was, here's a great story about Teddy. The way where teddy bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was in Pennsylvania, and fucking state might have been not much difference. So Teddy was there and on tour as president, and there were some people, every time the president comes to a town, they always they get so excited, and so they knew he loved being bear. When Teddy hunts bear, he's way up in the mountain alone with a gun, and it's him and the bear, and he might die. Yeah. But these people think he's like a gentleman hunter, so we're going to take him to hunt some bear, and they give him a gun, and they take him into the woods, and there's a bear chained to a tree, a little bear who's kind of emaciated, and it was chained to a tree, and they go, shoot him.
And Teddy breaks down into tears. And he says, for the love of God, let that poor animal go. And there was some journalist there who drew a picture that was like a sketch that was in the paper of Teddy and this little bear. And it was, they people put that together, Teddy and Bear, and started making these stuff here that looked like Teddy because of this. Jesus Christ. So that his first day as president. Yeah. Oh, well, let's, McKinley gets shot. Yeah. He got shot by the anarchist Leon Shulgosh. Short, whatever. But it was interesting. I think him or how he lost three guys.
By the way,
Since 18, since the last 40 years. Yes. The people are like, this was a gunshot today. He would have survived in 2 days. Yeah. So like Roosevelt found out about it. He was out doing some fucking like bullshit, right? Somebody came running off the hill like he's shot. They get there, the guy's fine. I mean, he died from infection.
Yeah, a lot of these are bad medicine. Back then, you could cut the president on the finger to death. Yeah. Because of remake of Seven Samurai. It's a total watch these because the Japanese, I think it was called medieval era. It was the same as our West because they had these wars with samurai, and then all those dynasties broke up and it became chaos and corrupted. They all became corrupt, and so the samurai just wandered this gun called Ronin, and they just became swords for hire. And so it was just exactly the same as gunmen. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen who were just out for hire in these towns where there was no law were precise, perfect. I'm just saying that these kind of things happen all over the world. Okay, so these
Garfield. 1880. No, this is a good one. Okay, this is a cool fact about him. He can write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. And they were like, this guy is going to be smart enough. He could be the guy to get us out. This is after, he was another nerd. He was a nerd. But this is after 3 straight duds. This is after Johnson, Grant. Just 200 days in his office. In the office, he was on his way to a college. And he was at a DC rail station. He was going to a college. This is Joe. He was going to do a year bond. He was going to go wild. He was shot twice in the back by a guy named Charles Guiteau. And Guiteau was very interesting. I looked at him last night. He was a moron. He was a traveler who fought
It's like a village idiot.
He would go fail town to town. Failed doing what? He would call. They were like, this guy fucking sucks. And he would be like, I'm going to start a paper for that call in a different town. He would fail. He would go to like Boston and yell at people. It didn't work. He would just go around fucking up. He was in DC. And he started trying to give speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he was like, I did that. I want to be the fucking ambassador of Paris. And they were like, no. He was like, how about me? So then he got angry and he bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of the mechanism. He bought a bulldog revolver and it had, he couldn't afford the ivory handle. Yeah. So the guy saw me. I'll give you the ivory handle. He was like, this is going to be in a museum. Right. He did. Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it. Yeah. But he shot him twice. As far as your show. I think back then he was walking. There was no secret service. You just walk up behind him and he yelled like, "I'm here for Arthur," who was the vice president. Chester Arthur. Yeah, it was like Chester Arthur is the real president because he's gonna kill these guys. Make me faster. Killed him. Garfield died 2 months later. So he's then the 4th guy. So he was the second guy to get killed in office. Yes. This is after second guy to get killed in office. Okay. Chester Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884's now comes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan. Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of
thought James Blaine was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely wins. He hated the press. One thing in school was he married a 21-year-old. Yeah, pretty good. Then he won the popular vote, lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, "Don't fucking move anything in the White House. We're going to be back in 4 years." Pretty odd. Benjamin Harrison is still around. Grandson of William Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He leave the office every day. Just go on. Just go upstairs. Yeah, just hang out. Okay, so him and so this is still just a run of horrific presidents that are just destroying.
We're marching through the late 1800s.
1893, Cleveland gets reelected. Yeah, people like his hot daughter, and now their new daughter. There's hot, right? Yeah, and now their new daughter, Baby Ruth.
Right, you're not going to win.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what they were saying was
no.
What I understood was if they did win, the insurance company would pay the verdict. If they removed the insurance company, the owners would
have candy bars back then?
The company and they could go after the owners. That's something I got.
You know, I told them, Malcolm named after him.
Corporate insurance policy covers so the lawyers and if they won and
candy bars named after Ruth Cleveland. I like that. Okay.
Even if they did win,
see if Malcolm was named after my mother's. I mean, it's just sad. What if it says Miss Shane? What if it says Mrs. CK?
So they just their insurance policy is just going to cover their deals.
Could be. That gets it. But these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment's at 18%. Great. Depression. McKinley comes into office 1897. He did his campaign entirely from his front porch in Ohio. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
He's the first Ohio guy, isn't he?
Grant.
Now the insurance company has to pay us.
Coach Grant is from Ohio.
It would have.
But there was like a run of Ohio guys, not straight through. There's a lot of Ohio.
All these guys.
Okay, so McKinley's from Ohio.
His last president served in the Civil War. He didn't want war. Everybody seemed to. His whole thing was cultivating good press. He's the first guy that seemed to master that.
Yeah.
He understood it because Cleveland before him fucking hated him.
So let's get to Teddy, okay? Because he's the only guy that was something important to say about McKinley.
Yeah, he started in 1898. The Spanish Empire was falling. Cuba was over. There was Cuban rebels. He didn't want to, but eventually got talked into it because guys like William Randolph Hearst, all the major media people were like, "We gotta go to war. Fuck that." So he sent the USS Maine into Cuba's port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. The media demanded war with Spain. So that's where Maine, all that shit comes from. McKinley created a situation in the White House that was pretty tight. So they could. It's exciting stuff. Nice work. This is a 10-week war. The U.S. fucks them up. In his thing, he annexed Puerto Rico and the Philippines, also annexed Hawaii in 1898. 1900, he wins the election, this time with his vice president, Teddy Roosevelt. Yes, and we can get into Teddy now.
So Teddy, fascinating about Teddy. First of all, Teddy was born deformed.
Yeah.
His lungs and organs were too small for his chest cavity. And his doctor, his father, he's got to stay in bed. He'll probably die.
70 at a time. Somebody else
So he told Teddy,
well, you weren't born with much of a body, so you'll have to make your body. And Teddy just became insane. Walked up, no matter what, just walked up and did. He was a ball of insane energy. He was just do anything.
It's kind of terrifying.
He was. And he was kind of an intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like, he was the first guy that they did, like, caricatures of. Like, he saw, because he had his crazy big teeth and his glasses. So he was the first guy that they drew, like, this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought that's cool because they're thinking about the fact that they're caricaturizing me means that I'm an icon, I'm something above them, you know? and he liked it, so he lived that part really free. But the other thing about him is that he didn't like being in charge of things. He liked being number two. So like they asked him to run New York City Police Department, and he came with commission. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners. He was like number two, but he ran everything from that number two position. He knew number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started, and I don't know this. I'm uneducated, and I read this a long time ago, but I think he invented the police academy. Because New York City, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a family of cops, or you had to pay somebody, because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in uniform, and the cops used to sleep like in alleys, and they didn't do it. They never stopped crime, and they just get paid to protect one gang or the other in New York City, and they were all fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's age restriction, you can't be old. He said, you have to be in shape. You have to go to an academy. You have to train to be a cop. You have to be taught. You have to have an education. You have to get taught lots of things that they have in school. And so he started that. The police department hated him. He pushed it through. He reformed the New York Police Department to the point, and this is where he was better than other politicians. He wanted to test them and show that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think the law was that you couldn't drink on Sunday. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust everybody who was drinking on Sunday. And 100% of New Yorkers hated him for this. And they ran him out of town on a rail. And he was fired. But for him, it was like, Teddy would do everything until he was despised. Like, he would go past the point because his goal was the goal. His goal is the cops are better, not everybody loves Teddy. So then every time he got fired, he would just go to Montana and live in a fucking hut in a and then they went and would send emissaries and say, please run this, please run this company, please run this. What do we say? And then they came to him and asked him, would you run the U.S. Navy? He did a similar thing to the United States Navy, which I bless him. He was obsessed with the war in 1812. I didn't realize it. When it was hell, we could have won that. We could have lost it because we didn't have a Navy. His whole thing was we need to have a Navy. That's right. The war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to, I think either West Point or the Naval Academy. It was like, it was probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now. England's failing. There needs to be one leader. Someone needs to be there. Somebody in the world. He did two things that have lasted until now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are national park system. No one even thought of that. That didn't exist. The idea of like the government should protect vast tracts of land and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because of him. They still don't have it. In the Amazon, they don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare, because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everyone just wishes they wanted to. So Teddy did that, and gave us a big change. And then he was vice president. He didn't want to get drafted into running for vice president. Let's talk about this was him and the Spanish War. Yes. What's it called? Hill. Fucking San Juan Hill. And he went over to Hill Dick. He was nuts. He got everybody killed. Yes, he did. He was crazy. Which was cool was the Rough Riders were cool. It was all Old West guys. Yes. Like gunslingers, buffalo hunters, Native Americans, mixed with New York Irish cops. Like just the nastiest fucking dudes. Well, back then, you could make like a two. Like you could tell the army, like I'm gonna make. I just bought them. I brought some guys, and we call ourselves Rough Riders. The army's like, okay, you're part of the army. It's 40.
Yes. And he had a family. He had a sick wife and a family. And they were like, what are you doing? Why the fuck did you go to war? Yeah, he's like, because he wanted to go to war.
He was also a rich patriarch in Oyster Bay. He had this beautiful house, a big family. He was responsible for a lot of people.
Yeah.
He took over when his dad died. He became like the man of a very sprawling family. His brother's great.
Teddy's brother's the one I knew. Was like, so in the beginning,
What was his brother's name?
I don't remember.
Was it Kermit? Was it another Kermit?
Might be
Kermit was his son.
Yeah.
He went to the Amazon later with his son, Kermit. He went on little rowboats up the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria, and Teddy weighed like 80 pounds. This is after he was president twice. This is in retirement. Like, he named certain tracts of the Amazon River.
He was crazy.
He was fucking nuts. So then when he was...
Wait, his brother was a drunk. Elliot was out of control. He was the one who was supposed to be the good son, right? But he got he just did what anyone would do if they were a Roosevelt.
Number one always fucks up the air. That's why Teddy was the number 2 son. Yeah. It's like Joe Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy's brother. Donald Trump didn't even order him. Brother John who drank himself. Yes. That's what his brothers do. Jimmy Carter's brother Billy drank himself to death.
Didn't Clinton have one?
Roger Clinton was younger than him. Okay. But yeah, a lot of these guys, older brothers, just couldn't make it.
But it's funny how his brother ended up in a mental hospital in Paris. And according to this documentary, he was drinking 6 bottles of brandy a day. And the way he died was he had delirium from the alcohol. He was trying to jump out the window, but he kept just running up and down the steps. And he got a heart attack. He had an aneurysm, seizure.
Okay, so when Teddy was, here's a great story about Teddy. The way where Teddy bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was on Pennsylvania and fucking state line. Not much. So Teddy was there and on tour as president, and there were some people. Every time the president comes to a town, they get so excited and plans. So they knew he loves hunting bear. Yeah. So when Teddy hunts bear, he's way up in the mountain alone with a gun, and it's him and the bear, and he might die. Yeah. But these people think he's like a gentleman hunter. So they take him, we're going to take him to hunt some bear, and they give him a gun, and they take him into the woods, and there's a bear chained to a tree. A little bear who's kind of emaciated, and it was chained to a tree, and they go, shoot him. And Teddy breaks down into tears. Yeah. And he says, for the love of God, let that poor animal go. And there was some journalist there who drew a picture that was like a little sketch that was in the paper of Teddy with this little bear, and people put that together, Teddy and bear, and started making these stuffed bears that looked like Teddy because of this. Jesus Christ! So that his first day as president.
Yeah. Oh well, McKinley gets shot.
Yeah.
He got shot by an anarchist named Leon Shulgosh, sure, whatever. But it was interesting. I think him
now we've lost 3 presidents.
3 guys got shot in the 1800s. Since the last 40 years.
Yes.
The people are like, this was a gunshot today. He would have survived in 2 days. Yeah. So Roosevelt found out about it. He was out doing some fucking hiking bullshit. Right. Somebody came running up the hill he's shot. You're the president. They get there. The guy's fine. He died from infection.
Yeah, a lot of these are bad business. Back then, you could cut the president on the finger to death.
Yeah.
Because of how bad medicine was and how infected it was. Yeah. So McKinley's dead.
They're in Buffalo, New York. He gets sworn in.
Yeah, Teddy's the president of the United States. His first day at the White House, he's like walking into the White House, and he runs into Booker T. Washington. Black fella.
Coke. Why is it all this Booker T? It's a black wrestler.
Oh, okay. So Booker T. Washington says, hey, I have some issues. I want to talk about that. Teddy says, come to dinner. Just come to the house tonight. Come to dinner. First night in the White House, he hosts a black
Never happened in the history of the country. Black man being a guest for dinner at the White House. The whole country. That's the first event of Teddy's presidency. Is that the Senate, and I could be having some of these things wrong, but the Senate unanimously censured the president for having, there was nobody in the mix. Like if it was happened today, and even like fucking AOC was like, oh no, you don't have the White House. Everyone like all the way across the board said that's not okay. And they censured him. They tried to throw him out. They're like, maybe we should impeach him. But the best thing they could do is censure him for having had a black man as a guest in the White House. So this was what Teddy, this is the kind of guy he was. He went on, he had dinner constantly, and he went on a speaking tour with him. He made him, like, he elevated him more and more, because he was just like, you know,
pull up
There's one more I want to say about the Spanish Civil War that's pretty funny. Yeah, they took that hill. He was on his horse. Everybody else was like, so they took one hill, and then he saw San Juan, or whatever it's called. He was like, we're going to take that. He went all by himself, right? 5 guys.
Oh, okay. So
3 of them got shot.
Yeah, because he went all of a sudden. Yeah, like, we're doing this.
Yeah, he didn't order anything.
No, he like hail of gunfire.
So then he came back. And one of the guys was laying down. He was like, how are you going to lay down when I'm up on this horse and get up? And as soon as the guy stood up, he got shot in the head. He killed him instantly. Then he led the charge, and they were all, you know, a lot of them died. But some of them did it incredibly. He did it purely out of, like, I wanted to be in war, which is really terrible. Terrible. Yeah, I mean, it's, but he won. He won. It worked out. It did work out.
And then when he was, another great story about him that I heard was that he would fight whoever was the heavyweight champion. He would bare knuckle. So like Jack Johnson, I think, had just won the championship, so he doesn't know this. It's going to happen. He's invited to the White House. So I don't know if they had an Oval Office yet. Yeah. Comes to the Oval Office. Like they did. Teddy was like, "Oh, terrific!" And he fucking started. And Jack Johnson's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Come on now," because to him it was like it made sense that the president should fight with the heavyweight champion, and he fought him. And Johnson blinded in one eye, and Teddy begged him, "Please don't tell anybody, because I'll get it." Because Teddy, he's not supposed to do this. So he used to get people to leave the room, and then he fought him, and he was always blind in that eye, which he was always in denial about. He was sort of ashamed he did this thing.
Yeah, this guy's insane.
He was nuts. Again, to me, I'm approaching these guys as characters.
Yeah,
Fascinating.
but he did a ton of great shit, and then he started going after all these trusts. He started breaking up all these monopolies. So he's the first president from this fucking wall of just garbage presidents to start to actually like reform shit. That's right. It started really.
Well, that's what he did. Like when he was governor of New York, he was doing something that was like huge. And one of his aides said, "If you pull this off, you could run for president." And Teddy just snapped and said, "Don't ever in your life say something like that to me." He said, "If I add my own career and potential to the math of my decisions, then it'll destroy everything." He said, "We never think about my career." And he really did live that way.
Yeah. He personally wanted. That's funny. Like he wrote to his lady because he was in DC. Yeah. Maybe before he was vice president. He was in New York. That's where he became. He was in New York. And that guy that he was in his political party. I forget the guy's name. Was like sent him to DC. I don't want to go to New York.
Yeah.
He's a fucking nightmare.
No, he was fighting every. He had no comfortable place to possibly be, but president of the United States.
But he was like, every time I walked past the White House, like, I could be there someday.
Yes.
Like he had that.
But the greatest piece of film on Teddy is that he was the first president to fly in an airplane. And there's film of it. He
went in with a hot rod guy who was like a barnstormer guy, and biplane, and they show him, it's shitty black and white footage when he gets in the plane and it corkscrews and he was already retired, he was kind of older, and you see him get out of it, you see him go like, that's great. But that's how much of a badass he was.
Youngest president.
Still haven't even decided.
Youngest one, 42 or 43,
Yes. Won 2 terms, and then
elected.
and then left. Then he decided not to run the third time because he didn't like Republican politics. And then he ran for a third term after skipping a term.
And he split the vote
On a new, what was it called? The party moguls, something like that.
Skipped the party, got shot.
Yes, he got shot point blank in the chest. And he had a big thick thing of his speech, and he had something else metal. I forget what was out. Something that wasn't a flask gun.
Yeah.
But he had some shit in his pocket. The
bullet got lodged into his chest, though.
Right, but it was in his chest. It didn't get into his.
It didn't break his muscle.
No,
It stuck there, and then he apparently cleared his throat.
finish the speech.
And he said he was going to take a lot more to kill Bulldoze.
That's what he
Which
said.
is pretty fucking wild. Getting shot in the middle of a speech and clearing your throat.
Great moment.
Then he personally elected the next guy, which I'm Taft. Could have been Taft. And then Taft
Well, that's 2019.
is okay.
Fat, extremely fat guy. Did he die in a bathtub?
No, he got stuck.
Something about diving in the tub.
Didn't he get stuck? He gets stuck and then he gets buttered out of the tub. And that takes us to Wilson because Taft ran against Wilson. Roosevelt decided he wants to come back.
And Wilson was split Jersey. Governor of New Jersey or something?
I don't know. This is where I stopped.
Wilson is, I don't know much about him, except for me, like some of the sources for what I know about these guys come from different places. So what I know about Wilson is because I read this book about, it was called Peace to End All Peace, a book that everybody should read. And it's about how World War I, the end of World War I, was how all the Middle Eastern countries were drawn. Iraq and Iran and Syria and all these places only exist because of British, American, French. These are lines that were, these are countries. That's why we don't have like Kurdistan. There's no Kurdistan, but there's Kurdish people. Yeah, they just didn't have a place at that table. So we just made Iraq. Iraq is a bunch of different.
What's it called? What's it called? It's something. It's 2 names. But yeah, it was colonization. They just were like,
the treaty, whatever. But anyway, World War I was this just bizarre, stupid. Until World War I, Europe was still all kings and princes, and there was still a country called Russia, and there was guys that went with like helmets with brushes on the top, and they marched around, and he was like the prince of, and it was still the whole, and they had some budding democracy. They still gave an enormous amount of power. They're stupid fucking
to one family.
Yes,
they were all related.
Yes, and they were all married to each other. Yes,
and the leaders of World War I were cousins.
Kaiser Wilhelm was an uncle to like Nicholas Tsar, King George, Russia. And so they fought this ridiculous war because, and now they had something that's mechanized. They had machine guns. Some of the ships built here, and they just started like firing crazy weapons at each other, artillery, and the U.S. But the real thing about that war was the Middle East. It was the Turkish Ottoman Empire. It was falling apart, and all of these European countries wanted a peace of what was going to be. I think they could start to figure out that oil was in the Middle East. I don't have all this worked out in my head. But Wilson refused to get into the war because he came from this imperialist bullshit. And at the time, America was against going out and sending troops to places for imperialism was something America hated. It still wasn't that long ago. We were a colony. So we finally did it in World War I, and I don't know why.
It was hard for the U.S. to enter because half the population is German. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Half's Irish. They fucking hated it. Yes. All this. And then I think it was like the Lusitania
They
just stopped doing all these. They're always bullshit. I don't know what it was. I think Lusitania did have weapons on it.
Well, we were selling weapons. We were making money on it. But when we entered the war, we didn't fight in the Middle East. We're the only allied country that we didn't send any troops. We made up for it later. Sure. Sure. But that was our position. We had like, there was like a morality to what we did, at least politically. Economically, never cared. Sure. Because those levers.
Whatever.
Anyway, I don't know. I'm getting way out of my depth. I don't know that much about Wilson. I don't know who's after Wilson.
Wilson after Wilson would be.
And they started arguing. They were like, okay, well,
what's that? Harding.
Evidence.
Don't know. Harding was. He was corrupt. He was really corrupt. That started leading to.
And they were going on and his lawyers got
fucking whatever. Damn. Coolidge. Same thing. Just watching shit like these guys. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's the roaring 20s though. So shit's going well financially.
Yeah, they had their pandemic during all this.
These guys are all
serious. Like they thought that, and oh, this is serious.
It's just out of control. The economy's out of control, but everything. And this is post World War I.
So who's after Coolidge?
Coolidge is Hoover. After Hoover, right? Herbert Hoover. And then this shit started to turn around in the middle. And then here comes FDR.
Okay, so FDR, like again, my approach is always with these guys more as people, and my favorite take on FDR is what's his name? Churchill's. So I read this book, Churchill, and it's called Franklin and Winston, about their relationship. Yeah, Churchill was a nerd. He was, fat, English drunk nerd. He was a lord. He was a lord, great nerd. Now, Franklin Roosevelt was also a rich kid. He was a nerd. And he was also really dedicated to the people. And he did a lot of things like up here in upstate New York. He had Hyde Park. There's all these massive estates, Hyde Park, and the Vanderbilts lived next door. And he gave, when he became president, gave Hyde Park to the country. He said, you just let it be a museum for a time when people lived like this. And he persuaded his next door neighbors, the Vanderbilts, to do the same. He got all the upstate rich people. He said, visit the city and give these places for the people to visit. So that's the kind of guy he was. But so Winston Churchill worshipped Roosevelt. He just thought he was the Americans came off really cool back then, and Churchill was like this, very and so there's a few intimate stories that are great about the two of them. One of them, Winston came to Hyde Park to plead the case, please come into the war, because Franklin wasn't coming into the war. So he spent like a night in Hyde Park, and they talked, and it was Churchill's feeling like for the first time that Franklin maybe liked him. And so the moment that's in his book is that he was in his car, Churchill, at night, and FDR was seeing him off. He's like at the window of his car. Churchill said, Franklin, I feel so good to have really spent time with you. I feel a connection. And Roosevelt said, take it. And then the other one, he just hurt his feelings. Then the other great thing was at Yalta, the conference in Yalta, where FDR and Churchill are trying to get Stalin to come into the Allied. He could have come to either side. It was awesome, or he could have stayed out. But a Russian front to the war was everything. It turned out to be everything. Same thing that happened it's what stopped, it's what killed Napoleon, because Russia's just this deep forest, and anybody who invades Russia just gets absorbed and then stuck for the winter. It killed Napoleon, and it eventually took Hitler. It's not where they lose, but it's where they get their brains. Okay, so Churchill is like the European states, he's the one who's been fighting the war longer, and he's been mechanizing, how am I going to do this? And so when they get to Yalta, he goes to Roosevelt and says, let's talk, let's plan how we're going to get Joseph. And FDR goes, let's have lunch. We'll do it after lunch. He's like, okay, when are we going to
we got to combat you. We got to triangulate. You come from that good cop, bad cop. Like, what do you want to do? And FDR's like, sorry. I got we'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it. And then they're at lunch with Stalin. And
essentially, in a very nice way. Like you walk in, it's not like they held it up, like they walk out. It wasn't
Churchill. Look at my fat.
Like it was like great. Right, and
what like ridiculous he is. And Stalin like shot, and he looks at Churchill, and he just laughs, and he fucking drinks vodka with FDR, and they fucking singing songs. And FDR and Joseph are like best friends. Churchill is a fucking loser, and then and FDR is like, so you come in our side? And Churchill's like, yes, I come in your side. Of course I come in your side. He just read the room and he knew what had to be done. And he was throwing fucking Winston Churchill on the bus. It made you feel like a fat. He was mad. Shane agreed. He was mad. Churchill was mad. Like, yeah, he left there. No, but he got he won World War II. And yes, he did. But it had to be over there. The best was one cool one about Churchill. Roosevelt. Not really Roosevelt, but just after Pearl Harbor. Churchill sent a cigar to the king. It was like, we just want, like, as soon as Pearl Harbor. Right. He was like, that's all he wanted was there is one point where he needed to meet in person with FDR. So British fleet took Churchill into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and the American fleet sent warship that had FDR's yacht, like just sitting on the deck of an aircraft carrier, and they lowered his yacht into the water in the middle of the ocean, and they put it over to Churchill in English, and they were springed by, like, if the Nazis had come along, there was like 1,000 guns just for a meeting between those two guys on a yacht drinking whiskey in the middle of the ocean. So that's all I got on FDR. 3 times. Yeah. And then he died. So Truman. Okay. Truman fuck the New Deal. We don't need to talk about it. Yeah, don't care. I'm talking about the guys, not the American history. So Truman was his third vice president. Truman was in Missouri, I think. Yes, and he was considered kind of a fucking loser. He was like hated the way that like Ted Cruz is hated. Like that kind of like if you talk to people in Washington, they're just like, I can't with that fucking guy for different reasons. But Truman was picked. FDR was like, who can we pick that's not gonna fuck things up? And they picked Truman. Truman was a guy who wanted to have a dashery. It didn't work out yet. He was one of these guys. His father was a farmer, and he was running his farm, and then he went and worked at the bank and was kicking ass. Yeah. And then his father's farm failed, and so he took it over, and that wiped out like 10 years of his life was just being a farmer. And he had to have a dashery that didn't work, whatever. But so Truman went to the Senate, and then when he was a senator, his focus was graft during World War II. Basically, all the money, like billions of dollars, would be appropriated for the war and given to American industries, and they would all steal them. And every senator in Washington was stealing. We were fighting Hitler, and everybody in Washington was just stealing money and fleecing their fucking pockets, like openly in front of everybody. And so Truman had this idea: let's not do that. Let's try to win. Let's try to win, and let's try to get money to the soldiers who were dying, and everyone hated. That's why they hated him. They fucking hated him. What's that? I would have hated him. Most everybody hates the guy. Yeah, everybody hates the one guy. Yeah. Even FDR was like, do we really want a guy? He's like, no, we at least steal the money. Yeah. So
They made him vice president. Like nobody they locked him out of every. Like they always do the vice president. So one day he's in Sam Rayburn's office. Sam Rayburn was like the greatest speaker of the House ever. Sam Rayburn. There's the building that all the offices are in. Is the Sam Rayburn building. He was like the first great speaker, one of the great speakers.
But if you go,
so Sam Rayburn, he's in his office playing poker with Sam Rayburn. They had a like a dark, the virtual smoky room. And Truman is just a loser, vice president. Nobody talks to him. And he's playing poker with Sam and the other guys late into the night, having a good time. And then he gets a call. And it's Eleanor Roosevelt.
Well,
she says my husband just died.
Look, they have
you need to get to the White House. So out of habit, you hear about him. He just went on the street alone and hailed a cab. Yeah. And there's one moment where he's in a taxi and he realizes Jesus Christ, we're at war, and the president of the United States is in a taxi. Nobody knows where he is. And then the famous moment is that he got to the White House and Eleanor greeted him at the door and said, Mrs. President, or whatever, is there anything I can do for you? And she says, Mr. President, is there anything I can do for you? Yeah. And everyone was like, this is something. Yeah. She's like, you're the one who's in trouble. Truman's going to pull out. Yeah. But he was very good. He was. He was in Japan. Dropped the bomb. There's a,
and don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
They had it coming. There's this thing in history where everyone wants to be like, I can't believe they did that.
No, there's the account of the announcement. Truman was on a ship when he was on a big ship and he was having a big banquet. Yeah. And he got the report in his ear, like George Bush, that they had just worked. Yeah, that it worked. There's no video work. And he did a little ting, 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 ting. Hey, everybody, just so you know, we dropped a bomb on the jet on Hiroshima. It worked. And we're starting again. And I think Nagasaki had dropped after all. And it looks like they had a day. And everybody applauded because there was no conflict. Because the Japanese were never going to surrender. Yeah. And the amount of people that would have died, this is what it's like when you get deep into war. How many people have died so far? How many more will die if we do it this way? Yeah. How many will die if we do it this way? So that's what happened. I don't have an opinion about it. I doubt. But that's fine. But
here's the thing. Nobody cares about Dresden. Nobody cares about
Dresden. Way more people died.
Yeah. And it's also, first off, kind of, well, it's not more horrific. They both had like fire tornadoes. Yeah, that just wiped out.
They set the towers on fire.
Yeah, it's the scariest thing in the world. It's awful. It sucked the oxygen out of the city, and there were fire tornadoes.
Yes.
People were melting in the streets.
Yes.
Into the street.
Going down the drain.
The pavement melted. So they'd run out of their houses, and their feet would get stuck. And then they'd reach down, and they'd just be stuck. I mean, it's the worst thing in the world. But, they might have had it coming. But of course, these are civilians.
There's a joke about two agents running into each other on the street in Hollywood, and one of them was like, "Hey, what have you been up to?" Because I produced a special for Celine Dion or whatever. Yeah. Because how'd you like working with her? She's like, "Fucking cunt, fucking worthless, fucking spoiled brat, fucking drunk, fucking drug addict cunt. I hope she fucking dies." The other guy goes, "She's my niece." The guy goes, "Let me finish." So, cut it out. That's a good show. So, okay, why do we get that? Because Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So we dropped Truman dropped bombs. And won the war, and then the next guy is.
What they started doing was.
I only have one good Eisenhower story that I saw told by his son after Eisenhower retired. He was a fucking general. Yeah, filled in. Yeah. And then he was president.
The government was backing.
And he was president at a very good time. He was one of the few presidents that just kind of started Vietnam, but
yes,
it was
damn good eating part of our history. Korea. But other than that, he had a pretty good time.
Got us kicked off in Korea for no reason. No reason. Zero reason. Zero reason. Vietnam, no, nothing accomplished.
Turns out nothing accomplished. But at the time, you wanted to stop the spread of communism.
Yeah, no, now you bring it.
Yeah, so we need to stop the spread.
Whatever, it's just good.
We need to stop Russia.
You gotta just, kill Russia. Russians died. But when he retired, there's a story I saw his son tell in an interview where he had made a putting green on his front lawn. Like he got Kentucky bluegrass or whatever. Like he got like perfect grass because he was all he wanted to do was putt in front of his house. And then he had a corral where he had horses.
This is after his brother.
Yeah,
he's done.
He's done just was large with his whole family. And they're all sitting there, and the horse, green horse, gets out. Brown horse gets out of the corral and jumps onto the putting green and just starts taking bites out of it and destroying it. And his family looks at the general. It was their father, but they called him the general. And he just said, "Isn't that the most beautiful thing you ever saw in your life?" And they realized, wow, he's not the same guy. He's a different guy.
So we forgot, we skipped one thing, which somehow I didn't know. Eleanor Roosevelt was his fucking cousin. Was FDR's cousin.
Well, it was Teddy. Teddy's her uncle.
Well, no, Teddy was her uncle. Teddy was FDR's cousin.
Well, he was like his he was like a second cousin, the way that your father's cousin is your second.
That crazy brother, was Teddy's crazy brother was her father. Was Eleanor's father.
Right, they were all related.
They were related.
Yes, and Teddy was his hero.
Yeah, he even got those glasses when he was younger.
Yes,
it's very nice. And then he got to school. He went to school as a young boy, and he was just surrounded by his whole life from rich adults. And then he got to school and everything started whooping his ass. Pretty fun. So now we're on Ike.
Ike, I don't know nothing about him except for that one story about the horse.
Don't think about it being called Ike. Was everybody in his family, him and his siblings were all called Ike.
Right? This was his last name. Yeah, no. Ike.
Investors and
Isaac.
the government has dumped
Dwight Isaac. Yeah, but Ike has nothing to do with it. No, he said he had no idea why he was called Ike. No, he said him and all his siblings were all called Ike. They would call each other Ike, right? It was like they're like, hey.
Was he the one where it was Dewey wins that thing that happened? There was that newspaper headline said Dewey wins the election.
For some reason, I counted too quick. For some reason, I thought that was always FDR.
I think it's FDR. You're right. I don't know what all these also is.
Truman was holding up. Yeah, so Truman got reelected.
So your whole economy.
So Eisenhower just running whatever. So then after, so Nixon was his vice president, and Nixon got in trouble when he was vice president. Because people said he was doing graft and he was taking money already when he was young. First of all, he was a senator and he was a Pinko hating. Like he started the whole thing. He like started the whole Red Scare. Yeah. And he went after a lady who was a local beloved politician, and he called her the Pink Lady. It's the first time that they started this thing with Pinkos, Pinkos. And she went on to star in Beverly Hillbillies. She's the banker's assistant. I don't know if you watched that show, Beverly Hills. No, she was like one of the stars. Yeah, she was called the Pink Lady.
So Pinko comes from Pink Lady.
Yeah, he started this Pinko, and he called it a Pink Lady. And he hated communists. And there's a famous picture of him looking at a piece of microfilm that was supposed to be documents that he found that were being stolen by communists. And and they killed the Rosenbergs. Yeah, all that stuff. But they had what? No, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. Wait a minute. When the Cold War started to lift, anytime someone dies, when the Cold War started to lift, the KGB said, by the way, the Rosenbergs never heard of them. Like they did nothing. It was a giant red herring. We killed America.
very so with children. They didn't do anything ever. They blamed the Rosenbergs for nuclear secrets, right? Yes. But they didn't. No. And that's all Nixon was really into that shit. It'd be funny if they're like, we don't know anything about nukes. Yeah, we still don't. Seen one. So Nixon becomes vice president. He gets in trouble, and so he gives a speech on television where he's sitting at a desk. It's called the Checkers speech because he had a dog named Checkers who was given to his children, and they said it was a gift that he was supposed to register. You know what I mean? Like he's taking gifts from dog. Pre-quote pro. Yeah. And then the dog was an expensive dog given to his children. So he goes on TV and he tells his finances to the American people, and he says, I'm an honest person, we didn't steal anything, and here's what happened. And he says, but there's been some comment about this dog. The kids love that dog, and we're going to keep it. And that was like a moment that people were like, I'm a hero today. But people never really trusted him because of way back then. So then he runs against Kennedy. Number 4. Yes. And first, Kennedy was on the ballot. He tried to run against Yes, I believe so. Okay. And then he went to the convention. It was going to be, I think Kennedy lost at the that used to be the convention where they picked the guy, whoever the fuck, Adelaide Stevenson. No, he was his VP. I don't fucking remember how all this works. Yeah, I'm confused by it. Sorry. I think Adelaide Stevenson was. I think Kennedy was supposed to. Okay, I don't care. Yeah. So Kennedy and Nixon debate on television. Nixon's when Nixon and Kennedy's not the best looking guy. Everybody always is like he's a hawk. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? He's a hawk. What did he just say? Oh, he's got that. He's listening. He is listening. Sometimes he looks like a bit of a goat. Like he's got wide and weird eyes. He has better minds. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. He's a good guy. Him and Bob. He's got babies for sure. But yeah. Well, you beat. You're a decent looking guy. You're a nice looking guy. You're not handsome the way Kennedy was. I mean, that's a handsome face. That's a handsome man with that head of hair. With that, what of that head? Not anymore. No, somebody shot back. Who did you? A lot of people. Yeah, you think like 6 guys. I think a lot of guys shot him. Somebody, there were like 4 people that shot him. Somebody with a paper clip. Yeah, fucking. Wait, do you have any opinions on that? Do you think it was? Do you believe it was the lone gunman, Lee Harvey? I think you can take any event in human history and find no. Yeah, look at dig. And I think a presidential assassination is so interesting. Yeah. So I don't have. I mean, I'm fascinated by it. Yeah, it's really interesting. There are some things around and to read about. It's fun to look at. Of course, because it's seeing the culture of it is like the greatest. It seems kind of like something. Yeah. Was it because I always was he trying to end Vietnam? No, it had just kind of kicked off. Yeah, there's also civil rights and all that stuff. Yeah, ramming that down the throats of some guys, and they offered him a false flag in Cuba. It's like, no, right? I mean, it's crazy what he did, what he fought against the states. Yeah, like what's his name? The guy at the college with black kids coming in. Yeah, standing going, you're not coming in here. Yeah, there's a great documentary that everybody should watch. That's about Robert Kennedy, who was he made his own brother the fucking attorney general, which is insane. And who was like 20 when he made him attorney general. And at the time, what's his name was fucking FBI. The guy Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover was at the head of the FBI, and he had to work under his kid Kennedy. There was a lot of the tension in the country about that. But anyway, history hasn't been too kind to J. Edgar. No, it hasn't.
Because he was gay.
Well, he was a cross-dresser.
That's why people don't like him.
Some people, I don't know which version of this kind of thing he was, but he wore clothes for women. Nature.
It's all good.
I don't know that he had sex with men, but he wore women.
Yeah, two different things. I don't know. He dressed up like ladies and tried to blackmail like MLK.
Yeah.
he did right.
He'd be like dressed in a woman's dress with lipstick.
Like, I know what he's saying. I know what you've been up to, MLK. You never see that letter they wrote? They wrote one. The FBI sent Martin Luther King a letter that was like, "You should fucking kill yourself.
Really?
We're gonna help you if you don't kill yourself in the next 30 days."
We're just trying to hurt his feelings.
No, they're trying to kill him.
It's just like in shitty text.
It's in typewriter. They sent him a letter. I think Loretta Scott opened that.
Wow.
Coretta. That's it. Whatever. It's close.
What's happening? You're subscribing to the channel and garage?
Loretta.
Really? Yeah.
Coretta.
Even my
Yeah, she was like, "Fuck this." He's like, "Fucking goddamn FBI is trying to cheat." Wow, did I call him? I'm cheating. The fucking FBI again.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, fucking all these women. But it actually was the FBI. He wasn't. But man, that probably was a tough sell. It probably was your lady. Like,
She's like, this says you can fucking all these women. He's like, but you're missing the point. The FBI is trying to kill me. He's like, it was the way it's honey. This is we're gonna talk about this later, but eventually. So, Kennedy. Here's a great Kennedy story. So, Peter Salinger, I think his name was Peter Salinger. He was great. He was a journalist who hung out with Kennedy a lot. So they're in Kennedy's in the Oval Office, and what Kennedy really liked bragging about was that he could get anybody on the phone, having the White House operators, and any human being in the world. So he said to Peter Salinger, give me a name. I can get him on the phone in 10 minutes. And he happened to know that Truman Capote was already like in a cabin in the woods, cut off, no phone, on sabbatical. And so he says, Truman Capote. And so Kennedy picks up the phone and says, yeah, give me a Capote, please. And just hangs up and they keep talking. And in 10 minutes, he hears like they fucking got a helicopter and they lowered it. And so that's what he was like. He liked being president. He was cool. He was a cool president. And the thing about him, and because Nixon and Kennedy's stories are just attached. Nixon was a nerd and Kennedy was cool. And it's another thing, like Churchill and FDR, that Nixon was always heartbroken. He was a bird jack because he was a cooler guy. There's a little story that's in Kennedy's, I think no, it's in Nixon's, what do you call it, his library, about how the two of them, when they were senators, they were sent to Philadelphia to debate. Like they used to do this. The Senate would say, they get a Democrat vote, you guys go out and debate on the issue. So the two of them were in a sleeper car together, so going overnight or whatever, or some city that had to be a sleeper car. And Kennedy and so Nixon suggested who gets the top bucks. Let's flip a coin. This is the story. And then they flipped a coin and Kennedy won. That's why it's a funny story to people. It's the first time that they But I picture this story like a fly on the wall. They're in the sleeper car, and Nixon's like, just nerd, packed up his suitcase. Kennedy's Kennedy's hungover, good-looking dude, smoking a cigarette, and he's like, I gotta be this fucking Nixon. He hates Nixon. And Nixon's like, so I guess we should flip a coin. And Kennedy's like, what? They all decide. Yeah, and he won. Well, you won. Okay, Derek, get up. Get up there. We can get the fuck up there. Fucking climb up there. Yeah, so that was them. And then, okay, so Kennedy gets shot in the head. Yeah, and throat. Yes. And the bullet somehow hits the guy in front of him a little weird. But he did have AIDS. Yeah, he died of AIDS. It's the first one. Yeah, also killed the governor. Paralyzed the governor?
Yeah, 23. Like, in this case, you know what it had when he started?
Fucking got to Texas also. Whatever. That's another one they said. Today's medicine.
You had what?
You would have made
I had 3 followers.
Just emptied head.
So then LBJ comes in.
Okay, so LBJ was a fucking fascinating dude.
Hold on.
How long have we been at this?
Yeah.
He's worth a fortune.
We're exactly right on time. So let's do this.
Yeah.
We're gonna read some ads.
I need Gunner.
Okay. All right, and then we're gonna switch over to the Patreon for the last part. So join the Patreon.
Why do you switch? Why do you make it on Patreon?
That way.
The money? You need the money?
Yes.
Really?
No, I don't.
And the Patreon? You're gonna make him listen to ads and then switch to Patreon?
Hold on.
This is like when I watch a fucking fight on DAZN, which I pay for, and there's a fucking ad between the rounds. Hold on. Is it subscription or is it fucking ad?
Shit, there's 3 ads.
Yeah, well, you don't have to put this on Patreon. You don't have to.
It's not for me. Matt and Sean.
How much do you get for Patreon? How much really?
I'll tell you.
Tell me. How much do you think you'll make on this on Patreon?
If 1,000 people join the Patreon, that's $5 a month.
It's $5,000 a month. And you think they just stay.
And then, yeah, they like it.
Like, you think 1,000 people will join your Patreon? 5,000 new people
on ESPN
because of this.
Guys,
I support the greatest history. $5,000 a month to keep this content.
This could be the greatest history podcast of all time, and thank Christ it's brought to you by Manscaped. Fellas, is your bush? Oh my God, they're trying to run it like we're talking. Fellas, is your bush in super grandma mode?
What a 360.
Manscaped, the kilometers and below ice cream has the best tools for your job. Hancock, holy shit. Their performance package 4.0 is the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Go to manscaped.com, 20% off if you use promo code TRASH. This is a bit of a nightmare. Get the most precise. Dude, why are they doing this? I didn't write this. Get the most precise shave on your Ulysses S. Gooch. Waterproof lawnmower.
John Hancock wasn't a president. You fucking idiot.
There was
I don't doubt the product is whatever it says it is, but they're copyrighted, man.
Clear your holes with the Wiki Wild Weed Whacker. Dude, just stick to regular, please.
President
there's a lot of stuff. Clean yourself up with the crop preserver, crop preserver, skin. You spray stuff on your balls. Anyway, get 20% off plus free shipping with the promo code TRASH at manscaped.com. Is 20% off. Lord, after using Manscaped, your balls will be as golden as the Notre Dame football helmets. I don't know why they did that. Hey, they're doing this. They changed it for all.
Yeah.
And
so as soon as I get
Hey,
out,
also, we're brought to you by Sheath. If you listen to our show, you probably got a huge dick.
I need to questions. Like he dropped all for 3/10.
And you're probably sick of reaching down to get it unstuck for your balls. Thank God there's Sheath underwear. Sheath underwear keeps your balls off your legs. The idea for Sheath came from his founder, U.S. Army Robert Pat, during his second tour in Iraq.
I figured this guy.
The founder of Sheath underwear, Robert Pat. Yeah, and it worked for him. So it'll work for you. Support the show and support this awesome veteran-owned company like an American. Go to sheathunderwear.com and use promo code TRASH to get 20% off your first order everywhere that comes with Sheath Underwear is 100% money back guaranteed at sheathunderwear.com. Holy shit.
Everybody I know right now. Oh, the doctor.
You want to read one?
Oh, hey, doctor. Too bad this isn't live with these donations.
We're brought to you by DraftKings. Keep doing that. Yeah, that's fine. The NBA playoff action is non-stop at DraftKings Sportsbook, an original sportsbook betting partner in the NBA. What are you betting on, Sean? What have you won lately?
What? I tell you, I can't tell you. I don't want to cheat things.
Such a mistake.
You tell me off air?
Yes, of course. So, but like Sam, I've got like 5 or 6 guys.
There's never been a better time to get on DraftKings. This week, your customers can bet just $5 on any team to get $150 in free bets if they do. Looking to turn a small bet into a big day? use DraftKings same games parlays. They're just that. You combine multiple bets, like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, boom, you've got a shot at an even bigger payout. Right now, all customers place the same game parlay. Fuck. 3 more legs, get free. Just bet money. Just gamble. Download DraftKingsSportsbookApp.com. Download the sports app now. Use promo code DRENCH and bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game. You get $150 in free bets if they do. That's promo code DRENCH. At DraftKings Sportsbook. Also, you know has a game like
people who don't know, the Emperor.
Call 1-800-GAME. So we're going to switch over to the Patreon. That way we can get up to the live episodes. And thank you for listening.
Has tried to mount a coup in the Congo. There's a documentary about that. Congo was convicted for stealing 180. He fought the federal government of
180. I was thinking about the first time like Congress had to come up with the age of consent. That'd be like the powdered wigs and stuff. That had to be a rough day for the fellas. It's like some guy coming up first, like, from Rhode Island, 12. And I was like, ew. No, dude. I don't know. Why did I have to go first on this one? It's like the hardest one to go first on. Just talking shit. That's exciting. I was a little too excited. I panicked and got this haircut. What an insane fuck up. My hair was fine. It was totally fine. Even 2 days ago, I was like, I gotta salvage this. It's crazy that I thought the hair, like my hair was. I was like, if I fix my hair, I'll look good. Like, that was the final piece of the puzzle for me. There's a Dominican barbershop by my house in New York. I think I'm the first white guy that's ever been in there. I was basically Christopher Columbus of this barbershop. That fucked me up, dude. If you're white, don't get a Dominican haircut. You end up just looking more racist. It was nice though. He kept trying to reassure me the whole time. He's like, no, man, John, it's good. That's all he kept saying your head is good. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Whatever, fuck this haircut. How are you guys? Look, it's good. It's good. I'm happy. It's nice. Everybody's back inside, all that shit. I don't know. I liked COVID. I had a nice time. I live in New York, so I left. I went back to my parents' house because I have white privilege. Some people didn't get to leave the city. I did because of my privilege. I used it. You gotta use it. You know what I mean? Does it feel more disrespectful to waste it? You know what? Then we're all just being racist for nothing. But no, it's good. I went home. My parents, I've been living with them in over 10 years. They got old. They're old as fuck. Needed milk, though. I'm back on milk. Fucking crushing milk lately. I got fucking milk fat this year. It's a weird time in life to have a milk renaissance. It's 33. But it was nice. I think my favorite part of the year was I got to watch my dad watch the news. It was a rough year for my dad and the news. He's a Fox News guy. Oh, yeah, it's fine. So I see you guys. Most of you that have Fox News dads. dads. How dare fathers? That's a good dad. I don't watch Fox, but that's a good dad. Fox News mom? That's bad. You don't want Fox News mom. That's a bad mom. She smokes in the house. But a Fox News dad, that's a good fucking dad. Can you imagine if you had a fucking MSNBC dad? Some guy every night at dinner like, we need to start focusing on renewable energy. Like, dude, I didn't know dad was gay. Talking to me about solar panels like a fucking lady. They might have her straight as hell, dude. We fucking hate the environment. That's how straight we are. All we talk about is eating pussy and fracking. We hate nature. We go fishing, we don't even eat fish, dude. We just catch them and fucking. No, he's good. He likes Fox. He watches Fox. He watches it every night. Like every Fox News dad. My dad watches Fox every night until he can't. That's how long they watch. They watch every night until they get so angry they have to go to bed. My dad will watch for like 2 hours and then out of nowhere he'll just stand up and be like, fucking Mr. Potato Head's trans? I'm going to bed. This world's going to hell. He's all about it, dude. He loves it. Like every Fox News dad, my dad watches Fox with one goal. He's just trying to get one fact. That's all he's doing. He's sitting there. He's trying to retain one piece of information that he can then relay to whoever's unlucky enough to enter the living room while he's watching. And you'd think it'd be easy to get one fact, but every once in a while there's like a commercial for like a commemorative 9/11 gold coin. Just fucking wipes their hard drive. What was I watching? I gotta get one of those. I gotta get my hands on one of those patriotic coins. My dad drinks too, so he can never get a fact. Never. He'll come in the living room and he's hammered watching the news every night, which is the wildest way to take in the world politics. Like just hammered in a recliner, like, whoa. It's like footage of rocket attacks in Israel. Whoa. What the hell are they doing over there? What's these guys' problem? But he can never get a fact. Like he tries. He uses Fox News as like a PowerPoint for what he's trying to say. Like everyone, like we'll be eating dinner and like Hannity will be saying something. He's like, "See, Dad, that's what I meant. Look at that. That's me talking. I can't say it that good." You can never get a fact. You'll walk in the living room. He's been watching the news for 3 hours. You'll be like, "All right, what's going on in the world?" He's like, "You want to know?" I'll tell you. Fucking Nancy Pelosi's a bitch. Like, all right. Settle down, dude. So that was the news that's the news every night with my dad. I'm just like breaking. Did you know Nancy Pelosi's a bitch? I was like, yeah. I feel it. Everything they say he agrees with. He's all in. I realize like Fox News is basically black church for old white dudes. You know what I mean? Like literally everything they say, my dad just sits there like, yes, preach, Tucker. Every once in a while he gets hit with the Holy Spirit while he's watching it. The Holy Ghost visits him. He's just like, oh, build a wall. Can I get a wall? He needs a wall. Why that needs a wall? For a guy who lives in central Pennsylvania, securing the southern border is like oddly important to him. I don't know what he's worried about. Like he's gonna lose his job. You know, like some guy from Honduras is gonna walk the whole way to Pennsylvania, just slam a resume down on my dad's boss's desk. So you're here for the sales position? Also, I was just at the border of Arizona and Mexico. There's a wall. I had no idea. I got down there, I saw a wall. I was like, holy shit, he built it? They were like, no, it's been here. It's been here for like a century. I was like, well, you gotta tell my dad. Walking a block. He's fired up every night. It's a crazy way to go to bed. Every night. Just with his apnea mask on. Every night. You walk in the living room in my house right now. My dad made it. You go, you saw the borders of mess, right? It's crazy. But I make fun of him for it, and then I do the exact same thing just with my phone. Every night I just look at my phone until I can't. I'm like, potato. That's it. Every day. I just get on, read opinions from people I know are dumb. Like in person, I know they're dumb. I've talked to them. But I'm still reading their Twitter, their political opinions. It's great. And my Twitter's crazy. It's half where I'm from, which is the middle of Pennsylvania, so it's white trash. And then half, now I live in New York. So it's crazy. Like, all, I still have uncles. They all just got Twitter. They're all fucking fired up. They have fun, dude. They all have like 0 followers. They just tweet into the void. They love it, dude. They do it for the love of it. Like, Panera was good today. Onto a server that will outlast civilization. And they know all my new friends are literally communists from Brooklyn. So it's wild, dude. My social, like, I'll get on Twitter, and the first tweet I see will be someone from back home that's just like, fucking Colin Kaepernick, you better stand up. Like this tweet if you support the police. Share it if you're not gay. Share it. Share that. And the next post is just one of my new local white friends that's just like, I'm not racist. That's it. Every day for the last year, just a different white person popping up. Like, look at me. Look at this article I shared to my Instagram story. I'm not racist, right? Sure. I don't know if you know this. Like, being racist isn't like a yes or no thing. You know what I mean? It's not that you have it or you don't have it. Like, being racist is more, it's like being hungry. You know? It's like, yeah, you're not right now. You know? It's like, yeah, you're not hungry right now, but a cheeseburger could cut you off on the highway. And you get hungry. We're hungry all day. The cheeseburger is Jewish in that joke. No. Cheeseburger is whatever type of cheeseburger you thought it was. In your racist heart. Anyway. That's it. I just get online, read opinions from people. The news, like other news is kind of like, this is the most divided this country has ever been. It's like the red states and the blue states. It's like, why? Because we tweet at each other? You know, we had a war, right? You know, this country had a civil war. That was pretty divided. Like, at least nowadays, we're communicating with each other. Back then, those guys they got the news like once a month. Some guy would come by on a horse and they're like, who's talking shit? Like, I was like, the South is talking shit. Like, fuck that. I don't like that. Give me my gun. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to walk down there for a month straight. Shoot the first fucking guy I see down there. How much? The Civil War was basically just the North just shooting racism out of the South. That's what happened. The North was like, South, fucking chill. The South was like, no. So a bunch of guys had to walk down there and shoot them a lot. They're like, all right, we'll let them go. We're not going to be nice to them for a while. Until we find out they're good at football and then roll tide. Hey, roll that tide. I don't like Alabama football. I just watched this documentary on Alabama football. It's great. It's about, well, I don't know if you should say it's great, but it's about Alabama football. It's about when they desegregated their football team. So up until this point, Alabama football was just white. All right. And everybody down there was pumped on that. They would pack the stadium. Everybody would be like, look at all those whites running around catching it. Hey, look, I'm not knocking them too hard because I still have a little bit of that in me. You know, like if a white guy catches the ball on Sunday, I'm like, oh shit, go, 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 go. They got him. They got him. Tough run and smart run. Tough run there. But no, they took it too far. And so the documentary focuses on that. Focuses on Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant, legendary head coach. He was the head coach that brought the first black players onto the team. So the whole documentary is like celebrating Bear Bryant. They're like, fucking way to go, Bear. You did it. What a hero. And then you find out it was 1971. Yeah, a little late for high fives on this one, fellas. Holy shit, 71? Like we had been to the moon. There were literally people on the moon before Alabama had black guys in their secondary. Does anyone understand? There were white corners. White cornerbacks. You understand how preposterous that is? Some of you are too young to have ever even seen a white corner. They're extinct. They don't exist. There's two left at the San Diego Zoo. They won't reproduce. You'll never see a white corner. That's what happened. It wasn't like the reason they desegregated the team. That's what the documentary focuses on, which is great because it wasn't like, oh hey fellas, it's 1971. Maybe we should get with the times. What happened was Alabama scheduled USC, Southern Cal. Alabama was confident. They're like, oh, white boys we'll take on anybody. And then USC came down to Alabama with a bunch of black dudes from LA and just beat the fuck out of Alabama. And then after the game, Bear Bryant gave like a speech. He was like, hey y'all, come on. And that was it. That's all it took. Everybody down there was like, yeah, we get it. We'll be less racist. It means we can win. What? That's what it is. Like as big as racism is in America, football. That's true. That's true. Look, there's a Disney movie, Remember the Titans, dedicated to what I just told you. The whole point of that, dude, that was one high school football season. Remember the Titans was 8 weeks. That whole town went from centuries of don't let them in our school to just oh shit, the high school team's 4-0. Those are my brothers. I'll get off the topic. The point I'm trying to make is if you want to get rights in America, you just got to put together a good football team. You know what I mean? If the transgenders got together, put together just a fucking hard-nosed, run it down your throat ball club. If the trans just 3 yards in a cloud of dust of transgenders. If the trans community could just somehow upset Alabama, everybody down there tomorrow would be like, those are some tough bitches, actually. answer. You know how like every show and movie now is like a remake of something? They just remake an old thing and just make it like more progressive and just put it out. Like they remade Ocean's 11 like a heist movie with like all gorgeous women. That movie should have been 10 minutes long. They literally should have got to the casino and just blown the security guards. They were like, y'all, here's the keys to the safe. Take everything. I love you. You guys, you crazy bitches. I love you, bitches. That's it. That's all they make. They either make that or they make slavery movies every year. Those are for no one. I have black friends. I was like, dude, you guys like these? They're like, no, we thought these were for you. It's like, no. We all hate those. Stop making them. It's uncomfortable. Civil rights movies are good. I like Judas and the Black Messiah was sick. Remember the Titans is great. Hidden Figures was good though. The movie about the black ladies at NASA, or as my dad likes to call it, Medea Goes to the Moon. That was him that said that. He said that. As soon as he said it, I was like, what did you fucking say? You don't talk like that. Zombie movies just remade is more progressive. I just think it'd be funny if like the right started remaking. You know what I mean? If they just started like conservatives, like there's a new Scooby-Doo coming out. It'd be funny if like the right remade it. It's just like Scooby and the gang going around ripping the wigs off the transgender people. It's like, that's not a woman. Some guy would have got away with it. We solved the case of the Starbucks ghoul. Has enough time passed that we can we admit that Trump was funny? Can we finally admit that he was funny? Well, hold on. I don't like the tone of that. That's not what I'm going for here. Great leader. He was funny. And whether or not that's a great quality for the commander-in-chief, that's definitely up for debate. But he was funny. I saw it. And I lived in New York, so the whole time he was in office, I would be like, something would happen, I'd show my friends, I'd be like, look at that. What? It's funny. There's nothing funny about Donald Trump. I don't know. During Hurricane Dorian, he was like, maybe we should nuke it. Like, that was a real suggestion for the president. The president said that. The president of the United States. He was like, hey, we got a big storm coming. You guys want me to blow it up? Trump was like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. I fuck around, dude. That's what I do. I don't know. Now that he's gone, I'll never watch a debate ever again. Can you imagine just a regular debate now? After we witnessed the guy undefeated in debates, and he never said a fact. You know how impressive that is? He was funny and he argued like a fifth grader. He was unstoppable. People would try to hit him with statistics and facts. He would just go, wrong. Holy fuck, dude. How was no one prepared for this? Go back and watch those debates. You forget how electric that shit was. Don't tell your friends in Austin. They'll be mad. Just get a six-pack and toss on a Trump highlight video on YouTube. It's a good night, dude. I went back. I watched his first debate. That's like my favorite one. At the time, Trump was polling at like less than 1%. Like no one liked him. If you guys like him now, he did it back then. And I know that because I watched my dad. My dad at the time, he would anytime Trump even came on TV, my dad would look at this fucking joker. Get him off the fucking screen. And then now my dad's like, you guys can't go to the Capitol? Guys can't have fun anymore? He's like, was because of the debates. That's what did it, dude. That's how we got Trump. These debates. And the first one is the best one. So it's a Republican primary. Everyone's up on stage, and they're all still doing their political shit. So like the first couple guys that talk are like, "I'm from Kentucky, and I love education." And the crowd's like, "Nice. We didn't know what was coming." And the next guy's like, "I'm from Georgia, and I love religion." The crowd's like, "Pretty good. This is a good one." It's a heated debate. And then I finally got to Trump, started talking. It was just like, "Rand Paul is ugly," and the whole crowd was like, "Oh, you didn't know you could do that in this? You can just do that as your thing?" And Rand Paul's like, "All right, everybody, settle down. We're trying to have a debate here." And the whole crowd was like, "Shut the fuck up, Rand Paul. Ugly bitch." And we just kept throwing dorks up on stage to make them debate Trump. It was not fair. It was mean for us to have done that to people. These guys were in politics their whole lives. They just had to debate a fucking maniac up there. Who didn't give a fuck, dude. And I hate it. It was fun to cheer for him in the debates. It was fun to cheer for him in the debates. Because he was going up against guys that have been in politics for like 40 years. And then he showed up to the event like, "Yeah, fuck it, what are we talking about?" He had no clue. Every week he had no fucking idea. There's one debate, he's like in the middle of it going back and forth about the economy with Ted Cruz. They're literally talking about the economy, and in the middle of it he's just like, "Ted's wife, ugly as a dog." Holy shit, dude. Ted was like, "I'm from Texas. You don't talk about a man's family like that. You've got a dog wife, Ted." Everyone knows. Yeah, and a week later, Ted Cruz was on TV like, "I support Donald Trump." It's like, you pussy. I will say this. One thing that sucked about Trump losing was, for me, was because I just figured out kind of how to do his voice. That's kind of a bummer that it's not hard to do Trump. It's all you have to do just do that a second off from where it should be in the sentence. And then you don't have to sound like him. All you have to do is like get his cadence down. It's very easy. All you have to do is like describe something and then say you described it that way. That's it. That's every time. Like, dude, what a big room this is. I walked in here, I said, "Wow, what a big room." That's it. Every time. Austin. A lot of homeless. I walked in here, I said, "Wow, that's a lot of homeless." You guys gotta, homeless. What are you guys doing about it? Whatever you guys are doing is not working. So switch. I don't know what to do either. But do something. A lot of tents. Why? It's been making me laugh thinking about Trump, like, not understanding why people are homeless. I walked out, I said, "Why? Living in tents, I could never, these guys." But I will say this about Trump. I don't want you guys to I don't want to turn this into a rally. I don't want you to. I will say this, and don't freak out. Just listen. I think it's fair to say that of all the presidents we've had, I think it's fair to say that Trump would have been the funniest one to see get shot. You know? Yeah, dude, the Patriots got fired up on that, dude. Let's have fun at this show. Look, I didn't even say it would be funny. I said funniest. It's a huge difference. Technically, there's a funniest of everything. There is. It doesn't make it funny, but there is, like, think of the worst thing you can think of. There's a funniest one. I'll go first. I'll think first. School shooting. None of those are funny. Zero funny. But maybe there was one where, like, the horse girl in the class, like, could sense something was coming. You know what I mean? And they're like, what's wrong? And she was like, Go back to what I was saying about if you had, what I said was true. If you had to rank them from least funny to funniest, assassination. Easy number one. For real, he'd be talking shit like when it happened. He'd do it like a rally. He'd be like, my opponent's gay. I walked in, I saw him. I said, wow, this guy's gay. The shooter would be coming out and like, sit down. You're gay. Get hit. He'd definitely make a funny noise into the, like, he'd get hit. Like, all funny. I will say I did write that joke before Biden could be added to the rankings. I don't think he would be the funniest, but the only reason Biden might be the funniest is because I think Biden's the first president you could punch assassinate. You know what I mean? Just walk right through the metal detector, Mr. President. How the fuck are you doing, dude? Just a body shot. I had that joke. My dad. So you can't be talking about killing presidents. What about Biden? My dad's, he's a good guy. He's an alcoholic. But he's good. He's a good alcoholic. He's not hurting anybody. But he always has an excuse while he's drinking. That's what's funny about it. Like, he can never just get hammered and be like, yeah, I got fucked up. Like, it's always, like, you'll see him on, like, a Monday. You'll be like, damn, it's Monday? You're getting fucked up? He's like, it's Monday Night Football. Have a couple drinks, jeez. You'll see him on, like, a Tuesday. You'll be like, damn, it's Tuesday? You're getting fucked up? He's like, there's no football. What the hell? And my sister does heroin. And that one, we're like, you do need to, you need to stop doing that. Which sucks for her, because if she played guitar, everybody would be like, But instead, she's a hairdresser, so it's not as cool. Relax. It's my family. Don't worry about it. Actually, based on this crowd, I'm sure it's actually a lot of your guys' families. And that's all right. We're allowed to talk about it. My sister, since she was doing heroin, we had to have an intervention for her. She lived out in Pittsburgh. We live in the middle of Pennsylvania, so we had to trick her to come home. You gotta trick them. I don't know if you know these guys. They're not just fucking stopping by. They're very busy. The busiest people. They get a bad rap. Busy because they take a lot of naps. But if they're awake, they're very busy. They're scurrying around, dude, doing quests. That's what they do. If you do heroin long enough, you run out of money. You gotta start doing quests. It's like a fucked up game of Zelda every day. You just wake up to a new quest. It's like you need to gather coppers. Find a scrapyard. It sounds nice. I wish I got quests. But eventually the quests get pretty dark. Scrapyard, that's like level 1. Towards the end, the quests are you need to get titty fucked behind the Home Depot. So it's time for a change. So we had to come up with a plan to trick her to come home for the intervention. The plan we came up with was we told her that we had won tickets to go to Six Flags. And it worked. She called back. She's like, all right, I'll be there. She got on the first bus. It's like a 7-hour bus ride. It's nothing to them. No, if you take heroin, every bus is a bullet train. It's a 5-minute ride, tops. Anyway, so the plan was pick my sister up from the bus stop, not take her to Six Flags, take her to a hotel where we're going to have an intervention. I didn't want to start the intervention with like a lack of trust, so I took her to Six Flags the day of her intervention. That day, she and I went to Six Flags together, and I thought that was a nice gesture, but it turns out intervention is supposed to be rock bottom. You know what I mean? Like, intervention is supposed to be the worst day of your life. Not like you're tired from easily the best day. Humanly, I mean, she took heroin and rode roller coasters. It was impossible. We sat her down with, you better fucking change your life. She's like, oh, I'm going back tomorrow. We're like, no. And I was with her. She was fucked up. If you know anyone from Pittsburgh, you know what she was wearing. She was wearing a Steelers jersey and pajama pants. Steelers pajama pants. She dusted off her finest Heinz Ward for the occasion. So we get in there, there's a water park there, we didn't know, they added that, we haven't been there since we were kids. We get in there, there's one of those water slides, it's just like a fucking straight drop, like no sides on it, no raft, just by yourself. She looks at it, she's like, I want to go up on that one. I was like, yeah, alright, yeah, fuck it, you know? I knew she was going to rehab, like, that night. So I was like, yeah, you gotta get this one in. You're about to have a rough couple months here. This is gonna be. Also, I figured they would stop her. She was wearing a Steelers jersey and pajama pants, trying to get on a water slide. All they did was make her take her fucking Crocs off. Her yellow Crocs. So she's climbing up this ladder. She gets to the top of this fucking giant water slide. And you know how, like, when it's your turn next on a water ride, you gotta, like, lay there in that water and, like, wait to go? She nodded off. She took a nap up at the top like a Dracula. Laying in front of some high school lifeguard that's like, ma'am, it's your turn. He just sat her down, dude, asleep. Just flying down this thing, dude. There's a ramp at the end. She hit her. We all got to watch her wake up in air. She did the whole fucking. You know, I don't know how that wasn't fucking rock bottom. It's like you woke up in air. Anyway, don't be sad about it. She's good. She did go to rehab. And that's good. Yeah, she's done. She stopped using it. She's sober. She's all good. She's 2 years clean. Yeah. It's good. She did get cancer though. So. And COVID. Cancer and COVID. So, I'll tell you what, this was cool. I was with her. She was at home. She went back to my parents. Because when you have cancer and COVID, you gotta go home. You have to go home. You can't keep hanging out. But no, I was with her. It was crazy. This year, she beat heroin, cancer, and COVID. It was like living with fucking Rocky. It was crazy, dude. Every week, my whole family was like, "Give up. You're never gonna win this." She was like, just kept winning. When she got COVID, I was like, "All right, you're definitely dead." I was like, "Yo, COVID." I ain't hear no bell. Fucking just wailed on it, dude. Yeah, she's got a hell of a chin. Hell of a chin on my sister. And that's what better quality could you ask for in a human? Anyway. Damn, dude. Fuck that music across the street, dude. That fucking bothers me. I'm an old man now. Turn it down. Turn it down. What is that, rap? I'm trying to talk about my sister doing heroin over here. This has been making me laugh. I've been thinking about like the first time, Jesus Christ. I do comedy a lot. And every once in a while, you can hear music from another room, and it's like, damn, dude, music's so much better than comedy. Every time I hear music, I'm like, fuck, dude, that shit crushes what I do. Some fucking idiot dressed like Cam Newton pressing play. It's so much better than this. You guys want to hear about my problems? This guy's like, take Molly and finger someone. I'm gonna press play. You guys do you. Fuck, they're having so much fun over there. Get out of here, you motherfucker. Go dance. I knew you wanted to dance. Like I wanted to dance all night. I like my family. It's a good family. I had to go to my niece's 7th and 8th grade girls volleyball match recently. No, I'm kidding, dude. Shut up. Just relax. I don't want to fuck it. But if you ever want to get out of something, that's all you have to do. Like if your friend, like, you want to come to our son's t-ball game, be like, what grade are the kids in? And then no matter what they say, go, So I went to this fucking kids volleyball match. Can we knock it off with volleyball shorts on little kids? It's weird. It's gross, dude. Just get them gym shorts. That's all. No, dude, it's gross. Because, you know, it's just me and the other uncles up in the bleachers, kind of making eye contact with each other. Like, bro, are you seeing? Such a funny way to just destroy a show. Just right at the very end, be like, aren't kids hot? You know, give it up for Trump. Aren't kids hot? No, I truly am serious about the gym shorts though. It's weird. And so I got home from this fucking volleyball match. My roommate, his girlfriend played college volleyball. So I'm very excited to like shit on volleyball whenever I can. So I get in there and I was like, yo, volleyball is fucking, that's a weird culture. Get them fucking shorts. Get them gym shorts. The shorts they're wearing is gross. And she was like, no, we need those shorts for speed. On the court. So I was like, I know that's not true. I watched the NBA. None of you are moving as fast as like a ref. Those guys are wearing like slacks, dress shoes for some reason. She was like, no, we need those shorts. The tight shorts, they're essential to compare them to like a helmet in football. I was like, I know they're not essential because I Googled the Special Olympics volleyball team. All of a sudden, those shorts weren't so essential for them. What's that about? How baggy do you think they look like the fucking M1 mixtape out there? Offensively baggy is how I would describe all of their attires. We're all adults. We all agree the Special Olympics is a good program. It's great. I just feel like the guy who came up with it had to be like a real risk taker. You know what I mean? That's a wild thing to suggest for the first time. Some guy in a board meeting, like, I got an idea. We should be racing these motherfuckers. What did you say? Fucking count over said that the fastest ones. All to himself, you know? I'm not making fun of the Olympians. The concept is wild. It's a wild, like if your best friend invented the Special Olympics and told you about it first, you'd be like, don't ever tell anybody that. Who the fuck are we going to tell that to? How are you doing? volunteered to coach with the Special Olympics for a little while. So, you know, what'd you guys do? No, don't clap. Please. I did it for those kids. No, I'm kidding. I look like that, so me coaching the Special Olympics, I was like a fucking double agent. No one knew whose side I was on, dude. Player, chaperone, no one knew. I'd be standing there coaching, holding a clipboard with 5 dudes that looked exactly like me. You would see their coaches from the other team looking over like, I think they're fucking letting one of them coach. Yeah. No, I did coach the Special Olympics for a little while, and it's fun. That's another thing you're allowed to talk about. It's happy. Everyone there's sports and shit. It is funny. Don't let anyone tell you it's not funny, dude. I was there. Everyone there is laughing. It's fun. I coach basketball. Kids would catch the ball and just fucking launch it into the bleachers. People would be like, what the fuck are you doing out there? My whole team ruled. Every dude on my team they were the funniest. They were bros. They're bros, dude. My whole team loved 2 things. They love tits. They do. I don't know if you know these guys. They fucking love the ladies. They love the ladies. And they love John Cena. That's it. That was the news every day. We'd be in the huddle. They'd be like, a lot of ladies here tonight. Yeah. They'd be like, what do you think John Cena's up to? Oh, you're going to have to get way worse before you meet him. John Cena's like an angel of death. Oh my God, no, they just see Cena coming. You get the fuck out of there. He's taking souls with him. Every year, Hooters would sponsor our one basketball tournament. Alright, so every year Hooters would bring like 3 or 4 waitresses and they would present like a big cardboard check donation to the Special Olympics. As soon as the girls entered the gym, the game changed entirely, dude. It went from like hugs and sportsmanship to just like dudes got competitive, like very competitive. Fucking ripping down rebounds, just hitting layups. And then at the end of the game, there'd be a hug line, you know, between the waitresses and the players. And yeah, that went about exactly how you would imagine that went. Way to break out the fucking jaws of life, dude. My boys are ragdolling those young sluts. And I'm not knocking the players. They were totally in the right. The girls were hot. The waitresses, like every year, I would sneak into the hug line myself. All right, I think I'm going to get out of here, guys. Thank you guys very much. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Some guy asked if we wanted a bag. Currents that move into 3 months. Nothing will carry.
So you have to get your time in the right.
What's wrong with that?
So there's only cycle information.
Sorry to hot wife you guys. Thanks for coming out, man. You guys are fucking awesome, dude. Holy shit. It's great. I love seeing people out now, man. It was a fucked up couple of years. We all had to just hide. Like, none of us knew anything or really what to do. It was terrifying, man. I had a kid right before COVID. Like, I never led anyone through anything. No one looked to me for advice, ever. And all of a sudden, I had a family at the beginning of just like a global crisis. And I don't know how I handled it. I time will tell, but like my wife freaked out. Dude. I remember the day she found out. She came up to me like she was like looking for guidance. She's out of breath. She's watching the news. She's like, "Oh, they're saying some Chinese guy ate a Pokemon. And, we're gonna die." She said, "We can't go outside. What are we gonna do?" I didn't know research, dude. I looked at my wife and I was like, "Look, it's all bullshit, all right?" I'm not saying I'm right for that. I'm just saying that's what I did because I wanted to go do stuff. And then I had to like stick to the story because that was like day 3. It started ramping up. We were watching the news and it'd be like 37,000 people died today, and I'd be like, that's just statistics. Talking to her friend would be like, "My aunt just died of COVID." I'm like, "I'm so sorry to hear that." On the way home, I'm like, "Your friend's a liar, dude." Crazy. But yeah, that was a weird time to have a kid, like my first kid, dude. You know, just like have to deal with all that, and then I had to like, be a new father, which it's difficult, man. Everyone like kind of like laughs, like, "Whoa, you better take a nap. You're gonna be sleepy." It's like, it's not fucking funny, dude. Like, I have brain damage from the lack of sleep. I like see shit out of the corner of my eyes now. So you're very sleepy, and also no one talks about this part. You're also, as a new dad, you're like weirdly horny all the time. You are, because it's, don't be shy, sir. He knows. Yeah, because like, your wife just gave birth, so it's like the pussy blew up, dude. The pussy is out of order. The pussy's a Led Zeppelin, dude. It's fucking crashed. Your body doesn't know that. Your body's just like 3 weeks into the thing. It's like, "Yo, man, we all let's come. What's up, dude? What are we doing?" "Not right now." So you go on like a 40-day no-fap out of necessity. Walking around, people start making fun of you. Make people shit on dads. Like, look at this guy, look at his fucking dad bod. Look at his belly. It's like, dude, this is a cum tumor, man. It's metastasized. It's hard to figure out how to be a dad. You don't know, because here's the thing, in order to become a dad, you have to be a guy, at some point at least, a guy who is trying to get pussy. But in order to be a good dad, you can't be a guy who's trying to get pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like, case in point, the dude from Maroon 5, Adam Levine, he fucking blew it. You know what happened to him? He messaged ladies on Instagram. He couldn't help it. He had too cool of clothes on. He was like, "I deserve more." He couldn't do it. He was a millionaire with a beautiful wife and family. And even him, he's in a finished basement on Instagram being like, "I gotta see this lady's butthole. I don't fucking care." He fucking threw it away. So as a dad, you gotta lay low, man. You want people fucking making fun of your gear. This guy, look at him, he's dressed like a dad. It's like, dude, I'm 37 with 2 kids. I'm trying to wear like a V-neck with like ripped jeans and cheat on my wife. Dude, what do you want me to do? I've studied the art from my father. My dad is nasty at dressing to make sure he never gets pussy ever. He's the sensei, dude. He is unbelievable. He comes up with these clothes. He's like, "Dude, this is a button-down fishing shirt. They have vents in the back for sweat. It comes right out." Oh. My dad just steps into a pair of Skechers and becomes invisible to women, dude. It's fucking awesome. Making kids is crazy, man. It's like,
here's the thing. Like, you don't realize how out of control you are of your life until you have, like, kids. Like, kids plural. The first kid, you still don't really know. Like, anyone can have one kid. It's like getting a DUI. Your second kid, that's when you're like, oh, I'm not in control of this at all. Because after the first kid, it was such like a, I was so...
They got a helicopter?
Donated the hospital for Sundays. The doctors had explained that I was quite the oxygen in my brain stopped to compute that I failed to swim. And I was brutally having a but being the guy who failed instead of processing what I should have known. I pointed fingers and everything else, and I said to bigger guy. And that's what I think was good, because that bigger guy was to try and sort of press false banks and I think that the shot because something was going and yeah, it took me 3 hours, 3 years to get to that false bank start. And the reason it took me so long was because I did not
It's recording live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app on this 4th of July. Whether you are getting the grill heated up, final touches on the macaroni salad, put the vodka and the lemonade, whatever stage of the day it's over here, you are at. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Still to this day, I can figure out what it was that caused that. Like, what could you have done differently?
Yes, thank you for joining us
all that water. So,
maybe the first
there's nothing
July that we've talked about together.
I could have been less belligerent. And
like I said the other day, Fourth of July is usually a day that we take off because we have travel. You don't like have it at your birthday for a long time and you can't do that. So, you know what I heard yesterday from producer
I had to meet in the heart
that she didn't get to
pouring around the freezing cold.
Oh,
And because I wasn't going to swim, but right at the last minute they said, okay, imagine that's enough. Just swim. I
I feel like you have decorations on the
so I
lawn.
had to swim. There's a lot that you can
My
swim.
favorite is when it's decorated for John's
It's not
birthday,
outrageous.
and everyone thinks that it's like it's a joke, like, oh, really screwing John, we're gonna decorate for his birthday, piss him off, right? John loves that mess. Like, he was a child full of glee. He's like, oh, look at this, there's a cake. Like, he was so pleased.
because I think he never got that, or at least not to this degree.
And then you want
I
to
think
get
you
into
nailed
that
it,
sleep.
Troy.
And we've only got 2 hours to sleep before we go on. What goes on? What happens? You don't sleep. You don't wait. You don't block. And then we'll find out. And so there's a whole combination of stuff. Locations as well, which I don't tell a lot of people that I have a heart condition, so I have three stainless steel stents in my heart.
Hi, Gary and Trent. Happy 4th of July. Yes, on the way to work.
But I'm on medication for that, so that
Maybe
is
tomorrow for 3 weeks.
I think about it every day. So I was at a training session at 10 days, 39.
That is a good plan right there. That
I was in my normal training session that I picked time, and I did the session on the spot. So it means to training hours just to get a heart rate down. And I just had this
that is a good friend that is going to do your hair on July 4th, so that it'll be nice and fresh.
Training in the ocean or with training with other people and stuff.
It will be a quick appointment.
And I remember when I look at stuff,
Have a very motherfucking happy birthday. Happy birthday, America. Happy motherfucking birthday.
even I'm dripping away, I still feel sweat coming through. The pain subsided.
Shannon said you couldn't do it.
Decided on it was pushing the head. And long story short, I got home and my wife at the time, I told her
Makes
this
me want to go kick someone's ass in the street.
shit.
Well, listen, it was an interesting week, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. So we asked him this week on the Gary channel just to see if there was anything that might have stuck.
So
So
a really great something about the brain surgery out there in BC.
Yeah, they put the stents in those
Between the brain and the mouth, I learned about breathing once and controversy. Well, that's how it goes. And also about the work.
stuff that all these players was my swimming career just started. And I advanced to very push where it was so and everyone, the doctors,
What was the brain thing?
they're still with us, but
implants that they're putting in people's brains to help them otherwise non-verbal people speak.
Oh, yeah.
The latency, the time it takes for the brain to make the mouth do something
terrible.
is
Besides
much
that,
shorter.
I suppose radiation.
That story, you never thanked me for all the stories I
Also,
sent.
now when I did go back to swimming training,
While I was gone, I sent you to see if there was something good in here.
just every little niggle and
I think
to
I
this
sent
day,
you a story
years later,
about
I still react differently. Because now I know
7 ways to feel good, get a feel good fix of
but I'm
hormone
more in a sense of fixed it, but it's
oxytocin, because you like oxytocin, you like those 20-second hugs. They said
Did you have any sort of like history of this in your family, or did they say it was because of lifestyle, or what did they say could have been the reason for it?
Hey guys, let the show one more. I learned this week while
got some like that stuff, but
by the age of 5, Terry said it would make me be by the age of 5.
That's the way that seems fun.
Have a great day, guys.
It was making Colin, it was making Jim, not making Colin.
What do you expect them to like?
This week on the Shannon Show, I learned that pronouns and/or naps that are taken.
Again, how long is a piece of string really? So to get, you take something like the English channel or the false face swim or the North channel swim or whatever it's long.
That leads to a higher mortality rate.
There's a whole different training regime to try, for example, to keep a mile ice and ice water is classified.
Y'all have a good weekend.
So before you do a really long swim and really cold water, do you have to change your diet at all beforehand?
Correct. So the weight you have,
How do you go out? Again, like more carb, fat.
Yeah, I eat carbs. I'm not necessarily a real carbs. It's just that it was too accessible.
How many fantasy
I
baseball drinks have
what I do, I'm really not.
We really do not keep all of our vacation ever.
I know, but it's funny that people keep keeping score.
Well, you know, I take it as a sign of love. Like, if they beat us, they'd be like, oh, thank God you're going on vacation, right?
That is the right attitude to have your fat.
I hope so.
Well, there is, I'm sure on this week.
Fat is supposed to be the best source of energy, and it's also very buoyant. So it's
back. So just wanted to get some of the
But from a cold perspective,
we've tried the experiment with spot transition to get that view.
yeah, so before big swim, I often try and bulk up a little bit. So sometimes a bit of pushing forward is reaching there. But you're training so hard, so you're losing.
It freaked me out because we all know the story of the kids
downside part of it. I'm not going to readjust to that, but I would.
The ability of a tsunami to strike and there be no warning is
I was told
terrifying
to put on 6
when
or
you're at
8
the beach.
kilograms.
And this is what happens in Portugal. It happened earlier this week along the Portuguese coast. And they say it was basically scenes from one of those films, Apocalypse, essentially. An ominous cloud resembling a towering tidal wave that engulfed the Portuguese coast. Beachgoers were peeking their panties.
As you would imagine, it looks fake. It looks like it's an apocalypse just descending upon the beach first, and you would be the first to go.
Really? Fantasy. And funny enough, I went into great detail about what we got on the news channel.
Yeah, the wind
I got
started
to a point
blowing super strong,
my nose
very
got blocked.
quickly.
There's quite a lot of
They were calling it the scariest rise that they'd ever seen. The contrast with the silver lining from the clouds and
plus
darkness
the
of
weather
the water,
was really
very
fast.
glittery,
Big waves.
looked like a
Now
photo
you
of
got to
a
try and
black
picture
hole.
swimming. Let's just say the stage for 10 hours, it's tired.
That was making
Cold,
its way
it's getting
through.
dark.
Whether people
And
call
now you
them
want
Marcus clouds,
liquids, but now you want to eat
spectacular
like
low-level thin clouds associated with those
chocolate or something to burn up.
with those
That gets
powerful
filtered through
thunderstorms.
the water and the
Sometimes you see them beneath
So now picture swimming,
nimbus
holding a
clouds.
Tupperware
In this case, there was nothing above it, so it was just blue sky.
stuff out of it. Both your hands are above the water.
String of clouds coming onto the
So it's like not drilling water, but you've got waves coming in. The higher you get, the harder it is, the more energy. So when you swimming for 10 hours, it's just like crazy. So what was happening, I take that Tupperware and I shove it all into them. At once. But then just like dump it in. But now my mouth's full, my nose is blocked, I can't breathe. So then that's spit it all out. So these are the things you can't train for, we're going to get through again. So all of a sudden I'm in a place where I can no longer solid concentrate, solid support of what I can. So I had 5 more hours to swim. Not a good way to swim. So I had like 3 more hours to swim, not knowing I had 3 more hours to swim. But I got through the last 3 or 4 hours of that swim fantasizing about what I knew was I'm cold and angry. I knew it wasn't that bad. If I made it, and I got back from the train, I did stay in France, go back to New England.
And that's what got him
I was
surrender.
Well, surrender is a strange word. The bullet, I think, is what got him to surrender. It was the reaching for the thing. So
It's a good soda.
Vomit back. So I know it, trust me, I do not need to vomit. Just bring your food and the vomit back.
I was thinking about the first time like Congress had to come up with age of consent. Wow, Wes. Hello. Welcome to part 2 of The President. Performance, ability, affordability. Only
Yo, dog, what is this bullshit?
Wow, Wes. Guys, this is a history podcast series. Let's talk presidents. In fact, let's talk in order. That's it? Hold on. No. Just wait. Let's talk Washington. Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, Roosevelt. No. Hoover. Yeah, it's Roosevelt. Truman. Second. Truman. Eisenhower. JFK. Johnson. Nixon. Ford. Carter. Reagan. Clinton. Bush. Obama. Trump.
Did you say Obama now?
Obama. Wow.
Obama now.
It took me all night.
Damn, dude.
You studied for that all night?
No, it took a half hour, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, see?
I had to keep practicing. I was doing it before bed. Like I was praying.
The vice president.
Adams.
Are you seriously going to try?
I could go. I think I can.
Here's a good piece of trivia, and don't look it up. Here's a quiz question. Who is Johnson, Lyndon Baines Johnson's vice president after Kennedy was shot when he became the vice president? Your mother's cunt.
Oh, it wasn't.
It wasn't your mother. It was her cunt.
Wait a second. It is a history podcast.
Yeah.
What if that was true? You're telling me. Jones cunt.
Yeah, because he only needed her for 1 year. And then when he ran he got somebody else. He called her, Joan, I need your cunt. My vice. He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane? He called her right before that. I need your vagina. My vice president.
All right, so let's start from the top. Oh, I'm so sorry that you said that.
I'm not. I never met your mom.
Never tried?
Started watching.
No, very true.
Yeah. What do you guys know about him? What do you say?
I mean, Washington is like a transitionary guy because he was so British. He was a British general. He wasn't like he wasn't born in the America. He didn't create America. It wasn't even his idea.
Yeah.
He was just a tool. He was the first general president.
No, he was born in the U.S.
No, I know, but he wasn't like he was a British. He was a British
anymore. That's British.
Yeah.
He's a war. They actually kind of sucked
in that war.
In fact, also kind of.
Everybody sucked in the wars.
Everything he did was retreat.
It was luck to win anything.
Yeah. He was good at retreat. That was like his number one.
The important thing to be good at.
Very good.
And otherwise.